Chapter 1. The first sequence of Gu Changge. The billion-fold return system. 3,000 Dao Domains. Central heavenly Dao Domain, Zhongzhou, within the esteemed residence of the Changshan Gu clan. A 16-year-old youth suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with countless fleeting images. Have I crossed over? Or is this a rebirth? 16 years old, which means I've just awakened my latent wisdom. A tempest of thoughts swirled in Gu Change's mind, the intertwined memories of his past and present leaving him somewhat disoriented. Yet, in the next moment, he would regain his composure. To think that I have truly crossed over into a fantastical world, no less, becoming the true dragon son of a prestigious lineage. Regrettably, awakening my latent wisdom at 16 means I could have accomplished much more. Had I awakened earlier, perhaps I would have already secured the position of the divine child. In Gu Change's recollections, being the first sequence of the Changshan Gu clan did not guarantee one would become the divine child. It merely indicated that among the 10 sequences, one possessed the highest potential, talent, and combat prowess. With the competition lasting 3 years, the true determination of the divine child would only occur after the age of 18. The 10 sequences were derived from various branches of the Changshan Gu clan, and Gu Changge represented the main lineage. Under normal circumstances, the true dragon son of the main lineage would grow to become the divine child of the Changshan Gu clan. Yet this time, an unexpected occurrence had transpired. Indeed, each branch of the Changshan Gu clan had given rise to unparalleled prodigies. A sacred body, the primordial sacred body, extraordinary comprehension, the innate Dao body, and even the 7-portal Linglong heart, the Sangtian dominant body, among others. As for Gu Changge, he possessed the rare dual pupils and exceptional innate roots, rivaling various sacred bodies, Dao bodies, and divine bodies, the only distinction being the absence of an accompanying divine power. However, his dual pupils already endowed Gu Changge with an invincible potential. Having gathered all this information, a subtle smile graced Gu Change's lips. This identity, this aptitude, this background, what a formidable starting hand. As he spoke, Gu Changge blinked, confirming the absence of any peculiar interface or prompts. Regrettably, as a transmigrator, I appear to be devoid of a golden finger. Nonetheless, it matters not. With my current aptitude and foundation, I am confident I can tread the path of invincibility. Just as Gu Changge finished speaking, preparing to calm the turmoil within, a prompt resonated, causing his eyes to widen slightly. Ding! Host detected awakening of latent wisdom. The invincible return system has been activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie Invincible Return gift pack. The prompt echoed in his mind, and an information interface materialized before him, clearly indicating that he indeed possessed a system. No way. He had merely spoken it casually, yet the system truly arrived. Yet, the arrival of the system was fortuitous, as it would facilitate Gu Change's journey toward invincibility. Invincible Return System, splendid. Gu Changge reigned in his astonishment and eagerly inquired, System, enlighten me on your functions. Ding. This system is named Invincible Return System. As the name suggests, as long as the host gifts divine powers, techniques, divine weapons, or rare treasures to targets bound to this system, various incredible returns can be received, with the magnitude of returns determined by the value of the gifts. For instance, if the host gifts a spirit stone to a bound target, a return of a billionfold will yield an immortal stone. Note, gifts provided by the host can only return items of the same category. Note, this system retains all explanatory rights. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Gu Changge was instantly enlightened. The concise description made it clear just how extraordinary his invincible return system was. If utilized properly, his strength would soar at an unimaginable pace. While Gu Changge was digesting the system's information, another prompt chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a newbie Invincible Return gift pack. Would you like to open it? A newbie gift pack. According to the tropes from the novels he had previously indulged in, it certainly wouldn't disappoint. So Gu Changge nodded without hesitation. Open. Instantly, a flurry of information appeared before him. Ding! Host successfully opened the newbie Invincible Return Gift Pack. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. The first return will definitely trigger billionfold critical hit count. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 10,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 1,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 500-fold critical hit cards. As he gazed at the cascade of prompt messages, Gu Changge felt as though he were about to defeat a boss. Just as he was excitedly preparing to examine the contents, he couldn't help but twitch his lips at the uniformity of the rewards. This truly is a return system. The reward from a newbie gift pack were all return cards. However, if utilized wisely, these return cards would undoubtedly amplify his foundation in ways he could hardly imagine. Gu Changge meticulously reviewed each item. The first return will definitely trigger a billionfold once the system identifies a suitable bound target. I must carefully consider what to gift for the first time. As Gu Changge pondered, the system continued to provide prompts. Detected that there exists a target within the Zhongzhou clan that meets the criteria for system binding. Please approach the target within 100 meters to unlock the binding target's information. The host may freely decide whether to bind the return target. Oh, the system has swiftly identified a binding target? I had thought it would take longer. As Gu Changge contemplated, a point of light appeared in his mind. It seemed the system was providing considerate guidance. How convenient. It spared him the trouble of searching. With this thought, Gu Changge prepared to rise and exit his chamber to approach the location of the light point, unlocking the information of the system's binding return target. When suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Young Master Changge, the clan leader requests your presence in the main lineage's council hall. He has good news to share with you. A young maid's voice echoed, announcing her presence. My father is looking for me? Understood. Gu Changge nodded, sensing the binding target within his mind, deciding to wait a moment longer before stepping out, as the individual was within the Zhongzhou clan and there was no rush. As Gu Changge arrived at the council hall, he found the elders of the main lineage engaged in fervent discussion. I believe this matter is improper. How can our Zhongzhou clan commit such a betrayal, shameless act? If this were to spread, our Zhongzhou clan would surely become a laughingstock in the central heavenly Dao Domain. Indeed, with Change's unparalleled talent, is such a measure truly necessary? Why not? This is the supreme bone. The supreme bone, coupled with dual pupil, such qualifications ensure that our Zhongzhou clan will undoubtedly produce another emperor. Precisely. And the holder of the supreme bone is merely a young girl from a subordinate branch, her parents deceased, and unvalued. Only upon awakening the supreme bone was she brought into the main lineage. Now that Changge has just become the first sequence, the divine child position will surely be secured with the supreme bone support. Chapter 2. The resplendent clan sister reborn. As the elders deliberated within the council hall, the figure at the forefront finally spoke. He was Gu Changge, the patriarch of the Gu family, and also the father of Gu Changge in this world. As the head of the Zhongzhou clan, Gu Changge had already reached an extraordinary level of power, attaining the 9th layer of the king realm, a mere step away from the existence of a quasi-saint. This world is divided into 12 realms, opening the veins, nurturing the spirit, transforming liquid, and crossing the rainbow bridge. Wheel of life, communicating with the divine, enlightening the path, and ascending. King, quasi-saint, saint, and emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. Upon reaching the latter 4 realms, even the initial layer of the king realm is considered among the top experts in the 3,000 domains at AS for the quasi-saint and saint realms. They represent an unfathomable foundation of the Zhongzhou family. Regarding the Emperor realm, excluding the ancestors of the Zhongzhou family's established immortal sanctuaries, it has been over 100,000 years since an emperor was born. Once Gu Changge spoke, all the elders' gazes turned toward him. He slightly raised his head and, with a gentle smile, addressed the entrance of the council hall. As for this matter, let Changge decide for himself. We should refrain from imposing our opinions. Moreover, the one possessing the supreme bone is also from our Zhongzhou family, albeit from a branch. If Changge requires the supreme bone, then the main branch must offer the best compensation in other aspects. This was the utmost that Gu Changge could do. If Gu Changge were to seize the supreme bone, he would not protest but would strive to adequately compensate its host. Such is the nature of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Without a background or strength, one is left at the mercy of others, even within a family or sacred ground. After Gu Changge concluded, he continued toward the entrance of the council hall. What do you think? Changge, as Gu Changge's words fell, the elders' gazes shifted to the entrance, where a tall, slender youth, akin to a bamboo, swaying in the wind, stood. His features were strikingly handsome, though still somewhat youthful, yet one could only imagine how extraordinary he would appear upon reaching maturity. However, amidst everyone's attention, Gu Changge felt somewhat bewildered. Had he heard correctly? His father and the elders seemed to be preparing to procure a supreme bone for him. Given his previously self-centered nature, he might have accepted without hesitation. Yet after awakening his innate wisdom, he now felt overwhelmed by this unexpected boon. Goodness, a branch family, lacking in background, a supreme bone, and I possess a unique second pupil. If this continues, my branch, or perhaps even the entire Zhongzhou family, might meet its end. Gu Changge absorbed the shocking information. In a side chamber of the council hall, a girl, seemingly around 14, with an exquisitely delicate visage, suddenly opened her eyes. Yes, she did. An overwhelming aura briefly emanated from her small form. Her eyes, akin to shining black pearls, glimmered with countless mysterious runes and fleeting images. After a few moments, as the phenomena within her eyes settled, her previously tranquil face gradually displayed expressions of astonishment, confusion, and shock. That I have been reborn. Gu Changge raised her small hand, surveying the room's arrangement, finally confirming the reality of her rebirth. She murmured to herself, I have heard of reincarnation and seizing control, but never of rebirth and cultivation. I once thought everything had already been predetermined by that time. If only I could start over. As Gu Changge spoke, the brilliance in her eyes grew ever brighter, and a smile began to illuminate her youthful face, which was already taking on a breathtaking beauty. Suppressing her excitement, Gu Changge began to recall the current moment. She surveyed the familiar surroundings, her mind racing with thoughts. This room seems to be where the main branch of the Gu family planned to extract my supreme bone for Gu Changge. So, am I in the moments just before that occurrence? A sardonic smile graced her lips as she pondered, regarding her past life, during which she had been exiled after her bone was extracted, only to rise again. Gu Changge preferred not to dwell on those memories. Yet, she could never forget the incredulity and scorn from the elders of the Zhongzhou family when she defeated Gu Changge, nor the pleas for forgiveness that followed her ascent, which came at a great cost, including the loss of several quasi-saints and a saint ancestor. However, she could never return to that initial moment. When Gu Changge awakened her supreme bone and was accepted by the main branch of the Zhongzhou family, no one could fathom her joy or the resolute determination she had to repay the family. Yet what awaited her was the extraction and subsequent exile. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changge's eyes reflected a maturity beyond her 14 years. It seems the elders of the Zhongzhou family will likely attempt to extract my bone once again. In my current state, lacking any cultivation, I am utterly incapable of resistance, and the room is sealed, devoid of spiritual energy. Even with my vast knowledge, I cannot break free. It appears I am destined to face extraction once more. Gu Changge bit her lip. Perhaps it is for the best. After the extraction, I will be exiled to the ancestral land of the Zhongzhou family, just as in my past life, where I can acquire a treasured relic from the ancestral grounds and expedite the emergence of my second supreme bone. With her resolve set, Gu Changge reclined back onto the bed, awaiting the moment of her extraction. Meanwhile, Gu Changge's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his scalp tingling, yet his exterior remained calm and unruffled. It was only upon entering the council hall that a smile broke upon his face. Patriarch, esteemed elders, regarding this matter. As Gu Changge spoke, the elders perked up, fully attentive, based on their understanding of Gu Changge. It was certain he would not let the opportunity of the supreme bone, representing an alternative path to unparalleled strength, slip away. Even Gu Changge shared this sentiment, and the elders were prepared to rise and escort Gu Changge to the chamber where Gu Changge was confined. as soon as he consented. However, the next word from Gu Changge took everyone by surprise, causing Gu Changge and the other elders to widen their eyes in disbelief. Changge vehemently opposes this matter. Gu Changge stated with unwavering resolve. Some elders could scarcely believe their ears, rubbing their eyes to confirm what they had just heard. That Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, staring at Gu Changge in astonishment. "Changge, what did you say?" "I said I refuse," Gu Changge reiterated firmly. Chapter 3. A billionfold critical return of the celestial bone. As his words echoed through the hall, a profound silence engulfed the council chamber, each elder wearing an expression of incredulity. Some elders could not help but urge Gu Changge. "Changge, do you realize the value of the supreme bone? Indeed, the supreme bone is inherently supreme. With it, one could be invincible among peers, even capable of overcoming those of higher realms." Gu Changge was well aware of the Supreme Bone's formidable reputation. In fact, it was common knowledge across the 3,000 domains that it was precisely because he knew its power that he was even more resistant to the idea. This was clearly an opportunity laden with advantages, and considering his own unique second pupil, coupled with the invincible return system, he found no need to pursue a Supreme Bone. Changge acknowledges this. He nodded. And yet, one elder could not restrain himself. But before he could finish, Gu Changge interrupted him, his words shocking the assembly. "The second pupil is the path to invincibility. Why should I rely on another's bone? Especially that of a sister?" Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Changge exuded an air of confidence and calm. As he spoke, an aura of invincibility radiated from him. The elders were left in a state of turmoil, their ears ringing. Some wore expressions of admiration, while others bore looks of regret. Indeed, truly worthy of the foremost scion of the Zhongzhou family. The second pupil is the path to invincibility. Why should one need to borrow another's bone? Gu Changge laughed heartily, rising to his feet. With such demeanor, even if Changge lacks any innate talent, he shall undoubtedly make a name for himself in the heavenly Dao Domain, with the support of the Zhongzhou family. Resounding across the 3,000 domains is merely a matter of time. Seeing this, the elders could only sigh in resignation. Their actions were motivated by the greater good of the main branch. After all, if an individual with both a second pupil and a supreme bone were to emerge, merely the reputation alone would echo throughout the 3,000 domains, not to mention Gu Changge's innate talent and character. After Gu Changge's declaration, his gaze turned to Gu Changge, filled with satisfaction. "Since you have made your decision, let us go meet Qingxiu. Should we refrain from claiming her supreme bone, she will undoubtedly become one of the pillars of our Zhongzhou family in the future. It is essential to communicate certain matters to her in advance. She may be young, but we cannot hide the truth of our actions from her. Any conflicts must be resolved with minimal repercussions." Hearing this, Gu Changge nodded. In terms of methods for handling affairs, Gu Changge was already worthy of being the head of the Zhongzhou clan. Moreover, he was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the Wangjie realm, nearing the threshold of quasi-saint. The crowd then proceeded to the room where Gu Changge was confined. As Gu Changge lay on the bed, upon sensing the dissipating restrictions and the sound of footsteps approaching from outside, her heart instantly tightened. Had they arrived? The Zhongzhou clan was indeed as impatient as she remembered, eager to extract her supreme bone. Having been reborn, she was about to experience the excruciating pain of bone extraction once more. And all she felt within was an endless mocking laughter. With a creak, the door swung open, and the sound of shuffling footsteps filled the Qingxiu understood that besides Gu Changge and Gu Changge, there were also several elders from the main lineage present. So the multitude of footsteps was not unexpected. On the bed lay a delicate young girl of about 14 or 15 years. Her features exquisitely crafted, resembling a flawless jade statue. Despite her youth, she exuded an aura akin to a blossoming green lotus, hinting at a future of breathtaking beauty. Gu Changge and the elders gazed at Gu Changge on the bed, and even they could not help but acknowledge that she was indeed the host of the Supreme Bone. She was a living embodiment of the essence and refinement of heaven and earth, a perfect masterpiece of the Tao. Many elders marveled at her remarkable beauty at such a tender age. Gu Changge, however, appeared astonished, his heart shaken As he approached, he realized that he was drawing closer to the target selected by the system for binding and return. Upon reaching the door, he confirmed that the individual within, possessing the supreme bone, was indeed the intended target for the system. If memory served him right, her name was Gu Changge. A month ago, she had awakened the supreme bone. And currently, no one in the Zhongzhou Gu clan was aware of it. Only the members of the main lineage knew to owe his surprise. The target for binding turned out to be someone with such a remarkable background. While Gu Changge was astonished, a notification from the system appeared. Ding! Detected that the host is approaching the target for system investment return. Would you like to view the information? Yes or no? As he looked at the information before him, Gu Changge then turned to the reclining Gu Changge and replied to the system. Let us view the information first. Scanning the information of the daughter of the Zhongzhou Gu clan's branch, Gu Changge. Information generation complete. Nickname, Gu Changge. Identity, daughter of the Zhongzhou Gu clan's branch, reborn supreme, daughter of fortune. Physique, supreme bone. Techniques, none. Divine powers, none. Recent fortune, can be viewed after binding. Upon reviewing Gu Changge's information, Gu Changge found the details about her physique and other aspects as expected. However, when he saw her identity, he could no longer maintain his composure. Reborn supreme? Good heavens! Gu Changge widened his eyes, confirming he had not misread. He never anticipated that Gu Changge was a reborn individual and had even reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Gu Changge felt fortunate for his decision and praised his ability to evade potential disaster. Thankfully, he had not agreed. Had he offended a reborn supreme, especially one with a supreme bone and the aura of fortune, even the Zhongzhou Gu clan would struggle to contain the fallout. However, knowing Gu Changge's extraordinary background left Gu Changge with no inclination to refuse his first binding target. Investing in a reborn supreme endowed with a supreme bone and the aura of fortune was undeniably a wise choice. With a sudden resolve, Gu Changge thought, System, bind Gu Changge as the target for investment return. Ding! Binding successful. Binding target, Gu Changge. Recent fortune of the binding target has been unlocked. Having completed this, Gu Changge and the elders noticed that Gu Changge had been fixated on Gu Changge since entering the room. Gu Changge, thinking Gu Changge had reconsidered, chuckled and asked, Changge, have you changed your mind? No, Gu Changge denied. Yet as soon as he spoke, the next system prompt made his pupils slightly contract, and he felt a surge of shock and joy. Ding! Host has altered the destined trajectory, rejecting the supreme bone, triggering the return mechanism. Congratulations, Host has obtained the first return. Congratulations, Host has triggered the first return with a guaranteed billion-fold critical hit. Host investment binding target, Gu Changge's supreme bone. Receiving billion-fold return. Immortal bone. Detected the uniqueness of the immortal bone. The return reward is commencing fusion. Chapter 4. Gu Changge is dumbfounded. No. Have I opened it incorrectly? Start fusion? Yes or no? Looking at the information before him, Gu Changge immediately chose no.it was not the right time to fuse the immortal bone. Nevertheless, after denying it, Gu Changge felt immense joy, for this was indeed the immortal bone. He had not expected that by rejecting the supreme bone, he could trigger the return mechanism, and the concept of a destined trajectory was quite intriguing. Could it be that his destined trajectory was always meant to accept the supreme bone? What a surprise! Gu Changge could only remark on how truly beneficial his circumstances were. What are you doing? Gu Changge observed Gu Changge staring intently at Gu Changge and suspected that he was enamored with her beauty. He remarked, in that case, Changge has no attendants by his side, and since Changge possesses exceptional talent and the supreme bone, she could serve as your aide and become your maid. Huh? Gu Changge was taken aback. The elders nearby were equally astonished. Gu Changge, momentarily stunned, chuckled helplessly. Head of the clan, you jest. Changge is my clan sister. How could she possibly be my maid? Gu Changge furrowed his brow if she is not to be a maid. Do you expect her to become a wife or concubine? Gu Change's lips twitched. What was wrong with this old man? It was as if he assumed Gu Changge had taken a liking to her. That is not it. Gu Changge shook his head. Then why were you staring at her just now? Gu Changge questioned, puzzled, wondering if he had misread Gu Change's gaze. That kind of admiration was something men understood. Gu Changge had only glanced once. The rest of the time, He was looking at the system information. Gu Changge replied, exasperated. I was merely observing the peculiarities of the supreme bone. Father, have you misunderstood me? Cough. Gu Changge, feeling awkward, cleared his throat. Gu Changge had abandoned the formal title of clan head, opting to address him as father, indicating his exasperation. That's so. However, the supreme bone is hidden within the flesh. Its divinity reclusive. Changge, by rejecting the supreme bone, you find it difficult to truly perceive its essence. As Gu Changge conversed with Gu Changge listened to their exchange, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Gu Changge rejected her supreme bone. What was going on? Gu Changge's mind was buzzing. According to her memories from before her rebirth, Gu Changge had brought Gu Changge and the clan elders here to directly extract the bone. How could Gu Changge refuse? As her thoughts whirled, Gu Changge shook his head. Father, the reason our immortal clan stands tall for millennia, overlooking all beings, is not solely due to bloodline inheritance, but rather the unity of hearts, which is as strong as steel. You expect me to extract my clan sister's supreme bone for my own benefit. How could I possibly agree to that? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Of course, I understand. The elders felt an awkward silence envelop them. They were well aware of this principle. Yet, this was a supreme bone, whether it was the naturally sacred dual pupils or the inherently supreme bone. Each was a foundation of unparalleled talent. The fusion of the two could only be imagined as birthing an incredibly formidable prodigy. Thus, they chose to ignore their understanding. However, Gu Changge's refusal released an inexplicable sigh of relief, sparing them from internal condemnation. After Gu Changge spoke, he turned to Gu Changge and said, Changge, my clan's sister hails from the branch lineage, with both parents deceased and no support, since she possesses the supreme bone. Let her be my sister, and I will take good care of her. Gu Changge proposed a significant decision. To make Gu Changge his sister, was this still the same Gu Changge, who had once been solely focused on cultivation and somewhat distant toward his clan? It felt as though his character had undergone much change since becoming the first in line. However, seeing him care for the clan and value relationships was what they had longed to witness. Gu Changge nodded. Very well. Since that is the case, let her be your sister. The supreme bone is destined for greatness, achieving at least the saint realm. Establishing a good relationship from a young age is beneficial. Gu Changge nodded and then addressed Gu Changge and the elders. Once my sister Changge awakens, Father, please arrange for her to reside in my first lineage's estate. I shall take my leave now. Go on. Gu Changge smiled. The elders followed suit, quickly displaying their smiles. As Gu Changge departed, the atmosphere in the room fell silent, leaving Gu Changge and the elders. Some elders still gazed longingly at the slumbering Gu Changge on the bed. Voicing their reluctance, head of the clan, will you truly not allow Changge to fuse with the supreme bone? This is a combination of the dual pupils and the supreme bone. Another elder chimed in. With the dual pupils and the supreme bone, our Changge could undoubtedly become invincible across the 3,000 realms, achieving the supreme emperor position. You are being short-sighted. Gu Changge glanced at the elder who had spoken, replying coolly, Did not Changge say so? The dual pupils were originally an invincible path. Why should one borrow the bones of others, especially that of a sister, since Gu Changge has already made her intentions clear? Our insistence may not necessarily yield favorable results. Sighing, the elders of the clan expressed their discontent. Let us depart. The rite of passage trial is imminent, and the seal in that place has shown signs of weakening. We must reinforce it, lest unforeseen errors lead to consequences we cannot bear. Gu Changge and the clan elders took their leave. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Changge confirmed that there was no one else in the room before finally opening her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. What is happening? Things did not unfold as I remembered. Did Gu Changge reject my supreme bone? Could it be that I am not reborn, but merely dreaming? Gu Changge murmured, but soon shook her head. It is impossible. The various techniques and opportunities in my mind are abundantly clear. It cannot be a dream. As she spoke, she gazed in confusion at the door. Yet, Gu Changge did not desire my supreme bone, and even altered the thoughts of Gu Changge and other primary lineage powerhouses. Am I approaching this incorrectly? Moreover, Gu Changge boldly proclaimed that the dual pupils were an invincible path. Why seek to borrow the bones of others? Such audacious words already hint at an invincible demeanor. In my past life, he lacked such spirit. It was only after merging with the Supreme Bone and utilizing the dual pupils to become the Son of God, traversing the world and contending with the prodigies of the 3,000 realms, that he gradually cultivated such resolve, which was still not profound, indicating that his Tao heart was not so unwavering. Furthermore, he even wished to protect me, allowing me to become his sister. What on earth is going on? Gu Changge felt bewildered. The developments were entirely beyond her expectations. Normally, it should have been about excavating bones, allowing her to relive her memories, growing increasingly despondent about the longevity of the Gu family, and then using her past life's memories to gradually reclaim her peak, advancing further. Yet Gu Changge's words and actions left her utterly flustered. Even though she had once been the supreme ruler, it was still challenging to confront the sudden warmth of kinship and familial affection. Chapter 5. The Celestial Bone Shakes the Realm. The Ancient Sage Emerges. While Gu Changge was in a daze, Gu Changge had already returned to the residence of the first sequence. Sitting atop the bed, he gazed at the information before him, a look of anticipation and excitement gracing his features. This journey has yielded tremendous rewards. I never expected to not only bind a reborn female Supreme Clan sister, but also to obtain a Celestial Bone. How remarkable! Although the true power of the Celestial Bone remains unknown. Anything touched by the essence of Celestial becomes extraordinary and unparalleled. It is worth noting that throughout the ages of the 3,000 realms, every Emperor-level powerhouse has pursued the path of the Celestial. And now he has acquired a Celestial Bone. Host, the Celestial Bone will be returned 100 million times. Shall we begin the fusion? Yes, Gu Changge, upon glancing at the information before him, was nearly ready to confirm. But in the next moment, he hesitated, looking around. It is evident that fusing with a Celestial Bone, such an unparalleled opportunity, would undoubtedly create a monumental commotion. He had two choices. The first was to conceal the fusion's manifestation, allowing his father, Gu Changge, to intervene, which would surely mask the phenomenon, allowing him to continue cultivating in seclusion. That a mere fabrication regarding the origin of the Celestial Bone would suffice. After all, in this world, even reincarnation and recultivation are not unusual, and one could easily claim the Celestial Bone had been brewing within him all along. The second option is that being endowed with dual pupils and holding the position of the first sequence. If he were to trigger the commotion of the Celestial Bone, the other sequences and those standing behind them would likely become even more wary of him, and hostile forces would view him as a thorn in their side. A dangerous existence. However, Gu Changge hesitated for only a moment before opting for the second choice. How absurd! He possesses the qualifications of a wall hanger, and with dual pupils, standing as the first sequence of the longevity family. If he were to hide such talent as the Celestial Bone, he might as well abandon cultivation altogether and become a mere king of survival, by allowing his qualifications to become even more extraordinary. Given his status, he would not face any overt danger. Rather, he would likely gain even more esteem. With this thought, Gu Changge hesitated no longer and directly communicated with the system. System, I wish to fuse with the Celestial Bone. In the instant Gu Changge's words fell, a mysterious, sanctified aura surged forth from his seated form. It felt as though a celestial light was brewing within his chest, beginning to emanate through flesh and skin, radiating a brilliant glow. In that moment, the entire longevity Gu family was enveloped by a mysterious aura, akin to the arrival of a divine being. Almost instantaneously, as this aura manifested, countless terrifying eyes within the vast territory of the longevity Gu family slowly opened, strong energies awakening all around, transforming into beams of divine light that soared into the sky. These were the clan elders of the longevity Gu family, whose cultivation had reached the feather transformation realm, or even the monarch realm. They stood beneath the clear sky, gazing around, their souls trembling in silent communication. What is happening? What has occurred? This aura instills a sense of dread within me. Where did it emanate from? Strange, why is there no sign of its origin? Could it be that another true dragon of the longevity Gu family is about to awaken? The clan elders exchanged thoughts, their minds reverberating. Some younger members of the longevity Gu family also gazed in shock at the heavens, for they had never witnessed so many clan elders appearing at once. It is known that these elders hold high positions and possess extraordinary cultivation. Aside from the clan's core prodigies or the upper echelons, they are rarely seen. Yet today, so many elders have emerged. The head of the longevity Gu family, Gu Changge, also opened his eyes at the same time in the ancestral grounds of the longevity Gu family. The dilapidated earth mounds and the coffins displayed above ground, alongside the skeletal remains of corpses, all began to resonate with an astonishing aura. The aura radiating from the ancestral grounds left countless members of the longevity Gu family shaken. This mysterious aura had even stirred the ancestral elders. It is important to note that the ancestors within the ancestral grounds of the longevity Gu family are at least of the quasi-saint level, with some even reaching the heights of the saintly realm, or even half-step emperors. Amidst the astonishment of the countless members of the longevity Gu family, a magnificent celestial light suddenly erupted, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Reverberating across millions of miles, boom! The void of the central heavenly realm seemed to explode. Amidst the vast celestial light, myriad phenomena unfolded. True dragons and phoenixes roared and soared, while Chilean beasts dashed forth. Moreover, within 300 million miles of the longevity Gu family, purple chi flowed from the east, celestial light wafted, and celestial maidens danced gracefully, transcending the mortal realm, accompanied by ethereal figures soaring into the skies. Resembling ascension, the sudden commotion left countless beings across the central heavenly realm dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Additionally, the most powerful entities from various immortal sanctuaries and the longevity family gazed into the void, their sights set on the direction of the longevity Gu family. The ancient nest, a true dragon of the 9th level of the monarch realm, poised to ascend to the quasi-saint level, roared in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a phenomenon arise from the longevity Gu family? The human race has added another invincible prodigy, the Holy Spirit Mountain, a being of comparable power to the true dragon of the ancient nest, or even more fearsome, stood atop the mountain, gazing towards the longevity Gu family, declaring, "The phenomenon is overwhelming the central heavenly realm, with purple chi flowing for millions of miles. What terrifying qualifications could cause such a dreadful occurrence? We must investigate and eliminate anyone possessing such talent at the cradle, for the balance between the human race and us cannot be disrupted." In addition, the undying mountain, the primordial ancient mine, the underworld, and various other formidable opposing human forces also began to investigate the cause of this phenomenon. Although the human race is dominant in the 3,000 realms, formidable enemies remain beyond them. The ancient beasts, the holy spirits, the zombie clan, the primordial clan, and the underworld are all significant adversaries of the human race, watching closely, ready to overturn the 3,000 realms should the human race show any signs of weakness. While the human race may be powerful, they are also plagued by internal strife. Otherwise, these foreign races would not thrive so comfortably or possess the strength to contend with humanity. The myriad beings in the central heavenly realm were shaken. A hand suddenly tore through the void above the first sequence residence of the longevity Gu family. Immediately after, an elderly man, emaciated and covered in dirt, yet with eyes sparkling like stars and radiating myriad Dao rhythms, emerged. The one responsible for this astonishing phenomenon is indeed the first sequence of our longevity Gu family in this generation. Excellent, possessing extraordinary qualifications, and now awakening to create such a terrifying phenomenon with this mysterious talent. It seems our longevity Gu family is fated to give rise to another unparalleled saint. The elderly man, filled with joy, fixed his gaze intently on the first sequence residence below, as the elder appeared. The clan elders had already gathered nearby, including Gu Changge and others. Upon recognizing the elder, they collectively trembled and their eyes widened. This was a saintly ancestor. This phenomenon has even stirred the saintly ancestor. Chapter 6. The Son of God. My son possesses the qualifications of an emperor. The elder stood tall in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance and the extraordinary. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the fact that the elder stood aloft without any visible divine might, yet he emanated a terrifying aura akin to a blazing sun manifesting itself. He was that resplendent sun. Observing this phenomenon, the gathered clan elders were rendered speechless in astonishment. Could this be the aura of Ancestor Gu Yang? Hiss, Ancestor Gu Yang. Could it be the esteemed Gu Yang, the ancient ancestor who emerged a millennium ago, wielding the power of the great sun to instantly incinerate the blood-soaked seas and vanquish the terrifying blood demons that plagued the realm of Zhongzhou Dao? It is said that when Ancestor Gu Yang manifested to slay the blood demons, the great sun shone brilliantly, its true solar energy scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, and even a golden crow's ethereal form appeared, astonishing the world. Even after a millennium, the realm of Zhongzhou Dao still remembers the might of Ancestor Gu Yang. The elder clan members were astounded and engaged in fervent discussions. However, with Gu Changge's respectful bow, their suspicions were conclusively validated. Salutations to Ancestor Gu Yang. Gu Changge gently bowed before Gu Yang, who stood tall, as if embodying the great sun, his tone imbued with utmost reverence. The other elders, realizing the gravity of the moment, promptly bent their knees in homage. We pay our respects to Ancestor Gu Yang. The voices of the Gu clan elders resonated through the heavens. The younger members of the Gu family, upon hearing this, were left in stunned disbelief. My heavens, he is truly an ancestor. It is none other than Ancestor Gu Yang, a sage-level cultivator who has reached the pinnacle of his abilities. I am witnessing the emergence of a sage ancestor. What kind of phenomenon could have triggered such an event, leading to the arrival of a sage ancestor? This time, he will surely soar to unprecedented heights. Gu Yang looked down upon Gu Changge and the assembly of elders, nodding with a gentle smile. Indeed, our Changsheng Gu family has gained another unparalleled prodigy, and he is of the first sequence. How splendid! As Gu Yang spoke, the Changsheng Gu family was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. The younger members, who had just been in awe of the sage ancestor's presence, now found their minds buzzing with disbelief. Did we just hear correctly? The recent terrifying phenomenon pertains to the first sequence. The first sequence is none other than Gu Changge, right? But didn't he already possess the innate ability of the? This is simply inconceivable. To already possess the and still awaken such a monumental and terrifying phenomenon. The younger members of the Changsheng Gu family were utterly astonished, while the various sequences of the family now gazed intently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation towards the direction of the first sequence's estate. Not only the younger members of the Changsheng Gu family, but Gu Changge and the elder clan members were equally taken aback. They had sensed the phenomenon, yet had not confirmed who was responsible for it, and oh wonder the ancestor appeared above the first sequence's estate, tearing through the void. It turns out that the recently awakened terrifying phenomenon was indeed the handiwork of Gu Changge. However, Gu Changge already possesses the, and this phenomenon is no less impressive than the manifestation of his birth. Now, one can only wonder what extraordinary talent he has awakened to provoke such an uproar. Gu Changge remains unaware of the external commotion. Having just completed the fusion of the celestial bone, as he focused his divine sense on his chest, he beheld a swirling mass of ethereal celestial light within the chaos. As if it were nurturing an immortal deity, exuding an aura of great terror capable of reshaping the world with a mere thread of its power. Moreover, during the fusion of the celestial bone, Gu Changge's physical body was refined by its power, reaching a strength of 100,000 jin, comparable to a cultivator at the Rainbow Bridge realm. His cultivation has surpassed the Rainbow Bridge, manifesting the wheel of fate within his dantian. The first 4 realms of cultivation are opening the meridians, nurturing the spirit, transforming the liquid, and Rainbow Bridge. These 4 realms constitute the foundation, honing the path of cultivation. As the first sequence of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Changge's foundation is undoubtedly flawless. What follows is the true realm for nurturing the power of a great cultivator, known as Wheel of Fate, connecting to the divine, comprehending the Tao, and ascending. At this moment, Gu Changge has already activated the Wheel of Fate. Above his dantian, A 9-pattern wheel of fate is slowly rotating as the wheel spins. Drops of spiritual power are ground down, cascading from the wheel to form his cultivation energy. There are 9 patterns on the wheel. The greater the number of patterns, the more extraordinary the aptitude. My 9-pattern wheel of fate signifies an unmatched talent. Yet now, with the celestial bone, it seems that the celestial bone can assist in nurturing the wheel of fate, and not only that, but it is also subtly enhancing my physical body. The 9 patterns have not yet reached their limit. Could it be possible for me to continue to manifest additional patterns, further enriching my foundation? If so, this ability alone would be more than worthy of the celestial bone's name. Furthermore, my celestial bone is still in the process of nurturing. I wonder what astonishing divine ability it will eventually give rise to. Gu Changge is immensely satisfied with the celestial bone. As for the external commotion, he is indeed aware of it, yet he does not rush to step outside. He waits until he has thoroughly digested the opportunities presented by the celestial bone before finally opening his eyes to sense himself. Upon the completion of his celestial bone awakening, Ancestor Gu Yang in the heavens also sensed something. Smiling as he remarked, "It appears that the awakening has been completed." As Gu Yang's words fell, a streak of light shot forth from the first sequence's estate, the wheel of fate realm. One can traverse the void, transforming into a streak of light, covering 1,000 miles in a single day, soaring through the skies. This is the hallmark of a great cultivator. Gu Changge transformed into a beam of light, dazzling all the younger members of the Zhongzhou family. Transmuting into a streak of light, Gu Changge has already broken through to the wheel of fate. How old is he? He seems to be merely 16. A 16-year-old of the wheel of fate? My heavens! Not only that, but he also possesses and has just awakened an unparalleled talent. My goodness. The Zhongzhou family is truly about to produce an invincible, true dragon. The Gu family members gasped in disbelief. Gu Changge, witnessing Gu Changge's transformation into a streak of light and standing alongside them, felt his eyes narrow slightly, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, he is my son, Gu Changge. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge bowed to Ancestor Gu Yang, the family head, and the esteemed elders. With poise and calmness, he naturally performed his greetings to Gu Yang. Gu Changge, and the assembly of elders, the youth appeared somewhat youthful. Yet in the face of such a momentous occasion, his demeanor remained steady. Though his features were youthful, they were strikingly handsome, clad in a black and gold noble robe, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding an air of nobility that was both subtle and transcendent. This very moment, his appearance alone captivated countless hearts. One can only imagine the degree of elegance he will embody as he matures. Although appearance may not hold paramount importance in this world where strength reigns supreme, a pleasing visage does indeed confer an advantage. Gu Yang gazed affectionately at Gu Changge, nodding appreciatively as he remarked, "Excellent, excellent. As the first sequence of the Zhongzhou family, you inherently possess and now you have awakened a second extraordinary talent. Thus, you are undoubtedly the rightful heir to become the divine child of our Zhongzhou family. Do you wish to accept this role?" Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously bustling and astonished members of the Gu family erupted in an uproar. Gu Changge and the other elders turned to Gu Yang with expressions of shock. Is our sage ancestor directly designating Gu Changge as the divine child? Their minds buzzed with disbelief. Gu Changge felt a momentary jolt within, but maintained his composure, regarding the kindly face of Ancestor Gu Yang. Gu Yang looked at Gu Changge with warmth and admiration. Though he was unaware of the nature of Gu Changge's second awakening talent, the grandeur of the recent event made it evident that it must be an exceedingly formidable ability. With the plus this second awakening of unparalleled talent, and now that Gu Changge stands as the first sequence, it is clear why he would make this proposal. What is your opinion on this matter? Gu Yang inquired once more. Gu Changge was about to respond when the other clan elders from various branches could no longer remain silent. They were acutely aware that the position of divine child had not yet been firmly established, and their respective branches had a chance to support other candidates for the role. It was perplexing for Gu Changge to be directly designated as the divine child by the ancestor. If this were to be confirmed, all their previous efforts would be rendered futile. The Changsheng family has endured through the ages, naturally possessing their own methods of governance. It should be noted that each prominent family standing at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, each immortal sanctuary, has its own set of rules. While they may share similarities, they are tailored to the operational needs of the respective factions. Ancestor. This matter requires further deliberation. Indeed, since time immemorial, the Changsheng Gu family has relied on their own strength to compete. How can one be appointed as divine child merely based on a display of talent? I dare to suggest that this is unjust to the other candidates. Several elders stepped forward to voice their concerns. Gu Changge and the main branch elders exchanged glances, and soon one of the main branch elders stepped forward and retorted, "What is there to contest? Gu Changge possesses innate and has now awakened a second extraordinary talent. With such an endowment, who could possibly rival him? Not to mention, Gu Changge is of the first sequence. Is it not evident that his strength already places him above the younger generation of the entire Changsheng Gu family?" The other main branch elders chimed in, affirming, "I believe Elder Gu Su is correct. The first sequence signifies something profound. We need not elaborate further. Moreover, Gu Changge has reached the Wheel of Fate realm at merely 16 years of age. Who else can compare?" The main branch elders spoke with conviction, casting amused glances at the opposing branch elders, brimming with confidence. The branch elders were incensed, their faces flushed with indignation. Observing this, Gu Yang nodded slightly, smiling as he turned to the dissenting elders and inquired, "Is there anyone in the current sequences who has reached the Wheel of Fate? Let him step forth and engage in a duel with Gu Changge. The victor shall be designated as the divine scion of the Changsheng Gu clan by the esteemed ancestor." Upon uttering these words, Gu Yang's declaration rendered the entire assembly speechless. The elders of the collateral branches hesitated, their faces contorted in disbelief, for such a scenario had yet to unfold, in the absence of any alternatives. "Let us proceed according to my arrangements," Gu Yang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the group of collateral elders before turning back to Gu Changge with a smile that radiated warmth. Grateful for the ancestors' benevolence, Gu Changge could hardly refuse the designation of divine scion. He bowed deeply to Gu Yang, acquiescing with alacrity. "Splendid." Gu Yang laughed heartily. Yet in the next moment, Gu Changge's subsequent words took everyone by surprise. "However, should I ascend to the position of divine scion in such a manner, certain individuals within our clan may harbor dissent, which would complicate my future governance of the Changsheng Gu family." With that, Gu Changge turned to the astonished elders of the collateral branches and proclaimed loudly in the direction of the various lineages, "Thus, I, Gu Changge, shall extend an opportunity to my brothers, younger siblings, and elder sisters. If any one of them can best me before the upcoming Divine Scion competition, I shall willingly relinquish my position and no longer serve as the Divine Scion." Boom! Gu Changge's declaration reverberated like a drop of scalding oil into the tranquil waters of the Changsheng Gu family. It was clear to all that this was a challenge issued to the younger generation, compelling them to submit to him. Otherwise, he would not claim the title of Divine Scion in one of the courtyards of the Changsheng Gu estate. A robust youth wielding a spear bore an expression of fierce determination. "Very well. Gu Changge, I shall certainly seek to avenge my past grievances during the competition." In another courtyard, a seemingly ordinary youth with a mysterious aura murmured, "Ah, is this an opportunity for us to become stepping stones?" Yet, who will truly become the stepping stone remains uncertain. Similar sentiments echoed through other courtyards within the Changsheng Gu family. Each youth, previously distinguished during the Divine Scion competition, now displayed a fervent spirit upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Truly, he is a true dragon chosen by our ancestor, keenly insightful and poised, already exhibiting the qualities necessary to lead the Changsheng Gu family into a new era. Changge, the future of the Changsheng Gu family rests upon your shoulders. Perhaps sensing the conclusion of the matter, Gu Yang laughed heartily and transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring towards the revered ancestral grounds of the Gu family. The other elders respectfully bowed as he departed. Thus, the matter of Gu Changge's ascension as the Divine Scion was inexplicably settled. However, this Divine Scion was unlike any previous ones, for any who achieved the rank could challenge Gu Changge. Moreover, should they defeat him, they would usurp his title, and he would no longer be eligible to reclaim it. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of the Changshenggu family. Consequently, there was a palpable undercurrent of ambition surging through the family, as many prodigies and gifted individuals hastened to improve their skills. Even if they were to be replaced in the future, they yearned to experience the taste of being the divine scion. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, who was being attended to by maidservants in preparation to visit the first lineage estate and become the protected sister of Gu Changge, found her mind in turmoil, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The aura she had just sensed was ethereal. Moreover, Gu Changge had been designated as the divine scion. This development diverged entirely from what I had anticipated. Chapter 8. Fortunes. Farewell, Gu Changge. Gu Changge's heart trembled as she gazed toward the first lineage estate, unable to conceal her astonishment. Even as a reborn supreme being, witnessing the aura of divinity emanating from Gu Changge's residence was beyond her comprehension. Miss Gu, everything is ready. We may proceed to the residence of young Master Changge. A maidservant said respectfully, her eyes filled with envy. Very well, Gu Changge replied, suppressing her inner shock. She followed the two assigned maidservants as they led her to the first lineage estate for a formal visit. Although Gu Changge had acknowledged her as his sister, the nature of their relationship remained to be seen, dependent on his disposition. Therefore, until it was confirmed whether Gu Changge truly regarded her as a sister, no one dared to treat Gu Changge with anything less than the utmost respect. At the first lineage estate, Gu Changge and the other elders had gathered, their attention fixed upon a youthful figure exuding an air of burgeoning elegance. Curiosity etched on his face. Gu Changge inquired of Gu Changge, "Changge, what is the nature of your awakened second talent?" As he spoke, the room fell silent as all the elders leaned in, eagerly listening. Previously, amidst such a crowd, they had refrained from questioning Gu Changge about his talent, recognizing its significance and the need for discretion. However, now that only the upper echelons of the Changshenggu family were present, it was permissible that a slight smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he refrained from answering directly, instead choosing to demonstrate the revelation that the elders yearned to understand. Buzz, a tremendous wave of energy suddenly enveloped the space, even causing Gu Changge, a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the King realm, to feel an oppressive weight emanating from a different realm of existence. The other elders were similarly affected, their faces reddening in astonishment. Then, incredulous gazes converged upon the area just above Gu Changge's chest. Beneath the fabric of his black robe, an ethereal radiance burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with an undeniable brilliance. As if a divine figure were seated within, poised to unleash its formidable power at any moment. Witnessing this spectacle, every individual present inhaled sharply that Gu Changge could hardly believe his eyes as he excitedly questioned Gu Changge. "Changge, could it be that you possess the supreme bone?" Gu Changge was utterly astounded. This scene mirrored the moment when Gu Changge had awakened her supreme bone. The other elders were equally exhilarated, some even rubbing their eyes vigorously to confirm they were not mistaken. Supreme bone? No. Gu Changge, suppressing his elation, chuckled softly at the astonished expressions of Gu Changge and the elders. "According to the information I have inherited, what I possess is the legendary celestial bone." Boom! Gu Changge's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of Gu Changge and the others. "Celestial bone. Celestial bone. You truly possess the celestial bone," Gu Changge murmured in disbelief. The other elders trembled with excitement, their bodies vibrating with joy. Indeed, only the celestial bone could evoke such a grand phenomenon, shaking the heavens upon its initial awakening. It was worth noting that when Changge awakened her supreme bone, her manifestation was but a mere 10,000 miles, which paled in comparison to the celestial aura accompanying Changge's awakening. Indeed, only the celestial bone makes sense that in an instant, the gazes of all present turned toward Gu Changge with newfound reverence. The combination of the dual pupils and celestial bone represented an astonishingly formidable potential. My heavens! Gu Changge and the principal elders exchanged ecstatic glances, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Gu Changge's decision not to strip his sister of her supreme bone. Could this be the manifestation of divine favor? In an instant, he awakened a power even more formidable than the Supreme Bone. The Celestial Bone. I could see this moment. All the elders of the Changsheng family erupted in joyous laughter, discussing amongst themselves. Even those collateral elders who supported other lineages were elated, though a bittersweet pang lingered in their hearts. After all, the presence of a dual pupil alone had already overshadowed the younger generation of the Changsheng family. Now, with the addition of the Celestial Bone, the prospects for other lineages appeared bleak. Of course, they would certainly refrain from sharing this news with the other lineages. It would be too disheartening and could quench the spirits of the younger generation. Enough, Gu Changge commanded, restoring silence within the first lineage estate. With a smile, he regarded Gu Changge with immense satisfaction. Changge, you have just awakened your Celestial Bone, which is likely nurturing unparalleled celestial techniques. The resources required for this endeavor are likely beyond imagination. Since Ancestor Gu Yang has already designated you as the Divine Scion, beginning this month, the family shall allocate resources to you in accordance with the standards of a Divine Scion. And additionally, we shall increase it by 20%. After Gu Changge made this proclamation, he turned to the assembled elders behind him. What say you? Naturally, this is acceptable. The Divine Scion is entitled to these resources. I concur. Almost all the principal elders agreed, recognizing Gu Changge's talent and the folly of refusing him resources. While healthy competition within the family was acceptable when it came to nurturing an exceptional prodigy, the Changsheng family must unite in their support. Thus, I extend my gratitude to the family head and esteemed elders. Gu Changge's heart swelled with joy, and he solemnly bowed to Gu Changge and the Gather clan elders. Witnessing Gu Changge's courteousness and gentleness, the elders could not help but express their admiration inwardly. Merely this demeanor had already surpassed many in the hierarchy. Subsequently, Gu Changge and the elders began to withdraw. As Gu Changge observed the first sequence mansion returning to tranquility, he let out a sigh of relief, then sensed the strands of his physical form being reinforced by celestial bones, turning to enter his chamber. In the following day, Gu Changge sat cross-legged in his room, a resounding symphony of profound Dao sounds emanating from within, occasionally illuminated by beams of celestial light streaming through the window, giving the impression that a divine being was in the midst of cultivation. After several breaths, these extraordinary phenomena gradually faded from sight. Gu Changge opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power within his body, and clenched his fist, producing a thunderous sound. In just a single night, the strength of my physical form surged from 100,000 pounds to an astonishing 110,000. The celestial bones are truly formidable. Moreover, upon examining his dantian, Gu Changge beheld an expansive sea of spiritual energy rippling with waves, atop which floated a 9-pattern life wheel radiating immortal brilliance. The wheel spun. It exuded an extraordinary aura, a 1,000 zhong sea of spirit energy. In one night, I have thoroughly solidified my first layer cultivation in the life wheel realm, with each layer of the life wheel representing 1,000 zhong. The 9th layer signifies 9,000 zhong. Once I consolidate a 9,000 zhong sea of spirit energy, I will attain the 9th layer of the life wheel realm. Furthermore, as I have awakened the 9-pattern life wheel, each drop of spirit energy condensed from it surpasses 100 drops of ordinary energy. Just the intensity of my spirit energy is sufficient to enable me to vanquish foes of the same rank and easily overpower those of higher realms. Coupled with my physical strength, my foundation is now exponentially stronger than before. Upon finishing his thoughts, Gu Changge rose from the bed, preparing to step outside for some fresh air and to practice his divine abilities. For after such a significant breakthrough, it was essential to familiarize himself with the changes in his powers. However, just as Gu Changge opened the door, a stunning maid awaited him outside. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, the maid respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Divine Son. Last night, Miss Qingqiu visited. Not wishing to disturb you while you were solidifying your cultivation, she asked if you would like to meet her." Chapter 9. Dragon Elephant Skill. Fooling the Supreme Clan sister into calling him brother Gu Changge, she came to the Sequence Mansion last night. It seems this reborn Supreme Clan sister knows how to navigate social intricacies well. Coming to pay her respects and having the maid wait here all night. Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled and said, "Did Sister Qingqiu arrive? Please bring her to my courtyard." "Understood, Divine Son." The maid nodded, casting a shy glance at Gu Changge before departing quickly. Gu Changge recalled the panel of Gu Qingqiu from yesterday, feeling a surge of interest as he began to inspect it. If he recalled correctly, it seemed he could check Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. This feature felt like a crucial aspect of his future ascendancy. Nickname: Gu Qingqiu. Identity: daughter of the Zhongzhou Gu clan's branch. Reborn supreme strength. Ninth layer of the opening veins realm. Physique: supreme bone. Cultivation method: void scripture. Divine ability: void great hand seal. Recent fortune. Upon viewing Gu Qingqiu's panel, Gu Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, what on earth happened in just one night? Gu Qingqiu merely practiced for a single night and has already reached the ninth layer of the opening veins realm. This is the power of a reborn supreme, cultivating as easily as eating or drinking. As for Gu Qingqiu mastering the void scripture, that was entirely expected. Being a reborn supreme, it was not unusual for her to have prior knowledge of the Zhongzhou Gu clan's imperial cultivation methods. What was truly outrageous was her strength panel. Compared to the previous day, it was a world apart. Finally, Gu Changge's gaze fell upon Gu Qingqiu's recent fortune. Recent fortune: the fallen reborn empress, destined to continue a tumultuous fate as in her past life. Her foundation undermined. However, the heavens are unpredictable. Unforeseen changes have unfolded in the unseen realm. The supreme bone still lies within her, augmented by the wisdom of her past life, granting her an extraordinary chance for ascendance. With the protection and cultivation of the Zhongzhou Gu clan's divine son, her strength will continue to surge. A month later, she will participate in the coming-of-age trial alongside the divine son of the Zhongzhou Gu clan, obtaining the holy grade dragon elephant skill within the void secret realm. Upon seeing the words dragon elephant skill, Gu Changge found himself unable to continue reading the subsequent text. It seemed the following fortunes were beyond his view. Nevertheless, even the information thus far was more than enough for Gu Changge to ponder deeply. Indeed, the targets bound to the system were anything but simple. Merely this sliver of recent fortune indicated that one could acquire a holy grade body refinement technique. What other astonishing opportunities lay ahead? A holy grade body refinement technique, of which even the Zhongzhou Gu clan possessed only a handful, and the fact that this dragon elephant skill had caught the attention of both Gu Qingqiu, the reborn supreme, and the system itself signified its extraordinary nature. If I were to seize this opportunity and then bestow it upon Gu Qingqiu as a return gift, wouldn't that be akin to soaring to the heavens in an instant? With the celestial bones nurturing my physical form, Gu Changge's strength had already surpassed that of ordinary beings. Should I also cultivate this extraordinary body refinement technique, I would likely become invincible in physical prowess. Upon contemplating this, Gu Changge began to feel a sense of anticipation. After reviewing Gu Qingqiu's information, he sensed that the maid had already brought Gu Qingqiu to stand outside the courtyard. Gu Changge took his seat at an exquisite jade table crafted from high-grade luminous jade. His gaze directed towards the courtyard's entrance as he smiled. "Come in." The maid, having just arrived at the courtyard's entrance, slightly bowed and indicated to Gu Qingqiu that she could enter. Although Gu Qingqiu had encountered Gu Changge countless times in her previous life, even battling and ultimately defeating him, the events of this life had left her somewhat bewildered. Collecting her thoughts, Gu Qingqiu stepped into the courtyard. The small courtyard, roughly 100 zhang in size, was rich in spiritual energy, and under the morning sun's rays, it appeared shrouded in ethereal mist. Within this hazy atmosphere sat a young man beside a stone table, his gaze fixed upon her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. As she approached, the young man gradually came into focus. Dressed in an elegant black and gold robe, even seated, his stature emanated an air of nobility. His features were strikingly handsome. Though youthful, one could already perceive the makings of unparalleled grace and the essence of a celestial being. His hair shimmered, and his aura was divine. That ethereal quality about him made it seem as if he had transcended the mortal realm. Gu Qingqiu, upon seeing Gu Changge for the first time, instantly confirmed that this Gu Changge was worlds apart from the one she remembered from her past life. Not only was his demeanor exceptional, but she could also sense an overwhelming power within him. One that even she, as a reborn supreme, could not fathom. Of course, this could also be attributed to her relative weakness in cultivation. Regardless, the current Gu Changge was undoubtedly extraordinary and unlike any she had encountered before. Greetings, Divine Son. Gu Changge approached Gu Changge, bowing respectfully, her voice as melodious as a flowing spring, tinged with a hint of coldness. She observed Gu Changge, who, in turn, was appraising the young woman before him, having undergone meticulous grooming. Gu Changge appeared even more striking than the previous day when he had seen her in the side chamber. Her black hair was elegantly coiled, with 3,000 strands cascading down to her slender waist. A white jade hairpin adorned her locks, lending her an air of innocent elegance. Her bright eyes and pearly smile, coupled with her fair skin and delicate, youthful features, suggested a breathtaking beauty in the making. Do not be so formal, Sister Changge. Gu Changge shook his head, gesturing for her to sit as he smiled. I was preoccupied with solidifying my cultivation last night and could not meet you. I hope you can forgive me, and no need for that. I must thank you, Divine Son, for allowing me to return under your auspices. Gu Changge did not take a seat, but instead bowed once more. Expressing her gratitude, Gu Changge raised his hand, signaling her to pause. Gu Changge, taken aback, looked up at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. With a smile on his handsome face, Gu Changge said, "Did we not agree yesterday? Sister Changge shall henceforth be my sister. There is no need for such formality. That if you do not mind, I shall call you Sister Changge, and you may refer to me as Brother Changge or Brother Divine Son." Gu Changge's youthful, innocent face froze in surprise. "What, brother? Are you Gu Changge, the selfish and self-serving Gu Changge from my memories, who only sought his own path to ascendance? How is this possible?" Gu Changge furrowed his brow. Looking at Gu Changge, though she was unaware of the circumstances, she found it hard to refuse this sudden warmth, so she simply shook her head. Seeing this, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, from now on, I shall call you Sister Changge. You may call me Brother Changge or Brother Divine Son, as you wish." Chapter 10. 10,000-fold return of the superior holy weapon. Starfall bow-faced with Gu Changge's unexpected warmth. Gu Changge found herself at a loss. Initially, she thought his declaration of sisterhood was merely a jest or perhaps a strategic move due to her talents. Yet, he was indeed sincere, having been stripped of her bones and exiled to the Changshan Gu clan's ancestral grounds in her past life. Gu Changge had long since forgotten how to address anyone with such closeness. Think that she would now be asked to call the very person who had once betrayed her brother. However, Gu Changge remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Gu Changge's heart. After finishing her monologue, she continued with a smile, "Sister Changge, since this is our first meeting and I have not prepared any splendid gifts, if your cultivation is not yet advanced, a top-grade treasure would be of little use to you. Fortunately, I have a medium-grade treasure I acquired previously, the colorful umbrella, which boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. Rivaling those of a top-grade treasure, it will serve you well as a transitional protection in your early stages." As she spoke, Gu Changge waved her hand, and a shimmering light flashed from the storage ring on her finger. In an instant, a beautifully radiant and colorful umbrella appeared before them. The umbrella radiated hues of light, sparkling brilliantly, and beneath its colorful glow, a cylindrical energy barrier was formed. This is how it looks when activated. Gu Changge demonstrated with thoughtfulness, then waved her hand, allowing the colorful umbrella to float gracefully before the astonished Gu Changge. "I assent, this too precious?" Gu Changge gazed at the umbrella, her eyes flickering with disbelief. This unique protective treasure was undoubtedly far more valuable than ordinary treasures, and the fact that its defensive power could match that of a top-grade treasure suggested its true worth might even exceed that of a top-grade one. This umbrella would not become obsolete even in the realms of the Rainbow Bridge or the Wheel of Fate. "It's not too precious. Accept it," Gu Changge insisted, her gaze urging Gu Changge to take the gift. "How else could I return this favor? After all, I still possess a card for 10,000-fold returns, a card for 1,000-fold returns, and 5 cards for 100-fold returns and here are some elixirs and divine abilities." Take a look and see if there is anything you need, Gu Changge added, producing a collection of items and placing them on the jade table before her, gesturing for Gu Changge to come and choose. As Gu Changge observed this scene, a tempest of emotions surged within her. If only Gu Changge had spoken to her like this in her past life, perhaps the Gu family would not have fallen into infighting, becoming a laughingstock in the realms. How could she have endured a life of solitary struggle, suffering humiliation at the hands of various powerful factions? Thus, in this rebirth, what was truly happening? Lost in thought, Gu Changge felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, and a faint mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changge, who had been closely observing her, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the mist in her eyes. Sister, why are you suddenly on the verge of tears? Could it be that you are moved? That shouldn't be the case. In your previous life, you were a supreme being. Returning now, should you not still be supreme? Why be so easily touched? What is troubling you? Gu Changge stood up and walked closer, peering intently into Gu Changge's eyes, her brow furrowed with concern. There's something else that is bothering you. Standing before Gu Changge, Gu Changge could distinctly smell a faint fragrance emanating from her. A shiver ran through her as she lowered her head, speaking softly. No, I simply did not expect that Brother Shensi would treat me so kindly. I am momentarily overwhelmed. Of course, you possess the supreme bone, and you will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Chongshan Gu clan in the future. If I do not treat you well, who else would I treat well? Gu Changge waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. If you are so surprised by this, what would happen if I were to give you a sacred weapon or an imperial artifact? You might faint on the spot. At the mention of sacred weapons and imperial artifacts, Gu Changge's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Sacred weapons, particularly those without a master, could stir chaos throughout the realms. Imperial artifacts, even more so, represented the foundation of the Chongshan clan and the immortal sanctum. Yet, judging by Gu Changge's tone, it seemed she intended to bestow such treasures upon her in the future. Gu Changge found it utterly absurd. Surely that could not be true, even with her noble lineage. Sacred weapons were still incredibly precious. All right, take this. And here are some foundational elixirs as well. Quickly raise your cultivation level. Perhaps I can take you to experience the Void Secret Realm when the time comes. Gu Changge said, playfully placing the colorful umbrella into Gu Changge's embrace. Looking down at the umbrella nestled in her arms, Gu Changge's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude as she gave a slight nod. Thank you, Brother Shensi. Good, Gu Changge said, reaching out to pat Gu Changge on the head. From now on, I will protect you well, Sister Changge. The sudden contact caught Gu Changge off guard. The warmth of familial affection she had never experienced in her past life caused her heart to race. Leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil. No, I must not succumb to this feeling. Perhaps Gu Changge is merely feigning kindness. I need to verify this further. As her heart settled, Gu Changge took a deep breath, her expression returning to tranquility. Very well. Thank you, Brother Shensi. I shall accept these gifts. As she spoke, she slightly tilted her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting the striking countenance of Gu Changge. Since she had been gifted treasures, it would be prudent to repay them swiftly to avoid any future complications that might hinder her goodwill. If her memory served her correctly, there would be a dragon elephant technique emerging from the Void Rift during the adult ceremony trials in the secret realm a month later. In her past life, a branch disciple of the Chongshan Gu clan had obtained it, causing quite a stir in the Zhongzhou Dao realm, and was even considered a contender against Gu Changge, who had seized her supreme bone that time. She could use the dragon elephant technique as a token of gratitude. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, in the eyes of this reborn supreme clan sister, he was perceived in an entirely different light, unaware that she thought of him as a peer, united in kinship. Thus, when she accepted the colorful umbrella, a return prompt appeared before Gu Changge. Host has gifted a medium-grade exotic treasure. The colorful umbrella to the bound return target, Gu Changge. Return mechanism triggered. Detection shows that the host possesses one 10,000-fold return card, one 1,000-fold return card, and 5 100-fold return cards. Would you like to choose one for fixed multiplier return? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Gu Changge responded. Use one 10,000-fold return card for the return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10,000-fold return card. Host has gifted the medium-grade exotic treasure, the colorful umbrella. To Gu Changge, the 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, you have received a top-grade sacred weapon. Starfall Bow. Starfall Bow. Top-grade sacred weapon, with the galaxy as its string and constellations as its frame. One arrow pierces the starry sea. Another falls like a great star, a top-grade sacred weapon, and a bow at that. Gu Changge stared at the return notification with astonishment, his pupils slightly widening as a rush of joy flooded his heart. This was a splendid trade, exchanging a medium-grade treasure for a top-grade sacred weapon, and an exceedingly rare top-grade sacred bow at that. What a fortune! Despite the thrill within, Gu Changge maintained a warm smile on his face and continued to enthusiastically present foundational elixirs to Gu Changge. Sister Changge, there are more elixirs here. This meridian opening pill will protect your meridians, ensuring a smoother opening. This is a spirit-nurturing pill for the spirit-nurturing realm, and this is a spirit-gathering pill. For the liquid transformation realm, Gu Changge eagerly handed over a collection of elixirs to Gu Changge, and by the time she regained her senses, her arms were already filled with a bundle of them. Gu Changge blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What was happening? Since meeting Gu Changge, she had lost count of how many times such thoughts had crossed her mind that it was simply impossible to reconcile the Gu Changge before her with a self-serving individual from her memories. However, Gu Changge's brow furrowed slightly, for after bestowing the elixirs upon Gu Changge, the invincible return system had not triggered a single time. What was going on? With that thought, Gu Changge inquired within, "System, what gives? Why has the return mechanism stopped?" Ding! Each bound target can only trigger a return once per day. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Changge understood he had already prepared himself for the possibility of no returns. If he could truly receive unlimited returns daily, he could simply ask Gu Changge to bring the entire foundation of the Zhongzhou Gu clan and sweep it all at once, becoming invincible and soaring throughout the 3,000 realms. Surely, that was too outrageous. The system's operation likely could not support such a mechanism. After all, returns must consume some mysterious resource, though he had yet to determine what that was. With only one return per bound target each day, it seemed he would need to bind multiple targets to achieve his goals. Though this limitation prevented infinite returns, receiving returns a dozen times a day would still suffice that a daily limit was acceptable. If it were weekly, monthly, or yearly, or even per realm, that would be quite troublesome. Gu Changge decided to take what he could get. All right, Sister Changge, do you need anything else? Feel free to tell me, Gu Changge asked. No, that's all, Gu Changge replied, shaking her head in reverence. Thank you, Brother Shensi. The girl's voice was as melodious as a clear stream, and Gu Changge could hardly describe the feeling of being addressed as brother by a supreme clan sister from his past life. It was as refreshing as a cool breeze, uplifting his spirits. By the way, do you have any cultivation methods? Although Gu Changge was already aware that Gu Changge possessed the Void Sutra, he still felt compelled to ask. I do. Gu Changge replied calmly. Just as Gu Changge was about to engage in a deeper conversation and strengthen their bond, a communication jade tablet flew out from his storage ring. Gu Changge glanced at Gu Changge, who was rising to leave. He did not mind, instead opening the communication in her presence. Changge, come to the family council hall at once. The voice of Gu Changge emanated from the communication jade tablet. As the sound faded, the tablet gently descended. Gu Changge reached out to catch it, and, after placing it back into his storage ring, turned to Gu Changge and said, Father is looking for me, so I shall proceed to the council hall. Gu Changge nodded. Given that it was their first meeting, Gu Changge sensed Gu Changge's discomfort and chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding before making his way toward the council hall. Upon leaving the courtyard, he glanced back at Gu Changge, who was watching him depart, and mused with interest, I wonder what my impression was in my previous life regarding this esteemed sister of the Supreme Clan. It must have been akin to my own, cherishing the elders and loving the young, fostering kinship among our kind. After Gu Changge's departure, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Gu Changge stared blankly at the colorful umbrella in her hand, along with the jars and bottles cradled in her arms, letting out a sigh as she took a seat at the jade table beside her. Gu Changge actually took the initiative to protect me? He even gifted me treasures and elixirs. Moreover, his demeanor resembles that of an affectionate elder brother. However, it struck her as odd that Gu Changge did not attempt to excavate her supreme bone from the very beginning. What more terrifying schemes are you concocting, Gu Changge? I refuse to believe that you have truly transformed into a benevolent individual, Gu Changge murmured, a terrifying aura flickering in her clear, beautiful eyes, as if threatening to collapse the heavens. The vivid memories of events from her past life were etched deeply in her mind, one she could never forget. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, his actions had thoroughly bewildered the esteemed sister of the Supreme Clan. Within a mere 2 days, he had visited the council hall twice. This was not a favorable sign. Logically, upon ascending to the first sequence, one should focus on enhancing their cultivation and solidifying their foundational path to secure victory in the contest among the divine offspring, thus truly overshadowing their contemporaries. Ordinarily, unless significant matters arose, he would not be disturbed that by examining Gu Changge's recent fortunes, Gu Changge subtly deduced that the matter at hand likely pertained to the adult ceremony. The adulthood ceremony of the Zhongzhou Gu family was no trivial affair. From Gu Changge's recent fortunes, one could glean some insights. Based on his recollections, Gu Changge surmised that the adult ceremony trial was imminent, likely occurring within the next few months. The council hall of the Gu family was the true assembly chamber of the Zhongzhou Gu clan, where not only Gu Changge, the patriarch of the Zhongzhou Gu family, but also representatives from other branches would gather to deliberate on significant matters. This was distinct from the previous council hall, where Gu Changge and other prominent clan elders had summoned Gu Changge. The Divine Son has arrived. A clear voice from the attendant resonated throughout the council hall. Gu Changge, who was savoring tea in anticipation, along with the representatives of the various branches, turned their attention toward the entrance of the hall. A tall figure strode in, his youthful face radiating a charming yet innocent aura, clad in a luxurious black long robe that accentuated his height. Remarkably, despite his youth, he exuded an exceptional demeanor, a noble presence that seemed to elevate him above the mundane world. Enhanced by the brilliance from outside that rendered him ethereal, the assembly of clan elders gazed at Gu Changge's appearance with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Truly, he was a figure chosen by the ancestors to be the Divine Son. His mere presence was extraordinary. I have met with the clan patriarch and esteemed elders. Gu Changge greeted Gu Changge and the surrounding clan elders. Changge has arrived. Come, take a seat, Gu Changge replied with a warm smile, gesturing toward the first seat in the front row on his left. The first seat was vacant, and behind it were 9 additional seats, all of which were occupied. Upon Gu Changge's entrance, several individuals seated there displayed a fierce combat intent, causing the air to tremble, while others with bright eyes fixated their gazes upon him. Chapter 12. The Adult Ceremony Trial. Sequence Competition. Aside from the first seat, the 9 seats behind it represented the 9 sequences of the Zhongzhou Gu family. The arrangement of these seats also indicated the order of the sequences. Gu Changge, as the Divine Son, was naturally entitled to the first seat. However, he did not hasten to take a seat. Instead, he smiled gently at the other 9 sequence members, saying, "Greetings to all. Greetings, Divine Son." Among the 9 sequences, 2 exceptionally beautiful young women responded first, their eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Each smile and frown captivating, their figures slender and graceful. The remaining 7 sequence members, upon witnessing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao respond to Gu Changge, allowed their intense combat intent to dissipate, also greeting him. "Greetings, Divine Son." While some were genuinely willing, others were less than enthusiastic. Nonetheless, Gu Changge paid no heed to this, offering a simple greeting before taking a seat. The Gu Ziyu observed Gu Changge as he settled into his chair and leaned closer to Gu Xiaoxiao. Speaking softly, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you sense that Divine Son Changge seems somewhat different from before? You notice too?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied, "He appears more approachable than he used to, doesn't he?" Gu Xiaoxiao inquired, "That I feel the same way." Gu Ziyu agreed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. "Moreover, he seems even more handsome and charismatic than before. Should we ask the patriarch to matchmake you and the Divine Son?" "Sister Xiaoxiao, you tease." The whispers of the young ladies drew little attention, until Gu Changge cleared his throat, prompting the two to quiet down. The other seemed unperturbed by the exchange. After Gu Changge's gentle cough, he surveyed the assembly with a smile and remarked, "Today, all of you have gathered at the Gu family's council hall, including representatives from various branches, the Divine Son of the Gu family, and all 9 sequences present, and I trust some of you have already surmised that we are here to discuss the upcoming adult ceremony of the Zhongzhou Gu family, scheduled for next month. Following customary practice, the adult ceremony will involve entering the Void Secret Realm for training, with rewards determined by scores. However, this time, due to changes within the Void Secret Realm, the strength of the beasts and spirits inside has significantly increased. Hence the decision to have the Divine Son and the 9 sequences lead the hunt, ranking collectively. The scoring will include team rankings and individual scores. The points for hunting remain consistent with prior standards. Beasts and spirits of the opening vein realm yield 1 point. Spirit nurturing yield 3 points. Liquid transformation yield 5 points. Rainbow bridge yield 10 points. Fate will yield 100 points. And Divine Sense yield 300 points, as for the absence of higher realms like the Enlightenment Realm or Ascension Realm. That was simply due to the upper echelons of the Zhongzhou Gu family having excluded them, that if there were Enlightenment beasts or spirits within the Void Secret Realm, such an overt danger would be something the Zhongzhou Gu family could not afford to ignore. Even the most extraordinary prodigy, at merely 16, having just reached adulthood, could not possibly contend against an Enlightenment Realm entity at this age. Having concluded his speech, Gu Changge then turned to the assembly and inquired, "Does anyone have any additional comments or suggestions?" One elder spoke up, "Patriarch, is it appropriate for the clan's younger generation to freely choose between the Divine Son or the 9 sequences? After all, this could lead to a scenario where everyone opts for the Divine Son or the higher sequences, which would be unfair to the others." The other elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the disparity among the clan's youths, some of whom were barely half as strong as the sequences, that if those less powerful banded together, they could potentially outshine the sequences. Gu Changge pondered this, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, he had overlooked this aspect. If selection were truly unrestricted, it was likely that everyone would choose Gu Changge, which was unacceptable. An elder then proposed with a smile, "Patriarch, I have an idea. Let us distribute tokens to the clan's younger generation, binding their essences that we can draw lots, and whatever team they draw, they will join to—" "Oh, what a splendid idea!" Gu Changge and the other elders' eyes brightened. This would indeed introduce an element of randomness. Moreover, with the tokens bound to their essences, swapping tokens would be impossible, and they could also serve as score recorders. This is feasible. Very well, let it be so. Gu Changge agreed without hesitation. He then turned to Gu Changge and the other 9 sequences, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Entirely at the Patriarch's discretion. Gu Changge nodded in affirmation. The other 9 sequences echoed, "Entirely at the Patriarch's discretion." Once the arrangements for the adult ceremony trial were settled and the news spread, the entire Zhongzhou Gu family erupted in excitement. One had anticipated that this adult ceremony trial would allow for team-ups with the sequences and employ 2 ranking methods, one for team performance and another for individual prowess. The former emphasized teamwork, while individual capability also held significance. The latter focused solely on personal ability, maintaining the traditional format. Most importantly, being able to team up with the sequences and the Divine Son heightened the sense of participation immensely. I want to be on the same team as the Divine Son. If I could join him, I would undoubtedly be safe and sound. The Divine Son had already surpassed the Fate Wheel realm, while the other 9 sequences were merely at the peak of the Rainbow Bridge, making them incomparable. Indeed, as long as we join the Divine Son, victory is assured. How could there be any randomness in selection? There is no chance for manipulation. Amidst the cacophony of lamentations, anticipations, and jubilations, Gu Changge remained indifferent to the specifics of the situation. In his eyes, the only rival he acknowledged was none other than himself. Alongside the fortuitous opportunities hinted at in the fortunes of Gu Changge, which he had gleaned from the Void Secret Realm, since the awakening of his celestial bone and the emergence of his 9-pattern fate wheel. Gu Changge's aspirations had shifted away from the longevity of the Gu family, directing his focus instead towards the expansive realms of the heavenly Dao. With a month still remaining, he resolved to diligently cultivate. striving to expand his internal Dantian spirit sea to 2,000 zhong and to break through to the second layer of the fate wheel. The distinction between the first and second layers was already exceedingly apparent with a mere doubling of the spirit sea. Simultaneously, he aimed to seize this opportunity to refine his abilities across various domains that he sought to update and adapt his offensive, defensive, and mobility divine techniques to accommodate the enhancements that would accompany his advancement to the Fate Wheel realm. Over the past 2 days, aside from solidifying his recent breakthroughs, he had found little time for further cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changge returned to his estate and was taken aback upon entering the courtyard to find a seemingly youthful, yet extraordinarily graceful maiden seated within. Her aura reminiscent of a pristine green lotus. Ah, you are still here, Sister Qingxiu, Gu Changge exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Gu Qingxiu. Having recently bestowed resources upon her, he had expected her to return to her own endeavors of rapid cultivation, especially after witnessing her ascent to the 9th layer of the Meridian opening realm overnight. Surely, this was not her limit. I have something for you, Brother Shenxi, Gu Qingxiu replied, her voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Having called him brother several times already, yet still feeling uncomfortable with the term, causing her to hesitate each time. What is it? Gu Changge inquired, puzzled. Here. Gu Qingxiu did not speak further, but instead handed Gu Changge a jade talisman radiating an exceptionally profound Dao aura. Did you wait here solely to present me with this? He asked. Indeed. Gu Qingxiu nodded. Then, as if recalling something, continued. This jade was brought over from the branch line. I am uncertain of its significance, but I have a feeling it is quite extraordinary. Since you have given me so much, consider this my token of gratitude. That Gu Changge was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Gu Qingxiu to take his gifts so seriously. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he sensed that her spiritual essence appeared somewhat diminished. The items bestowed by the Rebirth Sovereign must indeed hold remarkable value, he mused, accepting the jade talisman from her with a smile. Thank you, Sister Qingxiu. By the way, the coming month marks the commencement of the adult trial ceremony. I encourage you to elevate your strength as much as possible this month. Entering the top 100 on the personal leaderboard will yield substantial resources, and I shall assist you in that. His suggestion was subtly veiled, implying that he would leave some swift beasts for Gu Qingxiu to deal the final blows. To that, Gu Qingxiu blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished that Gu Changge was considering providing her with such an advantage during that time. Nevertheless, she nodded and swiftly departed. As he watched her leave, Gu Changge examined the jade talisman in his hand. Only a fool would believe Gu Qingxiu's earlier words. This was clearly an intentional gift from her, indicating her desire to not owe me a favor. However, dear Sister Qingxiu, having been bound by my return system, you cannot escape. It is impossible. You shall henceforth be mine, Gu Changge's. According to Gu Qingxiu's narrative, it made sense. After all, she had not cultivated prior, and was undoubtedly unaware of the talisman's true value. It appeared she had gifted him her most treasured possession, which was entirely reasonable. As Gu Changge contemplated this, he began to delve into the jade talisman to discern its contents. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into his mind, coalescing into a singular phrase. Void Gang Qi. Countless profound principles flowed through his consciousness, and at that moment he comprehended the essence of the Void Gang Qi. This was astonishingly a sacred-level defensive technique derived from the Void Scripture. The Void Gang Qi, as its name implies, condenses Gang Qi within the Void, devouring and storing it within oneself. When confronted with an attack, it would automatically manifest to protect its master and even possess a degree of retaliatory capability. This was undeniably remarkable. The ability to autonomously shield its master is an exceedingly rare trait in any defensive technique, let alone one of sacred caliber. Had he not known that the Void Scripture contained only 2 Imperial-level accompanying techniques and 1 sacred-level accompanying technique, he might have assumed that the Void Gang Qi was the 4th sacred-level technique. The Void Scripture recorded 3 techniques, all of which were fearsome offensive arts. The sacred-level Sky, Severing Finger, the Imperial-level Void, Great Palm Seal, and the Great Void Technique. Yet now, he would be adding another, the sacred-level defensive technique. Void Gang Qi. How intriguing. This must be the technique that Gu Changge devised prior to her rebirth. Not only had the return system yielded abundant rewards, but Gu Changge herself was a tremendous treasure. The Void Gang Qi complemented my defensive shortcomings. If I can find mobility technique next, I shall become a hexagonal warrior. Gu Changge's spirits were exceptionally high, having acquired the Void Gang Qi. He returned to his chamber, intent on meditating on his newfound technique, when a thought suddenly struck him. Since this technique was a gift from Gu Changge and not part of the system, if he were to return it to her, could that not trigger a return? If such a return could indeed be activated, then the Void Gang Qi technique would experience yet another surge of enhancement. No need to rush. Today's return attempts had already been exhausted. He would wait until tomorrow. He had never been so eager for the dawn to arrive, Gu Changge remarked, halting his contemplation of the Void Gang Qi and instead focusing on refining his spiritual power to enhance his cultivation. The night passed swiftly. When the next day dawned, Gu Changge rose early, clutching the jade talisman that contained the record of the Void Gang Qi, and sought out Gu Changge. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the maidservants, startled by his presence, abruptly awoke from their drowsiness. "Greetings, Shensi." The two maidservants greeted respectfully. "I wish to see Changge," Gu Changge replied calmly with a nod. "Certainly, Shensi, we shall notify Miss Changge immediately." One of the maidservants acknowledged before hurriedly entering the courtyard, while the other fidgeted nervously, her hands wringing her gauzy skirt, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Changge before shyly averting her gaze again. Gu Changge paid her little mind. He was accustomed to such reactions from numerous relatives within the clan. Moments later, the maidservant returned. "Shensi, Miss Changge is waiting for you in the courtyard," she reported with utmost respect. "Very well," Gu Changge nodded and stepped into the small courtyard. Just as he entered, he heard voices of excitement from behind. "Oh my, is that the Shensi? Heavens, how handsome!" "I know, right?" My heart raced the moment I laid eyes on him. How lucky would one be to become the Shensi's woman? Hearing the murmurs behind him, Gu Changge remained as tranquil as still water, directing his gaze towards Gu Changge, who promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Shensi, good morning, and no need for such formality. As I mentioned before, please sit." Gu Changge smiled, taking a seat opposite her at the stone table. Gu Changge nodded and sat down. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What brings you here so early, Brother Shensi?" "It is this." Gu Changge lifted the jade talisman engraved with the Void Gang Qi to indicate its presence. "Is there an issue with this?" Gu Changge's heart skipped a beat, fearing Gu Changge had come to question her regarding the talisman's origin. However, she had prepared her defense the previous night. "Sister Changge, the jade talisman you gifted is of immense value. Are you aware of the remarkable contents it harbors?" "Not really." Gu Changge feigned ignorance, shaking her head. "I simply noticed that it occasionally emitted a glow, and thought it to be of good quality, hence I kept it with me." "Continue your fabrication." Gu Changge nodded in feigned agreement. "Yes, that's so. Allow me to enlighten you on its worth. It contains a sacred-level defensive technique capable of automatically protecting its master." "Sacred level, and it's a defensive technique. An automatic protector. You understand its rarity now, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's face displayed an expression of astonishment. Of course, this was a charade. She was fully aware of what she had inscribed within the talisman. Her pretense was merely for the sake of the performance. Gu Changge, witnessing Gu Changge's shock, could not suppress a chuckle within. Good heavens, could it be that the former sovereign was also a master of theatrics? Yet, it stands to reason, although she was an empress in her past life, she is now merely a ninth-layer practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm, and her status within the Gu family is one I have conferred upon her. It was precisely for this reason that it was a perfect opportunity to cultivate goodwill, while he was not a sycophant. Binding the return system to Gu Changge assured him of her commendable character. At the very least, she would be grateful for favors received. For instance, the Void Gang Qi in his possession. His investment had merely entailed an extraordinary artifact and some pills, yet he had received in return a sacred-level technique capable of automatically defending him. This advantage could very well rival the 10,000-fold returns of the Invincible return system. "Here, take it. I have already mastered it." Gu Changge paid no heed to the astonished expression on Gu Changge's face as he extended the void energy in his hand towards her. This statement, however, left Gu Changge utterly stunned, prompting her to rise abruptly. She gazed at Gu Changge in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? God, Brother Shinsi, have you mastered this holy-level divine ability?" "Indeed," Gu Changge affirmed with a "N-O-D-G." Chingxiu muttered to herself in astonishment. How is this possible? Even for a sage, mastering a holy-level divine ability takes considerable time. Yet he has achieved it in just one night. Such talent, could it be related to the second aptitude? What is it? Chingxiu, Gu Changge inquired, his smile warm as he regarded her. Chingxiu quickly realized her own unusual reaction and promptly adjusted her demeanor, congratulating him. "Then I congratulate you, Brother Shinsi, on acquiring yet another formidable divine ability. This is all thanks to you. Take it. You will be able to cultivate it in the future." "All right," Yu Chingxiu accepted without hesitation, as she was also familiar with void energy. It would serve as an excellent shield for her in the future. Ding! Host grants bound return target. Gu Changge, a holy-level defensive divine ability, void energy. Would you like to use the return multiplier card? Yes. Upon seeing this, Gu Changge's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it was possible. He promptly declared inwardly, "Yes, activate the thousand-fold return card." Host successfully used the thousand-fold return card. Fixed return multiplier. 1000. Host's holy-level defensive divine ability, void energy, has been upgraded to the imperial-level defensive divine ability. Innate Tai Su energy, accompanied by the system's notification, a vast ocean of chaotic energy surged within Gu Changge's mind, and a strand of innate Tai Su energy cleaved through the chaos, resembling the bestowal of a great path. Exploding within his consciousness, countless profound truths emerged in his mind. Feeling compelled, Gu Changge opened his information interface. Character: Gu Changge. Strength: Cycle of Fate Level 1, 5. Physique: Heavy Eye, Celestial Bone Cultivation Method. Void Scripture: 5th Level 1. Divine Abilities: Celestial Finger, Minor Achievement 30. Void Giant Palm, Minor Achievement 30. Great Void Technique, Entry 1. Innate Tai Su Energy, Not Yet Initiated, Bound Object. Gu Changge. This information interface was something Gu Changge had discovered during his previous contemplation. Clearly displaying all his details, he felt that even without the return function, this panel would allow him to navigate his future cultivation journey effortlessly. After all, it was a panel capable of showing progress. It clearly illustrated his improvements. There was no fear of stagnation. The only concern was the inability to discern whether his efforts were bearing fruit. As for the divine abilities listed, he was the first in the Zhongzhou family, and the various divine abilities he learned were naturally the direct transmission from the Void Scripture. After all, if he could successfully cultivate these few divine abilities, he would be able to traverse the 3,000 Dao Domains with ease. The last entry, Innate Tai Su Energy, was the imperial-level protective divine ability he had just received through the thousand-fold return. Having obtained yet another imperial-level protective divine ability, Gu Changge felt elated, and his gaze towards Gu Changge softened further. This reborn supreme was truly his cherished treasure. After returning the void energy divine ability to Gu Changge, Gu Changge bid her farewell, inviting her to seek him should she require anything, and then made his way back to his courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gu Changge contemplated the marvels of the innate Tai Su energy within his mind, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is an imperial-level defensive divine ability. Unlike the void energy, which condenses directly from the void, it requires the essence of the 5 elements to refine a strand of the innate Tai Su energy. Only then can it be condensed from the void, continuously enhancing its essence. Its defensive power is formidable. Within the same realm, it is unlikely that anyone below the 3rd or 4th level could breach its defenses, and even the mightiest would find it exceedingly difficult to shatter. Truly, it was an imperial-level divine ability. Furthermore, once fully realized, the innate Tai Su energy could also be wielded to vanquish foes, rivaling any imperial-level offensive divine ability. Gu Changge exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As for the 5 elemental treasures needed to refine the innate Tai Su energy, as the divine son of the Zhongzhou family, he would not need to toil in search of them. He would simply inform his father, and they would be delivered forthwith. producing the communication jade pendant from Gu Changge. Gu Changge conveyed his request to Gu Changge and then paused. Upon acquiring the 5 elemental treasures, ideally before the rites of passage trial, he aimed to refine a strand of the innate Taisu energy to bolster his invincible foundation. Although he might not encounter life-threatening danger, given Gu Changge's recent fortunes, it appeared inevitable that the Void Secret Realm would undergo changes that and he also had 500-fold return cards, with 1 return per day. In 5 days, he could receive some elixirs. The 100-fold return might yield something truly remarkable. He hoped for elixirs devoid of toxic side effects that could swiftly enhance his strength. By the afternoon, Gu Changge had obtained the 5 elemental treasures needed to refine the innate Taisu energy from Gu Changge. They were Golden Spirit Sand, Wood Spirit Sacred Fruit, Water Spirit Pearl, Fire Cloud Essence, and Earth Spirit Jade Mucus. Each of these was an extraordinarily rare treasure, worth a fortune in the outside world. Now, simply by voicing his needs, the Changsheng Gu family had delivered without question. Such was the formidable foundation of the Changsheng lineage. The Golden Spirit Sand was a mineral imbued with the utmost golden spiritual power, gleaming brilliantly like gold, and incredibly hard, capable of absorbing the golden spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was an exceptional material for forging top-tier golden artifacts and weaponry, with weapons crafted from Golden Spirit Sand being extraordinarily sharp and indestructible. The Spirit Sacred Fruit grew atop ancient trees over a millennium old, nourished by the essence of sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the earth. Its exterior was a vibrant green like jade, harboring rich life force from the wood element. The Water Spirit Pearl was formed from millennial-old ice and the essence of pristine seawater. Each of these was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 15. Continuous feeding of the 100-fold return elixir. Having said that, Gu Changge commenced the nurturing of chaotic spiritual light, enveloping the 5 elemental treasures before him according to the method of refining the innate Taisu energy. Buzz! A flash of chaotic light flickered. Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed, consuming all 5 types of 5 elemental treasures. Instantly, a tremendous force of the 5 elements surged within his dantian, creating ripples across the vast spiritual sea. Yet the 9-pattern cycle of fate trembled. These tumultuous and powerful 5 elemental spiritual energies were forcibly subdued. Under Gu Changge's control, these energies began to operate according to the method of innate Taisu energy. Initially, it was rather awkward, and the 5 elemental spiritual energies remained unresponsive. However, under the powerful guidance of Gu Changge's spiritual force, these energies gradually coalesced into a colossal, colorful vortex within his dantian, its center seemingly nurturing a strand of gas. Boom! The vast spiritual sea within his dantian surged with overwhelming waves. The 9-pattern cycle of fate trembled incessantly, as if it were about to plummet at any moment. Gu Changge understood that while the phenomenon in his dantian appeared perilous, his foundational strength was robust, and his cultivation was complete. It would not cause any destabilization. Thus, it was merely the manifestation of the innate Taisu energy nearing completion. Consolidate, accompanied by Gu Changge's mental command. A misty strand of gas coalesced from the colorful vortex. Gu Changge focused inward, observing this misty strand of gas within his dantian, and exhaled with relief, his eyes opening with mild joy. It seems this is the innate Taisu energy of the source. As he spoke, with a thought, the source innate Taisu energy transformed into a circular barrier, enveloping him securely. With another thought, he reinforced specific areas, and with yet another, he altered its shape at will. However, this strand of source innate Taisu energy should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Once depleted, he would need to refine it anew. The innate Taisu energy divine ability had 4 levels in total. 1. Gathering energy to form. 2. Condensing energy into Qi. 3. Refining Qi into form. 4. Harmonizing form with essence corresponding to the stages of entry, proficiency, minor achievement, and major achievement. Each stage naturally had varying levels of defensive power. For instance, Gu Changge was currently at the entry stage of the innate Taisu energy, having gathered energy to form, rendering his defenses the weakest, though that was relative to the innate Tai Su Energies realm. In normal combat, however, the gathered energy combined with Gu Changge's foundation would easily withstand attacks from the third or even fourth levels of the Cycle of Fate realm. He had entered the entry stage. It also provided automatic protection, though not as potent as when he activated it himself, yet it could very well save his life in critical moments. Having said that, Gu Changge then realized that what was once midday brightness had transformed into the night. It appeared the next day had arrived. He would seek out Gu Changge in the morning. Gu Changge resumed his cultivation in this world. While innate talent was undoubtedly important, there's a saying that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Anyone who wishes to succeed must invest effort. Gu Changge certainly would not think that having become the Divine Son and refined the 9-pattern cycle of fate would grant him the liberty to slacken his training. On the contrary, he was determined to strive even harder. His aspirations extended beyond merely achieving the Imperial Realm. He sought eternal life. The Imperial Realm offered merely a lifespan of several decades. Only through immortality could one gaze down upon the endless mortal realm. By dawn, his physical strength had increased by an astonishing 100,000 pounds, and his spiritual sea was on the verge of reaching a staggering height of 1,100 zhong. This left Gu Changge astounded. Remarkably, at his current rate of cultivation, would it take merely 20 days to advance from the first to the second level of the cycle of fate? After all, increasing by 100 zhong every 2 days means that reaching 1,000 zhong would naturally take 20 days. Moreover, this is achieved through normal cultivation, without the aid of elixirs, establishing a solid foundation. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary, Gu Changge pondered as he set out to visit Gu Changge. After Gu Changge departed, Gu Changge watched his retreating figure, her gaze shifting to the bottles of elixirs in her hands. Filled with complex emotions. Could it be that this fellow genuinely wished to treat her well? After all, it is rumored that Gu Changge is proud and self-serving, only concerned with his own cultivation, indifferent to everything else. While 1 or 2 days might be bearable, why is he still so attentive on the third day? What else does she possess aside from the Supreme Bone? It seems she has nothing left, right? If he desired the Supreme Bone, why did he refuse it that day? Sighed at Gu Changge sighed, a youthful expression marred by worries beyond her years. She truly could not comprehend what Gu Changge was trying to achieve. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge was troubled, as he was currently in high spirits. Ding! The host has used a fixed multiplier 100-fold return card, granting a return to the bound target. Gu Changge, a bottle of spirit-nurturing pill, resulting in a 100-fold return, yielding a bottle of Dao pill. After bestowing Gu Changge with a multitude of bottles and jars, he received a Dao pill in return. The Dao pill, as a prominent figure of the Changsheng family. Once the first in the hierarchy and now the son of God, Gu Changge naturally understood the significance of the Dao pill. This is an unparalleled elixir capable of nurturing the physical body and enhancing innate talent. Moreover, it is said that some who consumed the Dao pill awakened a supreme physique. Of course, whether that is true is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the Dao pill can assist Gu Changge in nurturing the celestial bone within him, accelerating its manifestation, and can also aid the Supreme Bone. However, since he currently cannot use it at will, Gu Changge would certainly not give such a treasure to Gu Changge, that if he could return it, it would be acceptable, but the system stipulates that one cannot use items from the system to create a nested return. No eggs to return, taking out the reward from the system space. Gu Changge held a porcelain vial in his hand and poured out a Dao pill. Instantly, a rich aura of the Dao emanated, causing the elixir in his hand to glow faintly, exuding an air of spirituality as though it might awaken sentience and flee at any moment. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Dao pill, Gu Changge's eyes sparkled. Is this truly the Dao pill? With the spirit-nurturing pill yielding a 100-fold return, I still have 4 more chances. Perhaps I can obtain 4 more bottles, which should aid me in nurturing a trace of the celestial bone's divine abilities. Speaking thus, Gu Changge gazed at the Dao pill in his hand. Let us try this Dao pill first. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Dao pill. The Dao pill entered his mouth, carrying a hint of sweetness. Buzz! The moment the Dao pill was swallowed, Gu Changge felt his mind go blank, and a wave of clear energy surged towards his divine soul palace I could see that moment. A sudden pull emanated from the celestial bone in his chest, which had been dormant since awakening. Shortly thereafter, the clear energy dissipated, returning him to his senses that he realized that the celestial bone was absorbing the Dao pill's inherent Dao aura. However, a single Dao pill could not alter the celestial bone. He felt no transformation in it. The supreme bone likely wouldn't change with just one Dao pill either, let alone the celestial bone that I must continue to consume. Gu Changge's gaze sharpened as he continued to ingest the Dao pill to nurture the celestial bone. Chapter 16. 1 month to enter the second layer of the life wheel. Celestial bone nurtures the celestial king. For 4 consecutive days, while Gu Changge indulged in her thoughts and complex emotions. Gu Changge visited her punctually each day, presenting not only elixirs, divine weapons, and spirit stones, but also having maidservants bring along exquisite pastries. Well, Gu Changge could have requested them herself, but she chose not to do so. After all, she was now in a position granted by Gu Changge. Standing under another's roof, she wouldn't truly believe that her abilities had earned her the current treatment. Thus, aside from her daily needs and diligent cultivation, Gu Changge had never sought anything from the Zhongzhou family. Yet even so, in just 3 short days, she had advanced from the 9th layer of the opening veins to the 1st layer of spirit nurturing realm, nurturing spiritual light within her. Once the spiritual light was fully cultivated, she could draw in spiritual energy and transform it into liquid, thus breaking through to the liquid transformation realm. At this moment, Gu Changge was no longer in the first sequence mansion. As for why there was no Son of God mansion, it was because the Zhongzhou family was in the process of constructing it, expected to be completed after the coming-of-age trial, which was merely a month away. The Son of God mansion of the Zhongzhou family would undoubtedly be extraordinary, requiring countless rare materials, divine gold, and spiritual wood for its construction, alongside various other treasures and spiritual veins. Truly a cumbersome endeavor. However, this also signified a position of great prestige that Gu Changge now sat cross-legged within a secret chamber, located in the residence of the Gu Changge family. This secret chamber was also a cultivation site for the Gu Changge head, with high-quality underground spiritual veins. The spiritual energy was continuously captured and gathered by the chamber's spiritual gathering array, coalescing into mist in mere moments. Gu Changge took a deep breath, relishing the refreshing sensation brought by the dense spiritual power, and then inquired of the system regarding his thoughts. System, if the daily return attempts are not used, can they accumulate? Ding. If the host does not use the return attempts on the same day, they will undergo a multiplier increase. The longer the bound target remains without returns, the higher the probability of triggering a high multiplier on the next return. Is that so? Gu Changge nodded. Although the return attempts cannot accumulate, the rule that the longer they go unused, the higher the probability of a high multiplier is still quite favorable. This inquiry was also to facilitate future arrangements. After all, it would be impractical to carry items for daily gifting and returns that IT would be ashamed to waste them, and since they cannot accumulate, this sedimentation rule is quite optimal. Rest assured, I will now devote myself to cultivation, and within a month, I shall surely enter the second layer of the life wheel. With 4 Dao pills, I hope to nurture a trace of power within my celestial bone. Gu Changge took a deep breath and began to consume the elixirs for cultivation. One day, after consuming a bottle of Dao pill, feeling his spirit reach its limit, he commenced practicing the Void Sutra. The radiance of the celestial bone brightened 1 part, and his Dantian's spiritual sea expanded by 50 zhang. On the second day, the celestial bone's radiance brightened 3 parts, and his Dantian spiritual sea expanded by 60 zhang. On the 3rd day, on the 4th day, the secret chamber was filled with terrifying celestial light, as Gu Changge's celestial bone manifested a fearsome silhouette seated in meditation, surrounded by ethereal figures of celestial beings kneeling in reverence. The Dao bowing in submission, and the sounds of the Dao resounding endlessly. Then came day after day, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. This day finally approached the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. Within the secret chamber of the Gu Changge family, Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, a vast, ethereal brilliance flickering momentarily in his dark eyes before returning to tranquility. I could see this moment. Gu Changge's aura had increased over tenfold compared to a month ago. A smile crept across his lips as he sensed the rippling spiritual sea within him, feeling immensely pleased. The second layer of the life wheel, and the spiritual sea has expanded to 2,200 zhong, firmly consolidating my cultivation. Moreover, Gu Changge continued, beneath his long robe, a haze of celestial light subtly emerged through the exquisite fabric, as if a figure were seated in meditation within the depths of the celestial light. A faintly ominous aura flickering above the silhouette. This was the change that occurred in his celestial bone after Gu Changge consumed 4 Dao pills. Initially, there was only celestial light brewing within the celestial bone, devoid of any substance. However, as Gu Changge continuously ingested the Dao pills, a silhouette began to take shape within the celestial light. Upon consuming all 4 Dao pills, the silhouette fully manifested, and in his mind, he also discerned what kind of celestial technique was related to the nurturing of his celestial bone. The Celestial King descends to the 9 heavens. Upon activation, it can summon the Celestial King's Phantom for enhancement, with each movement embodying supreme power. However, because only a trace of the celestial technique was activated by the accompanying celestial bone, the Celestial King descent to the 9 heavens would likely only enhance his combat prowess by crossing 4 or 5 small levels. Yet as the level of the opponents increases, he could fight beyond his realm. Overall, it is an all-encompassing enhancement celestial technique. Gu Changge's gaze was ablaze with enthusiasm. He was quite satisfied with the Celestial King descends to the 9 heavens. This signifies that his combat strength would be greatly augmented. Should the Celestial King descend to the 9 heavens be paired with his dual-sight slaughter technique, he could undoubtedly engage enemies beyond his level. The beyond Gu Changge referred to was not merely the typical cultivation levels of ordinary individuals, but rather the esteemed young talents of the same tier, the children of the same faction. And so on. Those weaker would be swiftly vanquished. Rising from a seated position, Gu Changge adjusted his long robe, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze shining with brilliance. A month has passed. It is time to find Gu Changge for the return. I wonder how many multiples of returns I can trigger after such a prolonged accumulation. Perhaps I should provide her with spirit-nurturing pills. Wait, the spirit-nurturing pills might not suffice. In a month, she may have already broken through to the liquid transformation realm that Gu Changge had clearly witnessed the formidable prowess of the reborn empress. One day, she achieved the 9th layer of the opening veins. 3 days later, she entered the spirit-nurturing realm. And in 1 month, she reached the liquid transformation realm that a reborn empress. Is that not extraordinary? Yet, if it were anyone else, they would likely consider her an even more monstrous prodigy than Gu Changge himself. Just as he stepped out of the secret chamber, a figure of refined elegance and maturity appeared before him. A middle-aged man with a graceful demeanor. Gu Changge, observing Gu Changge's emergence, narrowed his eyes slightly, a broader smile gracing his face. The second layer of the life wheel, a breakthrough from the first layer in just a month. TSK. And the nurturing of the celestial bone seems to be progressing remarkably. At this moment, Gu Changge's skin resembled jade, radiating a faint celestial glow akin to the offspring of the Dao. This appearance signified the initial awakening of his immortal bones. Originally endowed with heavy pupils, he was born extraordinary and divine. And now, with the enhancement of his immortal bones, he exuded an otherworldly elegance. The allure of his presence was such that even Gu Changge had to concede that her son could easily thrive on his looks alone, irrespective of his cultivation. That said, in this world, strength remained paramount. Indeed, with heavy pupils and immortal bones, it would be most peculiar if his breakthroughs were sluggish. Gu Changge smiled, and then remarked, "Father, I shall return to the Sequence Mansion to see Sister Chingxiu. It has been a month, and I am curious about her well-being." "Very well, go ahead, but remember to partake in the adult ceremony trial tomorrow." Understood. That Gu Changge waved his hand and set off toward his Sequence Mansion. Chapter 17. The 9-grade True Dragon Blood Pill. A million gene of mighty strength. In the courtyard of the Sequence Mansion, upon a bed, sat a woman of breathtaking beauty, exuding an aura that commanded submission from all. This presence was akin to that of an exalted supreme being, causing myriad races to kneel in reverence. Gu Changge slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of golden light flashing within. A month has passed. I have reached the 6th layer of liquid transformation. Quite satisfactory. Tomorrow marks the adult ceremony trial in the Void Secret Realm, and my cultivation barely qualifies me to grasp the opportunity of the Dragon Elephant Technique. After speaking, Gu Changge turned her gaze towards the family lord's mansion that a month had gone by, and she wondered if Gu Changge had managed to break through to the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel. However, the difference between the 1st and 2nd layers was negligible. He had already formed a temporary disconnect by entering the Fate Wheel. In her previous life, Gu Changge had seemingly broken through the Fate Wheel a month after the adult ceremony trial. The changes were monumental. Not only that, Gu Changge had awakened a second innate talent, one intimately connected to the celestial realm. As Gu Changge spoke, she suddenly sensed something, her aura of liquid transformation gradually receding, replaced instead by the 5th layer of the pregnancy spirit realm. A month prior, Gu Changge had ascended from the opening of her meridians to the pregnancy spirit realm in just 3 days. Now, revealing the 5th layer of the pregnancy spirit realm from the 1st layer within a month was indeed prodigious. Yet, Gu Changge's true strength was at the 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm. The rebirth of a supreme being was no jest. Having completed this, Gu Changge stepped out of her room, where a youthful boy, already exhibiting a hint of ethereal grace, stood in the center of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Gu Changge gazed at Gu Changge. In just a month, the young girl seemed to have matured somewhat, her aura now more noble and transcendent. Such a transformation in merely a month. Gu Changge felt that Gu Changge had already become remarkably extraordinary. Intrigued, he opened her status panel. Nickname: Gu Changge. Identity: daughter of the Chongqing Gu family branch. Rebirth: supreme strength. 6th layer of liquid transformation. Physique: supreme bone. Cultivation method: void scripture. Divine ability: void great hand seal. Void vital energy. Great void technique. Void cutting. Void solidification. Recent fortune. As Gu Changge scanned through Gu Changge's status panel, his eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing her strength. Is it possible? From the 1st layer of the pregnancy spirit realm to the 6th layer of liquid transformation in just a month. 1 major realm and 6 minor realms? Is this the miraculous nature of a rebirth supreme? His heart stirred, yet Gu Changge maintained his composure, looking at the emerging Gu Changge with a smile. Sister Changge, it has been a month, and you have become even more beautiful. Brother Shensi, Gu Changge shook her head. It is you who has become more extraordinary, akin to a fallen immortal, and your aura is increasingly profound. In truth, she was equally astonished, for not only had she progressed, but Gu Changge's advancements were also unfathomable. Beyond breaking through to the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel, Gu Changge sensed a subtle awakening of celestial energy emanating from Gu Changge, the ethereal glow surrounding him being indicative of his immortal bones awakening. As Gu Changge spoke, her gaze sharpened slightly, as if she perceived a phantom seated within Gu Changge's chest, suppressing all things in the world. In an instant, this phantom suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that crashed upon Gu Changge's mind. Even with her imperial-level soul, she staggered back several steps, her complexion paling. Gu Changge's heart was shaken. Gu Changge noticed Gu Changge retreating, her face ashen and seemingly startled. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at his chest, understanding dawning within him. It appeared Gu Changge had sensed something. Are you all right? Gu Changge approached her, extending a hand to steady her. I'm fine. Gu Changge suppressed her inner turmoil, shaking her head with a pale complexion. As long as you're well, that is sufficient. However, with the adult ceremony trial imminent, I intend to bring you in early to familiarize yourself. You are not in a suitable state. Please accept this. Gu Changge nodded, refraining from probing further, and instead produced a bottle of 7th grade pills, the Spirit Restoration Pill. This pill could mend the soul, replenish spiritual energy, and was also effective for physical injuries. Upon seeing Gu Changge casually offer her a 7th grade pill, Gu Changge repeatedly shook her head. There's no need. I merely felt a bit uncomfortable. A short rest will suffice. The 7th grade pills and above were scarce even for the Changsheng family's Divine Son, with a monthly quota limited to a few bottles, 2 bottles of 7th grade pills, 1 8th grade pill, and 1 9th grade pill. Pills were ranked from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest, and it was rumored that there existed imperial grade pills. The imperial grade pills had not appeared for countless ages since the ancient times. Take it. Gu Changge did not afford Gu Changge the chance to refuse, directly placing the pill in her hand, that if you do not accept it, how can you trigger the return? As soon as the pill was nestled in Gu Changge's palm, the anticipated return sound echoed in Gu Changge's ears. That a month had passed without any returns. He wondered how many times this time it would multiply and what rewards awaited. Ding! The host has gifted a binding return target. Gu Changge. 1 7th grade spirit restoration pill, triggering a 600-fold return, acquiring 1 9th grade. True Dragon Blood Pill, 600-fold return, 1 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. The True Dragon Blood Pill, said to be crafted from the blood of a true dragon, could greatly enhance physical strength by amplifying it by 1,000,000 gene, and a bottle contained 10 pills, an astounding total of 10,000,000 gene of strength. Gasp! Gu Changge did not anticipate such a significant surprise after a month. It seemed that he need not trigger returns daily. Allowing them to settle could yield tremendous surprises as well. After a month of cultivation, under the nurturing of the immortal bones, his physical strength had already reached 5,000,000 gene. If he were to refine this bottle of true dragon blood pills, he would possess a staggering 15,000,000 gene of strength. Such power could likely obliterate even those of the same realm in the fate wheel. He could hardly wait to return and refine the true dragon blood pill immediately. However, Gu Changge restrained himself, ensuring he did not exhibit any unusual behavior. After soothing Gu Changge, he urged her to consume the spirit restoration pill before swiftly returning to his own courtyard and activating the isolation array. With a flick of his hand, a bottle containing a blood-red pill, which emitted a misty crimson glow despite the vial's concealment, appeared. He poured one into his palm. It was a round pill, akin to red jade, within which a tiny blood dragon seemed to swim, truly extraordinary. Upon merely gazing at it, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming desire surge within him. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Roar! As the pill entered his belly, a dragon's roar erupted, and the energy within surged like a rushing river, beginning to fortify his physique. Chapter 18. The second layer of the fate wheel, 15,000,000 gene of mighty strength. Who can compete? A night passed in silence. All 10 true dragon blood pills were completely refined by Gu Changge at this moment. His vitality surged, and even the slightest movement produced a thunderous roar, as if there were thunder reverberating within him. With a casual wave, the very air trembled and distorted, as if on the verge of shattering. The overwhelming power gave Gu Changge the sensation that he could effortlessly pierce through the void and shatter the starry canopy above. Yet he knew that this was merely the sensation of his strength swelling. In reality, he could not achieve such exaggerated feats. Nevertheless, with 15,000,000 gene of might, he could indeed shatter mountains and crush the earth. The adult ceremony trial. Ha! With the second layer of the fate wheel and a physique boasting 1,500 gene of strength, who could rival him? Gu Changge rose to his feet, a proud expression adorning his face. At that moment, a message jade token from Gu Changge flew out from his storage ring, notifying him that he could gather at the void secret realm. Seeing this, Gu Changge retrieved the message jade token, exited the courtyard, and made his way to the courtyard where Gu Changge resided. He was ready. Upon arriving, Gu Changge smiled and said, "Let us go to Gu Changge's enchanting autumn-like eyes shimmer like clear waters." Adorned in a cerulean garment and draped in a flowing white skirt, her breathtaking beauty, coupled with an aura of supreme dominance that seems to suppress all, renders her utterly captivating. Yet, when standing beside Gu Changge, she appears somewhat overshadowed. Gu Changge possesses an ethereal grace, akin to a blazing fire amidst darkness, drawing even more attention. Before the void secret realm lies a vast plaza. At this moment, the younger generation of the Changsheng clan has gathered in full assembly. The void secret realm opens once every 3 years. housing a plethora of rare and exotic creatures banished by the Changsheng family. These treasures of heaven and earth hold little value for the elders, but are immensely precious to the younger generation. Even though the adult ceremony trial occurs once every 3 years, the depth of the void secret realm does not diminish. Rather, it becomes increasingly rich. As this legacy continues, the realm occasionally reveals treasures coveted even by those of the kingly realm. The long-awaited adult ceremony trial has finally arrived. This time, the rules have changed, introducing 2 ranking methods: the traditional individual point ranking and a team ranking. How I wish to be placed on the same team as the Divine Son. Speaking of which, the Divine Son has truly defied expectations. Having recently ascended to the first sequence, he astonishingly awakened a second talent, prompting the ancestor to appear and designate him as the Divine Son. Many members of the Changsheng clan engage in fervent discussions, their focus naturally drawn to Gu Changge, who stirred up a storm a month prior. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rings out. The second sequence, Gu Yuan, has arrived. Gu Yuan had already reached the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm a month ago. I wonder if he has crossed into the Wheel of Fate. Gu Yuan, endowed with 108 king bones, is a natural-born sovereign, exuding an imposing aura that can easily dampen the spirits of others. In the past, he was a fierce rival to the Divine Son, and now, in this adult ceremony trial, it is uncertain what sparks may fly between them. Just as some began to speak, another voice of astonishment echoed. The third sequence, young Master Frostblade, has also arrived. Young Master Frostblade, possessing a natural sword body, a type of holy physique, had already demonstrated unparalleled sword intent during the sequence competition. Had it not been for the Divine Son's mysterious double pupils and the fact that young Master Frostblade was only at the 7th level of the Rainbow Bridge, it is likely that the first sequence would not have belonged to the Divine Son. Such terrifying sword intent, a mere glance feels as if one's eyes have been pierced. Amidst the gasps of awe, the 4th, 5th, and several other sequences appeared as if choreographed. As they reached the center of the plaza, the younger members of the Changsheng clan began to position themselves behind the sequences they favored. Additionally, a significant number of individuals remained observant, their eager gazes frequently darting towards the entrance of the void secret realm, hoping to glimpse that transcendent figure of unparalleled grace. Finally, in the next moment, the entrance to the void secret realm distorted with swirling clouds, and 2 figures instantly captivated the attention of all. The first to step into the plaza was a youth who appeared quite young. With a notably youthful visage, this lad was extraordinary. His features were as breathtaking as a painting, and his noble bearing was beyond description, as though he were the offspring of celestial beings, every movement captivating the very essence of the world around him. Beside this youth walked a girl of striking beauty, already exhibiting the early signs of an enchanting presence at such a tender age. This was none other than Gu Changge and Gu Changge. When the gathered crowd beheld Gu Changge, they were all left speechless. This the Divine Son of Changge. A gasp escaped. After a month of absence, how could he have undergone such a transformation? This demeanor, this radiant presence, is truly awe-inspiring and terrifying. Gu Changge's month-long absence must have been due to some fortuitous occurrence, perhaps the awakening of a second divine ability. The members of the Changsheng clan were utterly astonished. The second sequence, Gu Yuan, the third sequence, Gu Frostblade, as well as Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiao, and others gazed upon Gu Changge with eyes filled with shock, their hearts tumultuous. Undoubtedly, Gu Changge's appearance made it clear to all sequences that after a month's time, this former first sequence, now designated as the Divine Son by the ancestors, had undergone a remarkable transformation in power. Gu Frostblade's gaze remained fixed upon Gu Changge, while his sword, resting upon his back, emitted a resonant cry, the chilling sword intent enveloping the entire plaza, sending shivers down spines. Gu Yuan, too, radiated an oppressive aura, akin to a sovereign reigning over all, trampling through the cosmos, compelling others to kneel in submission. Gu Changge regarded both Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade with interest in the past. Before awakening his celestial bones, his innate wisdom, and his sovereign abilities, it is possible that they could have posed a challenge. But now he felt no pressure whatsoever. Gu Changge, too, garnered attention. Many marveled at her celestial beauty, yet some recognized that she possessed the supreme bone, a talent that could rival even the double pupils. Now standing beside Gu Changge, it seemed the two were of the same ilk. This sparked envy and admiration among many members of the Zhongzhou clan. With double pupils and a supreme bone, the main lineage remained supreme. Following Gu Changge's entrance, Gu Changge and 6 esteemed elders, renowned for their exceptional cultivation, appeared above the plaza of the Void Secret Realm. Gu Changge surveyed the gathered youth of the Zhongzhou clan. Pausing briefly on Gu Changge before speaking aloud, the triennial adult ceremony trial has commenced once more, and I trust you are all aware of the rule changes. Now, each of you shall hold a token and position yourselves in 10 designated batches according to the Light's guidance. Subsequently, the Divine Son and the sequences will draw their team numbers. Chapter 19. Treating others kindly, respecting elders, and cherishing youth. Gu Changge was taken aback. Gu Changge waved his sleeve, signaling the commencement in the next moment. Thousands of tokens began to emit brilliance within the plaza of the Void Secret Realm, and the youth of the Zhongzhou clan began to follow the luminous guidance to their designated areas. Gu Changge, Gu Yuan, Gu Frostblade, and the other sequence members remained motionless, while Gu Changge did not take action either. This time, she merely followed Gu Changge as an observer. Her involvement would not contribute to team points, nor did she possess a token. The 6 venerable elders beside Gu Changge set their sights on Gu Changge, and Gu Changge pointed. An elder spoke. Patriarch, with Gu Changge possessing the supreme bone, is it wise to allow her to accompany the Divine Son into the Void Secret Realm? Indeed, while the Void Secret Realm may not harbor exceptionally powerful beasts or spirits, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we could lose a prodigy endowed with a supreme bone. Another elder chimed, Gu Changge. Upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, gazing down at Gu Changge, standing alongside Gu Changge, and replied nonchalantly, No matter, Changge has his plans, and we shall keep watch. What unforeseen event could possibly occur? Has there not been unrest in the Void Secret Realm recently? It is better to be cautious, a third elder sighed. That won't happen. Moreover, since Changge has come with Changge, it stands to reason that Changge has consulted her, and she has consented. Very well, Gu Changge responded, and the elders felt it inappropriate to continue their objections and asked for the argument of age being insufficient for entry. That was merely a matter of not yet having reached the level to trample upon the rules. Even though the Zhongzhou clan stands high above, overlooking the mortal realm, there remains a hierarchy within, as is the case everywhere. Soon, the teams were divided, a total of 10 teams, effectively curtailing any notions of following behind the stronger sequences. Changge, please draw your token. A sphere of spiritual light descended before Gu Changge and the others. Without hesitation, Gu Changge reached out towards a sphere of light. In the next moment, the light transformed into a white jade token, emblazoned with a striking numeral 10, indicating that Gu Changge would lead the 10th team into the Void Secret Realm for the adult ceremony trial. As Gu Changge drew his token, the youth of the Zhongzhou clan from the 10 teams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon seeing Gu Changge lead the 10th team, the members of that team erupted in cheers and laughter. In contrast, those not drawn by Gu Changge felt a wave of disappointment. However, they quickly rallied their spirits. Feeling down was futile, since they could not be favored by the Divine Son. The second and third sequences, Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade, were no less impressive. Before long, Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade also completed their token draws. Whether by coincidence or fate, the numbers they drew corresponded to their sequence rankings, second and third, sending their respective teams into a frenzy of excitement. That a quarter of an hour later, Gu Changge surveyed the 9 sequences and the Divine Son standing before the 10 teams. Nodding in satisfaction, very well, you may now freely enter the Void Secret Realm. The tokens possess protective properties. Should any danger arise, you will be transported out of the realm, and your points will be locked in. After the trial concludes, individual rankings will be compiled. Now, perceived that a multitude of teams ventured into the Void Secret Realm. Gu Changge, along with 6 other venerable clan elders of exceptional cultivation, gathered to form a spiritual mirror. Commencing their examination of the inner workings of the Void's secret realm, Gu Changge led 10 teams into the depths of this mysterious domain. As they stepped within, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, invigorating their spirits with every breath. The members of the Zhongzhou Gu clan among the 10 teams displayed expressions of pure enjoyment. Their gazes, however, inevitably gravitated towards Gu Changge and Gu Changge, although Gu Changge was their leader. The vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to approach him freely. Standing beside Gu Changge, Gu Changge sensed the palpable tension emanating from the Zhongzhou Gu clan disciples behind her, given Gu Changge's historically self-serving nature. She anticipated he might abandon the group in pursuit of personal glory. Now, she pondered how he would act, as the pretense of camaraderie was bound to be unveiled soon. Gu Changge's heart stirred with discomfort at the thought of Gu Changge's recent actions being mere fades. Nevertheless, she dismissed it as inconsequential. Soon, she would acquire the opportunity of the Dragon Elephant Technique and bestow it upon him, thus clearing their past grievances. She would then promptly journey to the origins of the Zhongzhou Gu clan to retrieve a certain item. Once in possession of that artifact, her cultivation would undoubtedly soar, enabling her to seize future opportunities with greater ease. As Gu Changge contemplated these matters, Gu Changge's gentle voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Dear friends, although I bear the title of Divine Son, I was once merely a disciple of the Zhongzhou Gu clan, so there is no need for such formality. His soothing tone wafted through the air like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the unease that had clouded many hearts. Among the 10 teams, several Zhongzhou Gu clan maidens, upon hearing Gu Changge's words and observing his demeanor, gazed at him with admiration and delight in their eyes. Divine Son, one bold maiden ventured, "May I inquire what your plans are, and how we should proceed?" The others nodded in agreement, their eager gazes fixed on Gu Changge, despite his previous reputation for aloofness and singular ambition. It was clear that he had undergone a significant transformation. Gu Changge turned to the maiden who had spoken, offering a smile, and as we are all venturing into the Void's secret realm for the first time. The most formidable beasts within, those of the Divine Connection realm, pose no threat to me. Therefore, I encourage you all to join me in hunting these creatures, that I shall handle the Divine Connection beasts, while the rest of you may engage the others at your discretion. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered disciples lit up with joy and fervor. This was one of the privileges of being under the protection of the Divine Son. There was no risk of elimination. The beasts of the life wheel and Divine Connection realms would be as inconsequential as mere chickens in his presence. They merely needed to gather points and perhaps even receive guidance from the Divine Son himself. Some of the Zhongzhou Gu maidens frequently glanced at Gu Changge's extraordinarily handsome visage, their cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, likely entertaining other, more intimate thoughts. Gu Changge observed this scene, momentarily taken aback as she blinked in disbelief. Could it be? Is he truly sincere? Who is this compassionate and gentle youth caring for his kin? Surely, he cannot be Gu Changge. Waves of confusion surged within her, and she began to question the trajectory of her rebirth in this world. Perhaps it would not unfold as it had in her past life. Gu Changge had changed so drastically that her suspicions seemed warranted. Yet, despite these thoughts, she knew further validation was necessary. Gu Changge's clear eyes reflected her resolve. She would soon ascertain if Gu Changge was the only one who had transformed. The truth would unveil itself after the initiation trial, which promised a fateful opportunity in the form of the Dragon Elephant Technique. "Let us proceed," Gu Changge declared after a moment's thought. "However, we must not wander aimlessly." Before entering the Void's secret realm, did the elders provide you with any information regarding treasure locations? Given the duration of the realm's opening, every adult clan member would surely possess knowledge of certain treasures that could not be easily claimed. Many elders gathered this information to relay to their children, ensuring that, alongside battling the beasts, they could also encounter fortuitous opportunities. As his words echoed, many within the 10th team exchanged furtive glances, clearly possessing such information. Yet, sharing their treasure locations was a delicate matter, revealing it could lead to others claiming their finds. However, in the next moment, Gu Changge's proposition sent a shockwave through those disciples privy to treasure locations. They gazed at him in disbelief. That I am aware that you possess such knowledge, Gu Changge said with a calm smile, that I can assist you in seizing these opportunities without any cost to you. The primary objective of this initiation trial is to foster cooperation among kin. Moreover, areas rich in treasures will invariably harbor high-level beasts, allowing for greater point accumulation. This was Gu Changge's true intention. As the Divine Son, his words carried weight and credibility. The younger disciple, appearing rather mature for his age and wielding a long sword, stepped forward. Divine Son, I have information regarding a treasure location discovered by my elder cousin. It is guarded by a beast of the life wheel realm, which protect a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's eyes sparkled with interest. A beast of the life wheel realm is worth 100 points. Provide me with the location, and if it proves accurate, the opportunity shall be yours. I will handle the life wheel beast as the Divine Son of the Zhongzhou clan. I shall not tarnish my reputation. I vow to emerge victorious in this trial. Excitement coursed through the young disciple, who hastily added, My cousin marked the location, and we can follow the sign to find it. I have already checked. It lies nearby. Very well. Let us set forth. Gu Changge nodded, inviting the disciple to guide him in the Void Secret Realms Plaza. Gu Changge and the 6 clan elders observed the unfolding events. Witnessing Gu Changge's benevolence towards his kin and his willingness to aid them in seizing their own opportunities, they smiled and nodded in approval. The Divine Son has begun to exhibit the qualities befitting a leader of our young generation, one elder remarked, stroking his white beard with satisfaction. This initiative serves a dual purpose. It aids his kin in obtaining opportunities while also allowing him to vanquish formidable beasts and earn significant points. At merely 16 years of age, such foresight is truly commendable, another elder added. The praise for Gu Changge resonated among the elders. Gu Changge's heart swelled with joy, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. However, she chose to temper her excitement, recognizing that the true outcome would only be revealed upon the completion of the initiation trial. It was premature to draw conclusions. The 6 elders exchanged knowing glances, laughter spilling forth as Gu Changge delighted in their shared perception. Gu Changge, accompanied by Gu Changxiu and the Zhongzhou clan members of the 10th team, journeyed towards a location where a beast of the life wheel realm guarded the 6th-grade medicinal herb. Meanwhile, several miles away to Gu Changge's right, another team was advancing in the same direction in the second order. Gu Yuan conversed with a companion beside him. Are you certain that there exists a 6th-grade medicinal herb and a beast of the life wheel realm there? Indeed, Gu Yuan, the other person affirmed eagerly. This opportunity was revealed to me by my elder cousin. Excellent. Once we slay that beast and obtain the herb, there will be substantial rewards awaiting us upon our return. The Gu clan disciple's face radiated with joy. The prospect of obtaining the 6th-grade herb and the points from the life wheel beast had not even crossed his mind. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, he was not the only one who had devised such a plan. Another party was also converging on the same opportunity. However, due to Gu Changge's proximity to the location, he soon arrived at the site of the treasure. Before him lay a dense thicket through which the outline of a massive nest could be discerned at the heart of the forest. Divine Son, this is the location, Gu Changge stated respectfully, eyeing the nest nestled among the trees. Gu Changge turned his gaze towards the nest, where a colossal bird radiating an intense heat lay resting within. This fearsome creature measured 100 feet in size, its abdomen rising and falling rhythmically as it slumbered. The fire eagle phoenix has indeed reached the life wheel realm, and it is at the 2nd level, Gu Changge acknowledged, confirming the intelligence he had received. Aside from Gu Changxiu, the other disciples of the 10th team felt a tightening in their chests. The life wheel realm was far beyond their capabilities. However, they were relieved to have the Divine Son with them. All eyes turned expectantly toward Gu Changge, for he alone possessed the strength to confront a 2nd-level beast of the life wheel realm. Gu Changge inquired, Divine Son, how shall we coordinate our actions? At this, Gu Changge paused, looking quizzically at Gu Changge. Coordinate? For what purpose? Gu Changge hesitated, blushing slightly. Assist you in vanquishing this beast, of course, a mere 2nd-tier beast of the life wheel realm. Why would you presume to assist me? Gu Changge chuckled lightly, and, as the astonished gazes of Gu Changge and the members of the 10th team of the Gu family fell upon him, He stepped forth to slay this beast. It was merely a matter of raising his hand. Gu Changge spoke nonchalantly, then lifted his hand to press down, and terrifying spatial fluctuations coalesced into rippling waves above the head of the second-tier fire eagle phoenix. Buzz! The void shimmered, and in an instant, a translucent giant hand, spanning 300 zhong, descended with overwhelming force. The void hand seal. Almost as soon as Gu Changge unleashed his attack, the fire eagle phoenix, which had been resting, was startled awake. Its head shot up high, and it gazed in terror at the immense void hand seal pressing down upon it. Caw! The fire eagle phoenix shrieked in alarm. Chapter 21. Raising a hand to slay the beast of the life wheel realm. The audience stunned the void hand seal, imbued with the might of thunder, struck before the fire eagle phoenix could fully lift its wings. Boom! The earth trembled, and dust erupted as a wave of terrifying energy rolled outward. The fire eagle phoenix was instantly suppressed beneath the void hand seal. In the next moment, as the hand grasped, blood sprayed forth and feathers scattered. The shockwave generated by the descending hand blew the hair of Gu Changge and the other Gu family disciples into disarray. Yet they felt nothing, their eyes fixated in a daze upon the direction of the gripping hand. For this second-tier beast of the life wheel realm had, before their very eyes, been crushed into pulp by their divine scion's mere gesture. Is this the power of the divine scion? Among their peers, how many could casually slay a second-tier beast of the life wheel realm with a mere motion? Surely only the divine scion possesses such strength. Gu Changge and the other long-lived Gu family disciples felt a shiver run down their spines. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge vanquished the second-tier beast, the Gu family members who had yet to acquire points, or perhaps had only garnered a few points, saw their tokens glow brightly. Gu Changge's name instantly soared to the top. Simultaneously, the 10th team he led surged from 10th place to 1st. Witnessing this scene, all the Gu family disciples participating in the coming-of-age ceremony were left dumbfounded. Did the divine scion truly make a move? Goodness, a direct surge of 100 points. Did he really slay a beast of the life wheel realm? Truly, the divine scion is formidable. The third-ranked Gu Changge, who had slain a 6-layer rainbow bridge realm monster with a single strike, glanced at Gu Changge, who topped both lists on the token, his expression indifferent. Did he really slay a beast of the life wheel realm? I too shall seek out a beast of the life wheel realm to slay. After uttering this, Gu Changge turned to his team. Initially intent on departing immediately, he hesitated, letting out a frustrated sigh. He had wished to act alone, but reality did not permit it. If he left, the third team would disband. How would the clan view him then? However, Gu Changge found it curious that Gu Changge, with his temperament, would likely share similar thoughts, yet team points could only be accounted for if the Gu family disciples were nearby while slaying beasts. This proved that Gu Changge had earned 100 points alongside his fellow disciples. Unable to comprehend, Gu Changge chose to ignore it and quickly led the others to hunt down beasts. Gu Xiu, Gu Xiao, and others exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the second-ranked Gu Yuan had already heard the thunderous commotion from Gu Changge's direction as he slayed the beast of the life wheel realm. Simultaneously, he noticed the rankings on the token, where Gu Changge and the 10th team had leaped to the top. Was it truly Gu Changge who acted? Quick, follow closely. Gu Yuan urged the members of the second team behind him. On Gu Changge's side, having raised his hand to slay the second-tier fire eagle phoenix beast, he felt no psychological turmoil. His cultivation was at the second tier of the life wheel realm. And moreover, it was of a 9-pattern life wheel. Not to mention his technique was the emperor-level inheritance, the Void Sutra, so his strike was naturally extraordinary. Simply based on his cultivation, he, at the second tier of the life wheel realm, could easily crush ordinary second-tier beasts like the fire eagle phoenix, perhaps even those at the 5th tier of the life wheel realm, that if he were to tap into his physical might. He could likely contend with those at the 8th or 9th tiers, should he utilize the power of his heavy pupils and the immortal techniques contained within his immortal bones. He would be invincible among his peers, even against those of the same level. This was the unparalleled foundation bestowed upon Gu Changge by his heavy pupils and immortal bones to oppose a challenge to him. One would need to be a pure blood beast of the 6th or 7th tier of the life wheel realm. Beasts indeed varied in kinds. ordinary beasts, pure blood beasts. These pure blood beasts were among the great enemies of humanity across the 3,000 realms. But that is a tale for another time. Alright. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, gazing at the fire eagle phoenix reduced to a lump of flesh, and turned to Gu Changge. I have dealt with this beast of the life wheel realm. You may now claim your opportunity. At Gu Changge's words, he snapped back to reality, dazed. Oh, thank you, Divine Scion. Gu Changge's expression was still clouded with shock as he made his way toward the lair of the fire eagle phoenix. Before long, Gu Changge approached Gu Changge with a beaming expression, clutching a fiery red spiritual herb that resembled the tail feathers of the fire eagle phoenix. The fire eagle elixir. This red hue is likely very close to a 5th grade elixir. Seeing this, the other long-lived Gu family disciples looked on with envy. A 6th grade elixir. Such treasures could only be occasionally obtained by those within the ranks or among divine science. For ordinary disciples like them, they might scarcely encounter even a few in their lifetimes. Elixirs are naturally categorized by grade, ranging from 1 to 9, with anything above being immortal divine medicines. Gu Changge, sensing the gaze of the other long-lived Gu family disciples upon him, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and offering the fire eagle elixir to Gu Changge. Divine Scion, had it not been for your intervention, I would not have obtained this 6th grade elixir. This elixir rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Gu Changge. Gu Changge waved his hand. Keep it. This is your opportunity, as we agreed beforehand. Gu Changge smiled gently. Ultimately, as Gu Changge confirmed that Gu Changge had no intention of accepting the elixir, he relaxed and joyfully accepted it, his face alight with ecstasy. Seeing Gu Changge's demeanor, some of the disciples with their own opportunities could no longer sit still. Divine Scion, I know of an opportunity in the life wheel realm. I also have one here, Divine Scion. I possess a heaven-defying opportunity guarded by a divine beast of the divine spirit realm. A dozen or so individuals stepped forth from the team, approaching Gu Changge with fervor and admiration. Yet, amidst this, Gu Changge caught wind of the mention of an opportunity in the divine spirit realm. Gu Changge raised his hand to his words. The disciples bearing opportunities fell silent, gazing at Gu Changge's transcendent visage with longing. Just as Gu Changge was about to invite the disciple who spoke of the opportunity in the divine spirit realm to elaborate, his words faltered as he shifted his gaze toward the back of the team. Gu Changge seemed to sense something and followed Gu Changge's gaze. In the next moment, a figure exuding an air of dominance, akin to a sovereign of the mortal realm, approached. Gu Yuan, leading the 3rd trial team. Gu Yuan's rank. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan with an expression of calm. While Gu Changge remained tranquil, the others were not so composed. Gu Yuan's rank. My goodness, Gu Yuan has always been at odds with the Divine Scion. Will they come to blows? I, for one, eagerly anticipate this. Given Gu Yuan's temperament, he would never pass up a chance to spar with the Divine Scion. Chapter 22. The 2nd rank, 1 punch. Indeed, it is you. Gu Yuan's gaze bore into Gu Changge. Divine Scion Changge. Upon speaking, he surveyed the ruins of the fire eagle phoenix's lair, and upon seeing the beast reduced to a bloody pulp, his pupils constricted. It seems the opportunity here has already been seized by you, Divine Scion Changge. Gu Yuan stated with certainty. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. So you also possess knowledge of the opportunities here? Naturally. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my team and depart. If we were to engage, it could have significant repercussions for you. Gu Changge's tone was warm, devoid of any hint of hostility. Does this Divine Scion truly wish to avoid a confrontation with Gu Yuan? Is he afraid? Since ascending to Divine Scion, Changge has undergone a considerable transformation. Perhaps he is considering the harmony of the clan, for he is to lead the long-lived Gu family in the future. Perhaps there's a grain of truth to that, but to suggest fear. Are you blind? Did you not see that a beast of the life-will realm was slain there? It was clearly a single blow. Can we even fathom the Divine Scion's might? The members of the 2nd team, led by Gu Yuan, murmured amongst themselves. The long-lived Gu family disciples of the 10th team shared similar sentiments. Yet their faith in Gu Changge's strength was unwavering. After all, the image of him effortlessly vanquishing a beast of the life-wheel realm was profoundly shocking. It could not possibly stem from fear. One could only conclude, as the divine scion, Gu Changge's vision had broadened. What others thought, Gu Yuan was oblivious to, but upon hearing Gu Changge's words, his fists tightened. What do you mean by that? Gu Yuan frowned at Gu Changge, his voice icy. Do you believe that if I were to strike at you, I would inevitably be defeated and gravely injured? Gu Changge did not respond to Gu Yuan, maintaining a faint smile on his face. It was precisely this demeanor that, without uttering a single word, conveyed Gu Changge's intentions to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming, domineering aura of his ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Gu Changge, do you think that by awakening a second talent, becoming a divine son, and breaking through to the Fate Wheel realm, you can suppress every member of the Changsheng family? He thundered. I end the contest for the first sequence. Do not forget that I too will contend with you. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth, scattering leaves and stirring up clouds of dust. The young members of the Changsheng family felt as if a colossal mountain had been placed upon their chests. Their breaths quickening involuntarily. Gu Yuan possessed 108 royal bones, a born king. Even within the same Rainbow Bridge realm, the gap was so vast that the younger generation of the Changsheng family felt utterly powerless to resist. Very well then, let us settle this swiftly, so you may recover more quickly. Gu Yuan seethed, his fury palpable. With a stomp of his foot, he transformed into a terrifying streak of light, hurtling towards Gu Changge. The very fabric of space seemed to part. In an instant, a flash of light appeared before Gu Changge. A fist propelled forward, shattering the void as if a savage tiger had lunged at him. It was Gu Yuan's sequence, the dominating tiger fist. Previously, when Gu Yuan's sequence was tested in the martial arena, the dominating tiger fist could unleash 8 million Jin of power. Now, it was likely to reach 10 million Jin. One must understand that Gu Yuan's sequence was that of a born king, and with the holy level dominating tiger fist, his might was augmented even further, making the possibility of 10 million Jin of force absolutely feasible. Gu Yuan's prowess had undoubtedly grown stronger, and it was likely he was nearing the Fate Wheel realm. Among the younger generation of the Changsheng family, who could unleash 8 million Jin of power with a single punch. Even the former Gu Changge could not, let alone the fact that Gu Yuan at this moment could erupt with nearly 10 million Jin of force. No one could match him. However, just as the crowd marveled at the terrifying might of Gu Yuan's tiger fist, the once ferocious and imposing beast was suddenly shattered by a radiant punch, accompanied by a crisp crack echoing through the air. The unexpected sound of shattering drew the attention of all the young members of the Changsheng family, plunging the surroundings into silence. Then came a resounding crash. From the cloud of dust, a shadow was sent flying, crashing violently into several towering trees. Boom! The great trees collapsed, leaves scattering. Those who anticipated a fierce battle stood in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. How could this be? Blood trickled from the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth, his eyes wide with incredulity. I could see that moment. His right hand hung limply by his side, shattered beyond repair. A mere shattered hand will heal in a few days. That I shall take my leave, Gu Changge remarked with a smile, nodding at the incredulous Gu Yuan before turning to walk toward the astonished Gu Jing and others. A gleam of astonishment flickered in Gu Changge's beautiful eyes. Her heart was profoundly shaken. That punch must have exceeded 15 million Jin of power. For someone in the Fate Wheel realm to possess such physical strength. This fellow has undergone a transformation beyond recognition compared to the Gu Changge of my previous life. Not only in character, but also in talent and combat prowess. Gu Changge was acutely aware of the significance of achieving 15 million Jin of might at the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm. In the previous life's rivalry, even among the most exceptional beings in the 3,000 domains, few could attain such strength in the Fate Wheel realm without extraordinary physical gifts. Gu Changge's talent was said to be the dual pupils, coupled with a mysterious force within him, suggesting he should not possess such extraordinary physical qualities. As Gu Changge pondered, Gu Changge had already approached Gu Jing and the others, those who were aware of the opportunities in the divine connection realm. Step forward as we walk. Leading the way, Gu Changge prompted the 10th squad of the Gu family members, who were momentarily dazed, to follow in exhilaration and admiration as they watched Gu Changge depart. The second squad of the Changsheng Gu family could not contain their astonishment. Heavens! The Divine Son Gu Changge defeated Gu Yuan's sequence with a single punch. Is the disparity between the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Fate Wheel realm truly so vast? Even Gu Yuan, who once contended with the Divine Son, now cannot withstand a single blow. Could it be that the strength of the Divine Son in the Fate Wheel realm is exceptionally formidable, rather than a mere gap between the ninth layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Fate Wheel realm? Gu Yuan's sequence, if engaged in battle with an ordinary Fate Wheel realm opponent, could likely obliterate them with a single punch. After all, it was a punch of 10 million Jin. Cough, cough. Gu Yuan, clutching his injured right hand, spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood as he rose to his feet. Gazing towards Gu Changge, what in the world could that fellow's awakened second talent be? How could he have changed so dramatically, possessing such terrifying physical power? Gu Yuan muttered to himself, a tearing sensation in his chest causing his complexion to pale once more. Just moments ago, Gu Changge had claimed that taking action against him would have significant repercussions. It seemed he had truly not underestimated him. Yet, the more this was the case, the angrier Gu Yuan became. For it only served to affirm his inferiority to Gu Changge. Chapter 23. Divine Light Ascends. The beasts of the Divine Connection realm emerge outside the secret realm of the void. Gu Changge and the 6 clan elders were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, Gu Changge quickly regained composure, adjusting his expression, though the upward curve of his lips was more difficult to suppress than a volcanic eruption. The other elders marveled. The Divine Son Gu Changge has broken through to the Fate Wheel realm, as if reborn. Despite Gu Yuan's sequence possessing the Heavenly King body with 108 royal bones, a born king, that punch, bolstered by spiritual energy techniques, wielded at least 10 million Jin of might. Yet the Divine Son's single punch had vanquished Gu Yuan's sequence, suggesting a future of unimaginable achievements. Our Changsheng Gu family shall produce another great emperor. Upon hearing this, the elders cast envious glances at Gu Changge. Unable to contain himself, Gu Changge burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Elders, you jest! It is still too early for Changge to stand alone. The Divine Son is invincible. The Divine Son is too powerful. He has even defeated Gu Yuan's sequence, who once rivaled you, with a single punch." Leading the group, Gu Changge walked ahead, with a throng of Gu family maidens blushing, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration for his ethereal presence. Gu Changge walked beside Gu Changge, remaining silent, yet her gaze couldn't help but linger on him. There was no denying it. The current Gu Changge was simply too dazzling. Even she, the reborn sovereign, felt somewhat lacking among her peers. It was only through her sovereign bones and the fortuitous knowledge she had acquired that she had managed to reach her current level at the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm. "Keep up," Gu Changge instructed the group of maidens as he turned his head, his perfect profile prompting an internal uproar among them. He was simply too handsome. Though he appeared slightly youthful, he already exuded an air of exceptional elegance. Bathed in a faint glow akin to celestial light, dressed in luxurious black attire, radiating a deadly allure reminiscent of poppies, combined with an undeniable nobility. Even Gu Changge and the other male members of the Gu family could only feel reverence, devoid of any jealousy. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light shot skyward. The divine light shimmered, creating waves of ripples. This sudden surge of divine light captured the attention of everyone within the secret realm of the void. Simultaneously, 2 distress signals appeared on the token. It was a cry for help from the teams led by Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, aside from recording points and viewing team and individual rankings. The token also possessed a distress function, allowing nearby teams to come to the aid of those in need, with successful rescues yielding half of that team's points. Gu Changge gazed towards the source of the divine light and then glanced at the token, his mind already formulating conjectures. The simultaneous distress signals from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao suggested that the 2 teams were acting together and had likely encountered a problem they could not resolve. 2 teams combined, and especially 2 sequences joining forces, beasts in the Fate Wheel realm, levels 4 and 5, or even 7 and 8, should not normally require help. Thus, there was only one possibility. They must have encountered beasts of the ninth layer of the Fate Wheel realm, or even creatures from the Divine Connection realm. Divine Son. That direction seems to align with the opportunity one know of in the Divine Connection realm. Gu, aware of the opportunity, took out a jade pendant to sense it and immediately addressed Gu Changge. Is that so? Gu Changge's eyes sparkled for a moment. Then he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. From here on, you need not intervene. I will handle everything. Just keep up with my pace. With that, Gu Changge soared into the sky before the wide-eyed crowd. That moment, everyone realized that their divine son was now a formidable being in the Fate Wheel realm, capable of traversing the void and flying several miles in the blink of an eye. Keep up. Gu Changge stood resolutely in the void, directing his gaze toward Gu Changge, Gu Jing, and the others below, signaling them as his figure began to soar forward through the ranks in the heart of the void secret realm. A group of individuals was struggling to flee, occasionally glancing back in terror. Ji Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao each held a sphere of radiant light, within which the outline of a medicinal herb and a fruit could be discerned. The two women appeared pale, their breaths labored, clearly having sustained grave injuries. The Ji Ziyu looked at the disciples of the Changsheng Gu family following her and urgently spoke. That ferocious beast is targeting me and Xiaoxiao. You must not follow us any longer. Flee at once. You still have the opportunity to slay ferocious beasts and evil spirits within the secret realm. As for the other compensations after the adult ceremony trial, we will provide them to you later. Jiu Xiaoxiao echoed her sentiment. The ferocious beasts of the divine communication realm are beyond our capability to contend with. For now, both Ziyu and I must withdraw from the adult ceremony trial. I apologize for not being able to lead you further. Ziyu, this is our fault. Had we not insisted on attempting to resolve the issue with that beast, you would not have had to intervene. Indeed, Ziyu and Xiaoxiao, it is entirely our mistake. Please, do not apologize. Ziyu turned her gaze toward the direction of the booming sounds, her expression stern. You all must disperse quickly. If you delay any longer, you will be caught. Xiaoxiao and I will lure the divine communication realm beast away before we retreat. Xiaoxiao, Gu Ziyu called out. Jiu Xiaoxiao nodded, and in the next moment, the two women accelerated their pace. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to scatter to the sides. They were utterly incapable of confronting a divine communication realm beast, even with the two sequences combined. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao prepared to withdraw. Gu Jing, Gu Yi, and other Changsheng Gu disciples following Gu Changge were already stunned into silence, their eyes unfocused as they raced along the path forged by him. They were now perilously close to the location of the earlier burst of divine light. In a mere span of time, they had traversed hundreds of miles. Along the way, they encountered countless beasts and malevolent spirits of the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms, even facing formidable beasts of the Fate Wheel realm. Initially, the beasts of the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms posed little threat, but when they encountered two Fate Wheel realm beasts, a sense of dread gripped them. These two beasts were not merely novice Fate Wheel entities. One was at the third layer while the other had reached the fifth layer. Just as they expected Gu Changge to regroup with them for a collective strike, their divine son, with a mighty handprint, coalesced from the void, swatted down upon the approaching Fate Wheel realm beasts, instantly reducing them to crimson mist. They gasped in shock, their bodies prickling with goosebumps. Subsequently, Gu Changge continued to sweep through, leaving no beast or spirit unscathed in his wake. His invincible demeanor left them both astonished and in awe, as if gazing upon a deity, their hearts in turmoil. So overwhelming, so invincible. As they pressed onward, a sudden rumble echoed through the air. Gu Changge raised his head to observe the distant quaking earth, his eyes flashing with insight. A divine communication realm beast, indeed. No wonder the two sequences sought our aid. Chapter 24. Confronting the divine communication realm beast. Defeat is inevitable. The followers of Gu Changge were taken aback upon hearing his words. A divine communication realm beast. My heavens, they realized it seemed to be pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. But at the same time, other Changsheng Gu disciples, who had separated from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. caught sight of Gu Changge standing tall in the void. Their expressions lit up with Joy.it is the Divine Son Changge. How wonderful! We are saved! Without hesitation, the Zhongzhou Gu disciples rushed toward him. Noticing their approach, Gu Changge inquired, "Are you from the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "Yes, Divine Son," a member of the Gu family at the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm stepped forward. "Where are Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "They diverted the divine communication realm beast away to prevent it from endangering us," the Gu disciple quickly explained. "Very well, stay within my group for now." "I will venture forth," Gu Changge replied, turning to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others. "You all wait here for me, and send someone to call Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao's team to join us." "Understood, Divine Son." Gu Jing and the others nodded. Gu Qingxiu stood among the crowd, her beautiful eyes gazing at the figure of Gu Changge soaring in the sky, her heart shaken. Has this individual truly changed? To prepare to confront a divine communication realm beast with merely the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel realm, willingly placing himself in such peril. Little did Gu Changge know the thoughts swirling within Gu Qingxiu's mind. He was simply acting upon his convictions that, as the Divine Son of the Zhongzhou family, he naturally bore the responsibility of a Divine Son that, of course, this was contingent upon not risking his life. After all, one must prioritize survival above all else. The divine communication realm was not necessarily a threat to his life. Moreover, during the adult ceremony trial, there were elders of the Zhongzhou Gu family overseeing the proceedings. Should danger arise, he could simply withdraw, thus avoiding any life-threatening situations. However, Gu Changge's actions undeniably earned him immense respect and fervor from Gu Jing and the other Gu disciples present. I am increasingly impressed with Changge. In the plaza of the Void Secret Realm, an elder sat in the void, observing Gu Changge through the mirror, sighing in admiration. Unparalleled talent, unmatched appearance and demeanor, not to mention his sense of responsibility for his kin. Truly perfect. Another elder spoke, looking at Changge. It seems he intends to confront the divine communication realm beast pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. He appears confident. Intriguing. Upon hearing this, the other elders suddenly realized they had been so captivated by Gu Changge's brilliance that they had forgotten the imminent confrontation he was about to face. Recognizing this, they exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern that a Fate Wheel realm against a divine communication realm beast was indeed a monumental leap. In the early stages, crossing realms posed little issue, but once one reached the Fate Wheel realm, each layer represented a significant barrier. The Fate Wheel realm condenses the Fate Wheel, shattering spiritual energy into liquid form. A single drop of liquid spirit is far more formidable than the combined spiritual energy of a 9th layer Rainbow Bridge realm cultivator, rendering the Fate Wheel realm a crushing force against the Rainbow Bridge. The same was true for the Divine Communication realm against the Fate Wheel realm. The Divine Communication realm had already birthed its innate divine abilities, which could be classified into minor and major divine abilities. Major divine abilities are derived from the 3,000 Great Paths, while minor divine abilities encompass various elemental powers. These powers involve the forces of heaven and earth, thus delivering a devastating blow to the Fate Wheel realm. Now, Gu Changge was preparing to confront a divine communication realm beast, and if he were merely at the 6th or 7th layer of the Fate Wheel realm, there might be hope, but at the 1st or 2nd layer, the challenge was monumental. The elder who had previously praised Gu Changge furrowed his brow. Changge's courage to challenge is commendable, yet I fear he may falter and suffer defeat, impacting his psyche. Another elder echoed this sentiment. As long as we are here, Changge's life is not in jeopardy, but I worry about him facing setbacks too soon, which could affect his resolve. Ji Yuqing also frowned slightly. It is of no concern. Changge's resolve cannot be easily shaken. His willingness to confront a divine communication realm beast with the early Fate Wheel realm signifies he has already surpassed everyone else in the adult ceremony trial. The 6 elder attendants were skeptical of Gu Changge's prospects, believing he would undoubtedly fail against the divine communication realm beast. Even Gu Qing did not harbor hope for his victory. However, they anticipated that their doubts might soon be proven wrong. Gu Changge, emboldened to face the divine communication realm beast, possessed his own confidence. That confidence stemmed from the dual pupil technique and his celestial bone, even at the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm. He held the potential to challenge the Divine Communication Realm beast. With a thought, Gu Changge transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the Divine Communication Realm beast, pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao found themselves on the brink of peril. The terrifying aura of the Divine Communication Realm beast behind them was suffocating. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, each pulling out their score tokens, sighing in unison. "It seems this is where our journey ends," Gu Ziyu remarked. "Indeed, we have burdened the team we led." Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. A terrifying roar echoed from behind them, carrying a stench that wafted toward them. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao turned to face the approaching Divine Communication Realm beast, their expressions calm, ready to shatter their score tokens to summon the Elder Guards when suddenly a terrifying streak of light surged forth, colliding violently with the beast that was about to strike. Accompanied by an explosive roar that reverberated through the void, a visible shockwave spread outward. The Divine Communication Realm beast was sent hurtling away, shifting 100 meters from the force of the impact, all under the astonished gaze of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. "What just happened?" Gu Ziyu exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. Who among the younger generation of the Changsheng Gu family has the capability to confront a Divine Communication Realm beast? This is not merely a Fate Wheel realm challenge, could it be? Suddenly, a figure ethereal and celestial materialized in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind. Jiuzu instantly comprehended. Gu Changge. Meanwhile, Gu Changge clashed with the ferocious beast of the Transcendence realm, a thunderous roar reverberating for hundreds of miles around. Nearby, the team leaders of the sequence gazed intently towards the source of the sound, their expressions shifting slightly as they hastily made their way in that direction. Jiu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. The second and third sequences were also en route. As the shimmering light manifested and the spiritual radiance dissipated, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, watching in astonishment, gradually discerned the identity of their savior, just as they had surmised. A figure clad in black with golden trim, exuding an air of nobility, came into view. His youthful demeanor was ethereal and regal, his features slightly boyish yet strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence and invincibility. Remaining unfazed even before the ferocious beast of the Transcendence realm. It was indeed Gu Changge. The sight of him stirred deep emotions within Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25. The infernal flame spider, though they had suspected who had come to their rescue. Witnessing the figure in reality caused an undeniable tremor in their hearts. This scene was truly impactful. After all, Gu Changge had only recently entered the Fate Wheel realm, yet here he was, boldly confronting a ferocious beast of the Transcendence realm on their behalf. An inexplicable feeling flooded their hearts. They had always held a favorable view of Gu Changge, the one who suppressed the younger generation of the Gu family. And now they beheld him standing before them like a savior. How could their hearts remain unmoved? The infernal flame spider, furious at having its attack interrupted by Gu Changge, let out an enraged roar. He had been on the verge of devouring the two insignificant ants that sought to steal its guardian fortune when Gu Changge had intervened. Before him stood an infernal flame spider, a beast newly entered into the Transcendence realm. Its body was covered with blood-red markings, towering several meters high, surrounded by swirling black mist, its aura of the Transcendence realm palpable. As if the very air had solidified, the infernal flame spider possessed the ability to unleash flames imbued with terrifying venom, and upon breaking into the Transcendence realm, it could potentially awaken a minor fire-related divine ability. Though it was rather ordinary among ferocious beasts, upon entering the Transcendence realm and awakening its divine ability, it became a nightmare for those below that realm. That Gu Changge assessed the infernal flame spider with calm scrutiny. Fully aware of its origins, "Come, let me witness the prowess of the Transcendence realm," he stated coolly, hands clasped behind his back. With a deafening roar, the infernal flame spider lunged forward, its massive body transforming into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it was upon Gu Changge, its razor-sharp legs resembling long blades, cutting through the air as they aimed for him with ferocious intent. Gu Changge, remained composed, unleashing a powerful punch. His blood surged, and spiritual energy enveloped his fist as he struck with an explosive force of 1,500 pounds. The collision of fist and spider leg generated a terrifying shockwave, accompanied by a thunderous sound that resonated through the air. As the two forces clashed, Gu Changge was momentarily jolted back several dozen meters, while the infernal flame spider shuddered slightly, retreating nearly 10 meters. Furious at being repulsed, the infernal flame spider roared in rage. How could a mere ant, weaker than itself, force it back? Gu Changge regarded the infernal flame spider with keen interest, recognizing it as an ordinary ferocious beast. Even upon entering the Transcendence realm, it was not beyond his ability to contend with. Below, Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Jing watched in astonishment, their pupils constricting. The notion that Gu Changge could match the physical strength of a ferocious beast of the Transcendence realm was astonishing. What terrifying physical prowess was this? It was known that human cultivators rarely matched the physical might of ferocious beasts, yet here was Gu Changge, in the Fate Wheel realm, confronting the infernal flame spider head-on. Were their eyes deceiving them? Moreover, was not Gu Changge's talent supposed to be the heavy eye? The crowd was taken aback. However, the infernal flame spider, incensed by Gu Changge's earlier words, continued its assault. With a hiss, terrifying flames erupted from its maw, warping the air with their heat. The very moment the flames erupted, a sizzling sound filled the air. The flames were infused with scorching venom, and even those like Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, distant from the battlefield, felt the oppressive heat wave that made them dizzy. The infernal flame spider's flames contained venom. Gu Changge suddenly shouted to Gu Changge, "Be careful of its fire!" Yet Gu Changge appeared to have anticipated this. As the infernal flame spider unleashed its flames, a pair of luminous eyes manifested within his clear gaze, as if countless mysteries unfolded before him. Heavy eye, future sight. With a swift motion, Gu Changge effortlessly evaded the venomous flames. As he dodged the infernal flame spider's assault, Gu Changge cast a glance at Gu Changge below, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing his nod, Gu Changge lowered her head slightly, her heart unsettled. Why was she warning him? This fellow possessed the heavy eye, which contained numerous miraculous abilities, including future sight. He could hardly be in danger, the Gu Changge. He snatched your supreme bone in his last life, causing you to suffer in the early stages and struggle midway. He is your enemy, she consoled herself, justifying her earlier warning as a form of repayment for his recent kindness. However, Gu Changge had no time to ponder Gu Changge's thoughts that he dodged the infernal flame spider's attack, which roared once more, summoning the power of heaven and earth, enveloping an area of 1,000 feet. A searing domain of flames instantly spread over the expanse. Gu Changge frowned slightly as he surveyed the fiery realm surrounding him. Was this the divine ability awakened by the infernal flame spider? It appeared to be a fire domain, but he was uncertain of its specific capabilities. With a triumphant roar, the infernal flame spider unleashed its divine ability upon Gu Changge, exuding an air of victory as it reveled in its perceived triumph. Accompanying its roar, terrifying fireballs, infused with potent venom, began to coalesce in the in the blink of an eye. Dozens of these menacing fireballs formed around Gu Changge. "Be careful!" Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. Each fireball radiated an overwhelming power that left them feeling suffocated, clearly extraordinary. With a commanding roar, the infernal flame spider ordered its attack, and the terrifying fireballs surged toward Gu Changge. Boom! 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 The fireball struck where Gu Changge stood, resulting in cataclysmic explosions. Witnessing this, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao turned pale. The sheer number of these formidable fireballs concentrated in one location would surely pose a grave threat. Even to cultivators of the same realm, Gu Changge. Even Gu Changge's heart tightened with concern for him. As flames surged and venomous heat engulfed the area, the infernal flame spider reveled in the belief that its assault had struck true. This move had never failed before. All it took was to execute this attack, and its prey was guaranteed to perish. Yet, as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the eyes of all present widened in disbelief. Instead of the anticipated sight of Gu Changge wounded or in disarray, he stood undisturbed, radiating an ethereal elegance that seemed even more pronounced than before, a figure akin to a celestial being. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 26. The Celestial King's Phantom. Heavy is light slays the transcendence realm. A colossal phantom loomed behind Gu Changge, exuding an aura of sanctity, surrounded by ethereal celestial light. As if a divine king had descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, Gu Changge was enveloped in a soft glow, forming a protective sphere around him. Faced with the infernal flame spider's divine attack, Gu Changge had utilized the heavy eye's future sight to perceive countless images of the infernal flame spider's assault. He promptly activated the Celestial King's descent, employing the innate void barrier for defense, resulting in the current scene. The youth stood amidst the void, resembling a celestial being adrift in the wind. Tranquil and otherworldly, below, Gu Changge, Gu Xiao, Gu Ziyu, and others stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. My heavens, how did the sun achieve this? To withstand the divine attack of a transcendence realm beast without a scratch? How is this possible? The infernal flame spider screeched, its fury mounting as it beheld Gu Changge unscathed. How could a mere ant withstand its divine assault without a single injury? With a furious roar, the infernal flame spider began to gather power anew. A massive fireball coalescing above its head, radiating an even more terrifying flame. Infernal Sphere. This is the most formidable attack of the fire domain. It was determined that this time, the ant would not withstand the onslaught. One must not shed tears until they see the coffin. Gu Changge glanced at the infernal sphere forming above the infernal flame spider, snorting disdainfully as a great terror brewed within his eyes. Countless mysteries coalesced within his heavy in the next moment. Gu Changge's eyes widened slightly, and a wave of substantial, radiant light burst forth, tearing through the void. Boom! The tangible radiance emanating from this source was utterly terrifying. Even the void itself warped in response, creating ripples that cascaded outward, while the overwhelming aura of annihilation sent shivers down the spines of all present. The light of the dual pupils. Gu Changge's heart trembled. He could actually wield it at the life wheel realm in this lifetime. Surrounding Gu Changge, disciples of the Gu family gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine ability is this? So dreadfully fearsome. Could it be the power of the dual pupils? Such a terrifying brilliance. Surely this divine beast of the divine connection realm will be slain by the divine offspring here and now. As the words fell, the infernal flame spider was struck by the light of the dual pupils. Unable to even unleash the fireball it had been conjuring. Boom! The void trembled, ripples undulating endlessly. Almost the instant the light of the dual pupils struck the infernal flame spider. Its massive body exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist and shattered flesh. The divine connection realm beast, infernal flame spider, perished. Observing the unfolding spectacle above, the disciples of the Gu family below, although somewhat prepared and even having speculated that Gu Changge would slay the infernal flame spider, found themselves utterly stunned when it truly occurred. The disparity between mere speculation and reality was striking. Gu Changge lowered his gaze slightly. The bearing of the king of prodigies, and moreover, the king of kings among prodigies, at the very least, a king of prodigies without awakened divine abilities would undoubtedly be unable to confront a divine connection realm being at the second level of the life wheel realm. Yet he could utilize the dual pupil divine ability at the life wheel realm. How was this accomplished? Compared to his previous life, he had progressed a whole major realm faster. Gu Changge's thoughts were in disarray. However, he soon calmed the tumult within his heart. Regardless of Gu Changge's circumstances, she was a reborn sovereign. As long as she followed the proper course, she would ultimately stand atop the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao Domains. No one knew what Gu Changge was pondering, but the scene erupted in chaos. Simultaneously, the Gu family members who had just arrived to observe were also unable to maintain their composure. Jiu Yuan, on a small hill several miles away from the battle, was engulfed by the fluctuations of Gu Changge's confrontation with the infernal flame spider, which swept across 100 miles. Even from several miles away, he could clearly discern what was transpiring. Thus, when Gu Yuan witnessed Gu Changge employing the immortal king's descent to the ninth heaven, unleashing a strike of the dual pupil light that felled the infernal flame spider of the divine connection realm. His pupils constricted in astonishment. How could this be? The life wheel realm confronting the divine connection realm. This is impossible. The disparity between prodigies truly reveals itself in the divine connection realm, where awakened divine abilities make the differences starkly evident. Yet, Gu Changge could confront a divine connection realm beast even at the life wheel realm. One could only imagine how formidable he would become once he stepped into the divine connection realm and awakened his divine abilities. The disciples of the Gu family behind Gu Yuan were equally incredulous. My heavens, the divine offspring actually slayed a divine connection realm beast at the life wheel realm. How astonishing! Gu Changge had also arrived. Observing Gu Changge's victory over the infernal flame spider, his sword trembled behind him. Retracting his sword gaze, he coolly addressed those around him. Let us depart. Some supporters behind Gu Changge, witnessing the scene, could not help but inquire. Changge lineage, did you not state your intention to challenge the divine offspring? There are so many people present. What a perfect opportunity to make a name for yourself. Gu Changge coldly shook his head. I am not his match. I cannot confront the divine connection realm at the life wheel realm. At this moment, a life wheel resembling a long sword shone brightly within Gu Changge's dantian. Clearly, he too had broken through to the life wheel realm and formed a sword wheel. The 8 marks on the sword wheel indicated that it was an 8-mark sword wheel. The life wheel can manifest as a standard circular form or as a special type. Special wheels are typically possessed by those with supreme physiques, and an 8-mark sword wheel is not inferior to a standard 9-marked life wheel. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Changge and 6 clan elders beheld this scene. Equally unsettled, good gracious, Changge actually confronted and defeated a divine connection realm beast at the life wheel realm, exclaimed one elder in astonishment. The future is limitless, another elder added, his tone filled with excitement. Gu Changge nodded as well. It appears that my Gu family has promising successors. The king of prodigies, Changge, will undoubtedly prevail. Upon hearing the title king of prodigies, the 6 elders' eyes gleamed with fervor. The king of prodigies, those who grow to such stature are at least at the sage realm. The top-tier kings of prodigies can even aspire to the emperor realm. Having slain the infernal flame spider, Gu Changge glanced at his personal information. Roll, Gu Changge strength. Life will second layer physique. Dual pupils, light of dual pupils foresight. Immortal bone, immortal king descends to the 9th heaven. Cultivation method, void sutra, 5th layer 21, divine abilities. Heaven cutting finger, minor accomplishment 33. Void great hand seal, minor accomplishment 50. Great void technique, entry 2. Innate void chi, entry 2. Bound object, Gu Changge. The progress of his divine abilities had significantly increased, having swept through with ease. He naturally had utilized various divine abilities, rapidly enhancing his proficiency through combat. Logically speaking, understanding divine abilities relies solely on one's insight. However, Gu Changge's system not only possessed return capabilities, but also augmented proficiency, making it extraordinarily impressive. As Gu Changge descended before the crowd, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao approached. The 2 young women, their beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement, found themselves irresistibly drawn to Gu Changge's proximity. Grateful expressions surfaced on the faces of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, just as they were about to speak. Suddenly, a terrifying trumpet of an elephant sounded. Chapter 27. The Dragon Elephant Technique comes forth. A 1,000-fold return of the dragon elephant's suppression. The sudden, fearsome trumpet left the entire assembly momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a fissure appeared in the clear sky. The crack stretched for 100 feet. A pitch-black gash that sent shivers down one's spine, as if it sought to consume everything. This a void rift. A disciple of the Gu family exclaimed in astonishment at a great opportunity. Another disciple exclaimed with enthusiasm. We have long heard of the void secret realm during our coming-of-age trials, where void rifts occasionally manifest. The rifts, connecting to unknown realms, might yield extraordinary inheritances and rare treasures, and to think it is indeed true. The trumpet we just heard must undoubtedly signify a terrifying inheritance. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Gu Changge, upon hearing the trumpet, felt her beautiful eyes brighten. Here it comes, the Dragon Elephant Technique. Although she was unaware of how the Dragon Elephant Technique would manifest. Upon hearing the trumpet, she knew instinctively that it was indeed the Dragon Elephant Technique. Gu Changge, of course, also heard the trumpet. The Dragon Elephant Technique, glancing at the rift in the void, Gu Changge felt a slight anticipation. If he were to obtain this Dragon Elephant Technique and apply it to his return capabilities, one could only wonder what kind of cultivation rewards it might yield. Simultaneously, not only Gu Changge and Gu Changge heard it, but also Gu Shuangjian, who was preparing to depart, and Gu Yuan. They all caught the sound of the trumpet. Opportunity, the two words flickered in their minds. Almost instantaneously, their gazes fell upon the 100-foot rift that had appeared in the void. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the rift. In that instant, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and several other ambitious disciples of the Gu family sprang into action. Some utilized their movement techniques, others soared skyward. While some wielded extraordinary treasures, their eyes were solely fixed on that beam of light. As the light descended, Gu Yuan, being the closest, felt a surge of joy and leaped into the air. Simultaneously, others in Gu Yuan's party also took flight. Down, Gu Yuan stood upon a large blade, channeling his inner energy into the weapon as he soared upwards, unleashing a terrifying aura that repelled some of the Gu family disciples attempting to seize the beam of light. Gu Shuangjian flew through the void, witnessing Gu Yuan nearing the light. He summoned his sword, which soared into his grasp, and then a streak of sword light cleaved toward the descending beam. Just as Gu Yuan had pushed away the nearby Gu family disciples, he sensed Gu Shuangjian's sword light approaching. That a sense of danger arose. Gu Yuan's expression changed as he immediately deduced the identity of the assailant. Gu Shuangjian, break! Gu Yuan let out a cold shout, turning to strike at the incoming sword light with his fist. Boom! The void rippled with waves. The moment Gu Yuan's fist struck the sword light, his complexion paled, and his figure was blasted away. A sword mark vividly etched upon his fist, blood flowing forth. Life wheel realm, Gu Yuan roared, his body hurtling backward. This opportunity is mine, Gu Shuangjian remarked coolly, gazing in Gu Yuan's direction, preparing to seize the beam of light. However, in the next moment, the void suddenly rippled once more, followed by a colossal finger emerging from the depths of the void, thrusting directly toward him, solidifying the space around him, as if imprisoning him, leaving him to await his demise. That heaven-cutting finger. This time, Gu Shuangjian's expression changed dramatically. After the initial shock, a beam of light, swifter than him, closed in on the beam of light. Gu Changge, bypassing Gu Shuangjian, smiled and declared, "This opportunity is mine." With that, the opportunity descending from the void was already clutched in his hand. With a flourish of radiant sword light, Gu Shuangjian shouted coldly, his sword igniting with a blinding brilliance, the terrifying sword intent piercing through the heavens. Crashing forcefully against the descending finger. Boom! Puffed. Gu Shuangjian managed to sever the enormous finger, yet the recoil sent him spewing a mouthful of blood, his energy somewhat depleted. One strike, a light injury. Gu Shuangjian's heart shook as he gazed in disbelief at Gu Changge, who had seized the opportunity. Though both were at the life wheel realm, he could not withstand even a single finger strike from Gu Changge and was injured. How could this be possible? In the presence of the astonishing spectacle before them, the members of the Changsheng Gu family could hardly believe their eyes. Had the Divine Son of Changge truly defeated the Frost Sword sequence with a mere gesture? Surely this was not a trick of the light. Just moments ago, the Frost Sword sequence had soared through the void and seemed poised to seize their fortune, only to be so unexpectedly vanquished by the flick of Changge's finger. At that moment, Gu Yuan had also regained his composure. Upon turning, he witnessed Gu Shuangjian being bested by Gu Changge, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. Gu Shuangjian, did you truly believe that your breakthrough into the Fate Wheel realm rendered you invincible? Under the might of Gu Changge, we are all but mere challengers. The Divine Son is indeed supreme. Your loss is not unjust. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Shuangjian cast a steely gaze at the laughing Gu Yuan. Now that I have breached the Fate Wheel, and you have not, who is truly at a disadvantage here? Gu Changge, who initially intended to seize the Longxiang art with her divine abilities, chose not to intervene upon witnessing Gu Changge suppress Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian claiming the Longxiang art. However, she did not anticipate the manner in which the Longxiang art would manifest as it stood. The Longxiang art could not be taken as a mere token of gratitude owed to Gu Changge. It seemed she would have to procure other opportunities to make amends. Holding the Longxiang art in his hands, Gu Changge paid no heed to the squabbling between Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. When the fleeting light had been captured earlier, he had discerned the image of a small dragon elephant, at the center of which lay a scroll, precisely the one he now possessed. The Longxiang art was securely in his grasp. This rite of passage had been nothing short of a resounding success. With a gentle smile, Gu Changge stored the Longxiang art within his spatial ring. In the ensuing days, as anticipated, Gu Changge continued to vanquish Fate Wheel and Divine Connection realm beasts, firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle of both lists. Amidst the awe of many, the rite of passage concluded. Numerous individuals acquired substantial resources, Gu Changge among them, who was further rewarded with a sacred weapon, a magnificent holy bell. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and its ability to instill dread in the hearts of foes. Brother Divine Son. Gu Changge approached Gu Changge's courtyard, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Did you summon me for a reason? Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at a verdant tree adorned in a flowing black and gold robe, exuding an air of nobility. Surrounded by ethereal melodies and a faint celestial glow that set him apart. Acknowledging Gu Changge's inquiry with a nod, Gu Changge turned to her. Indeed, there's a matter of importance. The supreme bone is innately supreme. It not only facilitates the cultivation of unparalleled divine abilities, but also nourishes the host, enhancing the physical form. The Longxiang art that I acquired during the rite of passage is a technique for fortifying the body, surpassing even the clan's own methods for refining one's physique. Upon finishing his explanation, Gu Changge tossed the Longxiang art towards Gu Changge, who instinctively caught it. This is for you, he declared as Gu Changge bestowed the Longxiang art upon Gu Changge. A notification chimed, binding target, Gu Changge, incomplete imperial level technique, Longxiang art granted, achieving 10,000-fold return. Celestial level technique, Longxiang Jinyu Jinx. Chapter 28. The Son of Fortune, Yi Chun, the Holy Maiden of Chicken Legs. 10,000-fold returned, celestial level technique, Longxiang Jinyu Jinx. The Revelation, imbued with two critical pieces of information, sent a tremor through Gu Changge's heart, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. Excellent, excellent. A celestial level technique. This is indeed a path to immortality. Though internally jubilant, Gu Changge maintained a calm demeanor. A smile gracing his features, the Gu Changge, momentarily taken aback, could hardly fathom that Gu Changge would offer her the Longxiang art, accompanied by a reason so compelling that it left her no room for refusal. What is happening? The Longxiang art must also be of value to you now. After a moment's contemplation, she extended the Longxiang art back to him. Brother Divine Son, you may comprehend it fully before passing on to me for cultivation. The Longxiang art, before her rebirth, Gu Changge was well aware of the might of this legacy, and she could conceive of no superior technique for body refinement. However, knowing that Gu Changge had personally acquired it, she felt a twinge of reluctance to practice it. The absence of Gu Changge's prior interference left her feeling somewhat unsettled, especially considering he regarded her as a sister. The peculiar nature of their relationship made it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her previous notions of revenge. In her past life, she had bested Gu Changge, inflicting considerable damage upon the Changshenggu family. Yet in this new life, Gu Changge pondered whether she could once again subdue Gu Changge, perhaps even more severely than before. As the trajectory of her current existence suggested, she too would face the same fate of being exploited. Who could have predicted that the outcome would deviate so significantly from her memories? I have comprehended it. Gu Changge pointed to his head. The Longxiang art is already engraved in my mind. Already? Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, realizing that Gu Changge was indeed familiar with the art of cultivating the Longxiang technique. Recognizing the potential miscommunication, Gu Changge quickly clarified, I did not mean anything else, Brother Divine, S-O-N-I-T, was just that when I witnessed the manifestation of the Longxiang art in the void secret realm. That phenomenon indicated its extraordinary nature. The world knows that profound legacies usually require considerable time to comprehend. However, I am merely surprised at how swiftly you have grasped it. Listening to Gu Changge's justification, Gu Changge suppressed a chuckle, aware that this sister of his likely remained oblivious to the revelation of his true identity by her elder brother. Furthermore, the Longxiang art he possessed was infinitely superior to the one she held. Indeed, the Longxiang art is quite profound. He feigned understanding that T.O. comprehended. One must visualize the dragon elephant. As you are currently in the spirit-nurturing realm, prepare yourself for the impending challenges that in reality. Gu Changge's true strength lay in the sixth layer of liquid transformation. Gu Changge chose not to expose this fact, casually expressing concern instead. Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Changge felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. I understand, but by the way, if you find yourself in need of any resources, do not hesitate to inform me. Very well. Having accepted Gu Changge's kindness, Gu Changge resolved to repay his generosity whenever she discovered his upcoming needs. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Changge smiled. The reborn female sovereign. My impression of her should be quite favorable now. With that, Gu Changge dismissed the thought and addressed the system. Claim the Longxiang Jinyu Jinx. As his words faded, he suddenly felt his surroundings shift dramatically. He stood amidst a boundless wilderness, enveloped by an ancient aura of desolation and decay. In the next moment, accompanied by a terrifying roar, a colossal dragon elephant towered over the desolate land, bellowing to the heavens. In an instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to rupture. The wilderness trembled, stars fell from the sky, and darkness enveloped the heavens. This terrifying spectacle left Gu Changge utterly astounded. Is this the dragon elephant manifested from the Longxiang Jinyu Jinx? He marveled, soon as his words echoed. The towering dragon elephant transformed into countless tadpole-like symbols, which, before he could fully comprehend the phenomenon, surged into his being that a torrent of information flooded Gu Changge's mind. In but a breath's time, he had mastered the celestial level technique. Longxiang Jinyu Jinx. This technique was a fearsome method for refining the body, representing one of the ultimate paths to power. The Longxiang Jinyu Jinx comprised 3 tiers. The first, giant elephant particles. The second, elemental elephant particles. The third, dragon elephant particles. And the fourth, divine elephant particles. According to his description, the human body is composed of 840 million particles, all of which can be transformed into the aforementioned 4 types of particles through the Longxiang Jinyu Jinx. Giant elephant particles possess a strength of 100 pounds each. Elemental elephants yield 1,000 pounds. Dragon elephants reach 10,000 pounds. Divine elephants, an astounding 100 million pounds. Simply converting all particles within his body into giant elephant particles would grant him a staggering 840 billion pounds of strength, sufficient to shatter myriad obstacles with sheer force. After absorbing the information on the Longxiang Jinyu Jinx, Gu Changge inhaled deeply. Truly, this celestial level technique is extraordinary. Even the first tier of giant elephant particles is astonishing, let alone the subsequent 3 types. The cultivation of the Longxiang Jinyu Jinx was remarkably straightforward. The first step involved visualizing the dragon elephant to activate the 840 million particles within. Following this, he would need to refine these particles using immense energy, converting them all into elemental elephant particles. Gu Changge already possessed 1,500,000 pounds of strength, so he anticipated that the initial conversion into elemental elephant particles would not prove overly challenging. Patience is key. Suppressing his eagerness to begin cultivation, Gu Changge's thoughts turned to Gu Changge's personal information. After binding their targets, he could peruse their details at will. Now, he had gained insight into the opportunities present in Gu Changge's recent fortunes. Through his influence, what had originally belonged to Gu Changge had returned to her hands, while he had reaped unimaginable rewards. Naturally, it was prudent to ascertain what further opportunities awaited his reborn female sovereign sister. Nickname, Gu Changge. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu family's branch. Reborn sovereign strength. 5th layer of spirit nurturing. 6th layer of liquid transformation. Physique, supreme bone. Technique, void scripture, Shentong. Recent fortunes. The Dragon Elephant Technique has ultimately fallen into my hands after much deliberation. Gu Changge is also cultivating the Dragon Elephant Technique. However, due to its immense consumption, she feels reluctant to seek resources from her brother Shensi. Thus, she has resolved to venture out in search of opportunities from her memories. In a month's time, Gu Changge will journey to the ancestral home of the Changsheng Gu family to acquire the celestial artifact, the spirit-gathering vase. Furthermore, she aims to seize the fortune belonging to the child of destiny. Yi Chun, the eye of the 10,000 years spiritual spring. Additionally, she intends to rescue the hidden identity of the Ji family goddess, who has been ensnared by a chicken leg. Chapter 29. Awakening the Giant Elephant Particles. 300 billion gene of power. Observing Gu Changge's recent fortunes, Gu Changge was taken aback. What a remarkable artifact. The spirit-gathering vase. Moreover, an unexpected name has surfaced. The child of destiny, Yi Chun. Gu Changge's gaze burned intensely as he scrutinized the fortunes before him, ultimately fixating on the last line, a hidden identity of a Ji family goddess, captured by a chicken leg. This truly conforms to the narrative of the child of destiny. He mused internally. However, just as he finished his thoughts, a system notification emerged once more. Ding! Target detected. Ji family goddess Ji Ruyu. Location information synchronized. The host may bind a target once within 100 meters. Oh, a second binding target? Gu Changge regarded the task, prompt with keen interest. Yet suddenly, he paused. Jiryu, if memory serves, I sent Tishi my cousin. His mother, after all, is the treasured jewel of the previous generation's head of the Ji family. The Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family have always maintained a good relationship, and his father Gu Qing even married Ji Mingyue, giving birth to Gu Changge. He had seen his mother Ji Mingyue recently, as she had returned to the Changsheng Ji family to strengthen familial ties. How unexpected it is that the system's binding target this time would be his cousin. His heart stirred. Gu Changge envisioned Ji Ruyu's location, which was quite distant from the Changsheng Gu family, situated in the southwestern direction on the vast map of the heavenly Dao Domain. It seemed that his cousin Ji Ryu had not left her home. However, in a month's time, if she were to encounter Yi Chun, it would imply she had snuck out. A month later, just in time to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Changge began to sense the 800 million particles within him. Following the visualization method of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, he settled into a meditative state akin to sitting amidst the boundless cosmos, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars were vast and numerous, resembling particles of the human body. Within Gu Changge's perception, the stars, which emitted starlight, flickered increasingly, becoming denser and more concentrated. In the next moment, as his spirit reached a peak, a star transformed instantaneously into a roaring giant elephant of the starry sky. Roar! The giant elephant roared through the cosmos, and a surge of power rose within him. Success! The first particle of his body transformed into a giant elephant particle. He pressed on. The second, third, and fourth particles followed suit, each star morphing into a giant elephant that stood tall and roared in the starry sky. Gu Changge's physical strength surged, increasing by 100 gene with each transformation. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive funnel above the first sequence mansion, with the funnel pouring an immense amount of spiritual energy into Gu Changge's position, all becoming his nourishment. The inherent quality of spiritual energy within the Changsheng Gu family was already comparable to that of a blessed land. Not to mention, the first sequence mansion was equipped with a spirit-gathering array, intensifying the concentration of spiritual energy to another level. In the outside world, cultivating within the first sequence mansion is akin to devouring rare celestial treasures. Now, as Gu Changge practiced the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, coupled with his unparalleled natural talent, the speed at which he attracted spiritual energy was astonishing. Roar! The massive spiritual energy funnel was already a spectacle, but in the next moment, a gigantic dragon elephant within the funnel let out a resounding cry, sending waves of terrifying sound waves rippling outwards for hundreds of miles. The entire Changsheng Gu family heard this elephantine roar and turned their gazes towards the direction of the first sequence mansion. What extraordinary technique is the young master practicing now? Such a fearsome roar, resonating with an ancient and authoritative aura. This the legacy the young master acquired within the void mystic realm. The young master has grown even stronger. The younger generation of the Zhongzhou family murmured among themselves. They were all aware of the opportunity Gu Changge had obtained in the void mystic realm, where he single-handedly suppressed Gu Changge and Gu Yuanshi. Many elders of the Zhongzhou family also sensed it. However, after a brief moment of attention, they quickly returned to their affairs. After all, the Zhongzhou family was home to numerous prodigies, with extraordinary phenomena occurring regularly, whether from the young talents or the elders of the family. If a power beyond the king realm were to break through, the resulting phenomena would sweep across thousands of miles, visible even to cultivators from outside the Zhongzhou family. So there was no need for excessive astonishment that Gu Changge, who was quite close to Gu Changge's courtyard, sensed the ancient and terrifying aura permeating the air. Incredulous, for she too possessed the dragon elephant technique. From her supreme perspective, it seemed implausible for such a terrifying commotion to arise. This aura was even comparable to that of an emperor-level inheritance. Is this truly the dragon elephant technique? Gu Changge blinked, gazing at the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hands, pondering, why did I not experience such a terrifying sensation during my comprehension of the dragon elephant technique? It merely felt slightly stronger than advanced body refinement techniques. Could it be due to that celestial light emanating from his chest? Gu Changge speculated. However, Gu Changge's rapid progress also placed tremendous pressure upon her. She was a reborn supreme being. Currently, her supreme bone had yet to be excavated, and she still enjoyed the protection of Gu Changge. Logically speaking, she should be breaking through faster than Gu Changge. Yet now, Gu Changge's strength was surging, while her own progress was not particularly pronounced. First, she must master the dragon elephant technique before heading to the ancestral home of the Zhongzhou family to acquire that artifact. By then, her strength would surely soar. Moreover, Gu Changge had been exceptionally kind to her in this lifetime, and the Zhongzhou family had been reliable in all aspects, so she might as well rescue Gu Changge's cousin. Jiryu, it is regrettable that in my past life, I followed the wrong person, leading to the downfall of the entire Zhongzhou family. That Yi Chen merely feigned sorrow for a few days before continuing his flirtations with other women. This time, you should be grateful for having a good cousin. After saying this, Gu Changge sat cross-legged on her bed, opened the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hands, and began to visualize the illustrations of the dragon elephant. A month passed as Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, an ancient giant elephant flickered through his gaze, emanating a fierce and primal aura from his jade-like body. The atmosphere within the room felt as if it had solidified. Sensing the roaring billions of giant elephant particles within him, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Having consumed all the accumulated resources in his possession, over half of his body particles had awakened, endowing him with 300 billion gene of immense strength, making his physique comparable to that of a pure-blooded ferocious beast cub, even exceeding it in terror. His physical prowess alone was sufficient to render Gu Changge invincible within the fate wheel realm. Among peers of the same caliber, none could withstand a single punch from him. Coupled with the extraordinary endowments of the rebirth, eye, and supreme bone, Gu Changge could easily contend with those in the divine connection realm. Chapter 30. Residing in the young master's mansion. The 9 styles of the setting sun with 300 billion gene of strength, he truly achieved the power to shake mountains and rivers with a single punch, to shatter the sun and moon with another. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a month ago. Truly, the celestial level techniques are formidable. Even without having fully mastered them, their might is already so profound. Gu Changge murmured, a hint of joy blooming within his heart. He then began to strategize his future path of cultivation. With no concerns for his physical form, he could proceed steadily, which would certainly enable him to push through to invincibility. As for spiritual energy cultivation, the 9 patterns of the fate wheel were already sufficient, but to truly match the might of the dragon elephant suppression technique, it was imperative to transform the 9 patterns into the heavenly Dao fate wheel. The supreme bone was currently unleashing mysterious powers, altering Gu Changge's qualifications and those of his fate wheel. However, Such transformations were gradual. It was uncertain how long it would take to turn the 9 patterns into a seamless heavenly Dao fate wheel. He must seek methods to expedite this metamorphosis. Nevertheless, secret techniques for changing the qualifications of the fate wheel were scarce even within the Changsheng family. He would have to rely on himself. Yet Gu Changge believed that finding techniques related to altering the fate wheel's qualifications through the return system by binding targets would not be overly difficult at all. With this thought, Gu Changge calculated the passage of time. Has a month already passed? I wonder if Gu Changge has ventured out? A month has elapsed without triggering the return. What should I use to activate it this time? At present, the divine powers attached to the Void Sutra were already sufficient for Gu Changge to utilize, along with the Rebirth Eye and Supreme Bone. The only issue was the lack of long-range combat capabilities. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that 2 months prior, he had obtained a high-grade sacred weapon, the Falling Star Bow. Why not trigger the activation with archery techniques to acquire a powerful archery inheritance to complement the Falling Star Bow? Then he would possess no weaknesses, becoming the perfect hexagonal warrior. However, he had no powerful archery inheritance at hand. Yet, upon reconsideration, Gu Changge chuckled and shook his head. How could I forget? Just because I lack it does not mean the Changsheng Gu family lacks it, nor that my esteemed father lacks it. As the young master, acquiring a powerful archery inheritance is merely a matter of words. Upon this thought, Gu Changge contacted Gu Changge. Through a communication jade talisman, Gu Changge conveyed his needs to Gu Changge. Before long, Gu Changge's voice resonated in the courtyard. As Changge emerged from seclusion, "Come out and meet me," he called gently. "Father?" Gu Changge rose and stepped outside, discovering Gu Changge standing in the courtyard, observing Gu Changge's ethereal and jade-like demeanor. Gu Changge nodded approvingly. "Indeed, it seems your strength has significantly advanced." "Not too bad," Gu Changge replied with a smile, then curiously inquired, "By the way, Father, what brings you here in person? I have some matters to discuss with you." "Your divine son's residence has been completed. Spanning 50 miles, it lies adjacent to the main vein. Additionally, the archery inheritance you mentioned has been established. I possess only one technique, and I wonder if it suits your taste." As Gu Changge spoke, he produced a small iron piece, the Sunset 9 styles. "However, I only have one style." Upon hearing this, Gu Changge felt a stir within. Gu Changge was a formidable existence at the kingly realm, and anything that caught his eye would undoubtedly be extraordinary. One style is sufficient, Gu Changge affirmed as he accepted it. Even if it was incomplete, the more exceptional it was, the better. This item was intended to trigger a return, not for cultivation. Noticing Gu Changge accepting the Sunset 9 styles, Gu Changge inquired curiously, "What piqued your interest in archery?" "Currently lacking in long-range offensive capabilities, I have developed a slight interest in archery." Gu Changge replied, "That's fine, as long as you exercise discretion." Gu Changge chuckled lightly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled, "By the way, your maternal grandfather has invited you to visit. Your mother also misses you. So make sure to go when you have the time. All right." Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback but nodded and headed toward the courtyard where Gu Changge resided. A month had passed, and Gu Changge would likely be leaving soon. He thought it would be no issue to pay a visit to the Changsheng Ji family, and encountering Jiruyu on the way back home would be quite pleasant. Gu Changge's memories of Jiruyu were rather vague. He only remembered her as a soft-spoken cousin who used to follow him around in his childhood, calling him brother in a tender voice. However, it seemed that he had been too absorbed in his cultivation to pay much attention to her before awakening his innate wisdom. He felt a tinge of anticipation about meeting this cousin again. Murmuring to himself, Gu Changge arrived at Gu Changge's courtyard. The maidservants were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach, their eyes brightened, and they bowed respectfully. "We greet the Divine Son of Immortality here." Gu Changge inquired with a smile and a nod. "Miss Changshio is here. I shall inform the Divine Son at once." One of the maidservants replied. Shortly thereafter, Gu Changshio emerged alongside the maidservants to greet Gu Changge. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Changshio took the initiative to brew tea for him. Gu Changshio scrutinized Gu Changge, whom she had not seen for a month, and felt a slight tremor in her heart. Gu Changge had grown even stronger. Even with her supreme insight, she sensed an unfathomable depth within him. Brother Divine Son, may I ask why you suddenly came to find me? Gu Changge inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. I brought you something good, Gu Changge replied, beaming as he handed her the freshly acquired iron piece from the Sunset 9 Styles. Gu Changge was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Brother Divine Son has already gifted me the dragon elephant art. I cannot accept more. Gu Changge was baffled by Gu Changge's consistent kindness towards her. Did he truly regard her as a sister? Or was there something deeper at play? Despite possessing the supreme bone and the potential to become the backbone of the Chongqing Gu family in the future, she felt it was rather excessive. Currently, with her status in the Chongqing Gu family, she was already comparable to some of the prominent members, having no worries about ordinary resources, merely lacking in top-tier ones. Just accept it, Gu Changge insisted. Disregarding her refusal, he grasped her hand and placed the iron piece into her delicate palm. Don't be foolish if you don't accept it. How will you trigger the return? The warmth of his hand was a sensation Gu Changge had never experienced before. In her past life, no man had ever touched her hand or stood beside her. Yet now, Gu Changge had taken her hand directly, and the electric sensation caused a faint blush to rise on her flawless face. But Gu Changge was oblivious to the subtle blush gracing Gu Changge's cheeks, as his attention was captivated by the return information. Ding! Granting the bound target Gu Changge a technique. Incomplete holy level archery. Sunset 9 Styles, receiving 1,000-fold return. Complete holy level archery. Shooting the sun, an incomplete holy level archery technique. Truly remarkable. Gu Changge mused, satisfied with the outcome. With the premium holy weapon, Starlight Bow, coupled with the holy level archery, it would prove quite formidable. Gu Changge stared at the iron piece in her hand, lost in thought. Increasingly baffled by Gu Changge's goodwill. Archery, Gu Changge's mind brushed over the details inscribed on the iron piece, and she immediately grasped its significance. An incomplete holy level archery technique, Sunset 9 Styles. It's worth noting that in the Zhongzhou Dao Domain, archery is among the supreme paths, yet it is one of the least practiced offensive methods. The rarity of holy level archery techniques in Zhongtian is comparable to imperial level methods. Now, Gu Changge had actually gifted her an incomplete holy level archery technique. Did he not recognize the value of holy level archery? No. As the divine son of the Chongqing Gu family, how could he be unaware of its worth? Even if it were incomplete? Very well, I just learned it myself, and I'll teach you as well, Gu Changge said with a chuckle. All right, Gu Changge replied softly in her previous life to confront the hidden threats lurking in the abyss. She had also trained in archery and possessed several complete holy level archery techniques in her mind. Gu Changge planned to find an opportunity to present these techniques to Gu Changge as a token of gratitude for his gift. However, Gu Changge felt somewhat conflicted, as it appeared she was accumulating more and more debts to Gu Changge. Moreover, his kindness towards her always left her with no opportunity to refuse it. By the way, the Divine Son's residence has been completed in 3 days. You should move in with me, Gu Changge stated just as he was about to depart, suddenly recalling something. This is your residence, Brother Divine Son. Originally, moving to the first sequence residence had already drawn much gossip. If I were to go to the Divine Son's residence, Gu Changge hesitated, wanting to refuse. However, just as she began to speak, Gu Changge turned around and stepped back to her side. Chuckling, not everyone in the Chongqing Gu family possesses discerning eyes. Besides, with your supreme bone, there's no need for my protection. That I do this out of concern for my sister. Is there an issue with that? If anyone speaks ill again, tell them to come find me. After saying this, Gu Changge lightly patted her head and truly departed. Gu Changge was left utterly stunned, her previously silent heart racing, even causing ripples in her imperial-level Dao heart. Did he genuinely care for me? Regardless, it didn't matter. He treated me well, and when I reclaim my peak in the future, I shall reciprocate his kindness. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changge decided not to dwell on it for the time being. Not long after, a shocking revelation spread throughout the Chongqing Gu family. It was announced that Gu Changge was the supreme daughter endowed with the supreme bone, and that the divine son, Gu Changge, had already acknowledged her as his sister, treating her as his own kin. Henceforth, if anyone dared to speak ill of her, they would be punished according to the family's defamation regulations. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Changsheng family. After all, only the upper echelons and a few talented members were aware of Gu Changge's supreme bone. It had not been widely disseminated. But with Gu Changge's proactive clarification, countless gasps filled the air. All this time, Gu Changge, who frequently accompanied the Divine Son, actually possesses a supreme bone. No wonder she captured the Divine Son's attention. She is a prodigy with a supreme bone. It seems that the earlier incidents of the branch awakening a supreme phenomenon were indeed the awakening of the supreme bone. Our Changsheng family has given birth to another supreme daughter with a supreme bone. Coupled with the Divine Son's unique pupils, our generation of the Changsheng family is remarkably powerful. Meanwhile, in the main residence of the family, Gu Changge smiled gently at Gu Changge. "Thank you, Father," he said with a slight grin. "Not at all. It was our decision to keep the news under wraps, leading to some misunderstandings." Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively, teasing Gu Changge. "But for such a trivial matter, you actually came all this way. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for that little girl, Gu Changge, would you? If you truly like her, I have no objections. After all, she possesses a supreme bone, and if you were to unite your unique pupils, your offspring would undoubtedly be extraordinary." Hastily shaking his head, Gu Changge offered another explanation. "Father, public opinion can be perilous. Some careless rumors might lead to discord within our family's unparalleled jewel, Gu Changge. Moreover, I genuinely regard Changge as my sister now." All right. I was merely jesting that if it happens, that would be wonderful. If not, it matters not. She will always be a member of our Changsheng family." Gu Changge responded, understanding his son's intentions. Gu Changge smiled gently and took his leave. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of Gu Changge, the two maidservants attending to her looked at her with expressions of admiration and reverence. "Miss Changge, the Divine Son truly treats you exceptionally well," one of them remarked. "Indeed, we used to wish to rebut those discussions among the inter-clan youths about you, but you would not allow it. Surely, they no longer dare to speak so recklessly this time." Gu Changge sat upon a stone bench, steam rising from the tea before her. She was aware of the rumors circulating outside through her two little maidservants. The warm current coursed through her heart, and a faint smile graced her serene and already stunningly beautiful face. "It seems I have troubled the Divine Son," she murmured softly. "I never expected that casual remark would catch his attention. Does he harbor feelings for me? His kindness is truly overwhelming." Despite possessing the esteemed bone of supremacy, which elevated her status considerably above the typical descendants of the Changsheng family, she was still of a collateral line, lacking any substantial backing. In contrast, Gu Changge, being the Divine Son and born of the main lineage, held a vastly superior position. It was no wonder she felt this way. Gu Changge took a deep breath, shaking her head repeatedly to quell her peculiar sentiments. Now was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to enhance her strength. Once the great era commenced, she would engage in the world's competition for fortune and once again strive towards enlightenment. Elsewhere, outside the Changsheng family estate, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, appearing spirited and ethereal like a woodland sprite, gazed at the expansive land and sky, filled with a sense of freedom. Unable to contain her joy, she spread her arms wide and inhaled deeply. "The scent of freedom! I have finally managed to sneak out this time," and without anyone being aware, she could finally indulge in her own adventures. This lively and vivacious girl was none other than Ji Ruyu. After casting a nervous glance back at her family estate, Ji Ruyu swiftly activated her movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she dashed into the distance. Reflective musings could wait, for now. Evasion was paramount. Chapter 32. The Divine Son's Quest for Bottles. The origin of the Changsheng family. The ancestors of the Changsheng family hailed from a secluded mountain village, a veritable paradise, where they exhibited astonishing talent for cultivation and achieved divine body status, ultimately attaining the rank of emperor. Henceforth, this quaint village became the true ancestral ground of the Changsheng family. That moment, many children and adults gathered at the entrance of Gu family village, curiously observing a palanquin pulled by several snow-white dragon-scale horses. The palanquin, crafted from some divine wood, shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding an air of opulence. Are the people from the Zhongzhou Gu family visiting us? I wonder who it could be. Those dragon-scaled horses seem familiar. I think I've only seen them when the family head came to pay respects to our ancestors. Hee, when the main family visits, they always bring us plenty of delicious treats. The residents of the old Gu family village typically lack cultivation talent, consisting mostly of direct bloodlines or collateral branches with significant contributions who had no cultivation abilities. The children, brimming with innocence, speculated eagerly about who might emerge from the noble palanquin. Nevertheless, they all shared a common hope, that whenever the main family visited, they would bring an abundance of delightful treats and would be approachable, never looking down upon the villagers for their inability to cultivate the tea last. Amidst the children's eager anticipation, a youth who appeared to be around 16 or 17, with a youthful visage yet radiating an extraordinary celestial elegance, stepped out from the palanquin. Is this truly the old Gu family? Gu Changge mused as he surveyed the idyllic village, a smile of admiration gracing his features. Simultaneously, he noticed the children with their wide, innocent eyes, filled with curiosity, gazing at him. That moment, an elderly man with a youthful countenance stepped forth from the crowd, bowing respectfully to Gu Changge. May I ask who you are? A clan elder responsible for driving the palanquin smiled and interjected. Village chief, this young man is our newly appointed divine son, here to visit our family's origin and to pay respects to our ancestors. What, a divine son? No wonder he is so extraordinary. I heard the divine son possesses dual pupils. The adults behind the village chief exclaimed in astonishment. The village chief, equally taken aback, added, I had no idea that the divine son of our Zhongzhou family would be visiting. I apologize for my ignorance. Please forgive me, there's no need to be concerned. I am merely here as an individual. You need not be so formal, village chief, Gu Changge replied warmly. Although the main family had always shown kindness to the old Gu family village, a modicum of respect was still warranted. Seeing Gu Changge's gentle demeanor, the village chief was pleasantly surprised and no need for formality. If I may inquire, how long do you intend to stay? I'm uncertain. It depends on the circumstances. Very well. Our village has a residence built for hosting members of the main family. Would you be amenable to staying there, divine son? Certainly. Gu Changge's visit to Gu family village was primarily to seek the spirit artifact hinted at in Gu Changge's recent fortune, the gathering spirit bottle. If he could locate this artifact and later bestow it upon Gu Changge, even if it were only a fraction of its original power, it would still be a formidable treasure. How could Gu Changge possibly refrain from taking action? Thus, he arrived ahead of Gu Changge, who was on the verge of setting out. After responding to the old village chief, Gu Changge turned to the elder who had driven the palanquin. Thank you, Elder Lingyun, for personally escorting me here. Not at all. I've been tasked with safeguarding Gu family village for nearly a century. It was merely a matter of course. If there is anything you require, feel free to inform the village chief. Understood. After Elder Gu Lingyun finished speaking and saw Gu Changge nod, he departed with the palanquin. The dragon-scaled horse, a rare beast imbued with true dragon blood, was gentle and non-aggressive, possessing the ability to soar through the clouds. Such creatures were typically only kept by individuals of great influence. As Gu Changge watched the palanquin depart, he accompanied the village chief to the residence designated for hosting members of the main family. The residence was quite expansive, lavishly decorated, and exuded comfort. After casually selecting a room, Gu Changge addressed the village chief. By the way, village chief, I came to the village in search of a particular item. If possible, could you gather all the bottles from the villagers for me to examine? Bottles? The village chief was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Gu Changge was merely visiting the village for leisure before departing in a few days. To discover that he was searching for something, and specifically bottles, was unexpected. Surely, we have no treasures left in our old Gu family village. Nevertheless, since it was Gu Changge's request, the village chief said nothing further, nodded, and departed the residence to inform the villagers of Gu Changge's wish, instructing them to bring all their bottles to the reception residence. In no time, the villagers of the old Gu family village wore peculiar expressions. Collecting all the bottles from a village? Surely not. Perhaps there is some treasure lost in our old Gu family village. How could that be? previous family heads, and elder clansmen were all formidable beings, either kings or quasi-saints. If there were treasures, they would have discovered them long ago. Curious discussions arose among the villagers, yet they obediently retrieved all the bottles from their homes and brought them to the reception residence. Meanwhile, Gu Changge had finally stabilized her recently achieved realm, having ascended to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. However, as she operated her concealing technique, her aura gradually diminished, reverting to the first layer of the liquid transformation realm. If Gu Changge were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, as expected of a protagonist template, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Having reached the Rainbow Bridge realm, she could now briefly traverse the skies and employ the techniques of the Void Sutra. Feeling a sense of safety for the first time, Gu Changge stepped out of her room, determined to retrieve the gathering spirit bottle. In her previous life, her rapid advancement and ability to catch up with the prodigies of the Zhongzhou Dao Domain, or even those of the 3,000 Dao Domains, were largely attributed to the unimaginable contributions of the gathering spirit bottle. She made her way to the courtyard to seek out Gu Changge. Her two maidservants followed closely. However, upon arriving at Gu Changge's courtyard, Gu Changge triggered a barrier and found it unoccupied. One maidservant observed the situation and said, "Miss Changge, the Divine Son has already left. He mentioned that since you were in the midst of a breakthrough, you could act independently without informing him. He has left? When did he depart?" "About 3 days, AG. Oh, is that so?" Gu Changge blinked, realizing that the Jiao Long ranking and the True Dragon ranking in the central heavenly Dao domain had yet to emerge, indicating that it was not yet time for the world to engage in competition. Logically, Gu Changge should be focusing on enhancing his cultivation at this juncture. However, she was taken aback to find that he was not training at all, but had instead stepped out of the Changsheng family. After a moment of surprise, Gu Changge dismissed the thought that it was perhaps for the best, as this afforded her the freedom to act. She intended to visit Gujiao village and needed to inform her clan. Chapter 33. The Spirit Tool. Gathering spirit bottle in hand, Gu Changge had already prepared to head to Gujiao village. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was meticulously examining the various bottles in the village, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into each one as he touched them, while also sensing with his celestial bone that if any of these were spirit tools, then his celestial bone should react upon contact, triggered by the infusion of spiritual energy. Over the past few days, Gu Changge had sifted through 4 or 5 batches. Initially, he only examined the bottles that the villagers frequently used, and everyone assumed this was merely a peculiar hobby of his. Thus, they only presented the aesthetically pleasing ones. However, upon completing his initial selection, he realized that cleanliness was irrelevant. Any bottle would suffice. This one won't do. This one won't do either. Gu Changge scrutinized the array of grimy, blackened bottles, clearly buried in mud or coated in dust. With a furrowed brow, if this batch yielded nothing, it would suggest that the spirit tools possessed their own sentience, and he had missed his opportunity. As he contemplated this, his hand reached for a clay bottle with elongated ears. Skillfully, he infused it with spiritual energy, activating the celestial bone within him. In the next instant, a mysterious vibration emanated from the celestial bone. As he channeled spiritual energy into the bottle, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered on the surface, accompanied by wisps of spiritual energy being drawn away. Noticing this change, Gu Changge's heart raced, his face lighting up with joy. "This must be it," he exclaimed, lifting the clay bottle, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he cleared away all the dirt, dust, and grime clinging to it. It was at that moment that he beheld the bottle's true form. Adorned with intricate green patterns, the bottle appeared almost alive, pulsating with energy as the green lines flickered and continuously absorbed spiritual energy, while a liquid seemed to coalesce within a gathering spirit bottle. Even if it isn't, it is undoubtedly a treasure. Gu Changge mused as he admired the bottle in his hands. To be prudent, he decided to re-examine all the bottles once more. Confirming that only the one he held was exceptional, he was already quite certain. As for its authenticity, he would wait for Gu Changge to arrive to ascertain it. While Gu Changge was likely on the verge of discovering the gathering spirit bottle, Gu Changge had already rented a spiritual crane from the Changshan Gu family and was flying towards the old Gujia village. The old village chief came to greet her once more. However, compared to the grand reception Gu Changge had received, only a few influential figures from the village awaited her arrival. Village chief. Gu Changge exclaimed as she stepped down from the crane, her gaze landing on the familiar figure from her memories. Unable to contain her excitement in her previous life, after her supreme bone had been extracted and she was left to grow in old Gujia village, the village chief would often encourage her, reminding her that as long as she could cultivate, there was hope and she should not end up like them, turning to dust and fading into obscurity after a century. It was during that time that she unexpectedly acquired the gathering spirit bottle, which set her on the path to her resurgence. Now, seeing him again, although much had changed, Gu Changge would never forget the kindness she had received in her past life. This young lady, the old village chief, gazed at Gu Changge, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards her. Yet still puzzled, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Miss Gu, to our humble village?" Upon hearing the village chief's question, Gu Changge snapped back to reality, suppressing her emotions of excitement and warmth, and articulated the purpose of her visit. Bottles? The old village chief was taken aback. Did all the young members of the Changshan Gu family have an obsession with bottles? Or was it possible that a treasure had indeed drifted from the main family to old Gujia village? But that couldn't be, as aside from the occasional ancestral rites, no one from the main family had come here in ages. Now, not only had one divine child come seeking bottles, but mere days later, another was doing the same. Noticing the surprise on the old village chief's face, Gu Changge felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly asked, "What is it, village chief?" "Nothing, Miss Gu. There's no need to address me as grandfather. I do not hold such a title. Please do not humble me," the old village chief respectfully replied, before adding, "I must confess, I was astonished because another visitor had already come seeking bottles. None other than Prince Shensi himself." Prince Shensi? Gu Changge? Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. Gu Changge had come to old Gujia village to seek bottles? Did he possess news of the gathering spirit bottle? That couldn't be true. She recalled that in her past life, Gu Changge had never visited old Gujia village, not even once. That Gu Changge, the true name of Prince Shensi? The old village chief's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Gu Changge's name. "Indeed, Miss Gu, he has been searching for bottles for 3 or 4 days, scouring the entire village, and just half a day ago, he instructed us to retrieve all the bottles we had collected. Miss Gu, would you like to go and see Prince Shensi?" "Yes, yes." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Gu Changge furrowed her brows, myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. Did Gu Changge truly know about the gathering spirit bottle? At this point in her past life, she had been gravely injured and confined to bed, cared for by the village chief, completely unaware if anyone had visited the village. Could it be that in her previous life, Gu Changge had not found it and subsequently left, paving the way for a current opportunity? As Gu Changge's thoughts raced, she followed the village chief towards the reception hall. "Miss Gu, this residence is specifically designated for the main family during their stay. I shall not intrude," the village chief informed her. "Village chief, my name is Gu Changge. You may simply call me Changge." Gu Changge replied as she gazed at the impressive residence before her. The village chief was taken aback for a moment. Then, looking at the extraordinarily dignified Gu Changge, he said, "Very well, then I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Miss Changge. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable kinship upon seeing you. I feel the same." Village chief. Gu Changge knew it was unlikely for the village chief to call her by her name as he had in her past life. Nevertheless, she would be kind to this village chief who had once cared for her. Retrieving various gifts from her storage ring, Gu Changge said, "These gifts are for you, village chief. Please accept them as a token of our meeting." Though the old village chief contemplated refusing, he ultimately sighed in resignation at Gu Changge's earnest demeanor. "Very well. I shall accept them." "Thank you," Gu Changge replied with a smile, then turned to the residence. "I shall now proceed to pay a visit to Prince Shensi. Farewell, village chief." Chapter 34. A hundredfold return of the supreme grade spirit tool, the condensing Dao Divine bottle. In fact, the moment Gu Changge had set foot in the village, Gu Changge was already aware of her arrival. Thus, when Gu Changge expressed her intention to seek him out, Gu Changge tidied his attire slightly and stood quietly in the courtyard, awaiting her. The gathering spirit bottle must hold immense significance for Gu Changge, possibly serving as a necessary tool for her rapid growth in the early stages of her journey. Now that he had obtained it ahead of time, he was curious how Gu Changge would persuade him to part with it. Gu Changge had also contemplated this beforehand. After all, one could not be unconditionally kind to another. Otherwise, once accustomed to the benefits, the recipient would come to expect them without gratitude. While he intended to give the gathering spirit bottle to Gu Changge, he felt it necessary to have her do something in return, serving him tea, perhaps, or sharing some fortuitous encounters that would be of use to him. The thought of being served by a reborn female supreme was amusing to Gu Changge. As Gu Changge entered the courtyard, she soon spotted a transcendent young man standing in a picturesque corner, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of an immortal. Despite his tender age, he bore an air of maturity, radiating a subtle pressure. "Changge, my sister has arrived," Gu Changge called out without turning his head. "Greetings, Prince Shensi," Gu Changge replied, perplexed by his words. Did he already know she would come to Gujia village? No need for formality. Gu Changge turned to gaze at Gu Changge, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The young maiden was adorned in a flowing pale green gown, her figure graceful and poised, exuding an elegant aura coupled with an overwhelming, sovereign presence that commanded respect. Her exquisite face, reminiscent of a refined elder sister, still bore a hint of youthful innocence, suggesting she had yet to fully mature. Nevertheless, Gu Changge radiated the essence of an empress, evoking an irresistible desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Gu Changge was acutely aware of Gu Changge's scrutiny, but paid it little mind. Having experienced far more direct and fiery gazes from adversaries at the peak of her previous life. However, while she detested those hostile stares, she felt no aversion to Gu Changge's appreciative gaze. Instead, it brought her a subtle joy and a sense of pride. "Did my brother, the Divine Son, foresee my arrival here?" she inquired directly, bypassing any preamble. "Oh, what prompts such a question?" Gu Changge responded, "Because my brother showed no surprise upon seeing me in Gu village." Gu Changge replied candidly, this. Gu Changge couldn't help but smile inwardly. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, the Divine Son had laid out her future movements and intentions with crystal clarity, though he wished to feign astonishment. Gu Changge deemed it unnecessary. That "I am indeed aware, but it is merely a glimpse of the future granted by my dual pupils," he said, his eyes shimmering with divine light as they locked onto Gu Changge's, causing a momentary breathlessness to envelop her. Gu Changge was taken aback. The dual pupils possessed the ability to peer into the future. How had she never witnessed Gu Changge wielding such a power in her past life? "In that vision, I saw you, frail and pitiful, desperately surviving in Gu village until your fortune turned with the acquisition of a mysterious vial," he continued, weaving a tale of curiosity to justify his presence. "Thus, I ventured forth to seek you out, and it seems my endeavor has borne fruit." That Gu Changge's words flowed effortlessly, for with the dual pupils at his disposal, he could concoct any narrative he wished. His primary goal was to cultivate a favorable impression in the heart of Gu Changge, the reborn sovereign. If she were to develop feelings for him, all the better. After all, despite being a target bound to the system, Gu Changge did not wish to squander his resources for another's gain. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Changge's offhand excuse inadvertently unveiled the entirety of her past life that she was familiar with. Once he finished, Gu Changge fell silent for a moment before raising her face to say, "Is that so? I had no idea my brother, the Divine Son, witnessed such a tragic version of me. Yet that is but a fragment of the future." Gu Changge reassured her, "I have no intention of extracting your supreme bone, nor have I ever entertained such thoughts." With each interaction since her rebirth, Gu Changge found Gu Changge increasingly enigmatic. Moreover, during their time together, she observed that he was nearly flawless, possessing unparalleled talents and formidable strength, embodying a character that radiated brilliance, reminiscent of a full moon in the night sky. As Gu Changge pondered, a small green vial suddenly sailed toward her. She instinctively caught it, only to freeze in astonishment upon recognizing it as the spirit-gathering bottle. That a jolt of incredulity surged through her as she gazed at Gu Changge. If he had indeed obtained the spirit-gathering bottle, he must understand that it was a celestial artifact. "This is a celestial artifact," she exclaimed inwardly. Throughout the vast realms, celestial artifacts were exceedingly rare, coveted even by emperors throughout the ages. Yet here was Gu Changge, casually tossing it to her. "Such a treasure took considerable effort for me to procure. It cannot be given freely. Henceforth, dear Qingqiu, you must compensate me with something of equal value, a miraculous item or an extraordinary opportunity." Gu Changge stated with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sense of coercion, almost akin to an elder brother's fondness for his younger sister. Gu Qingqiu's heart raced. The celestial artifact felt almost scalding in her palm. What could she possibly offer in return? To offer herself would scarcely suffice. It seemed an insurmountable feat to capture the heart of the reborn female sovereign with another's destined fortune. Silence in response is tantamount to agreement. "Now, dear Qingqiu, accompany me on my journey." Gu Changge smiled at her. "Very well," she replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in assent. The small vial was of immense importance to her, and Gu Changge's request seemed almost too generous. From that moment forth, Gu Changge would occupy a unique and cherished place in her heart. Thanks to the vial, she would invariably carry with her. As Gu Qingqiu accepted the vial, a notification from the Invincible return system materialized before Gu Changge's eyes. Ding. Gift to the bonded target. Celestial Artifact Spirit Gathering Bottle. Achieve 100-fold return. You have acquired the Supreme Celestial Artifact. Condensing Dao Divine Bottle. Supreme Celestial Artifact. Condensing Dao Divine Bottle. Contains the essence of yin and yang creation. Sunlight yields yang liquid, while moonlight yields yin liquid. When combined, they produce a drop of condensing Dao Divine Water, which, when consumed, can replace a year of arduous cultivation or contemplation. The simplicity of the description belied its extraordinary implications. A day and night of merging the yang and yin liquids could yield a drop of divine water, equating to a year of arduous training or deep reflection, essentially granting the bearer the power of a year's worth of effort in just a day. Well then, that's quite the boon, Gu Changge mused, fully aware that the spirit-gathering bottle was indeed a celestial artifact. After Gu Qingqiu concluded her exchange with Gu Changge, she cradled the spirit-gathering bottle, unable to suppress her thoughts any longer. "Brother Divine Son, you must surely recognize the value of this item I now possess." "Indeed," Gu Changge acknowledged truthfully. "Then why give it to me?" she pressed. "Though this object is invaluable, it holds little significance for me. As the Divine Son of the Zhongzhou clan, all resources align with my path. In contrast, you are far more deserving of it. You must grow quickly, for should we face opponents in the future, it may be you, my supreme bone sister, who comes to my aid." Gu Changge teased that Gu Qingqiu nodded earnestly. "Very well. Should you falter, I shall step in to resolve the matter." "Not quite," Gu Changge chuckled. "You took my jest to heart." With his dual pupils and celestial bones, he was more than equipped to handle any adversary. If he could not, it was unlikely Gu Qingqiu would fare any better. However, her response pleased him greatly. He reached out and ruffled her hair, eliciting a wide-eyed reaction from her as he continued with a smile. "Very well. I trust you, Qingqiu. Now, let us explore further. By the way, you arrived on a spirit crane. Did you not? This time, let's forego the palanquin. The crane will be more convenient for sharing, won't it?" The sudden intimacy left Gu Qingqiu somewhat flustered, yet she soon regained her composure. She felt no resistance to his unexpected gesture. Otherwise, she would have instinctively reacted when he reached out. "Yes, I can summon it. Shall we share a ride?" "Indeed. Let us be off. That if those from my past life who recognized Gu Qingqiu's identity were to discover that the reborn female sovereign was now sharing a spirit crane with another man, they would surely be left agape. After all, when she finally took to the world, her unmatched grace and presence had captivated countless sons of saints and divine beings, even drawing the attention of sages who longed to bow before her. Yet, she remained unpretentious. "Let us summon the spirit crane swiftly. I am weary of lingering here," Gu Changge encouraged her playfully, Gu Changge blushed as she infused her spiritual energy into her beast pouch. Summoning the spirit crane, it emerged, resplendent in its snowy plumage, its wings spanning an impressive 5 meters, adorned with a crown of inky black feathers atop its head, with hints of darkness at the tips of its wings. Embodying an ethereal elegance, upon the crane's arrival at the Gu family estate, the village chief and others promptly approached. Gu Changge leapt onto the crane's back first. Addressing the chief below, "I apologize for any disturbances caused. We have found what we sought and are preparing to depart." Gu Changge swiftly followed. Addressing the village chief, "Grandfather village chief, I too shall be leaving with Brother Changge." Gu Changge chose not to draw attention to the change in her address. Some things would unfold naturally, requiring no undue emphasis. Moreover, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the Divine Son, relishing his favorable mood. "Yes, that's so. Wishing you both a safe journey, Divine Son and Miss Changge." The village chief responded, "Thank you." They replied in unison. Gu Changge nodded. Gu Changge also spoke. "I will return to visit Grandfather village chief when I have the time. Farewell." With that, Gu Changge issued a command to the spirit crane to take flight through her beast-taming order. In the next moment, a gentle breeze manifested, and the spirit crane flapped its wings, slowly ascending into the air. The spirit crane's limit was to carry 2 people, and they had to sit close enough that only the width of 2 fists separated them. However, Gu Changge's attention remained on the village chief below and the small green bottle in her hand. Consequently, as the spirit crane had just taken off unsteadily, it tipped backward due to an inadvertent misstep. Such instability was hardly a concern for someone at the Rainbow Bridge realm. Just as Gu Changge focused her spiritual energy to stabilize herself, a hand gently wrapped around her delicate shoulder. "Changge, it's best to concentrate while riding the spirit crane. Falling off would be quite embarrassing," Gu Changge teased. The large hand on her shoulder radiated an intensely warm aura, and in an instant, Gu Changge felt her supreme bone within her chest subtly vibrate, as if touched by the blazing sun, on the verge of being assimilated. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, the progress of her supreme bone, cultivating its divine powers, seemed to increase ever so slightly. Though this increment was nearly imperceptible, it was still the divine power of her supreme bone, which usually required an immense amount of resources to achieve, yet now it had grown a fraction merely from Gu Changge's touch. "What is happening?" Gu Changge's heart trembled, her cheeks flushed. There was a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. How could the dignified Supreme Empress be so unsteady while riding the spirit crane? To speak of it would surely invite laughter. This matter must remain buried in her heart. Just as Gu Changge thought this, she suddenly felt Gu Changge's hand leave her body. The previously scorching warmth dissipated, returning her to a state of normalcy. For some inexplicable reason, this left Gu Changge with a hint of reluctant yearning, as if something about Gu Changge was alluring her like opium. Could it be the essence of the Dao of immortality contained within his chest? But what is this feeling? Gu Changge felt vexed as she organized her thoughts and thanked Gu Changge. "Thank you, Brother Changge. By the way, where shall we head next? Do you have a destination in mind?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge glanced in the direction where Ji Ruyu's light sparkled. "Let us head east." East? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure and nodded. "All right." Gu Changge was astonished. East? Isn't that the direction of the Spirit Spring Secret Realm? It was during the Spirit Spring Secret Realm that Yi Chun and Ji Ruyu first met, and the fabled 1,000-year Spirit Spring I had transformed into a dragon of spiritual energy. Soaring to the heavens, captured by Yi Chun's secret technique. Was this a mysterious coincidence of fate? At the same time, Ji Ruyu was emerging from a large city, having disguised herself and appearing far less enchanting than when she had just left the Changshengji family. In her hand, she clutched a skewer of candied hawthorn. The Spirit Spring Secret Realm is in this direction. This was my first time participating in a secret realm. I must go and take a look. Perhaps luck will favor me, and I could obtain that Spirit Spring eye. Ji Ruyu took flight, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the air, but on another side, a young man clad in gray, exuding a capable aura and appearing to be 19, also set out from a nearby forest towards the Spirit Spring Secret Realm. According to his memory, The Spirit Spring secret realm was about to open. He must seize the Spirit Spring Eye. Additionally, the divine maiden Jiryu from the Ji family would be present. The Rebirth Stone had already been activated for the third time. If he could not achieve the status of Emperor this time, hope would be lost. He must utilize every opportunity available that in my second life, I reached the Sage Realm, and achieving the Emperor status this third time should not be too much to ask. The young man murmured as he hurried towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. Indeed, he was Yi Chun, bearer of the extraordinary Rebirth Stone. As long as its energy had not been depleted, he could reverse the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn anew. However, the Rebirth Stone had already been used 3 times. This was his final chance to replenish the Rebirth Stone's energy. One must infuse it with energy surpassing the Emperor realm. Even though in his second life, Yi Chun had reached the Sage realm. Scouring through 3,000 Dao Domains provided only half the energy needed for the Rebirth Stone. Theoretically, he could accumulate once more in this life. Above the firmament, on the back of the spirit crane, Gu Changge could distinctly sense a faint fragrance emanating from the young man behind her. She was not surprised. Possessing the rebirth eyes and immortal bone, Gu Changge's physical body had likely been transformed into an immaculate entity, with his flesh and blood serving as potent medicine. Sitting atop the spirit crane, Gu Changge looked down at the lush green forest below and asked, "Is this a forest? Changge, do you have any place you wish to go?" "No." Gu Changge shook her head. "Continuing straight ahead is also quite fine." This was precisely the destination she desired. Gu Changge silently thought to herself, "Oh." Gu Changge nodded, his expression unchanged as they drew closer to the light point. Jiryu appeared to linger at that position for some reason. Just as Gu Changge pondered this, a tremendous surge of spiritual light shot into the sky. In the next moment, a massive mountain appeared in the distance. Bathed in the ethereal glow, resembling a celestial mountain, this the fortuitous land secret realm. Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback at this sight. "It should be." Gu Changge feigned surprise. "I can't believe our luck. We randomly chose a direction and stumbled upon the opening of the fortuitous land secret realm." Secret realms are categorized into 2 types: small space secret realms, known as cave heavens, and fortuitous land secret realms. The cave heaven secret realm is the most mysterious, potentially holding astonishing opportunities, yet it may also lead to certain death. The fortuitous land secret realm, on the other hand, is where various fortuitous lands manifest. For instance, the Spirit Spring secret realm is a coveted fortuitous land that attracts scattered cultivators, rich in spiritual energy and abundant in treasures and divine metals. A veritable treasure trove. The greatest danger lies with fellow humans. Naturally, top-tier forces such as the Chongqing family had little interest in small fortuitous land secret realms, allowing scattered cultivators to exploit them freely. Outside the Spirit Spring secret realm, powerful figures descended like shooting stars, some of whom had long awaited the event. The highest cultivation level present was merely that of a 9th-layer deity realm cultivator. This small fortuitous land secret realm had attracted little commotion, and due to local forces controlling the situation, the news had not spread widely. Thus, only the strongest 9th-layer deity realm cultivators had arrived. The Spirit Spring secret realm has opened. The natural barriers had not yet dissipated. Entering now would only lead to disorientation within the fortuitous land. They should wait another half hour. This is a rare opportunity for us cultivators of Yunlong City. To have a fortuitous land secret realm appear so close to the city is truly remarkable. The scattered cultivators buzzed with excitement that, of course, everyone remained on guard, aware that once they entered the Spirit Spring secret realm, those they conversed with could very well be the ones who would stab them in the back. Jiryu, appearing ordinary, stood amidst the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mountain manifesting the Spirit Spring secret realm, a fortuitous land secret realm. This is truly a fortuitous land secret realm, and it's my first time participating actively. The joy of freedom is exhilarating. On the other side of the crowd, Yi Chun observed each person's expression, searching for Jiryu's disguised appearance from his memories. In truth, had it not been for a 9th-layer deity realm individual provoking Jiruyu at the last moment. Yi Chen would not have known that the most cherished jewel of the formidable Changshangji family had stealthily come to participate in this small secret realm. This had caused quite a stir in the Zhongzhou Dao Domain. Many who returned from the Spirit Spring's secret realm were filled with frustration, wishing they had recognized the Ji family's divine maiden at that time. Had they managed to establish even a slight connection, they might have soared to great heights thereafter. Regarding the matter of reincarnation, Yi Chen was undergoing a typical rebirth, traversing all experiences from his previous two lives to arrive at this third life. While Gu Changge had returned to the beginning of the third life after completing the entire timeline, Yi Chen scoffed at this notion. How could an ordinary person catch the attention of a divine maiden? Only he, the reborn 3 times. Yi Chen could accurately discern the preferences of the Ji family's divine maiden. From his second life's information, Yi Chen knew that Jiruyu yearned for freedom and was an extraordinarily beautiful girl akin to an ethereal spirit. As long as he provided her with the feeling of cherished freedom, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on her, potentially progressing their relationship even further. However, regrettably, Yi Chen searched through the crowd but did not spot the familiar disguised face of Jiruyu. He exhaled. Once the Spirit Spring's secret realm opens, she will compete for a precious medicine and will use a jade talisman of the King realm. At that time, I will surely encounter her. Just as Yi Chen murmured to himself, a sharp crane call suddenly captured everyone's attention. In the next moment, a spirit crane descended from the sky. Instantly, all scattered cultivators changed expressions, their vigilance heightened as they turned to face the spirit crane. Spirit cranes were not possessions of ordinary forces. At the very least, they belonged to first-rate or even Changshang family powers, indicating that the arrival of the person was likely from a first-rate force. This fact dampened the spirits of the scattered cultivators. Yi Chen's expression also shifted. What is going on? There was no appearance of a spirit crane in my last life. The spirit crane gently descended, and the crowd finally caught sight of the 2 figures on its back. As people recognized their faces, they were momentarily stunned, a single phrase emerging in their minds. Divine couple. 2 youthful figures, exuding an extraordinary and noble air, stood atop a spirit crane. The focus was primarily on the young man. Chapter 36. The yin-yang divine body. His appearance was unparalleled, ethereal as if descended from the heavens. Adorned in black garments with golden trim that accentuated his opulence, an aura of celestial light seemed to envelop him, resonating with harmonious melodies that left an indelible impression upon those who beheld him. The other was a young maiden, already possessing a beauty that could captivate cities, dressed in elegant green. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her fair skin resembling the purest of jade. And her exquisite features were unmatched, akin to a blue lotus rising unstained from the mud. The pairing of these two, regardless of their cultivation or status, unmistakably indicated their noble origins. That Gu Changge and Gu Changge guided the spirit crane downwards. Paying no heed to the gazes of those around them, they exchanged a glance at the gathered crowd, and only then did a gentle smile grace their faces as they warmly acknowledged those present. Amidst the throng, Yi Chen noticed Gu Changge and Gu Changge descending upon the spirit crane. Upon seeing them, his pupils constricted sharply, a shiver ran down his spine as he quickly averted his gaze. Suppressing his astonishment, what is happening? Gu Changge and Gu Changge, members of the Changshang Gu family, have arrived as well. Such an occurrence did not transpire in my previous life, and besides, weren't Gu Changge and the Changshang Gu family sworn enemies? How could they appear together with Gu Changge? Yi Chen's heart raced with disbelief and confusion. He was all too familiar with Gu Changge and Gu Changge. When the True Dragon ranking and the Flood Dragon ranking emerged, the foremost powers gathered, and the scions of the Changshang lineage, sons and daughters of the divine, competed fiercely. Among the most radiant were a select few, including Gu Changge, who bore the rare dual pupils and the supreme bone. Suppressing the younger generation of the heavenly Dao Domain, and Gu Changge, who also possessed supreme bone, even more formidable than that of Gu Changge by the time he attained the status of a sage. She had already ascended to the rank of an emperor, an existence he could only admire from afar. However, a wild thought suddenly took root in Yi Chen's mind. After all, he was a reborn individual. Having lived 2 lifetimes, while he was not fully acquainted with the experiences of Gu Changge, the reborn empress, he was aware of certain pivotal events. If he could forge a connection with this future female sovereign, it might just be possible for him to ascend to the rank of emperor in this life as well. In fact, during his second life, he had leveraged information from his first life to gain the support of several elite powers holy maidens. Ultimately reaching the sage realm, that he dared not set his sights on the holy maidens and divine maidens from the Zhongzhou family and top-tier sacred forces, as such heights were far beyond his reach. Even with the knowledge from his previous life, he had only attained the king realm in his second life, rendering him powerless against such overwhelming forces. Yet now, the situation was different. With the foundation of a sage, he only required sufficient resources to swiftly restore his sage cultivation. Even the prospect of challenging for the emperor's position was not out of the question. Thus, Yi Chun broadened his horizons, which explained why he dared to covet Ji Ruyu, and even entertained thoughts upon seeing Gu Changge. De Ji Ruyu, too, had noticed the arrival of Gu Changge and Gu Changge. Upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, such handsome and beautiful individuals. That must be a spirit crane. But I wonder which force they hail from. Ji Ruyu's gaze fixated on Gu Changge and Gu Changge. However, as she looked at Gu Changge, he immediately took note of her presence, for in his eyes, Ji Ruyu radiated brilliance. Ding! The system detected that the host was near a target suitable for investment returns. Would you like to view the information? Ding! The system detected that the host was near a target suitable for investment returns. Would you like to bind? The binding information that had appeared once before flashed before Gu Changge's eyes. The thought struck him, and he decided to first check Ji Ruyu's information. Nickname: Ji Ruyu. Identity: Divine Maiden of the Changxingji family. Daughter of Fortune. Physique: Yin-Yang Divine Body, Dual Cultivation Body. Cultivation Method: Divine King Sutra, Divine Powers, Divine King Eyes, Divine King Finger, Divine King Sai, Divine King Phantom. Recent Fortune: viewable upon binding. As Gu Changge scrutinized Ji Ruyu's information, he fixated on her identity. Indeed, all the targets for system binding were daughters of fortune. Moreover, his cousin was endowed with the coveted Yin-Yang divine body, a physique coveted even by sages, as it was immensely beneficial for both parties involved in dual cultivation. Binding, Gu Changge thought to himself, subsequently deciding to bind Ji Ruyu as his second target for investment returns. Binding successful. Ji Ruyu's recent fortune has been unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changge once more examined Ji Ruyu's personal information, particularly her recent fortune. Nickname: Ji Ruyu. Recent fortune: targeted by another child of fortune, Yi Chun, who schemed against her. Originally, this would have aided the Changxingji family, allowing them to become a child of fortune's ally, and engage in a mortal battle with another sacred ground, exhausting their resources. However, encountering an unknown individual has alleviated the threat. Yet, the child of fortune, Yi Chun, remains undeterred and will, in 3 days, visit the stone gambling pavilion in Yunlong City to select a stone riddled with pits, ultimately revealing a Yin-Yang spirit jade to regain Ji Ruyu's favor. Goodness! As Gu Changge read Ji Ruyu's recent fortune, his eyes narrowed. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Child of Fortune. Yet I wonder what this child's golden finger is. An elder or some other extraordinary ability. Clearly, he has likely discerned Ji Ruyu's identity, prompting him to go to great lengths to win her favor. Not to mention the fact that she is my binding target. Just the fact that she is my cousin means I cannot allow your schemes to succeed. Why Yi Chun is it? Heh, let me see how many secrets you truly know. To Ji Changge mused inwardly, just as Ji Ruyu caught sight of Gu Changge's gaze upon her. This made Ji Ruyu hastily lower her head. Is he looking at me? Could he have seen through my disguise? Surely not. My disguise pill is a sacred grade item, and I'm also wearing a treasure that shields me from divine perception. How could I be seen through? Ji Ruyu pondered anxiously. However, the next moment, she realized that the striking young man who had just ascended and captured everyone's attention had indeed noticed her. For Gu Changge, amidst the gazes of the crowd, walked curiously towards her, accompanied by Gu Changge. Gu Changge also regarded Gu Changge with curiosity before turning her gaze to the disguised Ji Ruyu. but upon closer inspection, she discerned the clues: a sacred-grade disguise pill, and a treasure that obscures divine perception. Jiryu. Gu Changge deduced the identity of the young woman before her. After speaking, Gu Changge glanced at Gu Changge with slight astonishment, unsure how he had uncovered this. For as a reborn sovereign, she herself would not have noticed without careful scrutiny. Yet Gu Changge had approached Jiryu directly. Could it be due to the power of his dual pupils? Little did she know of the formidable strength possessed by her cousin. Chapter 37. The Changxing family. Jiryu gazed at Gu Changge, who had approached her. As he drew closer, his ethereal and handsome visage appeared even more striking, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Yet, she was puzzled. After disguising herself, she should have seemed utterly unremarkable. Why would he come directly to her? Didn't he expect to see you here, cousin? Did you sneak out? Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Jiryu looked into the face of the otherworldly youth before her, and as she beheld the subtle smile on his handsome countenance, her mind buzzed. From those eyes as dark as black holes, it seemed she glimpsed another pair of eyes, mysterious and sacred. Dual pupils. The phrase flickered in Jiryu's mind, and in the next instant, she suddenly recalled that in a distant, top-tier family within the 3,000 realms, she indeed had a cousin who possessed such divine traits and was born with dual pupils. In her childhood visits to the Changxing family, she often enjoyed playing in his company. Yet inexplicably, he had often secluded himself, and over time, she ceased visiting the Changxing family. This marked their reunion after several years. She gazed at Gu Changge. Jiryu felt as if she were once again in the presence of the older brother she had cherished in her youth. Brother Changge? Jiryu instinctively called out. Indeed, I did not misjudge. Gu Changge nodded, smiling. Though I've grown a bit, I remain much the same as before. Hearing this, Jiryu felt a flicker of joy within her. It seemed this cousin she had admired had not forgotten her. Jiryu lifted her face, beaming. Brother Changge, how come you are here? Did you see through my disguise? Of course that why eyes do not deceive. Gu Changge remarked, gesturing towards his own eyes that, as for why he was here, he added, I felt a sudden urge to take a stroll outside, and upon discovering this place had a fortuitous land emerging. I came to take a look. What a coincidence! Jiryu exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth with her small hand. Meanwhile, Yichun observed Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and the Jiryu before them. Upon witnessing Jiryu's transformed appearance, a heaviness settled in Yichun's heart. It was Jiryu. To his astonishment, Jiryu knew Gu Changge? Ah, right. The Changxing family and the Changxing family are indeed connected through marriage. It is only natural that Gu Changge wouldn't know Jiryu. However, with Gu Changge present, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to win Jiryu's favor. After all, any attempts at orchestrating chance encounters would likely be perceived by either Gu Changge or Gu Changge. A more prudent plan must be devised. Yichun pondered as he watched the patriarch of the Li family, who had reached the 9th level of the divine communication realm, descend from the heavens to join Gu Changge and his companions. With a furrowed brow, he respectfully inquired, May I ask from where you three hail? What brings you to this humble paradise? Gu Changge turned to face the Li patriarch and replied nonchalantly, You may continue your pursuit of opportunities as before. We shall rely on our own abilities. Very well. It seems that, judging by the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Changge, they were not entities that could be trifled with by those of Yunlong City. Standing beside them, Jiryu appeared rather ordinary, yet the fact that she could refer to Gu Changge as cousin hinted at her remarkable origins. Her current appearance might well be a facade. The other wandering cultivators from Yunlong City exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with a mixture of delight and intrigue. The fact that Gu Changge did not resort to intimidation was a relief. It meant they still had a chance. After exchanging a few words with the Li patriarch, Gu Changge turned back to Jiryu and affectionately patted her head, saying, No need to maintain this guise in front of me. Quickly revert to your original appearance. Oh, Jiryu pouted playfully, and a shimmering aura enveloped her. In the next moment, an enchanting and vivacious young woman appeared before the crowd. Her demeanor was lively and spirited, her waist-length hair dancing in the breeze, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, and her clear eyes sparkled with vitality. Her petite form possessed a remarkable allure. Standing alongside Gu Changge and Gu Changge, the trio became the focal point of attention, as if they were vying for the very essence of creation itself. Many onlookers felt a jolt at this sight. It was clear that the presence that could draw Gu Changge and his companion so close was no ordinary one. They were astonished to discover that the seemingly plain-looking girl had such extraordinary beauty beneath her disguise. Some of the wandering cultivators who had previously stood near Jiruyu could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, regretting that they hadn't taken the opportunity to engage with her. Perhaps they could have forged connections with Gu Changge and Gu Changge. Once Jiruyu had returned to her original form, she stretched languidly and exclaimed, "Ah, it feels so much more comfortable to be in my true appearance." Playful, yet you can't say you slipped away unnoticed. You had someone tailing you without your knowledge. Gu Changge chuckled as he reminded her. Jiruyu blinked in confusion, but within a moment, she caught on. Puffing her cheeks, she looked up at the sky and called out, "Which uncle is following me? Come out quickly." As her words fell, a tall and rugged figure materialized before Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Jiruyu. "Elder Jihao!" Jiruyu exclaimed, her brows knitting together in irritation as she placed her hands on her hips. "Why didn't you tell me you were following me all along? If I had told you, would you have enjoyed yourself any less?" Elder Jihao shot back, then disregarded Jiruyu's sulking and turned his gaze toward Gu Changge, appraising him with admiration and awe. "Divine Son Changge, Miss Chiu has informed me that you have been personally appointed as the Divine Son by the ancestor of the Gu family and have awakened a second talent. It is indeed a sight to behold, and this young lady beside you is equally remarkable. That I truly envy the longevity of the Gu family. Greetings, esteemed elder." Gu Changge smiled in return, nodding at Jihao in acknowledgement. Jihao's sudden appearance sent ripples of surprise through the gathered crowd. They were utterly oblivious to how he had arrived. Even the patriarch of the Li family at the 9th level of the divine communication realm was unaware. Though a top-tier expert in Yunlong City, in the vast expanse of the Zhongzhou Dao Domain, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Faced with the enigmatic Gu Changge and Elder Jihao, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, they noted that Gu Changge and Gu Changge were not to be trifled with, or else they might have been doomed. "How courteous!" Jihao waved his hand with a smile. "Miss Chiu, your mother has invited you to visit my Changsheng Ji family, and you can return to the Ji family along with Miss Ryu. Indeed, my father mentioned this to me before I left. It is quite fortuitous." The implications of the Changsheng Ji family sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking cultivators from Yunlong City. What? They are representatives of the Changsheng family? The disparity in status felt insurmountable, akin to mere mortals encountering celestial beings. "Very well," Jihao nodded, turning to Jiruyu. "Miss, you have been out for a few days. Once this adventure concludes, you shall return to the Ji family with Divine Son Changge." Oh, Jiruyu realized that since Elder Jihao had revealed himself, her time for leisure was drawing to a close. However, she had enjoyed these past few days of freedom that, in truth, she had anticipated this. For it was impossible to conceal her escapade from the powerful figures within her family. They likely had tacitly permitted her to enjoy a brief outing. "Let's have something to eat," Gu Changge suddenly suggested. "Sure, Brother Changge, what delicious treats have you prepared?" Jiruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired. "I prepared a few specialties. Additionally, we can do some barbecuing." "Barbecue? What is that?" Jiruyu asked curiously. "It's a unique dish I read about in a story. I hunted some fierce beasts in the Void Secret Realm and brought back their finest meats for barbecuing. That I also gathered some royal-grade seafood. Perfect for a cookout." Awakened with wisdom, Gu Changge was well-versed in the culinary delights of his past life. In the realm of 3,000 domains, cultivators revered the consumption of food. Those who reached the Fate Wheel realm often abstained from worldly fare. Only a few spiritual chefs might explore some spiritual vegetables. While spiritual vegetables were indeed delectable, crafted from top-tier ingredients and seasonings, they paled in comparison to the flavors of the earthly delights he remembered. Gu Changge knew that Jiruyu was likely to fall prey to Yi Qin's simple offerings of chicken legs, so he decided to treat her to a true camping barbecue experience. Gu Changge, listening to Gu Changge's words, was momentarily taken aback. She had never realized that Gu Changge had such culinary talents. Prior to reaching the Fate Wheel realm, he had been wholly focused on cultivation, with little interest in food. The words of Gu Changge sent chills of apprehension through the gathered wandering cultivators and Yunlong City's practitioners. Fierce beasts of the divine communication realm and royal-grade seafood? Can we even comprehend such things? This was the terrifying reality of the Changsheng family. To them, in the eyes of the Changsheng family, they were merely prey on a platter, ignoring the thoughts of others. Gu Changge conjured a luxurious carpet, upon which glimmering frost-laden boxes fell. Inside the boxes lay glistening cuts of meat, alongside succulent octopus tentacles that seemed impossible to resist. The octopus tentacles were undoubtedly the seafood Gu Changge mentioned. The patriarch of the Li family gaped at the sight of the royal-grade beast's flesh, his eyes wide with longing. If he were to consume that piece of meat, he might even break through to the insight realm. However, even with 100 times his courage, he would not dare to approach. As Gu Changge unveiled the ingredients, Jiryu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then produced a makeshift grill and some premium spiritual charcoal. Placing the charcoal into the grill, Gu Changge waved his hand, igniting the spiritual charcoal, which began to radiate heat steadily. There was no smoke, merely a silent glow and warmth emanating from it. How intriguing. Are we using the heat of the spiritual charcoal to cook these ingredients? Jiryu approached the grill, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, but that's merely the process. The key lies in the spices. Allow me to demonstrate. Gu Changge smiled slightly, knowing that once Jiryu tasted these delicacies, they would be unforgettable. The Gu Changge blinked curiously, her eyes wide. This was her first encounter with such a method of cooking. It was unlike the preparation of spiritual vegetables. Gu Changge personally demonstrated, slicing a piece of octopus tentacle and placing on the grill. As the sizzling sounds filled the air, a delicate aroma began to waft, causing many of the onlookers to swallow hard. The flesh of the royal-grade beast, even when merely boiled, was already a top-tier dish. Gu Changge then added spices to the octopus tentacle. In an instant, an intense fragrance began to spread beyond the confines of the secret realm. Yi Chun, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astonished. Was the Changsheng family this advanced? They had developed so many culinary variations. In his past, he had lived off the land, directly slaughtering fierce beasts to cook and consume. And compared to the tantalizing aroma before him, his previous meals seemed like tasteless fare. Gu Changge's gaze was fixated on the royal-grade octopus tentacle in Gu Changge's hands. Her curiosity intensifying, Jiryu transformed into a little glutton, asking eagerly, "Brother Changge, when can we eat? I'm so hungry." Soon. Gu Changge's lips curled slightly as, moments later, he held up the golden brown, crispy octopus tentacle, channeling spiritual energy to slice a piece and extend it toward Jiryu. "Here, give it a try. Delightful, delightful." The golden, crispy octopus tentacles are enveloped in an array of unknown spices, their aroma tantalizingly potent, eliciting an involuntary secretion of saliva. Jiryu gazes at the steaming octopus leg and takes a ravenous bite. In the next moment, an explosion of rich and unprecedented flavors bursts in her mouth. Jiryu lets out a muffled sound. Her fair complexion instantly flushed, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaims, This is absolutely divine." Observing Jiryu's expression, Gu Changge's lips curl into a smirk. That Gu Changge slices a piece and hands it to Gu Changge, saying, "You should try it too, Changge." With curiosity piqued, Gu Changge takes a bite. Much like Jiryu, the invigorating flavor detonates on her palate, enveloping her in an indescribable sensation. Gu Changge's cheeks flush, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of wonder. It is truly delectable. Nearby, Ji Hao watches this scene with eager anticipation, secretly yearning to partake as well. However, as an elder, he feels it inappropriate to intrude upon the younger generation. Yet Gu Changge, never one to overlook Ji Hao, similarly offers him a piece. After savoring it, Ji Hao is utterly enamored with this culinary delight known as barbecue. Then, an oddly peculiar scene unfolds. Outside a fabled domain, attracting numerous cultivators, a group of individuals watches enviously as a few prepare barbecue. the savory aroma wafting for miles. Yet none dare approach to beg or disrupt. Gu Changge, sampling a bit, glances at Ji Ryu, who is engrossed in her grilling, and remarks, "Ryu, isn't this mountain delicacy far superior to mere chicken legs?" "What chicken legs? You mean those ordinary flame-grilled ones?" "Naturally, they pale in comparison to Brother Changge's barbecue." Ji Ryu pouts, stammering in response. Gu Changge, upon hearing this, pauses mid-bite, casting a curious glance at Gu Changge. Could it be that Gu Changge has caught sight of something extraordinary again? Chapter 39. The True Fire Chicken Leg. Very well, have another bite. Thank you, Brother Changge. As Gu Changge hands her a piece of meat from a formidable beast, the spices glimmer enticingly, causing Ji Ryu's eyes to narrow in delight as she takes a hearty bite. Ji Hao, having just finished his piece, expresses his lingering desire. "I never anticipated you possess such culinary skills, Changge. It was merely a pastime during moments of boredom." "Well, that's splendid point. One must remember that cultivation is of utmost importance. Do not allow your focus to waver." Ji Hao advises that, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Gu Changge replies with a that moment. A sudden tremor shakes the spiritual spring domain, a resounding roar echoing as spiritual lights soar skyward. The once hazy veil shrouding the spiritual spring disappears, revealing an impossibly majestic celestial mountain before the onlookers, shrouded in mist and adorned with sheets of snow, resembling a dreamscape. Yet, all present are acutely aware that the spiritual spring domain has opened, allowing them to venture forth in search of opportunity. Strangely, the crowd remains motionless, their gazes fixated on the space amidst them, where Gu Changge and his companions indulge in their barbecue. Gu Changge surveys the cultivators around him and declares, "Feel free to seek your own fortunes, each according to their own abilities." His words. The crowd erupts with joy. They had feared Gu Changge might monopolize the opportunity, yet now, with his encouragement to act independently, it is the best possible outcome. The patriarch of the Li family, a ninth-tier cultivator who had initially approached for inquiries, bows to Gu Changge and swiftly enters the spiritual spring realm, followed eagerly by the others. Once the last individual has entered, Gu Changge and his companions finish their meal. After washing their hands in the spring water, Gu Changge turns to Ji Ryu and Gu Changge with a gentle smile. "Let us proceed as well. Take what piques your interest." "Hooray!" Ji Ryu claps her hands in excitement. Ji Changge nods in agreement. Ji Hao, witnessing this, vanishes from sight. In the spiritual spring domain, the most significant aspect is, of course, the spiritual spring itself. If the earlier visitors were to discover that the spring water, sought after by many, was used by Gu Changge to wash his hands, their expressions would be quite amusing. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, possessing the soul of a sage and having previously visited this place, swiftly gathers the essential resources within the spiritual spring domain. However, the true treasures of this realm, particularly the eye of the spiritual spring, will not manifest for another day. Thus, Yi Chun plans to spend the night here, intending to procure the eye of the spiritual spring by tomorrow before departing. As for Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ryu, with Gu Changge by their side, it would be quite challenging for Yi Chun to approach either of the two young ladies. He would have to feign a chance encounter. He recalls the legends that Ji Ryu is a fabled dual cultivation body, and it is said that a yin-yang spiritual jade was once found in the gambling stone abode of Yunlong City. Obtaining that jade would naturally attract the attention of Ji Ryu, who possesses the same dual cultivation physique. If he can draw her near, his own abilities may very well win her favor. Just as Yi Chun plots his next move, a familiar, light voice rings out from the side. "Brother Changge, there are people here." Yi Chun is taken aback. Turning towards the voice, he sees three figures approaching his direction. Upon nearing the fire, the foremost figure, a youth exuding an ethereal aura and regal bearing, instantly captures his attention. Accompanying him are two breathtakingly beautiful women, their beauty unforgettable at a mere glance. It is none other than Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ryu. Upon spotting Yi Chun, Gu Changge's eyes narrow slightly, sensing the traits of a protagonist emanating from him. An unremarkable visage, yet with a touch of charm, a resolute demeanor, and a calm expression that exudes confidence. night falls around the fire. Yichen realizes that he initially believed Ji Ruyu would not encounter this fated child. Yet here they are, coincidentally meeting at this moment. Such fortunate timing, it would be hard to deny he is the child of destiny. After all, the trio represents a significant force, embodying great fortune, and after a day of exploration in the spiritual spring domain, they are somewhat weary and in search of a place to rest. Indeed, there are people. Gu Changge nods. Shall we join them? Ji Ryu hesitates, glancing at Gu Changge. Yet her gaze is drawn to an enticing chicken leg sizzling in the firelight. Glistening with oil, I'm hungry. I want to eat. If it weren't for Gu Changge and Gu Changge accompanying her, Ji Ryu might have already rushed over to claim the chicken leg for herself. Of course, Gu Changge replies with a smile, equally interested in engaging with Yi Chun to discern his hidden advantages. Upon seeing Gu Changge and the others approach, Yi Chen's heart leaps with joy, though his ordinary face feigns surprise upon recognizing them. And he quickly greets them with respect. Greetings to the three of you. Too kind. We are merely intruding upon this fellow Taoist. Gu Changge replies amicably, his gaze warm as he regards Yi Chun. Gu Changge raises an eyebrow, her mind racing. So, it is Yi Chun. I did not expect to encounter him in such circumstances. That chicken leg. Her eyes fixate on the chicken leg sizzling before Yi Chun. There's no need for formality. I'm delighted to have you three here. Yi Chun insists, shaking his head repeatedly, his gaze shifting to Gu Changge before discreetly assessing Ji Ruyu and Gu Changge, the two ladies. With their extraordinary beauty, ignite a fervent desire within Yi Chun, compelling him to win their hearts. After exchanging pleasantries and learning each other's names, Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ruyu take their seats across from Yi Chun, who casually fiddles with the sizzling chicken leg before him, drawing Ji Ruyu's wide-eyed attention, her mouth watering at the sight that Ji Ruyu's desire for the chicken leg grows, and curiously, she wonders why Yi Chun is alone. He appears to possess a wealth of adventurous experience. Surely, it would be fascinating to hear his tales while enjoying the chicken leg. However, as these thoughts cross her mind, the memory of Gu Changge's melodious voice from earlier echoes in her ears. Isn't mountain delicacy far superior to chicken legs? Recalling this statement, Ji Ruyu's curiosity about Yi Chun dissipates entirely, replaced by a slight frown as she scrutinizes him. The more she observes, the more she feels that this Yi Chun is rather commonplace. Compared to her brother Changge, he seems as if a celestial being gazes down upon mere mortals. As for the chicken leg, it appears rather unremarkable as well. Brother Changge, barbecue. I want to eat. Ji Ryu leans closer to Gu Changge, tugging at his hand. Chapter 40. Is it truly terrifying? Yi Chun has noticed Ji Ruyu's gaze fixated on the chicken leg he just grilled, and he intends to offer it to her. Yet, unexpectedly, she turns to ask Gu Changge for barbecue instead. This simply cannot be. Such an opportunity for conversation cannot be squandered. Miss Ji, this chicken leg has just been grilled to perfection. If you are hungry, please feel free to take a bite. While it may not compare to Master Gu's barbecue, it is still quite palatable. Why Yi Chun lifted the glistening, perfectly roasted chicken leg and extended it toward Ji Ryu. As he presented the chicken leg, a self-assured smile, which he deemed charming, adorned his face. However, Ji Ryu, glancing at the chicken leg he offered, furrowed her delicate brows. Just moments ago, she had felt a flicker of curiosity towards Yi Chun, but upon reflection, it became glaringly apparent that he had been observing her intently. Now, seeing her desire for a bite to eat, he was eagerly presenting the chicken leg as a means of ingratiation. Particularly as she gazed at the chicken leg, the earlier words of Gu Changge echoed in her mind. Nothing could compare to the delicacies of mountain treasures and ocean flavors. Not to mention, Gu Changge's barbecues were unparalleled. No, thank you, Ji Ryu said, waving her hand and looking toward Gu Changge. I don't like chicken legs. Brother Changge will prepare barbecue for me. All right, I'll make it for you. Gu Changge replied. Observing the chicken leg Yi Chun had offered Ji Ryu, a slight smile graced his lips as he retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring and began to roast it. Witnessing this scene, Gu Changge felt increasingly convinced that Gu Changge had indeed perceived something. However, this was for the best, as she wouldn't need to intervene. As for Yi Chun, he was merely a frog yearning for a swan's flesh. Before his rebirth, he had severely harmed the Changshengji family. Yet he had managed to cultivate to the it is uncertain how many souls remain ensnared within the ninth layer of the transcendent realm, destined to traverse their lives without enlightenment. The enlightenment pill, a legendary artifact, is nothing short of mythical. The individual standing before me, a member of the esteemed Changshenggu family, has unexpectedly bestowed upon me an enlightenment pill. How thrilling! Li Feng yearns for it deeply, but ultimately he exercises immense willpower, diverting his gaze from the pill and stating, "Young master, you are too kind. This is merely a trivial matter. Surely, you possess countless means to acquire it effortlessly. I have merely dared to overstep my bounds. Your insight is commendable. Keep it," the young master replied, "that I wish to avoid indebting myself to others. After all, this is the real world, and none among us are fools." Gu Changge, discerning Li Feng's intentions to ascend through association with the illustrious Gu family, understands that not just any random offering is worthy of such favor. To bestow an enlightenment pill is already a tremendous gesture of goodwill. One must learn to be content. "Thank you, young master," Li Feng sighed inwardly before accepting the enlightenment pill. Around him, onlookers were consumed by envy, their eyes tinged with green. What a marvel! To assist someone in acquiring a coveted spirit spring in exchange for an enlightenment pill is truly remarkable. It is no wonder they feel a pang of jealousy. Beside them, Gu Changge and Jiruyu were entirely unperturbed. Being of the Changshenggu lineage, it was no surprise that many would seek to ingratiate themselves, even offering their affections. The notion of opposing the Changshenggu family, one would be foolish to think they could escape unscathed, for the family's influence could extinguish you and your lineage for generations to come. Receiving the spirit spring Gu Changge gracefully descended before Gu Changge and Jiruyu. He felt a tinge of regret. How he wished for an opportunity to spar with these ordinary transcendent realm cultivators. His dragon-elephant prison suppression technique was freshly honed, and he longed to unleash his formidable strength. A token of greeting, Gu Changge presented the spirit spring to Jiruyu. She graciously accepted it, her face lighting up with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Changge. Now that we have acquired the spirit spring let us enjoy a few more days before returning to your home," he suggested. Indeed, Jiruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, as Gu Changge passed the spirit spring to her, a notification flashed before his eyes. Beep! Host gifts the bound target Jiruyu 10,000-year spirit spring You have received a 10,000-fold return. You have obtained Celestial Spring Celestial Spring Originating from the upper realm Celestial Spring, it contains mysterious powers. Prolonged use of a spirit spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter one's cultivation aptitude. Gu Changge's heart raced at the revelation of the Celestial Spring Yet another extraordinary treasure, akin to the divine bone he possessed. This Celestial Spring not only fortifies the physical body, but also enhances one's innate talent. Truly remarkable, the 10,000-fold return is astonishing. Withdrawing his gaze from the notification, Gu Changge smiled at the two ladies and said, "Come, let us explore Yulong City." As Gu Changge departed, the prominent cultivators of Yulong City exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Li Feng. Undoubtedly, he was the one who reaped the greatest reward this time, a single enlightenment pill. Yet, they dared not act under the watchful eyes of the crowd. For that pill had been gifted to Li Feng by Gu Changge. Who could predict the consequences should Li Feng encounter any misfortune? The wrath of a young master from a Changsheng family could very well reduce Yulong City to ashes. Yi Chun observed the trio's departure, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. There remains an opportunity. If I can acquire that Yin-Yang spirit jade, perhaps I could even attract Jiruyu's attention. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. Gu Changge, do not interfere this time, or else. His disdain for Gu Changge had taken root. Had it not been for Gu Changge's arrival, Jiruyu would undoubtedly have been by his side, allowing him ample time to win her over. Night fell, and upon settling into the Yunxiao Tower, Gu Changge began to tally the spoils of the day, the condensed Dao Divine Bottle and the Celestial Spring These two treasures, even the Changsheng families and the eternal sacred grounds would fiercely compete for them. To acquire both in a single day was nothing short of extraordinary. Truly, Brother Zhongzhou is invincible. Most importantly, he had gained yet another object of return, a most fortunate development indeed, the condensed Dao judgment. Infused with the principles of yin and yang, absorbs sunlight to yield yang liquid and moonlight to yield yin liquid. The fusion of these two liquids creates a drop of condensed Dao divine water, the consumption of which can offset a year of arduous cultivation or contemplation. The celestial spring eye, derived from the upper realm celestial spring, harbors mysterious powers. Prolonged usage of the spirit spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter cultivation aptitude. With these two treasures in hand, my cultivation speed will be astonishing. Moreover, the ability to enhance my physique and change my innate gifts is nothing short of remarkable. With a smile, Gu Changge extracted a pot of celestial spring using the celestial spring eye. After infusing the spring water with spiritual energy and adding it to the divine tea, he closed his eyes and began to savor tea as the celestial spring tea flowed into his mouth. Gu Changge felt a surge of warmth course through his body. Upon introspection, he perceived his vitality and physical form subtly enhancing due to this warmth. Furthermore, it seemed that cultivating during this moment would yield twice the results with half the effort. His mind was remarkably clear. What an astonishing effect! This rivals the enlightenment tea. Indeed, truly the essence of the celestial spring. Gu Changge gazed at the teapot beside him, filled with celestial spring water, his eyes brimming with delight. This celestial spring is immeasurably more precious than the spirit spring. Next, he turned his attention to the condensed Dao divine bottle, which resembled the gathering spirit bottle in size, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Regrettably, it was inconvenient to release the condensed Dao divine bottle to absorb the sunlight during the day. Otherwise, even now, he would have unleashed it to absorb moonlight. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The night passed without incident. Following several days of cultivation, Gu Changge's spiritual energy had reached its zenith, placing him on the cusp of the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm. It is worth noting that he had only recently broken through to the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm, a testament to his terrifyingly rapid pace among the talented cultivators. Brother Changge, Ji-Ryu knocked on the door early in the morning. Upon opening it, Gu Changge was greeted by Ji-Ryu's enchanting, lively visage, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. "Good morning," Gu Changge greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning." Ji-Ryu approached, linking her arm with his dot. "In just 2 days, we shall be departing. Let us go out and explore now." "Certainly. Where would you like to go?" I inquired with the innkeeper this morning, but he mentioned that nearby stone gambling is quite entertaining, and one might even uncover ancient treasures or exquisite spiritual stones. Or perhaps even celestial stones. The odds you speak of are scarcely better than none. Gu Changge replied with a chuckle. But suddenly a thought crossed his mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. No wonder fortune is set to shift in 3 days. They're destined to encounter Yi Chun at the stone gambling den, as they too plan to return to the Changshangji family in 3 days. Shall we go take a look? Yes, let us do so, and let us invite Qingqiu as well. All right, I shall fetch Sister Qingqiu. Brother Changge, please wait for me downstairs, the Ji-Ryu exclaimed before darting off to find Gu Changge. Gu Changge waited at the door. On the first day at the stone gambling den, Ji-Ryu was brimming with enthusiasm. However, with Gu Changge by her side, she restrained herself from participating, merely observing with curiosity. Nonetheless, the trio's striking appearances caught the attention of several onlookers. As the second day arrived, Ji-Ryu could no longer contain herself. Stone gambling. 10 bets, 10 losses. Gu Changge chuckled as he watched her. "I have a feeling you will end up losing money." "Humph, I fear not. I have plenty of spiritual stones. Brother Changge, will you join me?" "Not today." Gu Changge shook his head, for over the past 2 days he had been searching the stone gambling den for the stones that Ji-Ryu's recent fortune hinted were riddled with flaws. Yet found none. He sensed that the favorable outcome would likely present itself on the third day, not on the second day. Ji-Ryu suffered tremendous losses, losing over 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones at last. The third day arrived. This time, I am certain I will uncover something extraordinary. Ji-Ryu had been chanting this mantra all day. However, as the trio stepped into the stone gambling den on this third day, an unexpected figure appeared before Gu Changge and Ji-Ryu. Yi Chun, whom they had encountered in the spirit spring realm Why Yi Chen's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Jiruyu, just as he had before. Gu Changge, standing beside her, also caught his attention. As for Gu Changge, Yi Chen exhibited no interest in him, but the latter's extraordinary aura was hard to ignore. What a coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you three. Yi Chen approached them with a friendly demeanor. That you're the one we met in the Spirit Spring realm. Jiruyu exclaimed, astonished. Are you here to gamble as well? Indeed, I possess a modest understanding of the craft. Yi Chen nodded slightly. That moment. The proprietor of the stone gambling den approached with a smile. He had been observing the trio of distinguished individuals over the past couple of days. Recognizing Yi Chen and seeing him conversing with Gu Changge and the others, he quickly joined in at him. Why good brother Yi Chen is not merely modest. He possesses the inheritance of the source technique. His expertise in stone gambling is unparalleled. Before the arrival of your esteemed presence, Yi Chen had already filled his coffers here at our gambling den, and he is even a guest elder of our establishment. In the stone gambling chamber, Wang Qing, the proprietor, smiled as he established a connection with Yi Chen, subsequently introducing himself to Gu Changge and the others, esteemed guests. I am Wang Qing, the manager of the stone gambling establishment. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Is he really that formidable? Jiruyu expressed her astonishment, casting a glance at Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Changge comprehended the situation, realizing why the latter could unearth the yin-yang spirit jade. He possessed the source technique. The source technique, akin to a geomancer from another realm, wielded various mysterious powers, with stone gambling being merely one of its capabilities. Why Yi Chen, noticing Jiruyu's attention, endeavored to present his best self. Yet, regardless of his efforts, his ordinary visage remained, no matter how he portrayed himself. Despite Gu Changge's lack of overt action, he commanded the attention of all present. After they had spoken, Jiruyu's gaze shifted to Gu Changge. Having knelt for 2 consecutive days, she pondered whether she should seek assistance from a source technique master after hearing Wang Qing's introduction. With confidence, Yi Chen addressed the trio. Esteemed guests, you flatter me. Wang manager, my source technique is merely average, yet I dare to offer some advice. Might I suggest some source stones for your selection? Upon uttering these words, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Jiruyu, aware that within the gambling chamber lay a yin-yang spirit jade, and he believed that with his source technique, he would surely be able to locate it. He intended to find an opportunity to gift this source stone to Jiruyu, convinced that she would be grateful for his gesture. However, as soon as Yi Chen's words fell, Gu Changge, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled. There's no need to trouble brother Yi Chen. I am proficient in source techniques as well. After speaking, Gu Changge produced a jade slip containing the inheritance of the source technique from his storage ring, striking it against Jiruyu's head with a resounding clap. The unexpected pain caused Jiruyu to wince, clutching her head in confusion as she looked at Gu Changge. Here, this is the source technique inheritance. You can't always rely on others in the future, so take this and practice it. Source technique inheritance? Oh, how wonderful! Jiruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted it. Gu Changge observed her with a smile, awaiting the rewards from the system. Ding! Host has gifted the bound target Jiruyu with a royal-level source technique inheritance. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired the imperial-level source technique. Source Heavenly Tome. As the system notification flooded into Gu Changge's mind, he instantly comprehended the techniques and divine abilities granted by the reward, while the actual practice would require cultivation. The source technique, however, was different. Once understood, its nuances could be employed directly. Thus, Gu Changge could utilize various abilities from the source Heavenly Tome, free from restrictions except for his cultivation level. In short, within a fleeting moment, Gu Changge had become a being with imperial-level comprehension of the source technique. In addition, Gu Changge inherited a divine ability from the source Heavenly Tome, source Heavenly Perception, allowing him to sense the grand trends of the world and see through source stones. When combined with his double pupils, this ability was nothing short of perfect and unassailable. At the same time, Yi Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Your Highness also knows source techniques? In his previous life, he had never heard of Gu Changge possessing such skills. I occasionally dabbled in it. Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing, who had been attending to the situation, was momentarily stunned. It seemed that the relationship between Yi Chun and Gu Changge was not as friendly as he had initially presumed. Rather, it appeared that whenever Yi Chun tried to ingratiate himself, Gu Changge would rebuff him outright. Perhaps he had misjudged the nature of their acquaintance. The truth was that Yi Chun and Gu Changge were practically strangers. "Your Highness, the source technique I possess is a royal-level technique," Yi Chun subtly reminded, simultaneously showcasing his own capabilities. That is a royal-level source technique, truly impressive. Gu Changge shot a casual glance at Yi Chun. Wang Qing, sweating profusely, knew that it was indeed formidable. Royal-level source technique inheritances, if revealed, would surely incite a frenzy among first-rate powers and the Changshan clan. "Wait, the technique that Brother Changge gave me is a royal-level source technique. Yet it doesn't seem particularly rare. I have several at home," Jiryu interjected, her words causing Wang Qing to sweat even more. Casually possess royal-level source techniques was indeed alarming. Could it be that these three are the young prodigies from the Changshan Gu family and the Changshan Ji family, who appeared at the Lingquan Blessed Land a few days ago? Wang Qing thought in shock. Gu Changge, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle, having noticed the darkening expression on Yi Chun's face. Yi Chun felt a surge of anger rise within him. Damn it! So what if their backgrounds are impressive? Indeed, the two ladies hail from extraordinary Changshan families, and a royal-level source technique could stir a tempest in the Zhongzhou Dao Domain. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Yi Chun suggested, but possessing a resource inheritance without the skill to wield it is another matter altogether. "Your Highness, since you are so confident, why don't we have a little competition? Compete with you." Gu Changge's indifferent gaze swept over Yi Chun, his dark double pupils reflecting a hint of indifference. Unfortunately, Yi Chun remained oblivious to this. "Very well," Yi Chun nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. A reincarnated individual. He had already perfected the royal-level source technique in his past life. That Gu Changge was merely a young prodigy from the Changshan family. He had no reason to fear a contest of source techniques. Yet the next moment, Gu Changge's words nearly drove Yi Chun to violence. "Who do you think you are to compete with me?" Gu Changge spoke with remarkable calmness, as though discussing a mundane matter. Wang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, Yi Chun and Gu Changge were not the close friends he had envisioned. That if the stone gambling establishment were implicated, it would spell disaster. Yi Chun glared furiously at Gu Changge, his chest heaving with indignation as he emitted a powerful aura, causing Jiryu and Gu Changge to glance over in surprise, seeing Yi Chun daring to unleash his energy. Gu Changge's double pupils glimmered with a cold light. In an instant, a voice thundered in Yi Chun's ears like a rolling storm. "The mere ordinary loose cultivator dares to exude their aura towards me." With a resounding boom echoing in Yi Chun's mind, his soul trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chun's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest. Gu Changge continued to observe him with an air of tranquility. Yi Chun's face shifted between shades of green and red. Under Gu Changge's icy gaze, he slowly lowered his head and clasped his fists in apology. "I was presumptuous. I ask your Highness to forgive my rudeness. Recognizing your place is all that is necessary," Gu Changge remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the bowing Yi Chun. Had it not been for Yi Chun's potential usefulness, he would have slain him on the spot. A mere child of fate, even with secret treasures, could not hope to prance about before him. Granting him a modicum of dignity might allow him to serve a purpose. Perhaps it would prolong his existence a little longer. Should he dare to overstep, Gu Changge would not hesitate to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, witnessing Yi Chun's offense against Gu Changge, felt his heart race with trepidation. Were it not for Gu Changge's presence, he would have scolded Yi Chun on the spot to leave the stone gambling chamber. Previously, Wang Qing had admired Yi Chun for his exceptional source technique. But now that he had offended a young prodigy from the Changshan family, it was as if Yi Chun had a death wish. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Qing seized the opportunity to interject as Gu Changge concluded his reprimand. Ensuring the situation did not escalate further, he approached Gu Changge with a respectful demeanor. "Your Highness, esteemed ladies, Yi Chun is a guest of our stone gambling establishment. I sincerely apologize for his offense." As a gesture of goodwill, I would like to offer each of you 3 source stones free of charge, as an expression of our apologies. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge glanced at the bowing Wang Qing, amusement flickering in his heart. However, he saw no reason to decline the goodwill offered. Ji Ruyu and Gu Changge turned their gazes to Gu Changge, who had become their focal point, nodding in agreement. Gu Changge replied, "Then we graciously accept your hospitality." Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, manager. There's no need for such formality." Wang Qing responded, waving his hands. Gu Changge then suggested to Ji Ruyu and Gu Changge, "Let us proceed to select some uncut source stones." As the trio entered the stone gambling chamber, their striking appearances and demeanor immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who regarded them with awe and curiosity. Gu Changge and the others had long since grown accustomed to such attention. "How should we select, Brother Changge?" "We can choose 3. Ji Ryu eagerly surveyed the neatly arranged uncut source stones, brimming with excitement. Curiously, Gu Changge turned to Gu Changge and inquired, "Brother Changge, can you really wield source techniques?" "Of course," Gu Changge replied without hesitation, activating his source heavenly perception that a wave of profound energy instantly radiated from him, causing the surrounding scenery to dim, replaced by the sight of the meticulously arranged source stones, some of which emanated a golden glow, varying in intensity. As Gu Changge's source heavenly perception activated, he perceived the quality of all the stones within the gambling chamber. And golden light flickered momentarily in his double pupils. A mysterious aura emanated from him, rendering him even more ethereal, noble, and enigmatic. Why Ichin also sensed this presence in an instant, and he was somewhat taken aback. The aura of source technique. Chapter 44. Selecting source stones, ordinary yet extraordinary. The essence of source technique far exceeded Yi Chen's comprehension. The level of this source technique was at least above the saint level. Impossible, this cannot be. Cultivating source techniques is exceedingly arduous. Even in his previous 2 lifetimes, Yi Chen had spent countless hours achieving success. How could Gu Changge possibly master a saint-level source technique at such a young age? He could not believe it. Even if the Longevity family possessed profound heritage, it was utterly inconceivable for them to achieve such an unimaginable feat, while Yi Chen was filled with astonishment and struggled to remain composed. Wang Qing beside him stared at Yi Chen with an indifferent expression. "Shopkeeper Wang, what gaze is that?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at Wang Qing. Had it not been for Wang Qing's enthusiastic invitation, he would not have joined the stone gambling house, though the conditions were indeed quite generous. Now, the 10,000-year spiritual spring I had been gifted to Ji Ruyu by Gu Changge, leaving him with nothing. Apart from that, was he to cling to someone else's coattails? It seemed Ji Ruyu also had no means at present. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. He could still acquire the yin-yang spiritual jade, certainly obtaining it with his king-level source technique. However, approaching Ji Ruyu might prove more troublesome than he had anticipated. Yet before he could act, Wang Qing's frosty gaze made Yi Chen's heart sink. "Brother Yi Chen, you were too impulsive just now. I thought you were friends with those 3 when I saw you conversing with them, and I came over to support you. Yet I never expected you would dare to defy that noble." Wang Qing said coldly, his tone laden with palpable disdain. "A sycophant." Yi Chen inwardly mocked Wang Qing, but this was the norm. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, among countless beings, which cultivator was not driven by interests. Those lacking ambition could hardly go far, perhaps even leaving no bones behind. What did Shopkeeper Wang mean? It seems our previous discussions regarding cooperation must be abandoned. Wang Qing stated indifferently, of course. "These days, Brother Yi Chen, your compensation for overseeing my stone gambling house will be settled. Thereafter, you and my stone gambling house will have no further relations." "Are you certain?" Yi Chen's expression darkened completely. "Absolutely." Wang Qing looked at the sullen-faced Yi Chen, unperturbed. "Do you know who those 3 are?" "Naturally, they are from the Longevity family. Just because of a few conflicts, you want to terminate our cooperation?" Yi Chen replied coldly. Wang Qing sneered dismissively. "They are merely from the Longevity family, huh? I never realized you were such a presumptuous person. The Longevity family is one of the top powers in the Dao Domain. If they wish to eliminate you, they need not lift a finger themselves. There are plenty who would wish to do you harm, using you as a stepping stone." You should temper your disposition. I know you have your backing, but before the longevity family, your backing is but a mere ant. With that, he concluded, I kindly ask you to leave the stone gambling house. All right. Dai Chun was genuinely enraged. He had not expected shopkeeper Wang to be merely a flatterer. With my king-level source technique, I will never lack for allies wherever I go. Let the stone gambling house take care of itself. After declaring this, Yi Chun stormed out. Feeling such humiliation, Yi Chun no longer cared for the yin-yang spiritual jade. He simply wished to leave this disgraceful place immediately. He had etched this humiliation deeply in his heart, vowing to repay Gu Changge and the stone gambling house tenfold in the future. Humph. Wang Qing scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, possessing a king-level source technique is extraordinary, but one is not the only one capable of source techniques. Soon as news of your offense against the longevity family spreads. Who would dare to take you in? Yi Chun. Once Yi Chun vanished, Wang Qing then turned his attention to Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ruyu. Wang Qing hurriedly approached to attend to the three. Your Highness, ladies, may I inquire which source stone you have your eye on? Would you like me to recommend a few? Although I am not well-versed in source techniques, I do know which source stones are of better quality. Wang Qing said with great eagerness. Everything that had transpired on Wang Qing's side was witnessed by Gu Changge. Gu Changge was also observing, feeling quite pleased with Wang Qing's actions that Gu Changge was right. Yi Chun was indeed not a worthy opponent. How dare a mere ant challenge my brother Changge to a contest? Ji Ryu had already approached a pile of source stones, her gaze fixated on those of exorbitant prices. The most expensive source stones may not necessarily yield the finest treasures, but they certainly possess the most appealing appearances. For instance, those that appeared to be adorned with divine patterns or emitted a faint spiritual light. Along with those revealing a hint of high-quality spiritual stones, these are the stones she was considering. Which one should I choose? Perhaps the more expensive, the better? Ji Ryu mused. Wang Qing's lips curled slightly. However, to please these three esteemed figures, sacrificing a little was inconsequential. At that moment, Gu Changge came to Wang Qing's rescue. While it is true that the pricier stones are often better, not all expensive stones guarantee good quality. The one in front, the third from the left, the first in the second row, and the fourth in the third row can be taken. Is that so? Ji Ryu looked at the three source stones, finding their appearances rather unremarkable compared to the other radiant stones. Nevertheless, since Gu Changge claimed they would yield results, she decided to take them and no need to pay. This is a freebie, delightful. When it was Gu Changge's turn, Gu Changge smiled at her, saying to the west, the fourth stone in the first row, the sixth stone, and the 10th stone in the third row. Soon, Gu Changge also retrieved the source stones that Gu Changge had chosen for her. Finally, it was Gu Changge's turn. Under the curious gazes of Ji Ryu and Gu Changge, he selected a stone that was pockmarked and appeared to be no larger than a palm from the corner of the first row on the right, and then returned. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Qing felt grateful, thinking Gu Changge was truly a kind person, sparing him from significant losses. However, Wang Qing still respectfully asked Gu Changge, Your Highness, would you like to select two more better ones? No need. One is sufficient. The Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly as he chuckled inwardly. After these source stones are opened, I wonder if you will still wish for me to select two more. To Gu Changge and his companions were exceptional. And with Wang Qing, the shopkeeper of the stone gambling house, personally attending to them, many had already recognized Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ryu. Although they were prodigies of the longevity family, selecting source stones for gambling felt rather casual. Didn't it? They could take them for free. What did it matter? Even purchasing the entire stone gambling house would be a mere effort for them. Prodigies of the longevity family, each one a dragon among men. The epitome of excellence. Observing their beauty, demeanor, and grace made them seem like a different species from the rest of us. The disparity was immense. As people discussed, many felt that the source stones chosen by Gu Changge were entirely random selections, likely yielding nothing but waste. At last, under the gaze of the crowd, the 7 source stones, one chosen by Gu Changge and 6 by Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, were prepared to be opened. Chapter 45, each one containing treasures. Snatching the yin-yang spiritual jade, open mind first. Ji Ryu raised her small hand, smiling brightly as she looked at Gu Changge. "Let's open hers first." Gu Changge nodded. "Very well, young master." The stone opening master nodded, took a deep breath, and began to manipulate the stone opening tools with spiritual power, applying them to the first piece of jade belonging to Jiruyu. With a swift motion, as a silver light flashed, the first piece of jade was split in half. It was merely an ordinary stone, lacking any spiritual stones or other treasures. The crowd erupted in quiet laughter at this sight. As expected, it was a randomly selected stone. How could it possibly yield anything? Wang Qing, standing nearby, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead again. He hoped they would uncover something, for if Gu Changge and the others were angered, the stone gambling house would be in dire straits. This was akin to serving a tiger. "Continue cutting," Gu Changge's voice rang out. The stone opening master nodded. Just because the first cut yielded nothing does not mean there are no treasures hidden within. Perhaps they lie within the other two stones. The stone opening master proceeded to cut further. Jiryu's expression remained hopeful. Until the final moment, no one could know what treasures the stones contained. With another two swift motions, two more silver flashes appeared. The second silver light emerged. A blinding white light suddenly erupted from the second half of the stone. The dazzling white light caused the entire audience to gasp in astonishment. "A treasure has emerged!" Amidst the exclamations, the white light underwent a transformation, replaced by wisps of cloud-like smoke wafting from the stone, appearing quite extraordinary. "What an anomaly! Could it be flowing cloud jade?" A discerning cultivator suddenly exclaimed. The stone opening master resumed his actions. Soon, a piece of white jade, resembling a small cloud, fell from the stone, radiating a soft, precious glow on the table. "It truly is flowing cloud jade." Good heavens, flowing cloud jade is one of the primary materials for crafting flying artifacts. This piece of flowing cloud jade, palm-sized, is worth at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Flowing cloud jade, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, it occasionally manifests with sufficient spiritual energy. Jiryu did not expect that the first stone would yield a piece of flowing cloud jade worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. A treasure has been uncovered, Brother Changge, and it's worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. My heavens! Jiryu covered her small mouth, her face brimming with excitement. After 2 or 3 days, this time she finally wouldn't incur losses and even recouped her previous expenditures. Gu Changge couldn't help but smile at the sight. They had only just begun, and more surprises lay ahead. Gu Changge, witnessing this scene, had her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Gu Changge, what on earth has changed in you? Not only has your personality transformed drastically, but you also possess such profound knowledge, even excelling in source techniques. The first piece of raw stone was successfully opened, and the earlier impression that Gu Changge had chosen a random cultivator was swiftly overturned. Their faces turned awkward as they exchanged glances, only to be replaced by an even deeper curiosity, all eyes now fixed on the spirit stones Gu Changge had just selected. Something has emerged. Splendid! Wang Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The Luyan stone was indeed precious, a rare treasure, although it occasionally surfaced in the gambling stone chamber, which could further promote their business. However, the next moment, Wang Qing and the onlookers were left in shock. When the second piece of raw stone was cut, a brilliant red light soared into the sky, accompanied by waves of heat. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Upon revealing its contents, it turned out to be a crimson pearl, perfect for forging fire-type divine weapons. Its value was undoubtedly at least over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Then came the third piece of raw stone. As expected, it was another treasure, the Earth Jinju, an excellent material for crafting wood-type divine weapons. All 3 pieces of raw stone had been successfully opened. At this point, the patrons of the gambling stone chamber could no longer remain composed. They gazed at Gu Changge in sheer disbelief. After all, it was Gu Changge who had chosen these raw stones for Jiryu. "Wow!" Jiryu exclaimed as she looked at the 3 treasures in her hands. Unable to contain her joy, she gazed at Gu Changge with admiration. "Brother Changge, we've struck it rich." Wang Qing, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. "Oh my!" All 3 pieces of raw stone opened successfully. He glanced nervously at the remaining 4 pieces that Gu Changge had selected. anxiety coursing through him. What if the remaining four all yielded treasures as well? It might mean that Gu Changge had selected all the divine materials from the gambling stone chamber. While it could initially bring benefits, if those who came to purchase raw stones found nothing, it would strike a heavy blow to the gambling stone chamber. As for having to replace all the raw stones, it would be catastrophic. Gu Changge nodded, and the stone master was equally astonished, staring blankly at the three divine items in Ji Ruyu's possession. In my years of opening stones, even renowned source technique masters do not guarantee that every stone yields something. This young man is simply extraordinary, the stone master exclaimed in awe towards Gu Changge. Let us continue. Gu Changge gestured for the stone master to proceed. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was on the verge of tears. If only he could take back his earlier comments, or at least have one piece open successfully to ease his suffering. Gu Changge stepped forward. Let us open my 3 pieces. She was curious about what treasures Gu Changge had selected for her. The next 3 pieces of raw stone were unveiled. As time passed, 3 beams of spiritual light shot up from the gambling stone chamber, once again capturing the attention of cultivators throughout Yunlong City. After all, that made a total of 6 beams of spiritual light. Who is this prominent figure opening stones in the gambling stone chamber? Outside, a crowd had gathered. Gu Changge's hall was no less remarkable than Ji Ruyu's. The combined value of the 6 pieces opened by the 2 women amounted to 700,000 to 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that this was mid-grade spirit stones. When converted to low-grade spirit stones, it would be equivalent to 7 to 8 million. The hierarchy of spirit stones is low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with a ratio of 1:10. Wang Qing wore a strained smile. Feeling utterly despondent, the last piece is mine, Gu Changge declared. Looking at the stone he had selected, I'll open it myself. He indicated for the tools to be brought over. The stone master, already aware of Gu Changge's exceptional status, directly presented a new set of tools. Young master, these are unused, he reminded Gu Changge as he handed over the equipment. Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, thank you, manipulating the stone opening tools. A moment later, a silver light swept across the raw stone he had chosen. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of black and white aura erupted, forming waves of energy that spread outward, while the black and white spiritual light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Yunlong City. The black and white aura diffused. The gambling stone chamber and the cultivators of Yunlong City erupted in chaos. Countless people gazed up in astonishment at the black and white spiritual light. Rushing towards the gambling stone chamber, a supreme treasure has emerged. Chapter 46. Extraordinary. Breaking through to the 3rd layer of the life wheel that night, Gu Changge sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the Yin-Yang spirit jade he had obtained during the day. The Yin-Yang spirit jade contains pure Yin-Yang spiritual energy, which can be directly absorbed by cultivators, accelerating their cultivation progress, shortening training time, and allowing the bearer to make remarkable strides on their path of cultivation. Moreover, it nourishes the soul of the wearer. Most importantly, it can unlock the Yin-Yang divine body. Gu Changge recalled the moment the Yin-Yang spirit jade emerged, the subtle waves of Yin-Yang energy surrounding Ji Ruyu, and the desire reflected in her eyes. Clearly, Ji Ryu recognized the value of the Yin-Yang spirit jade for herself. However, she might have refrained from asking for it out of concern since Gu Changge was the one who unearthed it. Had circumstances progressed normally, Ji Ryu would have likely formed a bond with Yi Chun after meeting him outside the Spirit Spring Blessed Land, and then Yi Chun would have obtained the Yin-Yang spirit jade through his source techniques. She would probably have offered something in exchange for it. After all, as a little princess of the Changxingji family, she must possess numerous treasures, making it easy to trade, especially since she wasn't very familiar with Yi Chun. However, if a trade were to succeed, Yi Chun would certainly be able to establish a lasting impression in Ji Ruyu's mind with the Yin-Yang spirit jade. But for now, he chuckled softly, playing with the Yin-Yang spirit jade. This jade must be given to Ji Ryu, but not just yet, perhaps tomorrow. As I've already used today's return opportunity, I wonder what rare materials the Yin-Yang spirit jade will return to me. Hopefully, the multiplier will be high. Moreover, after a day's time, The news of a supreme treasure being unearthed in Yunlong City spread like wildfire to several surrounding cities. Simultaneously, the events that transpired in the gambling stone chamber were also shared far and wide. Upon learning that Gu Changge had chosen 7 pieces of raw stone, all of which had yielded treasures, the astonishment was palpable. Such terrifying mastery in source techniques could rival even the most seasoned practitioners. Countless people marveled at the news, and those privy to the details knew that Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Jiryu were all from the illustrious Changsheng family, further eliciting admiration. The offspring of the Changsheng family are truly extraordinary. At such a young age, their source techniques possess such prowess. It remains unknown which branch of the Changsheng family they hail from. In a certain location, Yichen listened to the discussion surrounding the events at the gambling stone chamber. A shadow passing over his eyes. Did Gu Changge truly obtain the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade? He thought, just wait. Once I acquire the opportunities one know of, even if you are a prodigy of the Changsheng family, I will eventually catch up and surpass you, and then we shall see what expression you wear. In Jiryu's room. She wore a conflicted expression, her small face buried in her knees, hesitating. The Yin-Yang Spirit Jade. I never expected Brother Changge to unearth such a treasure. Would it be inappropriate to directly ask him for it? Should I offer something in exchange? But does Brother Changge even lack anything? It seems he doesn't. As for Yichen's reaction, Gu Changge remained oblivious. He stood by the window, the condensation Dao Divine bottle on the table absorbing the moonlight. Visible strands of moonlight essence continuously flowed into the bottle's opening, and the condensation Dao Divine bottle emitted a faint glow, appearing quite mystical. After a day of accumulation, the 3rd drop of condensation Dao Divine water was on the verge of being produced. After refining 2 drops of condensation Dao Divine water, Gu Changge's cultivation had already approached the 3rd layer of the life wheel realm. With the refinement of the 3rd drop of condensation Dao Divine water, the 3rd layer of the life wheel would soon be within reach. Tick-tock. A dripping sound emanated from within the condensation Dao Divine bottle. Gu Changge's expression brightened slightly as it successfully condensed with the condensation Dao Divine bottle. My cultivation is progressing at an astonishing pace, especially with the assistance of the divine spring water. My training speed is nothing short of meteoric. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changge retrieved the isolation array flag from the storage ring, setting it up within the room to begin his breakthrough into the 3rd layer of the fate wheel realm. Before him lay a droplet of crystal clear, jade-like Dao condensation water, seemingly imbued with boundless divine radiance. Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed it, the Dao condensation water vanishing into his being. In that instant, an exquisitely gentle yet immensely pure surge of spiritual power erupted within him. That moment. The vast spiritual sea beneath his fate wheel, stretching to 2,999 zhong, surged with colossal waves. As the spiritual energy transformed from the Dao condensation water was continuously crushed by Gu Changge's 9-pattern fate wheel. It morphed into droplets of spiritual liquid that flowed into the spiritual sea below the fate wheel. The sea rippled with waves, emitting glimmers of spiritual light. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Gu Changge's body. The originally 2,999 zhong spiritual sea expanded once more, swiftly reaching 3,000 zhong. It continued to grow to 3,100 zhong, 3,200 zhong, until it finally ceased at 3,300 zhong. The Gu Changge's aura surged from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer of the fate wheel realm, firmly stabilizing his newfound power. As his cultivation advanced, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his body. The massive particles within him multiplied, and his physical strength soared by 100 billion, bringing his physical prowess to 400 billion. Moreover, his cultivation was secure, completely devoid of any signs of instability. The Dao condensation water proved to be remarkably potent, truly a treasure born of superior celestial artifacts. Gu Changge, sensing the 3,300 zhong spiritual sea within him, felt a surge of excitement. Having emerged from the Changxinggu family for merely half a month, he had already broken through from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of the fate wheel realm, solidifying his progress and acquiring several treasures. Indeed, it was essential to wander the outside world. After thoroughly comprehending the marvels of the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm, Gu Changge began to contemplate his divine abilities. After all, while cultivation is crucial, divine abilities are equally paramount, serving as essential techniques for combat. That Gu Changge resolved to delve into the Great Void technique. This ability could manipulate foes at will and served as an excellent means of escape. Although he was the scion of the Zhongzhou clan, who could predict whether some ancient monsters or sworn enemies might condescend to strike against him when the time for confrontation arrived, he had no desire to entrust his life and fortune to others that a night passed in silence. Within Gu Changge's chest, his celestial bones solidified further as he sat in a meditative glow, circulating his spiritual energy while his blood flowed, manifesting wondrous phenomena within his chamber. Morning arrived. Gu Changge opened his eyes, his sacred twin pupils radiating extraordinary brilliance, enveloped in an ethereal glow, resembling a celestial being seated gracefully upon his bed. System, display information. Gu Changge commanded, rising from his bed as he reviewed his personal details. The return had already refreshed. It was time to deliver the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Jiruyu. Character, Gu Changge's strength, third layer of the Fate Wheel physique, twin pupil, light of the twin pupil. Foresight, celestial bone, celestial king descending from the heavens. Technique, void scripture, fifth layer 30, dragon elephant suppression technique, giant elephant 60. Source heavenly book, source heavenly perception, divine abilities. Heaven Slicing Finger, minor accomplishment 30. Great Void Hand Seal, minor accomplishment 30. Great Void Technique, entry 1. Innate Great Void Vital Energy, entry 2. Sun Shooting, entry 1. Bound Objects. Gu Changge, Jiryu, chapter 47. Unparalleled Fortuity, thousandfold return of the 5 elements Dao fruit in comparison to his previous self. Gu Changge had undoubtedly undergone tremendous transformation. He had gained 2 supreme techniques, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique and the Source Heavenly Book. With similar advancements in divine abilities, his combat prowess had undergone a metamorphosis. With 400 billion pounds of immense strength, the twin pupil, celestial bone, and the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm, even divine beings would find him a formidable opponent. This steady advancement, coupled with the mastery of divine abilities, might enable him to engage in combat at even higher levels. All of this was attributable to his relentless efforts. Gu Changge rose and exited his room. After delivering the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Jiruyu, he intended to visit his mother at the Changxingji family and also to observe the recent fortunes of Gu Changge and Jiruyu, which he presumed had refreshed. He was eager to uncover any fortuitous opportunities. As he stepped outside his door, Gu Changge encountered Gu Changge, clad in azure garments. Her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty was extraordinary, with a youthful face already hinting at a captivating allure. "Good morning, Brother Changge," Gu Changge exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Where are you off to?" "I instructed the staff to prepare breakfast. I had intended to wait until the inn's preparations were complete before calling you." "Brother Changge," Gu Changge explained, "there's no need for that. Let's just call Jiruyu and head down together," Gu Changge suggested. Only then recalling to ask Gu Changge, "By the way, would you like to join us?" Had it been before, Gu Changge would likely have accompanied him. However, with the gathering spirit bottle now in her possession, she had reached the critical point of the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and was ready to break through. Yet, this was not the primary reason. The main factor was that a certain place was about to open, and to have a chance of survival there, her strength needed to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. "I think I shall not accompany you. Brother Changge, I intend to return to the Changshang family to focus on my cultivation and strive to keep pace with you," Gu Changge replied. "Oh," Gu Changge felt a stir within him and opened Gu Changge's personal information for review. Nickname, Gu Changge identity, daughter of the Changxing Gu family branch, reborn supremacy strength. First layer of liquid transformation, first layer of Rainbow Bridge realm. Physique, supreme bone, technique, void scripture, divine abilities, recent fortunes, smooth sailing, rapid progress, bolstered by the gathering spirit bottle, anticipated to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm in a month. Commencing the condensation of the Fate Wheel, Gu Changge recalled the fortuitous opportunity from her past life, the Fate Wheel patterning method, which she had not yet obtained, intending to retrieve it from the chaotic rift appearing in the Tianlan sect of the Central Heaven Northern Domain. After returning with injuries, she would successfully break through the Fate Wheel, condensing the 9-pattern Fate Wheel from her Supreme Bone. The Fate Wheel patterning method, however, would not take effect. She had passed it on to him. The Son of Destiny, Yi Chun, aware of the Fate Wheel patterning method possessed by the female Supreme Gu Changge, would be determined to obtain it, planning to act when Gu Changge sought to cultivate the Dao rhythm to nurture her Supreme Bone in the Bronze Immortal Palace. First layer of Rainbow Bridge Realm. Upon glancing at the information, Gu Changge was taken aback. Gu Changge had only been cultivating for a few months, seemingly since he acquired the system. Yet now she had reached the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge Realm. A tremendous leap. Was this the cultivation speed of a reborn female supreme? Furthermore, Gu Changge also focused on Gu Changge's recent fortunes. After scrutinizing the details, the first segment left him astonished. A month to advance from the first layer to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge Realm was indeed outrageous. However, he suspected he might also reach the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm in a month. After the Rainbow Bridge came the Fate Wheel, and the ascent of the Fate Wheel was significantly more challenging than that of the Rainbow Bridge. It was likely that Gu Changge's breakthrough speed would slow down as well. Compared to his own progress, his speed was certainly not slow. Breaking through from the 1st to the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm in 2 months was indeed remarkable. Next came the Fate Wheel patterning method. Upon reading this, a question mark appeared above Gu Changge's head. Could such an extraordinary method truly exist? If it did, the Changxing clan and the unfading Sacred Land would undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle over it. Lastly, upon seeing Gu Changge heading towards the Bronze Immortal Palace to cultivate the Dao rhythm to nurture her Supreme Bone, Gu Changge furrowed his brow. The main concern was still Yi Chun, the Son of Destiny, whose ambitions had shifted towards Gu Changge after being thwarted in his pursuit of Jiruyu. He is already on the path to demise. However, this Son of Destiny was indeed impressive. Possessing knowledge identical to Gu Changge's, was he also a reborn individual? Moreover, he would be entering the Bronze Immortal Palace alongside Gu Changge. The Dao rhythm would be immensely beneficial for him as well. He would act in concert with Gu Changge. No matter how formidable the Son of Destiny may be, under the scrutiny of the system, all actions would be laid bare. What is wrong? Gu Changge, noticing Gu Changge's sudden silence, inquired curiously. Nothing. Let us go call Jiruyu. Gu Changge waved his hand, leading Gu Changge towards Jiruyu's room. Upon arriving at Jiruyu's door, Gu Changge knocked twice, but there was no response. Seeing this, he directly opened the door and stepped inside. The room was tranquil and elegantly adorned, with fragrant incense wafting through the air. Not far from the bed, Jiruyu lay wrapped in a blanket, her cherubic face displaying a blissful expression, occasionally pouting her lips, clearly lost in sweet dreams. Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She felt a twinge of envy for Jiruyu's carefree demeanor. The more one knows, the harder it becomes to relax. Amused, Gu Changge approached Jiruyu's bedside and gently patted her cheek. Time to wake up? Not yet. Brother Changge, I still want to eat. I want roasted meat with extra spices. Jiryu mumbled, turning over to Gu Changge. Witnessing this, couldn't resist the urge to pinch Jiruyu's cheek. Feeling the touch on her face, Jiryu groggily opened her eyes, only to be met with a face of ethereal beauty. Perfectly chiseled features that seemed almost divine. Brother Changge, Jiryu called out sweetly, her voice soft and melodious, evoking a desire to cherish her. Good morning, get up, have breakfast, and then we'll return to the Changxing family. Gu Changge replied, We're leaving so soon. Jiryu immediately snapped to attention, and as she finished speaking, her eyes darted around. Can we? No, Gu Changge interrupted, noticing the change in her expression. By the way, Gu Changge produced the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade when this artifact was unveiled yesterday. It seemed as though a surge of Yin and Yang energies enveloped you. It is evident that this treasure is destined for you, so I shall bestow it upon you. With that, Gu Changge tossed the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Jiryu. Caught off guard, Jiryu fumbled to catch it, and upon recognizing the jade in her palm, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The Yin-Yang Spirit Jade? After exclaiming, she turned her gaze back to Gu Changge. This, Brother Changge, Are you truly giving this to me? As Ji Ruyu inquired, a prompt appeared before Gu Changge's eyes. Ding. The host has granted the bound target Ji Ruyu, Yin Yang Spirit Jade. You have received 1,000-fold return. You have acquired the Dao Rhythm Treasure. 5 Elements Dao Fruit. Chapter 48. Ji Ruyu faces another crisis. Chongqing Ji Family. 5 Elements Dao Fruit. Rich in 5 Elements Dao Rhythm. It can be absorbed by others to enhance their physique or used to nurture items requiring Dao Rhythm. Gu Changge's eyes lit up as he read the description of the 5 Elements Dao Fruit. It is indeed a treasure imbued with Dao Rhythm, perfectly suited to nourish my celestial bones. My celestial bones have begun to take shape alongside my celestial techniques. With continued nurturing, the advantages bestowed upon me by the Celestial King will only grow more significant. As Gu Changge mused, Ji Ruyu stood before him, gazing blankly at the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade in her hands. Is this truly for me? Brother Changge, are you certain? Such a treasure will be immensely valuable even within the Chongsheng family. Gu Changge replied, of course, if you can make use of it, then do so. He shifted his gaze from the return prompt to Ji Ruyu and nodded. Wow, thank you so much, Brother Changge. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu's cherubic face, exuding a pure and innocent charm, lit up with joy. Then, in a moment that left Gu Changge astonished, she bounded forward and wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Moreover, Gu Changge also felt the warmth of Ji Ruyu's generous embrace. Gu Changge watched this unfold with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Gu Changge would hand the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Ji Ruyu. For her mind, he had always been somewhat selfish. Yet, it seemed that perception had shifted at some point. Gu Changge had changed in her eyes. His recent actions were hardly reminiscent of the self-serving Gu Changge from his previous life. Reflecting on how he had given her the celestial weapon, Gu Changge felt a warmth in her heart. Indeed, he was no longer the Gu Changge she once knew. This was a positive development. Perhaps it all began to change the moment he relinquished my supreme bone. As Gu Changge lost herself in thought, Gu Changge snapped back to reality only after Ji Ruyu released him, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at her. Ryu, thank you, Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu's brows curved in delight as she said, I wouldn't act this way with anyone else. You must know this is my way of showing gratitude to Brother Changge. In her heart, she added, only for you, Brother Changge. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu had been drawn to him, especially given his culinary prowess and vast knowledge, culminating in him gifting her the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade. The fondness she had nurtured since childhood was gradually blossoming. Ji Changge regarded Ji Ruyu with a bemused expression. Well then, your gratitude certainly carries weight. I wouldn't mind if it came a bit more often. With a playful pat on Ji Ruyu's head, he continued, all right, let us descend for a meal before returning to the Chongqing Ji family. Ji Ruyu cheerfully followed suit. As they made their way downstairs, Gu Changge took the opportunity to assess Ji Ruyu's recent fortune. Upon returning to the Chongqing Ji family, the awakening of the Yin-Yang Divine Body is anticipated. A month later, the awakening of the Divine Body will attract widespread admiration, leading to an unceasing influx of suitors to the Chongqing Ji family. Albeit with hidden dangers, the Wei Chun is already aware of Ji Ruyu's successful awakening and harbors increasing covetousness. In the following fortnight, while Ji Ruyu participates in a family trial in a hidden realm, she will fall prey to the ambush of pure-blood ferocious beasts, becoming separated from her family and inadvertently developing feelings while lost with Yi Chun, who represents another sect. Observing Ji Ruyu's impending fortunes, Gu Changge furrowed his brow. The awakening of the Yin-Yang Divine Body has indeed drawn the attention of numerous factions in the Central Heaven Domain. It is to be expected, for the Yin-Yang Divine Body is a dual cultivation body. Once a Dao partner is formed, their cultivation will soar at an astonishing rate, and a marriage alliance with the Chongqing Ji family would yield manifold benefits. It is no wonder that many factions are intrigued. And then there is this Yi Chun. If he succeeds, I will transcend right before his eyes. Although my relationship with Ji Ruyu has only recently begun to blossom, I find myself rather fond of her after these past few days. Most importantly, she's my bound target. First, he coveted Gu Changge, and now he has set his sights on Ji Ryu. This Yi-chun. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Perhaps during Ji Ryu's trial in the Hidden Realm, or even at the Bronze Immortal Palace. As Gu Changge contemplated, the trio arrived downstairs after finishing breakfast. Gu Changge bid farewell to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. She headed back to the Chongsheng family, while Gu Changge and Ji Ryu returned to the Chongsheng family, watching their departing figures. Gu Changge's beautiful eyes shimmered. He does not desire my supreme bone, nor the celestial gathering bottle. Yet he treats me with such kindness. Should I still seek revenge against him in her previous life? Gu Changge had already avenged herself. Upon her rebirth, she had presumed she would have to endure the same trials as in her past, leading to her innate aversion towards Gu Changge. However, his actions had greatly exceeded her expectations, making it difficult for her to cling to her initial thoughts. A sense of unease began to take root within her heart as her interactions with Gu Changge deepened, and as he cared for her. This feeling grew increasingly pronounced. After all, in her past life, she had either been embroiled in conflict or embroiled in schemes, constantly surrounded by deceit. When had someone ever treated her with such earnestness? Never mind, he treats me well, and I shall reciprocate. The rest shall unfold naturally. Ji Changge soothed her heart and turned to leave. Brother Changge, are you going to see Aunt Shui-Dan this time? Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. Mother asked me to visit the Chongsheng family whenever I have the chance, and since she is here, I thought I would drop by. And no wonder. Speaking of which, Aunt Shui-Dan has been at the Chongsheng family for over a month now. What could she be doing? Curiosity piqued. Gu Changge asked Ji Ryu. I'm not sure. Father and Aunt Shui-Dan haven't mentioned anything to me, but it seems rather mysterious. Ji Ryu pondered before responding honestly to Gu Changge. I see. Well, we shall find out when we arrive. Ji Changge suddenly recalled Ji Ryu's recent fortunes and reminded her, by the way, when you refine the yin-yang spirit jade, be sure to have your father protect you. All right. Although Ji Ryu was puzzled as to why Gu Changge advised her so, she obediently nodded. Ji Changge's mother hails from the Chongsheng family, as previously mentioned, and her name is Ji Shui-Dan. She possesses the cultivation of the 9th layer of ascension, just a step away from entering the realm of kings, a formidable female cultivator. During her time in the outside world, she met Gu Changge, and their mutual affection, combined with their suitable backgrounds, made their union a celebrated tale in the central heaven domain that Ji how discreetly provided protection. It was not until Gu Changge and Ji Ryu arrived at the entrance of the Chongsheng family that he reappeared. I have already informed the family head and Miss Shui-Dan. They shall be out shortly. Ji Hao looked at Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, kindly stroking his beard while smiling. Chapter 49. Malevolent energy enters the body. Just as Ji Hao's words fell, a cheerful voice echoed forth that a gentle and graceful young woman emerged from the gates of the Chongsheng family. Her beauty was exquisite, her demeanor graceful, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changge, marking her as an extraordinarily beautiful matron. This was none other than Ji Shui-Dan, Gu Changge's mother. Having inherited the good looks of both Ji Shui-Dan and Gu Changge, Gu Changge was undeniably handsome, and Ji Shui-Dan was no exception. Mother. Upon seeing Ji Shui-Dan, Gu Changge could not help but express his joy. Awakened memories from his past life left no room for rejection towards the mother who had appeared before him. After all, he retained all memories prior to his awakening and was well aware of Ji Shui-Dan's kindness towards him. Ji Shui-Dan took 2 or 3 steps towards Gu Changge, surveying her son, who resembled a celestial being, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Our Changge has grown even more handsome. I heard you distinguish yourself during the adult ceremony trial. You are now a man. Nonsense. I will always be your son. Gu Changge chuckled. Nearby, Ji Ryu eagerly approached Ji Shui-Dan, taking her hand. Aunt Shui-Dan, I'm here too. You can't just pay attention to Brother Changge. And you mustn't wander off so carelessly. If it weren't for Han Yuan sensing your departure and having Ji Hao follow you, you would be in danger if the Ji family's adversaries found out. I'm sorry. Ji Ryu stuck out her little tongue playfully, displaying her innocence. I could see that moment. A hearty laugh resonated from within the gates. Haha, I heard Changge brought Ryu back. The last time we met was when you were 10 years old. It's been 6 years. As the sound descended, a tall figure gracefully stepped out of the void. Ji Hongyuan's eyes sparkled with a smile as he beheld Gu Changge, his heart filled with admiration. What a remarkably handsome young man. Furthermore, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Gu Changge at that moment, Ji Hongyuan was taken aback. Has he broken through to the fate wheel? And it seems to be more than just the first layer, at least the third layer to Gu Changge, adorned with a treasure that conceals his true cultivation. Left Ji Hongyuan somewhat unclear, but still able to perceive the general essence. Yes, Uncle Hongyuan. Gu Changge nodded. T16, achieving the third layer of the fate wheel is quite impressive. Even that child Haoyue cannot compare to you at this age. Ji Hongyuan exclaimed in awe. Moreover, Changge, you possess the rare dual pupils that I've also heard that you've awakened a second talent recently, that I can almost envision the Zhongzhou clan being led to the pinnacle of the Zhongzhou Dao Domain by you. Haoyue, Jihaoyue, the scion of the Ji family, is a divine body who has reached the realm of godhood and cultivated the celestial phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea, reportedly possessing substantial true intent, which is incredibly formidable. Although Ji Haoyue has yet to enter the world to compete, his name has already spread throughout the Zhongzhou Dao Domain. However, given the close ties between the Zhongzhou clan and the Zhongzhou Ji clan, Gu Changge's rivalry with Ji Haoyue would not affect their relationship. They might even assist each other, of course. That is a matter for the future. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changge humbly replied, Uncle Hongyuan is jesting. Cousin Haoyue has already attained the realm of godhood. I am far from his level. All right, let's discuss this further inside. While lingering at the entrance, Ji Shui Dan chuckled, covering her mouth, urging the two to enter the estate. Upon entering Ji Hongyuan's residence, Gu Changge noticed a man in a white robe standing under a green pine tree, his long hair cascading down, his brow furrowed in deep thought, exuding an aura of melancholy. Despite this, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Merely standing there, he seemed to command the very essence of the world, drawing everyone's attention. Haoyue, Ji Shui Dan called out to Ji Haoyue. The distinguished man was indeed Ji Haoyue. Aunt Shui Dan, Ji Haoyue nodded. His gaze shifted to Ji Shui Dan, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Ruyu, landing on the somewhat familiar Gu Changge. Beneath Gu Changge's ethereal and handsome exterior, Ji Haoyue felt a spark of recognition. Could this be my cousin Changge? Ji Haoyue approached, scrutinizing Gu Changge from head to toe. Cousin Haoyue, Gu Changge replied with a smile, that a smile also broke through Ji Haoyue's worried expression. Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. 6 years ago, you were not like this. Now, with such an ethereal presence, once you step into the world, I wonder how many heavenly maidens you will captivate. Isn't that true for cousin Haoyue as well? Gu Changge teased with a grin that Ji Shui Dan and Ji Hongyuan observed the playful exchange with gentle smiles. If all goes well, it is likely that Ji Haoyue will assume the role of clan leader for the Zhongzhou Ji clan, while Gu Changge will do the same for the Zhongzhou clan. Their amicable relationship bodes well for both families in the future. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu stepped forward and linked arms with Ji Haoyue, saying, Cousin Changge wouldn't be swayed by those superficial women. He'd rather seek someone like me. Ji Haoyue shot a glance at his sister, who had taken hold of his arm. How dare you say that? When I forbade you from going out, you sneaked out anyway. What if something happened? Your father would be beside himself with worry. But I have returned now, haven't I? Ji Ryu pouted. She felt that everyone was overreacting to her brief excursion. Ji Haoyue opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Upon seeing Ji Haoyue earlier, Gu Changge sensed that his cousin seemed troubled, and the same was true for Ji Hongyuan. Although he wore a warm smile, a flicker of concern often crossed his eyes. Ji Shui Dan also appeared somewhat drained. Noticing this, Gu Changge inquired curiously, Has something occurred? When I saw cousin Haoyue earlier, he looked distressed, and Uncle Hongyuan as well. My mother seems quite fatigued. Ji Ryu, overhearing this, widened her eyes and directed her gaze at Ji Haoyue. Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shui Dan. She couldn't comprehend why they appeared unfazed by any troubles. Ji Haoyue, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shui Dan exchanged glances, surprised by Gu Changge's perceptiveness. He had detected the abnormality upon their first meeting. What has happened? How come I was unaware of it? Ji Ryu quickly asked. Brother, father, and aunt, why have you kept this from me? Ji Hongyuan sighed. What good would it do to tell you? You're just a child. It's best for you to be carefree. That I'm not a child. I'll be participating in the coming-of-age ceremony next year. Ji Ryu retorted angrily. Ji Hongyuan disregarded her, turning to Gu Changge. Indeed, there's been a minor incident, but it should be resolved swiftly. We just need to seek assistance from the Buddhas of the Western regions. Seeking Buddhas? Gu Changge was taken aback. In the Zhongzhou Dao Domain. The Western regions are the heart of Buddhist cultivation, and seeking Buddhas, especially the high-ranking ones, is no trivial matter. Yes, Dao Ling encountered ancient evil energies while training in an ancient cave. And it's somewhat troublesome. Chapter 50. The scion of the Ji family invites battle. The term Buddha refers to those who have attained the quasi-saint level, or even the saint level in Buddhist cultivation. This indicates how troublesome the ancient evil energies Dao Ling has encountered are. Ji Ryu gasped. What? Cousin Dao Ling was supposed to be cultivating in an ancient cave, gaining great fortune. How could she become afflicted by ancient evil energies? However, as soon as she spoke, she realized the truth. Clearly, Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyue had kept this from her. It was indeed a great opportunity. However, during the acquisition of this opportunity, hostile forces intervened, leading to Dao Ling's unforeseen predicament. Ji Hongyuan stated solemnly. Ji Haoyue nodded in agreement. That's why I advised you not to go out recently, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. If you all had been honest with me, I wouldn't have gone out. Ji Ryu protested angrily. Fine, I'll tell you next time. Ji Haoyue replied with a smile, shaking his head. That I'm not a child anymore. Father, brother, if you continue to keep things from me, I will ignore you, Ji Ryu huffed. Gu Changge, upon hearing this, understood. So, mother, you came here to help cousin Dao Ling. Gu Changge turned to Ji Shui Dan Dao Ling. She seems to be a slightly less powerful prodigy than Ji Haoyue, possessing the 7 apertures Ling Long heart, comprehending divine abilities as if aided by the heavens. And she's also quite adept in various matters. If all goes well, she will become the backbone of the Chongqing clan and could achieve unparalleled greatness in the outside world. Perhaps she might even break through to the quasi-saint level or even become a saint. It was no wonder Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyue wore troubled expressions. Indeed, Changge, your mother cultivates the great pure cleansing technique, which has a strong suppressive effect against ancient evil energies. Our 7th ancestor of the Chongqing clan has already gone to the western regions to summon the Buddhas. They should return in a couple of days. The Zhongzhou Dao Domain is vast and boundless. Even powerful saints would require about a month to traverse back and forth using the teleportation array, especially considering the time needed to summon the Buddhas. It is primarily challenging to enlist the Buddha's assistance. However, leveraging the prestige of the Chongqing clan, it should be possible to procure some resources, or even have someone owe a favor. Ji Hongyuan turned to Ji Shui Dan. Thank you, Shui Dan, for your assistance. Otherwise, Dao Ling might have fallen into the path of evil by now. It has been arduous for you to cast spells daily for a month. Such is the duty among kin. Ji Shui Dan replied, shaking her head. Gu Changge curiously asked, where is cousin Dao Ling now? Can I go see her? She's in the inner chamber, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Ji Hongyuan nodded, and the group proceeded to the room where Dao Ling lay in a temporary slumber. Upon entering the chamber, Gu Changge saw a young woman in white, her delicate brows furrowed as she lay upon the bed, her complexion pale, with a hint of malevolence swirling across her features. It was a somewhat alarming sight, as an ominous aura emanated from her. Furthermore, she was an exceptionally beautiful maiden, with gentle and exquisite features, exuding an aura akin to flowing water, unmistakably a gentle and kind woman. Dao Ling, Ji Ryu exclaimed in shock upon seeing her cousin in such a state. Clearly, Dao Ling had been severely afflicted by the evil energies. Gu Changge furrowed his brow, possessing the source heavenly book. He discerned at a glance the condition Dao Ling was in, and the evil energies likely stemmed from an imperial corpse. Given this situation, it was likely that she would fall into the path of evil within half a month, ultimately transforming into a malevolent entity. Changge, you possess the dual pupils and are innately holy. What do you perceive? Ji Hongyuan, astonished, inquired upon seeing Gu Changge speak. Ji Haoyue, Ji Shui Dan, and the astonished Ji Ryu also turned their attention to Gu Changge. Gu Changge shook his head. I merely perceive some clues. However, As he spoke, he felt a sense of confusion within himself. The moment he laid eyes on Dao Ling, he sensed a fear emanating from the evil energies surrounding her, which evoked a deep-rooted apprehension within him. Indeed, it was fear, but what could possibly instill such terror in these malevolent energies? The innate holiness of his dual pupils. Or perhaps one could refer to it as a celestial bone within the heart. The former is highly improbable, while dual pupils are indeed remarkable. They offer no advantage against malevolent forces. Thus, there remains but one possibility, and that is an extraordinary, transcendent celestial bone that surpasses this realm. However, whether this is true must be ascertained. But how? Ji Honyuan inquired hastily that I must give it a try. It may yield results. How will you attempt that? Ji Honyuan, Ji Shui Dan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ruyu all looked on with curiosity at Gu Changge. With a smile, Gu Changge explained, I believe you all know that I have awakened a second anomaly, right? The others nodded in affirmation that in truth, the second anomaly I have awakened is a celestial bone. I feel that my celestial bone may possess the ability to suppress these malevolent energies, Gu Changge stated candidly. The individuals before him were all his blood relatives, and there was little to conceal. Naturally, the matter concerning his brother was his greatest secret. It was something he could never disclose to anyone, only to himself. What? A celestial bone? Ji Honyuan was taken aback. Ji Haoyue's pupils narrowed in astonishment. Ji Shui Dan gasped, covering her mouth. Celestial bone. The very mention of those two words conveys the weight of its terror. Gu Changge already possessed dual pupils. Once they matured, they could dominate an era. Not to mention now being complemented by a celestial bone. The future accomplishments of Gu Changge are likely beyond imagination. Ji Ryu was also profoundly shaken. Brother Changge has actually awakened a celestial bone. My heavens! Indeed, a celestial bone, Gu Changge nodded. Thus, I wish to give a try. I never expected you to have awakened a celestial bone. Ji Honyuan exclaimed in disbelief. With just the dual pupils, you could rank highly on the true dragon list. And now, with the celestial bone, you likely possess the potential of an emperor. The Honyuan gazed at Gu Changge in astonishment. Talent is merely an added value. To succeed, relying solely on talent is insufficient. Gu Changge replied with a gentle shake of his head. Jiayu wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Changge's words. There are countless prodigies across the 3,000 domains, akin to carp crossing the river. Yet only a select few ultimately stand at the pinnacle of existence. Therefore, while talent is undeniably important, the heart's intent towards the Tao cannot be overlooked either. Regarded Gu Changge with fervent eyes. Cousin Changge, let us spar when time permits. A divine king body. He naturally harbored aspirations to compete with such an extraordinary talent as Gu Changge. Very well, Gu Changge replied affirmatively to Ji Haoyue. Then turned his gaze toward Ji Honyuan. Ji Honyuan, seeing this, expressed his anticipation. Then Changge, you should give it a try. If it does not work, do not force it. The arrival of the Western region's Buddha can resolve the matter just the same. I understand, Gu Changge said, as he looked toward Ji Daoling, who lay on the bed, her presence ethereal and captivating, yet appearing pitiful in her current state. He approached and extended his hand toward her brow. Chapter 51. Celestial Bone Suppresses Malevolence. Ji Daoling felt as though she were in a dark abyss. The malevolent aura surged violently. Silence enveloped the space, yet she could vaguely sense something terrifying lurking in the shadows. Coldly observing her. Where is this? I remember struggling back to the Changshengji family, only to lose consciousness as she fled that cave of heaven. It seemed she had inhaled a wisp of black fog that escaped after breaking the seal. Just as Ji Daoling was attempting to gather her thoughts, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from all directions. Who goes there? Ji Daoling exclaimed, immediately on guard and scanning her surroundings. However, there was no response. The eerie laughter continued to resonate. Ji Daoling furrowed her brow. I am a member of the Changshengji family. If you dare to act against me, do you not fear retribution from my family? Changshengji family. The chilling laughter finally ceased, replaced by a tone of disdain and disbelief. A mere descendant of a later Changsheng lineage dares to flaunt before me. Once I consume your soul, the world shall witness the might of this emperor. With a resounding boom, the condescending voice fell, and piercing howls erupted from all around, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of beasts in motion. Pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the darkness, fixating intently on Ji Daling. In the next moment, one pair of those crimson eyes emerged first, revealing a monstrous creature, its visage grotesque and emanating a foul stench, resembling a gigantic leopard, which appeared before Ji Daling's line of sight. A ferocious beast, Ji Daling's eyes narrowed, and she conjured a long sword in her hand. Aside from the fact that she could not leave this place, she discovered that her strength remained intact, which allowed her to face the current predicament with some measure of composure. What followed was an onslaught from the beasts. Yet, there were too many, an endless tide, that Ji Daling could not discern how long she had fought amidst the darkness. A sense of numbness began to envelop her. Unbeknownst to her, she lost focus and strands of black fog silently infiltrated her body. Meanwhile, the chilling laughter grew increasingly pronounced. Amidst the chaos, Ji Daling seemed to witness a towering figure, akin to a demonic deity, gradually materializing in this realm, its eyes devouring all. Surrender your resistance. Become my physical vessel, and you shall gain invincible power. As the demonic voice rang in her ears, Ji Daling's movements slowed considerably. Just then, a blinding light pierced through the seemingly endless darkness. Following that, within Ji Daling's dulled, vacant gaze, a figure radiating golden light, exuding an ethereal and upright presence, gradually entered her sight, extending a hand towards her. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Daling was momentarily taken aback. "I have come to take you home." The golden figure spoke gently to Ji Daling. Instinctively, she placed her hand in the outstretched one. In the next moment, boom! The terrifying golden light surged forth. The golden radiance, akin to the purest substance, obliterated all malevolent beasts and darkness it touched. When the golden light encountered the shadow that lurked in the darkness, resembling a demonic deity, a wail of despair erupted from the last remnants of darkness. What is this? How is this possible? It is neither a Buddhist purification nor an imperial-level cleansing method. How could it possibly cleanse the power of this emperor? I will remember this aura. In the final moments of unwillingness, the darkness enveloping Ji Daling's world was utterly purified. Outside, Gu Changge, with a celestial bone at his chest, sat amidst an indistinct figure resembling him, the aura of celestial light surrounding it, as its eyes opened, seemingly piercing through time and space, locking onto Ji Daling's brow, with strands of celestial bone power merging into Ji Daling's soul at her brow. The malevolent energy that had invaded her soul and body was rapidly dissolved by the celestial bone's power, restoring her swiftly. However, purging even a wisp of imperial corpse malevolence consumed an immense amount of Gu Changge's energy. His spiritual sea, originally spanning over 3,000 zhong, was drying up at a terrifying pace. The cycle of life rapidly turned, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a funnel, continuously replenishing Gu Changge's reserves. This scene left the four observers dumbfounded. To simultaneously cast spells while drawing upon such formidable spiritual energy for replenishment. Gu Changge was truly defying the heavens if he were to focus solely on cultivation. The resulting phenomena would be inconceivable. Nevertheless, the four were also filled with joy. As Gu Changge continued to purify the malevolent energy, the sinister aura that shrouded Ji Daling's delicate face gradually dissipated, and her complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. After a full quarter of an hour, Gu Changge finally breathed a sigh of relief. The malevolent energy had been thoroughly purified, given its extraordinary nature. It likely stemmed from a terrifying source. The ancient cave must not be tread upon again. It should be sealed away. Very well, Ji Honyuan exclaimed as he saw Ji Daling returning to normal and noted Gu Changge's significant consumption. He promptly produced various pills for restoring spiritual energy that Ji Shui Dan nodded in agreement. Pleased to witness her son's efforts, Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu expressed their gratitude joyfully. Ji Yu Changge smiled and nodded, just as he prepared to withdraw his hand. Suddenly, Ji Daling, who had been in a deep slumber, reached out and grasped Gu Changge's hand as if enveloped in a soft cloud. The unexpected scene left Ji Honyuan Gu Dan, and the others momentarily stunned. Gu Changge also gazed at Ji Daoling in surprise, recalling the words he had spoken when awakening her soul from impending slumber. Could it be due to that phrase? Ji Daoling slowly opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, she saw a figure that resembled Gu Changge, standing ethereally before her. Her lips parted slightly, and with a voice laced with joy and gratitude. Albeit hoarse, she whispered, "It's you." "It is I." Gu Changge nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Ji Yuan and the others approached, seeing Ji Daoling awake. "Daoling, you have finally awakened," Ji Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "How wonderful!" Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Ji Ryu moved beside Ji Daoling, leaning over the bed to gaze at Ji Daoling's pale countenance. "Sister Daoling, thank goodness you are all right. Father and brother said you've been in a coma for over a month." "I was in a coma for over a month?" Ji Daoling was taken aback, attempting to rise from her bed, only to discover that her spiritual sea was parched, the seeds of her divine powers withered, and her physical form exceedingly frail, resembling that of one gravely injured and on the brink of death. Recalling all that transpired in her dream, she realized it was not merely a dream. It seemed she had indeed been eroded by the malevolent energy that had infiltrated her body from the ancient cave realm. Fortunately, someone had intervened to rescue her. Ji Daoling pondered this. Her gaze turned towards Gu Changge. His eyes, akin to those of an immortal, pierced deep into her soul. They were twin orbs that appeared to contain boundless sanctity, leading Ji Daoling to perceive a towering figure within them. Chapter 52. The Buddha of Restraint. Ji family's 13th ancestor, Ji Zhao. The moment Ji Daoling's gaze met those eyes, she felt a jolt, her heart racing with a sudden intensity, upon gazing at Gu Changge's flawless visage. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly realized she was still holding his hand in front of the assembled crowd. She hastily released her grip. "I apologize, and thank you for your rescue." "Who are you?" Ji Daoling inquired, suppressing her shyness and curiosity about Gu Changge's identity. "That is Cousin Changge," Ji Ryu explained to Ji Daoling. "He is the son of Aunt Shui Dan." The recognition dawned upon Ji Daoling. The son of Aunt Shui Dan. Gu Changge of the Changsheng Gu family. Despite his reclusive nature, everyone was aware of his existence, and Ji Daoling was not surprised. "Indeed," Ji Ryu affirmed. "Daoling, how do you feel now?" Ji Yuan asked Ji Daoling. "The malevolent energy has already been completely purged by Cousin Changge." Ji Daoling assessed her internal condition. "I feel quite weak. By the way, during my time in the ancient cave realm," Ji Daoling was about to speak. But Ji Yuan interrupted, saying, "Let us not discuss those matters now. Focus on nurturing your health. The events that transpired in the ancient cave realm will not be overlooked by our Changsheng family. Those who conspired against our unparalleled talent will certainly face retribution." Ji Daoling nodded in response. She harbored no intention of sparing those who had plotted against her, and she too felt a desire for retribution. "Rest well, Daoling. We will address the remaining matters once you have recovered." Ji Yuan chimed in. Ji Daoling nodded once more. She was indeed in a weakened state and required tranquility to restore her cultivation. As everyone departed the room, Ji Daoling watched them leave, her attention lingering on Gu Changge's retreating figure before she began to cultivate in order to regain her strength. In the courtyard, Ji Yuan looked towards Gu Changge, about to speak when suddenly an ancient voice resonated from the void. "Oh, have we guests?" Upon the utterance of these words, an ethereal elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace, stepped forth from the void, the air rippling around him. Unfathomable in depth, beside him stood a kindly old monk in a robe, holding a string of prayer beads. "13th ancestor, you have returned," Ji Yuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing the ethereal elder. "Indeed, I have invited the Buddha of Restraint from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. This time, the malevolent energy within Daoling should be completely eradicated." 13th ancestor Ji Zhao replied with a smile. "Ba," the Buddha of Restraint chanted, nodding towards Ji Yuan and the others. The gathered individuals all exuded an air of nobility, appearing extraordinarily remarkable, particularly Ji Yuan, Ji Ryu, and Gu Changge, who seemed like dragons and phoenixes among men, surpassing even the disciples of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha of Restraint marveled inwardly, acknowledging the Changsheng family as a bastion of talent. Had this been before, Ji Hongyuan would have been overjoyed. However, given that Ji Daoling's malevolent energy had unexpectedly been cleansed by Gu Changge, it seemed the Supreme Buddha's journey might be in vain. "What is the matter?" Ji Zhao inquired, frowning. Is the situation worsening?" "Not at all. 13th ancestor, it is simply that Dao Ling's malevolent energy has been unexpectedly purified," Ji Hongyuan replied, candidly. Ji Zhao was taken aback. The Buddha of Restraint, standing nearby, also gazed at Ji Hongyuan and the others in surprise, then furrowed his brow as he glanced toward Ji Daoling's location. "When I arrived, I sensed a terrifying malevolent energy emanating from that room. It seemed insurmountable for anyone below the sage level. How did you all manage to dispel it?" The Buddha of Restraint's voice was gentle yet probing. "It is not that this humble monk doubts your capabilities. I merely fear the malevolent energy may be concealed that if not confirmed, the repercussions could be dire." Ji Hongyuan frowned, casting a glance at Gu Changge. The fact that Gu Changge possessed celestial bones was not a piece of information that could be divulged to outsiders. Sensing Ji Hongyuan's dilemma, Gu Changge stepped forward with a smile for the Buddha of Restraint, saying, "Buddha of Restraint, I was the one who dispelled the malevolent energy from Dao Ling. As for the method." Gu Changge did not continue, instead activating his celestial bones. The matter of the celestial bones would eventually be revealed. Moreover, with only the Buddha of Restraint present, who was affiliated with a foreign power and had been invited by Ji Zhao, it would not be amiss to divulge a little information. A soft glow emanated from beneath Gu Changge's garments, appearing almost ethereal, as if a celestial being were seated within, mysterious and extraordinary. Upon witnessing the figure within the celestial light on Gu Changge's chest, the Buddha of Restraint's pupils constricted sharply, and Ji Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Supreme Bone!" Both the Buddha of Restraint and Ji Zhao exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. "Wait, this is not the overwhelming power to dominate the heavens and command all beings. Rather, it possesses an ethereal quality, as if transcending the mundane, a sense of the sacred that surpasses even the Supreme Bone." The Buddha of Restraint mused, perplexed that Ji Zhao felt similarly. "Indeed, it is not the Supreme Bone, but rather the Celestial Bone," Gu Changge replied with a light-hearted smile. The term Celestial Bone echoed in Ji Zhao and the Buddha of Restraint's minds like a thunderclap. They looked towards Gu Changge, suddenly noticing the duality in his eyes. "You are Gu Changge!" Ji Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. "So, you are the Divine Son Changge of the Changsheng Gu family," the Buddha of Restraint remarked, his heart racing with excitement. Could it be that this celestial bone is the second innate gift awakened some time ago? Precisely, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. Ji Zhao and the Buddha of Restraint both inhaled sharply. The duality of the eyes combined with the celestial bone that surpasses even the Supreme Bone. My heavens! Is such a being truly born into this world? Ba, the Buddha of Restraint exclaimed, if it is indeed the celestial bone, then its divine might is unfathomable. Divine Son Changge's ability to purify malevolent energy is undoubtedly assured. It seems I shall not need to expend my faith power this time. Ji Zhao, relieved by the Buddha's words, turned to him with a smile, saying, Buddha of Restraint, your visit to the Changsheng family will certainly not be in vain. As previously promised, the Buddha's relic will be given to you. Ba, the Buddha of Restraint chanted once more. Next time, should Ji Zhao require my assistance again, I will gladly extend my help to the Changsheng family once more. The Buddha of Restraint had now reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. The relic mentioned by Ji Zhao was crucial for his breakthrough to the next sage level, making it imperative for him to return. Thus they were both benefiting from this arrangement. However, with the malevolent energy unexpectedly cleansed by Gu Changge, it would seem that the relic might not be necessary for himself. Recognizing the Buddha's needs, Ji Zhao decided to extend a personal favor. Evidently, the Buddha's response greatly pleased Ji Zhao. The Buddha of Restraint was a formidable, sage-level powerhouse, a being of tremendous renown. Exchanging a relic for a favor from a sage was indeed advantageous. Following this, the Buddha of Restraint took a moment to observe Ji Daoling. Chapter 53, The Calculation of Interests. Upon confirming that there were no issues, Ji Zhao hosted the Buddha of restraint, for it would be improper to let him depart without ensuring everything was satisfactory. In the courtyard, the Buddha of restraint remarked with admiration toward Ji Zhao. Your Changsheng Ji family possesses the Divine King body, while the Changsheng Gu family is truly extraordinary, not only giving rise to the Divine Son Changge with his dual eyes and celestial bone. But I have also heard of another hidden supreme bone. Our Changsheng Ji family has the Divine King body. Simply based on the qualifications that Changge has displayed, it can be said that he stands as the foremost among the 3,000 realms. Indeed, yet strength is not solely determined by talent. The heart of the path is equally significant. The Buddha of restraint concurred, presenting an alternative perspective. Ji Zhao smiled. I sense that this child Changge possesses a calm heart, quite unlike those who are arrogant and proud. Indeed, the future achievements of Divine Son Changge are boundless. The Buddha of restraint wholeheartedly endorsed Ji Zhao's sentiment. At that moment, Ji Zhao remarked, the land of 10,000 Buddhas is also impressive. With its rebirth of Arhats and the emergence of innate Buddhas, compared to our Changsheng Ji family, the Changsheng Gu family is not lacking in any regard. The Buddha of restraint uttered a Buddhist chant. Amit Ba. It seems we are on the brink of a golden age. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the two exchanged glances, a spark of intrigue passing between them. Is the Divine King body about to compete with the dual eyes and celestial bone? The Buddha of restraint inquired with a smile. Who do you think will prevail? Ji Zhao asked. This humble monk cannot say. The Buddha of restraint replied. The Divine King body is the strongest. In ordinary times, a single Divine King body could dominate an era. However, facing Changge, who possesses dual eyes and the celestial bone, the outcome is uncertain. After speaking, Ji Zhao waved his hand dismissively, in terms of the extraordinary. I suspect the Buddha of restraint already believes that Hao Yue must lose, correct? Amit Ba. With a smile, the Buddha called out the name of the Buddha. Under the same circumstances, it is likely that no one can rival the Divine Son of the Long Song. Oh, then let us wait and see. At the martial arts arena of the family estate, Ji Hongyuan set up a confinement array to protect the entire arena, then curiously gazed at the scene within. Beside him, Ji Ryu glanced left at Ji Haoyue and right at Gu Changge, uncertain whom to cheer for. Ji Shuidan looked at Gu Changge with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, Changge has grown into adulthood, possessing heavy pupils and celestial bones that in the future, it seems that the longevity of the Gu family will progress under his leadership. This is not necessarily a good thing. Ji Hongyuan turned to Ji Haoyue. Haoyue is the same. However, being in the same era as Changge raises the question of whether it is a blessing or a curse for him. All prodigies have their ambitions, let alone extraordinary prodigies. If they suffer a setback, it could hinder Ji Haoyue's growth. To Ji Shuidan, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes at Ji Hongyuan. They are merely sparring, as long as it is not a life-and-death battle. How could they be easily affected? Indeed. Ji Hongyuan replied. Haoyue and Changge will certainly not engage in a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, Ji Ryu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Father, you're setting up a flag here. Go away, go away. Ji Hongyuan's expression darkened, urging Ji Ryu to quiet down. On the martial arts arena, Ji Haoyue's gaze was intense and filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, I will suppress my cultivation to match your 3-layer life wheel. Do not hold back. Let us spar until we reach a conclusion. All right. Gu Changge nodded, his own fighting spirit reflected in his eyes. This would be the first time he faced an extraordinary prodigy of the same level since awakening his innate wisdom and relying on his brother to enhance his strength. Naturally, Gu Changge looked forward to it. Well then, I shall not be courteous. As fighting spirit surged, an imposing aura erupted from him, like the apex of a mountain. He formed a seal with his hands, sealing his divine realm cultivation to the 3-layer life wheel. In the next moment, deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a divine king was seated, and, as the divine king opened his eyes, a beam of divine light burst forth, accompanied by profound mystical patterns, creating terrifying ripples that surged towards Gu Changge. Changge raised an eyebrow upon witnessing this strike. His cousin truly had no intention of holding back. This was the Ji family's signature divine technique. Divine King's Eye. The power of this strike could very well injure or even kill someone at the ordinary three-layer life wheel stage. However, despite its fearsome nature, it posed no threat to Gu Changge, who could withstand it solely with his physical strength. Roaring, terrifying vitality erupted within Gu Changge, akin to an ancient giant elephant bellowing. Nearly 400 billion particles of giant elephant essence within him trembled in unison, unleashing unparalleled might. Facing the divine light emitted from Ji Haoyue's eyes, he casually slapped out. Upon witnessing the surging blood energy from Gu Changge, Ji Haoyue was taken aback. This vitality, before he could finish his words, a tremendous explosion of spiritual power erupted, crashing against the confinement array set up by Ji Honyuan with a deafening roar. As the explosive spiritual energy detonated, Ji Haoyue's gaze sharpened, and the next moment, a towering divine king phantom stood behind him, casting a shadow over the entire martial arts arena. The aura of the divine king phantom immediately caught the attention of the elders of the Changxing family. Buzz, 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 streams of light shot through the air, and they quickly noticed that Ji Haoyue was engaged in battle with Gu Changge. Ji Honyuan, observing this, addressed the elders. Haoyue is merely sparring with Changge. You need not concern yourselves. If you wish to watch, feel free to stay. The elders of the Changxing family were momentarily stunned. Changge? Could be Gu Changge from the Changxing family? They gasped in disbelief. What brings Gu Changge to our Changxing family, and to compete with the Divine Son Haoyue? With his heavy pupils and divine king body, this promises to be exhilarating. Upon realizing Gu Changge's identity, the elders were no longer inclined to leave and chose to remain and observe. Beside Ji Honyuan, Ji Ruyu, seeing Ji Haoyue so serious, furrowed her brow. Brother, this is too much. Even though he is suppressing his cultivation, the quality of his spiritual power is far superior to that of a true three-layer life. Well, he is taking this too seriously. Ji Honyuan rolled his eyes at her words. He had witnessed Gu Changge's casual strike earlier. If Ji Haoyue were not serious, he would likely suffer a crushing defeat. Ji Shuidan, hearing this, turned to Ji Ruyu with gentle, sparkling eyes. Ruyu, would you like to join Aunt Shuidan and your cousin Changge to visit the Changxing family in a few days? Oh, that sounds great. Ji Ruyu's eyes lit up, instantly agreeing. Ji Honyuan, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes again and looked at Ji Shuidan in exasperation. Sister, I can hear your little schemes from here, in the arena. Gu Changge burst forth from the explosive spiritual energy, facing Ji Haoyue's towering divine king phantom without employing any spiritual techniques. Instead, he unleashed his immense physical strength, charging towards Ji Haoyue like a ferocious beast. Chapter 54. Physical dominance over the divine king body of the same realm. Ji Haoyue felt a chill run down his spine. Cousin Changge, your physical strength is truly monstrous, as he spoke. The 100-Zhong divine king phantom raised a fist as large as a small mountain, descending upon Gu Changge. Not bad. Gu Changge observed the descending divine king fist, tilting his head with a smirk, his hair flying as he swung his fist to collide with the divine king phantom's fist. The astonished gazes of the Ji family elders. Gu Changge actually withstood Ji Haoyue's divine king phantom purely with his physical strength. Boom! The martial arts arena instantly collapsed, creating a massive pit of about 100 zhong deep. Had Ji Honyuan not set up the confinement array, the battle might have spilled out into the surroundings. In the eyes of the onlookers, Gu Changge's small fist collided with Ji Haoyue's divine king phantom's massive fist, seemingly incomparable. Yet the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Gu Changge's diminutive figure had indeed withstood the divine king phantom's blow. Excellent! Ji Haoyue's fighting spirits soared at this sight. You haven't even used your heavy pupils or celestial bones, yet you can face me head-on with just your physical strength. Cousin Changge is far more terrifying than I imagined. Talent is indeed remarkable, but true terror can only be discerned once one engages in battle. Ji Honyuan, witnessing Gu Changge's sheer physical strength resisting the divine king phantom of the same realm, found it hard to believe that he seemed to see an unparalleled prodigy rising destined to suppress the myriad prodigies across the 3,000 domains. After Ji Haoyue spoke, his gaze sharpened. Cousin Changge, be careful from here on. Buzz! An enigmatic wave of energy emanated from Ji Haoyue. In the next moment, the Divine King Phantom retracted its hand, and with a pointed finger, the 100-Zhong Divine King Phantom mirrored the motion. Boom! The void trembled. Even appearing to distort, a terrifying divine light radiated from the finger of the Divine King Phantom, threatening to tear through the fabric of space, descending with the power of the heavens. Even Gu Changge felt the pressure of this strike. Yet it was merely pressure, not danger. The elders of the Ji family, witnessing this, couldn't help but express their astonishment. They hadn't expected Ji Haoyue to invoke the Divine King's finger. Surely, no matter how defiant Gu Changge was, he would have to treat Ji Haoyue's Divine King Phantom's finger with seriousness. As they discussed, Gu Changge's eyes shimmered with boundless mysterious principles. Heavy pupils, foresight. Through foresight, Gu Changge envisioned himself withstanding the Divine King's finger using the Divine Elephant's oppressive force, only to have the ground beneath him shatter, causing a trickle of blood to flow from his mouth, sustaining a minor injury. Seeing this, Gu Changge immediately dismissed the notion of relying solely on physical strength. Because he was confident in his invincibility, and it was impossible for the battle to inflict harm upon him. Since relying solely on physical strength would not suffice, he could simply wield some divine techniques. This defying technique was not exclusive to Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue, having deeply comprehended the Divine King's principles, would find the power of this strike capable of obliterating even those at the ordinary 9-layer life wheel stage. Gu Changge dared not underestimate it. Thus, a gentle ripple surged before Gu Changge, and at the moment the Divine King's finger descended, his entire figure transformed into a flash of light, vanishing in an instant. Gu Changge appeared beside Ji Haoyue. Now, Cousin Haoyue, let me show you the void techniques of my Changsheng Gu family. Within him, billions of particles roared. Gu Changge unleashed a punch, akin to an ancient divine mountain pushing forward. Ji Haoyue, already on guard against Gu Changge's void techniques, reacted immediately as Gu Changge appeared beside him and struck out. Boom! The void erupted like thunder. Almost at the moment their fists collided, Ji Haoyue was sent flying like a streak of light. Bang! Ji Haoyue crashed against the confinement array established by Ji Hongyuan, his fist dropping in astonishment as he stared at Gu Changge. The onlookers, including Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Ruyu, and the elders of the Ji family, were left in stunned silence at the sudden end of the battle. Wait! The elders felt their scalps tingle. Just how terrifying was Gu Changge's physical prowess. He had merely utilized the Great Void technique to traverse space and arrive beside Ji Haoyue. Ending the battle with a single punch, he hadn't even unleashed any of the various defying techniques from the Void scriptures, such as the Great Void handprint or the Heavenly Severing Finger. Unbelievable that I concede. Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyue, extending his hand to tidy the latter's disheveled attire while smiling. Cousin Changge, with such a physique, I would believe you if you claimed to possess a divine body or a sacred physique. Ji Haoyue was rendered speechless. That punch just now was likely your true physical strength, wasn't it? At least 300 billion pounds of force. After saying this, Ji Haoyue looked at Gu Changge with a peculiar expression. Moreover, even without employing the Great Void technique, relying solely on your physical prowess would pose no significant issue. How could there be mere fluctuations in vitality, resulting in a bit of bloodshed? Gu Changge's response nearly caused Ji Haoyue to spit blood. As a dignified Divine King body, utilizing the heaven-defying Divine King's finger against you of the same realm, you claim that merely enduring with your physical strength constitutes mere fluctuations. That must be quite a blow to your pride, isn't it? Ji Haoyue felt a pang of bitterness, his heart aching. Brother has been defeated? Ji Ryu was left in a daze. Ji Haoyue, the unparalleled divine son of the Changsheng Ji family, had unexpectedly fallen so swiftly to Gu Changge. How could this be? Ji Hongyuan's eyes widened in shock. Ji Shudan's face, however, was aglow with delight, her beautiful eyes filled with pride for Gu Changge. Look, this is my son. Invincible! Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan departed from the Changsheng Ji family. Standing at the entrance, Ji Hanyuan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu watched as the Chongqing Gu family's warship ascended into the sky, their expressions a mix of emotions. Ultimately, Ji Ryu chose not to accompany Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan to the Chongqing Gu family, as she wished to stay with Ji Daoling, who had been injured. After all, throughout her life, her sister Daoling had always been the one to cherish her the most. Haoyue, did you truly hold back against him earlier? Ji Hongyuan inquired. Gazing at the departing warship, Ji Ryu immediately turned her attention to Ji Haoyue, her eyes brimming with curiosity and seriousness. Not at all, Ji Haoyue replied, his hands clasped behind his back, still resembling a divine king of the mortal realm. Cousin Changge is genuinely formidable. His physical body is likely more powerful than many sacred bodies and divine forms, if combined with the void divine techniques of the Chongqing Gu family. And with the addition of the heavy pupil, I cannot fathom who could rival Cousin Changge when he enters the world to contend. The foresight of the heavy pupil, the spatial teleportation of the void scriptures. Not to mention, Gu Changge possesses the immortal bone, enhancing his already formidable physique. This was undeniably a humanoid monstrosity. Chapter 55, the fifth layer of the life wheel in 1 month, 500 billion pounds of might. Is that so? Ji Honyuan nodded, deep in thought. According to Haoyue, it seemed that Gu Changge was destined to become a titan of his generation, especially as he was the son of his sister, the future master of their family. This was akin to kinship. Moreover, judging from earlier, Ji Ryu seemed to harbor quite an affection for Gu Changge. Reflecting on this, Ji Honyuan smiled and said, Ryu appears to take a liking to Changge. Let her visit the Chongqing Gu family more often, and you two should cultivate a good relationship with him. I naturally get along well with Cousin Changge. But father, having Ryu join us, wouldn't that imply? I have said nothing, Ji Honyuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but chuckle. However, if Ji Ryu could win Gu Changge's favor, he wouldn't mind at all. After all, Shuidan was his father's sister, and if Gu Changge considered himself her brother-in-law, he would be pleased with the outcome. One should not waste good fortune on outsiders. Upon returning to the Chongqing Gu family, Ji Shuidan recounted the events that transpired at the Chongqing Ji family to Gu Qing. Initially, there was nothing remarkable, but when Gu Qing learned that Gu Changge had withstood the divine king body with mere physical prowess, and subsequently defeated the same realm's divine king body using only the Great Void technique and a single punch, he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Truly, my son, the future is bright. My child possesses the potential of a great emperor. Gu Changge, however, felt little of it. After all, it was not a life-and-death struggle, and Ji Haoyue had not used his full strength. Voluntarily suppressing his abilities, it could be said that this exchange was merely a casual demonstration. The outcome bore little significance that in a month's time, Gu Changge would venture to the chaotic rift that appeared in Tianlan's sect to acquire the techniques for enhancing the life wheel. He pondered what he might receive in return once he handed it over to Gu Changge. One could only say that utilizing another's fortune for another's gain was indeed a feat only Gu Changge could accomplish. Based on prior experiences, the return was likely to be of the same category. If there were techniques capable of hastening the transformation of the 9-pattern life wheel, that would be splendid. Even if it cost a great deal, it would be worth it. The heavenly Dao life wheel. Gu Changge's gaze grew profound. He then sought out Gu Changge, and as expected, she had entered seclusion upon her return, with the aid of the gathering spirit bottle. Her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds, and Gu Changge would not fall behind. After all, Gu Changge was, in Gu Changge's view, akin to his sister, if she were to surpass him in cultivation. Coupled with the support of the gathering spirit bottle, this elder brother would be rendered ineffectual. However, it was highly unlikely she would surpass him. Gu Changge had the gathering spirit bottle, while Gu Changge had the even more formidable condensing path divine bottle. Furthermore, he possessed the eye of the immortal spring, along with an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thus, a month later, boom! Gu Changge stood atop the spirit sea, releasing the boundless divine light of the 9-pattern life wheel, which began to rotate slowly as the last remnants of divine radiance from the condensing path divine water shattered. They transformed into spiritual energy that dripped into the spirit in an instant. The Spirit Sea, which had already expanded to 5,999 zhong, emitted a resounding roar once more. The Spirit Sea expanded outward, reaching a new realm. Life Wheel 6th layer, Spirit Sea of 6,000 zhong. In just 1 month, he had advanced from the 3rd layer of the Life Wheel realm to the 6th layer, a terrifying leap across 3 realms. Such rapid progress would surely astonish other prodigies, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Before the Rainbow Bridge realm, achieving a 3-realm advancement in a month was not unusual. However, beyond the Life Wheel realm, expanding the Spirit Sea required immeasurable resources. Not only that, but once the Spirit Sea reached its limit, it would require considerable time to refine before further expansion could occur. Should the expansion fail, one would suffer grievous injuries. Yet, Gu Changge disregarded this principle, his cultivation soaring to absurd heights. After a month of seclusion, Gu Changge sensed the 6,000 zhong Spirit Sea within him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The 6th layer of the Life Wheel. When I enter the world to contend, my cultivation will be able to catch up with the 1st tier. As for Zhihao Yue and other Changshang families, the unparalleled prodigies of the undying sacred land, many have begun their cultivation a year or 2 prior to Gu Changge. Most of them were now at the divine communication realm. Gu Changge's current goal was to catch up to the 1st tier. Particularly Zhihao Yue and his peers, IT should not be too difficult. Moreover, Gu Changge clenched his fist, feeling the roar of 500 billion giant particles within him, his vitality nearly bursting forth from his divine body. 500 billion pounds of might. Indeed, in this month, Gu Changge had not only enhanced his cultivation, but also his physical strength. After all, while cultivation was essential, possessing a powerful physique was equally crucial. Following his confrontation with Zhihao Yue, Gu Changge had come to deeply understand the significance of a formidable body. With just 300 billion particles remaining, he could complete the initial cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, after which he would convert the giant particles into primordial particles, resulting in a terrifying increase in his strength. It had been a month since he last saw Gu Changge. It was time to pay her a visit. Along the way, he would also seize the opportunity to benefit from her. Gu Changge exited his room, heading straight to the courtyard where Gu Changge resided. Having returned not long ago, Gu Changge had already settled into the Divine Son's residence, while Gu Changge remained at the 1st sequence residence, as she had entered seclusion before Gu Changge had returned. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon arriving at the entrance of Gu Changge's courtyard, the 2 maids brightened. Hastily bowing in respect, yes, they lowered their heads. The 4 white jade-like peaks captivated one's gaze. Gu Changge nodded and inquired, "Has Changge exited her seclusion?" Miss Changge has just emerged from her seclusion, but she seems to be tidying up, preparing to head out. Heading out? I shall find her directly. Gu Changge smiled knowingly, stepping past the 2 maids into the courtyard, observing Gu Changge's tall figure entering the courtyard. The 2 maids exchanged glances, then lowered their heads to glance at their chests. "Ding Xiang, it seems His Highness has no interest in us at all. What's so strange about that? The only one worthy of accompanying His Highness is a beauty like Miss Changge. If His Highness were to cast a glance our way, we would already be grateful." The other maid, Yue Shui, felt no sense of disappointment. Ding Xiang nodded in agreement. Gu Changge stepped into the courtyard and immediately spotted Gu Changge, who was seated at a stone table sipping tea. Upon noticing Gu Changge's arrival, Gu Changge appeared slightly surprised, setting down her cup. "Brother Changge, what brings you here?" After speaking, Gu Changge rose and performed a courtesy. "I came to see what you've gained from your month of seclusion." Gu Changge approached Gu Changge, who now exuded an increasingly noble and cold aura, her face displaying a faint air of authority and dominance. He sensed that the regal presence of the former female sovereign was gradually resurfacing within her. It had to be said, Gu Changge was stirring Gu Changge's desire to conquer her even more. "I have indeed made some gains," Gu Changge replied with a gentle smile. In the presence of Gu Changge, she found it challenging to maintain her supreme demeanor, feeling a tinge of trepidation toward the current Gu Changge. Chapter 56. Arriving at Tianlan Sect. "Some gains? I cannot stop looking." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Prior to this, he had already perused Gu Changge's information. The Fate Wheel Realm. indeed that Gu Changge had successfully broken through to the Fate Wheel realm. The cultivation speed of the female supreme was, as Gu Changge could only describe it, terrifyingly impressive. Gu Changge smiled sweetly, refraining from responding to Gu Changge's words that by the way, you have just broken through to the Fate Wheel. You should find this elixir useful. That Gu Changge produced several vials of medicinal pills, each porcelain bottle inscribed with the words 1 Yuan Dan. The 1 Yuan Dan is a 4th grade elixir, and among 4th grade elixirs, it is of the highest quality, only available to first-rate factions and top-tier families for assisting in cultivation. Divine air. Gu Changge had an unlimited supply of such elixirs. The 1 Yuan Dan accelerates cultivation and stabilizes one's realm, making it exceedingly beneficial for those who have just broken through to the first layer of the Fate Wheel realm, or for those progressing to the 2nd and 3rd layers. Seeing Gu Changge provide her with resources once more, Gu Changge pursed her lips and reluctantly accepted. Brother Changge, with you continually granting me resources, I am at a loss as to when I shall repay your kindness. I never said you had to repay me. Gu Changge chuckled. Your success in cultivation is the greatest reward for me. That simply cannot be. Gu Changge shook her head. Noting her reaction, Gu Changge reached out to smooth her hair, saying, what do you mean it cannot be? You are my little sister, and it is only natural for an elder brother to treat his sister well. The female supreme, it seems, would not escape Gu Changge's grasp this time. From initially having her call him brother, to now having her show no resistance, even allowing him to affectionately smooth her hair, such a transformation was likely something Gu Changge herself had not realized. All right, having just broken through, take the 1 Yuan Dan to solidify your foundation further. To by the way, I heard you plan to go out? Where to? I just finished my seclusion as well. We could go together. Gu Changge remarked to Gu Changge that Gu Changge was taken aback. She intended to venture into the Chaos Rift, a place fraught with peril, where she had to be careful even in her past life. Taking Gu Changge along could be risky. However, before Gu Changge could voice her refusal, Gu Changge had already departed Gu Changge's side. Very well. After all, Gu Changge's demeanor towards her truly felt akin to that of family. Since he wishes to accompany her, then so be it. Perhaps with Gu Changge's current strength, they could achieve even greater results. As Gu Changge exited Gu Changge's courtyard, he couldn't help but chuckle at her hesitance. Trying to leave me behind for an adventure? No, no, no. How could that be? Subsequently, Gu Changge noticed that he had just given Gu Changge the 1 Yuan Dan, and a notification about the return on investment he had not activated for a month appeared. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target, Gu Changge, 1 bottle of 4th grade, 1 Yuan Dan. You have received a 500-fold return. You have obtained 1 bottle of 4th grade Supreme Elixir, Dao Yun Dan. Dao Yun Dan. It must be an exquisite elixir infused with the essence of the Dao. Yet alas, it is only of the 4th grade. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled, though he felt a twinge of regret. Now that his celestial bone had awakened, he was in dire need of abundant Dao essence for nurturing. The celestial shadow within his celestial bone was nearly solidifying to a degree, and when it finally manifested, the accompanying celestial techniques would become even more formidable. He chose to remain optimistic about this bottle of Dao Yun Dan upon returning to the Divine Heir's estate. Gu Changge refined a Dao Yun Dan, and, after experiencing a surge from his celestial bone, his gaze became intense. Refining this bottle of Dao Yun Dan would indeed allow the celestial shadow within his celestial bone to solidify further. At that time, unleashing the celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens would amplify his strength by several folds. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that when he had visited Gu Changge yesterday, he had forgotten to invite her to move to the Divine Heir's estate. He then instructed someone to inform Gu Changge to relocate and continued his seclusion. Days later, boom! Within the secret chamber of Gu Changge's room, surging celestial light poured forth from his chest like a tidal wave. Expanding into the void, that a burst of celestial light erupted from his chest, as if a divine being were gestating within. When the celestial light reached its pinnacle, a figure, handsome and ethereal, sat serenely amidst the celestial glow. Previously, the celestial shadow had been indistinct, but now it distinctly revealed Gu Changge's features, albeit still retaining a ghostly quality. The mere manifestation of his features was already a significant progression. Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens. Gu Changge executed the celestial technique birthed from his celestial bone, and in an instant, a shadow identical to him materialized behind him, regal and majestic, surrounded by ethereal celestial light, akin to an immortal deity. Boom! Upon unleashing the Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens. Gu Changge felt his spiritual sea enveloped in celestial light, with every strand of spiritual power being empowered by mysterious forces, enabling him to unleash even more terrifying strength. This enhancement, Gu Changge clenched his fist, exhilarated. Now, at the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel, with the power of the Celestial King descend upon the 9 heavens, I can unleash strength at least on par with the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel. And if combined with various means, I could even contend with those in the Divine Passage realm. The 9th layer of the Fate Wheel and the Divine Passage realm he referred to are not ordinary cultivators, but rather extraordinary prodigies like himself. If he were to engage in combat with ordinary cultivators, even those at the 9th layer of the Divine Passage realm, Gu Changge might still be able to hold his own. Such prodigies like him were beyond the measure of typical cultivators. After finishing his seclusion, a jade talisman flew from a storage ring. Gu Changge's voice emanated from within the talisman. Brother Changge, I am ready to set off for Tianlan's sect. If you emerge from your seclusion, you can come find me directly. The secret realm of Tianlan's sect opens in 7 days. If you have not exited by then, I shall go on my own. Set off already? Gu Changge calculated the time and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only been in seclusion for 3 days, and there were still 4 days until the chaos rift of Tianlan's sect appeared, so there was no need to rush. Rising from the secret chamber, Gu Changge immediately sought out Gu Changge. After 3 days without seeing Gu Changge, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him again, appraising him from head to toe. Brother Changge, it seems you have undergone another transformation. I have made some modest progress. Gu Changge teased Gu Changge. Hearing this, Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. She had not expected Gu Changge to use her own words to tease her back. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Are we heading to Tianlan's sect? Then let us depart. Gu Changge, noticing Gu Changge lost in thought, laughed and gestured for her to follow him. Gu Changge snapped back to reality and uncertainly inquired once more. Brother Changge, you truly wish to accompany me? That secret realm is a chance I inherited from a branch elder. It is uncertain and may hold dangers. Gu Changge turned his head to look at Gu Changge, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you believe I am the kind of person who shies away from danger? No, then why say such things? Let us go. However, we must not make a grand entrance, as it may provoke unforeseen events. We should find an elder from the clan to accompany us, allowing him to facilitate our entrance and communicate with Tianlan's sect. Understood. Chapter 57. Saintess Mu Qinghua of Tianlan's sect. In the central north region, Tianlan's sect is a first-rate power in the north region. Looking across the north region, it ranks among the most prominent, governing an extensive territory over which countless trillions of lives are subject to its dominion. However, today, Tianlan's sect welcomed distinguished guests. Within Tianlan's sect, elders who usually held high positions were all present, bowing respectfully to the venerable sect master, a formidable figure of the King realm, who stood in the main hall. If this scene were to be witnessed by those within and outside Tianlan's sect, it would surely send shivers down their spines. What manner of existence could compel a near-hegemonic entity of a region to bow its head in submission? And before these individuals stood a rather astonishing sight. Someone so youthful. He stood tall and poised, exuding an aura of noble grace, clad in black robes adorned with gold trim, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Surrounding him were echoes of Dao sounds and a mist of celestial light, causing anyone who gazed upon him to tremble with awe. Indeed, standing before the gathered sect master and elders of Tianlan's sect was none other than Gu Changge. Flanking Gu Changge were Gu Changge and an elder from the Gu family, a formidable figure of the King realm. That I appreciate your hospitality during my stay at Tianlan's sect. Gu Changge addressed the sect master. The sect master promptly lowered his head, speaking with utmost courtesy. How could that be? The arrival of the divine heir of the everlasting Gu family to visit our Tianlan's sect is an honor for us. Please keep my arrival confidential. I shall be leaving in a few days. Of course, of course. The sect master nodded vigorously, bowing repeatedly. What a joke! Before him stood the divine heir of the everlasting Gu family. To Tianlan sect, such a lineage was of monumental significance. Given this fortuitous encounter, it was high time to align oneself closely with such power. Please arrange my accommodations, Gu Changge said, observing the sect master's demeanor. Once again feeling the immense strength of his background, and oh wonder those top-tier heirs, saints, and prodigies often enjoyed venturing out. They were aware of the weight of their influence. All right, Qinghua, take the divine heir to the Misty Peak. Misty Peak. This is the most breathtakingly beautiful mountain within Tianlan sect, typically accessible only to the sect master or the supreme elders. Only this young lady named Qinghua was permitted entry. This is because she is the saintess of Tianlan sect. Mu Qinghua nodded in acknowledgement of the words spoken, and then raised her delicate face to gaze at Gu Changge. She was exceedingly beautiful, with a pair of ice-blue heterochromatic eyes, as clear as the sky. And her hair flowed in a similar icy hue. She emanated an aura as frigid as frost, resembling an ice mountain snow lotus. A mere glance at such a woman would evoke a powerful desire for conquest. A yearning to witness her unraveling. Gu Changge cast a glance at Mu Qinghua and nodded, saying, "Lead the way. Please follow me, Divine Son Changge." Mu Qinghua replied, her tone icy yet laced with a rigid formality. It was evident that she was aware of the intentions behind the Tianlan sect master's directive for her to escort Gu Changge. Gu Changge, too, was cognizant of this, yet he remained indifferent, for he was merely here to seize an opportunity. The Tianlan sect master and the elders watched as Gu Changge departed, only wiping the sweat from their brows once the figures of the four had disappeared from view. Sect master, what could the divine son of the Zhongzhou Gu family possibly want with our Tianlan sect? One elder inquired. The sect master shot a glare at the speaking elder, retorting, "You ask me. But who do I ask? I, too, wish to know." However, he continued, his gaze intense, it matters not what he comes for. Since we have encountered the divine son of the Zhongzhou Gu family, we must seize every opportunity to curry favor. Ensure our disciples do not offend divine son Changge. The elders nodded in unison, their expressions solemn and earnest. The sect master then dismissed the elders, his gaze drifting towards the direction in which Mu Qinghua had taken Gu Changge. Murmuring, "Qinghua, the opportunity has been presented to you. You must seize it." Atop the peak of Piaomiao, Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the boundless sea of clouds before him, nodding in satisfaction, truly deserving of its name. Piaomiao Peak offers a breathtaking vista. Gu Changge, however, felt little emotional stirrings. Having once been an unparalleled sovereign in the realm of emperors, he had witnessed far grander landscapes countless times before. Mu Qinghua stood behind Gu Changge, studying the Zhongzhou family's divine son before her. The tales of the Zhongzhou family's divine son and divine maiden had always been mere whispers in the wind, something to be encountered only during the legendary Jiaolong and Zhenlong events. She never imagined she would truly meet a divine son of the Zhongzhou family today. The individual before her indeed embodied the image she had long envisioned, gentle as jade, exuding an air of nobility. Not only that, he possessed immense potential, an aura that was awe-inspiring, akin to a pure-blooded beast of legend. Even without releasing any aura, he made Mu Qinghua feel as if she was being throttled by an invisible grip. It is worth noting that she had already reached adulthood and attained the 9th layer of the life wheel realm, just a step away from entering the God-communicating realm. Yet, facing the Zhongzhou Gu family's divine son, she felt as though she was confronting an insurmountable peak, terrifying indeed. Suppressing the shock within, Mu Qinghua bowed slightly, stating, "Should Divine Son have any commands, please do not hesitate to contact Qinghua. I shall ensure your needs are met promptly." She stepped forward and offered a communication jade pendant. Gu Changge accepted it, nodding, "Very well. Then I shall take my leave," Mu Qinghua said, lowering her head before turning to depart. Gu Changge observed the entire exchange quietly. And once Mu Qinghua had left, he turned to Gu Changge and remarked, "Brother Changge, that Tianlan sect holy maiden is quite beautiful. Do you have no thoughts on that?" What thoughts? Gu Changge inquired, bewildered. Gu Changge smirked. Surely, with just a word, you could easily have her serve you, no? Not interested, Gu Changge replied, nonchalantly, that a mere sect holy maiden, if he desired one, could easily have even the divine maidens of the Changsheng family or the holy maidens of the undying sacred land bowing before him in the future. Once his cultivation reached fruition, even celestial maidens would yield. What was Mu Qinghua in comparison? Upon hearing Gu Changge's response, Gu Changge was not the least bit surprised. The northern region was in close proximity to the Changsheng Gu family's stronghold in the central continent. Utilizing the inter-domain array, they arrived in just 2 days. Therefore, there remained but 2 days until the chaotic rift would open. During these 2 days, speculation ran rampant within Tianlan's sect, for the disciples of the law enforcement hall were in constant motion. And any hint of conflict was met with severe reprimands from the elders. Chapter 58. This is a rush to be slapped in the face. Such occurrences had never happened before. When the sect master and the elders had gathered, some elders let slip bits of information that were soon pieced together by the observant. At the base of Piamiao Peak, a handsome man with a divine presence gazed at the peak before him, only to lower his head and frown at the 2 individuals blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? I, the Daozi, seek to ascend the clouds for enlightenment, and you dare obstruct me? Are you courting death? Daozi, we are here on the sect master's orders to guard Piamiao Peak. Without the sect master's explicit command, or the consent of those above, we cannot permit passage, even for a holy maiden or a divine son. If you wish to ascend Piamiao Peak, allow us to inform the esteemed ones first. These words. The Tianlan sect Daozi could only laugh in anger. Since when did my Tianlan sect become someone else's domain? Do you not realize that I am to be the sect master in the future? Step aside. I shall ascend first, and should any issues arise, I shall bear the consequences. The Tianlan sect Daozi, frustrated by his inability to break through to the God-communicating realm, had sought solace in the breathtaking scenery of Piamiao Peak. Yet he found himself thwarted by his own people at the entrance. This was utterly absurd. Consumed by rage, the Daozi strode forward towards the peak. The guarding disciples exchanged glances, recognizing the potential for trouble and swiftly deciding to inform the sect master, hoping they were not too late. The Tianlan sect Daozi advanced, each step taking him higher up the mountain. Before long, he reached the summit of Piamiao Peak, where the scenery remained enchanting, shrouded in mist and characterized by a gentle breeze. Resembling a celestial realm, under normal circumstances, the Daozi would have felt uplifted by such beauty. However, his mood was soured, for in his line of sight were 2 figures seated beneath the Piamiao Pavilion, engaged in cheerful conversation and savoring tea. These 2 were indeed the distinguished guests of the Tianlan sect, their status so elevated that the sect had lowered its pride to grant them temporary residence on Piamiao Peak. As the Daozi approached the pavilion, he suppressed his growing ire, for the Piamiao Pavilion was a resting place situated atop the peak, where visitors could take a respite that Gu Changge and Gu Changge had been resting there for the past 2 days. After attaining realms such as the Rainbow Bridge and Life Wheel, going a month without sleep was trivial. Taking a couple of days to stretch was hardly an issue, that I sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space growing increasingly pronounced. It seems likely that changes will occur within a few hours, Gu Changge remarked to Gu Changge with a smile. Indeed, when the time comes, Brother Changge must accompany me, Gu Changge replied. Certainly, Gu Changge acknowledged. Knowing that Gu Changge was a reborn supreme being, she sought opportunities in her former haunts. It was wise to stay close to her, for wandering aimlessly might lead to peril. Gu Changge nodded. Gu Changge was about to speak when her brows suddenly furrowed. That Gu Changge glanced up, surprised to see a man approaching the Piamiao Pavilion. There's something the sect master requires? Gu Changge inquired calmly, surveying the approaching figure, assuming it was a high-ranking disciple sent to relay a message from the Tianlan sect master. The Tianlan sect Ozi scrutinized Gu Changge, noting his extraordinary demeanor and noble air that set him apart from the ordinary. His brow furrowed deeper. In the northern region, there should not be anyone as young and distinguished as Gu Changge. Could it be that he truly hailed from noteworthy lineage? As this thought crossed his mind, The Daozi's simmering anger gradually subsided. As a divine son, he was not blind to the obvious. Rather, he was more discerning. His earlier actions at the base of the peak were merely an expression of frustration. Had Gu Changge and Gu Changge been unremarkable, he might have taken it upon himself to teach them a lesson. But now, it was best to refrain, lest he find himself embarrassed. I am Lin Xingzhan, Daozi of Tianlan sect. Might I inquire who you are? Lin Xingzhan said, offering a respectful gesture towards Gu Changge, his expression softening. A mere traveler, here for a brief matter, temporarily residing for a couple of days. Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. So, is the Daozi of Tianlan sect. Such demeanor is to be expected. Gu Changge amused internally, though he quickly grew curious about the purpose of Lin Xingzhan's visit. Do you have any specific business? None. Merely curious about what sort of esteemed guests have taken residence at our Tianlan sect's Piamiao Peak, so I can take a look? Lin Xingzhan smiled. At that moment, Gu Changge also turned to look at Lin Xingzhan. Gu Changge had some impression of Lin Xingzhan. After all, when she had arrived at Tianlan sect and stepped into the chaotic rift, she had naturally encountered this sword master. However, it was said that in the end, due to the saintess of Tianlan sect, he met a tragic fate. Moreover, it seemed that the instigator was none other than Yichun. As Gu Changge recalled the information about Lin Xingzhan, he too noticed her, and at that moment, he was utterly captivated. He never expected that the woman before Gu Changge could be so breathtakingly beautiful. With brows like delicate willows, eyes like stars, a delicate nose and almond-shaped eyes, her graceful features were as if crafted by the hands of a master artisan, exuding an aura that bore a hint of dominance, compelling all races to submit. Such a woman, akin to Mu Qinghua, could easily evoke a desire for conquest. Who is she? Lin Xingzhan felt a strong interest in Gu Changge. A woman of this caliber must be a paragon of her kind. If he could forge a good relationship, perhaps it could aid him in his path to enlightenment. My sister. Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xingzhan, who was visibly taken aback, and then conveyed to Gu Changge through a secret sound transmission. A beauty brings disaster. It seems I've captivated the saintess of Tianlan sect, while you have captivated the sword master of Tianlan sect. Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Gu Changge's face. So it turns out you are the esteemed sister. May I ask where you hail from and what brings you to our Tianlan sect? If you require assistance, I hold some influence here and would be glad to help. Lin Xingzhan said, taking a seat beside the two before Gu Changge or Gu Changge could respond. His handsome face wore a smile, exuding charm, though it would have been better if he weren't so fixated on Gu Changge. Meanwhile, the sect master of Tianlan sect had just received a message from the disciples stationed at Piamiao Peak. Upon hearing that Lin Xingzhan, the sword master of Tianlan sect, was storming up to the peak in a fit of rage, he hurriedly made his way over. The sect master wore a pained expression, feeling anxious inside. Xingzhan, please do not act recklessly. Do not provoke those two esteemed individuals. Chapter 59. A finger shatters the Dao heart of the sword master regardless of the circumstances. Gu Changge's exquisite beauty had already captured Lin Xingzhan's heart. If possible, he would not mind taking her into his abode to savor the allure of such a stunning woman. Moreover, judging by the poise of Gu Changge and Gu Changge, it was evident that both were extraordinary individuals. Lin Xingzhan not only wished to win over a beauty, but also sought to gain the support of the forces behind Gu Changge and Gu Changge. However, after Lin Xingzhan spoke, neither Gu Changge nor Gu Changge responded, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The Gu Changge maintained a serene expression, showing no intention of answering Lin Xingzhan's inquiry. Gu Changge calmly sipped his tea, elegantly ignoring him. Seeing the reactions of Gu Changge and Gu Changge, Lin Xingzhan's previously warm smile faltered slightly. Who was he? He was the sword master of Tianlan sect. On the surface, he stood above all the elders and disciples, numbering in the thousands. Yet, these two individuals, seemingly from nowhere, dared to disregard him so blatantly. From the very beginning, their indifferent responses made Lin Xingzhan feel as though they were belittling him, suppressing his annoyance. Lin Xingzhan thought that since he could not ascertain their identities, he might as well test them. It shouldn't be difficult to discern their backgrounds and the forces behind them, that if they were frauds. He wouldn't hold back. Rising from the stone chair, Lin Xingjian coldly glanced at Gu Changge, saying, "Esteemed sir, in this fair maiden, I, the sword master, am sincerely trying to assist you. Your attitude is rather unbecoming," with a smile still on his face. He added, "While I am still in a good mood, you should take your leave that I." In response to Lin Xingjian's words, Gu Changge simply rolled his eyes. He had no intention of retaliating against someone so eager to embarrass himself. How bold! Lin Xingjian could no longer contain his fury. He looked at Gu Changge and said coldly, "What if I refuse to leave? Do you think you can force me off the territory of the sect? Since you wish for that, then let me send you flying." Gu Changge replied helplessly, setting down his teacup and pointing a finger towards Lin Xingjian. In an instant, intricate Dao patterns emerged, and a terrifying hand materialized from the patterns. Swiftly lunging towards Lin Xingjian, the finger seemed to sever space itself, exuding an aura that sealed all. With the emergence of this formidable finger, the void rippled violently, radiant light illuminating the surroundings. However, upon witnessing Gu Changge truly daring to strike at him, Lin Xingjian could no longer care whether the other party was a noble figure. He burst into laughter. "Ha! You truly dare to strike at me? I am a prodigy of the northern region. At merely 18, I have reached the 9th layer of the fate wheel, just a step away from enlightenment. You appear younger than me. How strong could your cultivation be? What do you possess to suppress me?" "Kneel!" Lin Xingjian laughed loudly, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. Spiritual energy converged to form a giant hand, fiercely slapping towards the terrifying finger. Lin Xingjian was convinced that Gu Changge's cultivation was weak. Even if a powerful figure were to appear, achieving the fate wheel at such a young age would still be considered a peerless prodigy. However, how could someone who had just broken through the fate will possibly rival a 9th layer practitioner? Even if a prodigy from a great sect appeared, did Lin Xingjian, as the swordmaster of Tianlan's sect, lack strength? Boom! As the giant finger collided with Lin Xingjian's palm strike, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, sending grass flying and shattering trees. Yet this was only a fleeting moment. After the clash, Lin Xingjian's expression changed dramatically. The finger easily shattered his attack and surged towards him with overwhelming force. "What?" Lin Xingjian could only gasp in shock before the finger struck him mercilessly. Bang! Lin Xingjian's protective treasure manifested, forming a spherical energy barrier around him. Although it saved his life, the rebound force was impossible to withstand. In an instant, Lin Xingjian spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure flying backward like a shooting star, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered, burying Lin Xingjian completely. As tranquility returned to Piaomiao Peak, Gu Changge looked at the Lin Xingjian he had sent flying with a mere finger and shook his head with a smile. Returning his gaze to his teacup, 9th layer of the fate wheel, a prodigy of a first-rate sect? Undoubtedly exceptional, a figure to be admired compared to ordinary individuals. Yet before him, he was nothing. Gu Changge possessed an unparalleled physique and could casually unleash 400 billion pounds of force. Not to mention, he was at the 6th layer of the fate wheel, with great powers to boot. What could Lin Xingjian possibly compare with? He dare not strike back. He was nothing. Gu Changge watched the scene unfold, showing no signs of surprise. After all, it was entirely normal for Gu Changge to defeat Lin Xingjian. Boom! As shattered stones flew, Lin Xingjian, covered in dust and dirt, staggered to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Gu Changge. "This is impossible. You even broke through my protective treasure. How could you possess such strength? Who on earth are you?" Hearing this, Gu Changge glanced at the disheveled Lin Xingjian and casually replied, "You might want to ask your sect master." Lin Xingjian was momentarily stunned and followed Gu Changge's gaze to see an unmistakably familiar figure. The sect master of Tianlan sect, along with the saintess of Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua, who had also arrived. At this moment, the sect master wore a grim expression as he approached Gu Changge to pay his respects, then took a few steps to stand before Lin Xingjian. "Sect master," Lin Xingjian attempted to inquire. But with a resounding slap, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, his head spinning, and stars dancing before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he looked at the sect master in disbelief. "Sect master, how could you dare to strike at a noble guest of Tianlan sect? Has no one warned you? Why did you force your way onto Piao Peak? It seems you no longer wish to be the sword master. Get out. Come with me to meet the Grand Elder. Our sect is revoking your position as sword master, the sect master said furiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingzhan's head buzzed. No, he had acted in self-defense and had even been slapped in the face. He hadn't had the chance to retaliate, and now he was being stripped of his title as sword master. Gu Changge glanced at the enraged sect master, finding his words amusing. There was no way the sect master would casually revoke a long-cultivated sword master. Such statements were merely to save face and provide an exit strategy. Sect master, please take him away and handle it accordingly, Gu Changge suggested with a smile. Very well, let's not allow him to obstruct the eyes of the god Sun Changge. The sect master nodded at Gu Changge, then with a wave of his sleeve, enveloped Lin Xingzhan and shot into the sky, leaving behind his voice. Qinghua, please represent me and the sect in apologizing to god Sun Changge. I shall teach this unworthy sword master a lesson. Chapter 60. The chaotic rift opens. At this moment, Mu Qinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changge within Piao Pavilion. Her heart stirred. Is this the terrifying power of the godson of the eternal life family? The disciple of the Tianlan sect, a prodigious figure at the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, was merely a step away from transcending into the divine connection realm. Yet, in the presence of another, he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike and was sent sprawling. Although Lin Xingzhan had not exerted his full strength, how much worse could the disparity truly be? On the contrary, Lin Xingzhan's casual display of power raised the question of whether Gu Changge was any less formidable. The sensation of effortlessly suppressing a distinguished disciple of a major sect with a mere finger was utterly astounding. Evoking both disbelief and admiration, Mu Qinghua felt her heart race, recalling the instructions given by the sect leader of the Tianlan sect before her departure. With graceful steps, she approached the Qiaomiao Pavilion and offered a slight bow to Gu Changge in apology. I apologize, Divine Son, for the inadvertent disturbance caused by our disciple. It is of no consequence. Merely a trifle, Gu Changge replied nonchalantly, having paid little mind to the incident, especially since the other party had shown him due respect. He was not the type to harbor grudges over minor grievances. It was not as if he would annihilate a family over a mere insult. However, Mu Qinghua did not truly believe he felt this way, and thus she maintained her posture to explain further. The Star Sword disciple forcefully intruded upon the Qiaomiao Peak, and we had stationed guards below to prevent any unwelcome trespassers. In response, the sect leader and I hastened to address the situation. I've already stated that it is of no concern. Gu Changge chuckled lightly. He is beneath my notice. This. Mu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, and then deeply bowed once more. Such a commanding presence. Such a tone. In this world where power reigns supreme, it was incredibly difficult to maintain one's composure, especially considering Gu Changge's extraordinary background and unmatched charisma. Mu Qinghua could not help but acknowledge that. In the presence of such an exceptional man, it was impossible for her to guarantee that she would remain entirely unaffected. Divine Son, allow me to prepare tea for you, as a gesture of apology from the Tianlan sect. Mu Qinghua offered, her tone soft and submissive. Beside her, Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing her words, Gu Changge lifted a brow in amusement. If that is your wish, then by all means, thank you, Divine Son. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Tianlan sect, the sect leader brought Lin Xingzhan before him, only to have Lin Xingzhan flung back and crash to the ground. Rising from the earth, Lin Xingzhan wore an expression of disbelief. Sect leader, has our Tianlan sect fallen to such depths that we must bow before other factions? I heard you refer to that individual as Divine Son. Which noble family does he belong to? I shall settle the score for today. His chest heaved with rage, his voice aflame with indignation. The sect leader, furious, retorted, Do you not comprehend? I brought you here to offer you a chance at survival. Do you not realize what it signifies that the Divine Son can suppress you with a mere finger? As he spoke, a formidable aura enveloped the room, and Lin Xingzhan stood frozen, as if doused with icy water. How could he not understand what it meant for Gu Changge to have effortlessly subdued him? It was disbelief that gripped his heart. He was a disciple of the Tianlan sect, a paragon. Yet he could not even withstand a single finger. How could he accept such a reality? Seeing Lin Xingzhan's silence, the sect leader coldly stated, "I have heard that you have been in seclusion for a month without breaking through to the divine connection realm, which has led to your pent-up frustrations. Therefore, I shall not hold this incident against you. Go to the tranquil pond for introspection for 3 months, or achieve your breakthrough, and I shall release you." "I understand." Lin Xingzhan stood in place for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. Soon after, news of this incident reached Gu Changge. At this moment, Mu Qinghua stood respectfully at his side, serving tea. Her figure was slender and graceful. As she bent to present the cup, her curves were accentuated, and the silk of her garments wafted a delicate fragrance that danced before Gu Changge's eyes. If any disciples of the Tianlan sect were to witness their dreamlike goddess so submissively attending to another, it would surely shatter their hearts. After taking a sip of the hot tea, Gu Changge chuckled. "The sect leader seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill. Truly, I do not mind. The sect leader is wise. Even if Divine Son does not take offense, the requisite punishment shall not be overlooked. It is likely that the sect leader has chosen to spare the Star Sword disciple's position due to your lack of pursuit of vengeance." Mu Qinghua spoke softly, her voice like a clear spring, entirely shedding her previous aloof demeanor. Watching Mu Qinghua serve Gu Changge, Gu Changge felt a strange disquiet in her heart, as if she did not wish for anyone to draw close to him. This sensation left her feeling somewhat flustered that moment. A tremendous crash echoed from within the Tianlan sect, akin to an explosion resonating from the depths of the void. This astonishing sound roused the entire sect. Numerous elders and accomplished disciples soared into the sky, their eyes widening in terror as they gazed into the void. Above the Tianlan sect, a colossal rift in space had opened, resembling a terrifying beast poised to devour everything whole. "Activate the protective mountain formation," the sect leader commanded, astonished by the sudden appearance of the spatial tear, the spatial rift. Only those beyond the sage realm can manipulate such a phenomenon. Even a semi-sage can only utilize it for brief spatial shifts. The emergence of such a fearsome rift signifies either great peril or immense opportunity. The sect leader considered this, and suddenly thought of Gu Changge and Gu Changge, a realization dawning upon him. Could it be that the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family and that young lady have come here for this? The sect leader was correct. Boom! A sovereign might envelop the area as an elder from the royal realm, summoned by Gu Changge, made his appearance. "This spatial rift is of my divine son's design. Your sect is requested not to interfere. Once the divine son has emerged, we shall take our leave." That Gu Shangyun's voice resonated throughout the Tianlan sect, leaving countless disciples momentarily stunned before erupting into an uproar. They finally recognized who the esteemed guest from a few days prior had been. The Changsheng Gu family. Is it truly the divine son from the Changsheng Gu family who has come to our Tianlan sect? No wonder the sect has been so secretive. Had this information leaked, our Tianlan sect would have been besieged by other factions. My heavens, the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family. Had I known, I would have stealthily made my way to Qiamiao Peak. Even if I were overlooked, it would have sufficed to catch a glimpse of the divine son's presence. Chapter 61. The Chaos Void Beast. The river without roots. The disciples of the Tianlan sect were in an uproar. Meanwhile, within the sect, both the sect leader and the elders displayed expressions of surprise and understanding. The sect leader addressed the elder in the sky. "Rest assured, we shall not interfere with the divine son." "That is splendid," the elder replied with a smile. Nodding in approval, that on Qiamiao Peak, Gu Changge rose to his feet, addressing Gu Changge, that it is time to depart. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Watching the terrifying rift in the sky, Mu Qinghua finally understood that Gu Changge had come in pursuit of this very phenomenon. "Divine son, please take care," as she watched Gu Changge prepare to enter the dark rift. She found herself compelled to offer a gentle warning. That Gu Changge turned to her in surprise before nodding. "Thank you for your concern, holy maiden." With that, he cast a glance at Gu Changge and stepped forward. Soaring into the void, Gu Changge followed closely behind. In truth, Gu Changge had been perplexed for some time. Despite not having disclosed her breakthrough to the Fate Wheel realm, Gu Changge had, days prior, taken it upon himself to provide her with a pattern essence pill, claiming she had just reached the fate wheel. How did he know? Yet, without any inquiries made, the matter remained unspoken between them. Two streams of light shot skyward. The disciples of the Tianlan sect gazed in awe as the light ascended from the direction of Qiamiao Peak, their eyes straining to catch a glimpse of the figures within. However, the light vanished in an instant, leaving many feeling a sense of regret. The elder of the royal realm, summoned by Gu Changge, observed as the two entered the spatial rift without a hint of concern, settling into a meditative posture to prevent others from intruding, should Gu Changge encounter danger upon entering the rift. There was no need for his intervention, for lurking in the shadows was a protector of unfathomable power, capable of instilling dread across the 3,000 realms as they traversed the inky darkness of the rift. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. When their vision cleared, they found themselves once more on solid ground. This place was eerily silent, as if even the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins and the rhythm of their hearts could be distinctly heard. However, strangely enough, amidst the void where nothing should exist, a faint luminescence radiated from the ground beneath their feet, hinting at the extraordinary nature of this realm, making it evident that they were in an extraordinary locale. Is this a fragmented continent? Gu Changge inquired, surveying the surroundings and turning to Gu Changge. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded and remarked, it is said that this continent has its origins in the upper realm, though I cannot ascertain the truth of this claim. Brother Changge, you must stay close to me, for dangers abound here. The chaotic void beasts may manifest, and the cultivation of the fate wheel is not particularly potent in this realm. To err on the side of caution, Gu Changge offered this warning to Gu Changge. Not to worry, this is the land of opportunities that you are familiar with. You possess greater knowledge, so lead me to uncover the treasures. Gu Changge smiled. Gu Changge was delighted by this response, for she spoke no falsehood. Indeed, this continent was home to chaotic void beasts, terrifying creatures adorned with chaotic patterns, possessing immense physical strength yet devoid of sight. In her previous life, when she unexpectedly found herself in this place and encountered such a beast, even her revitalized and enhanced physique, bolstered by the supreme bone, struggled to prevail. Let us proceed in this direction. Gu Changge decided, recalling the path she had taken in her past life, to discover the method for augmenting the fate wheel. Very well, came the reply, and the two set off. The continent, radiating a faint luminescence, appeared vast yet utterly lifeless in the darkness. The terrain was characterized by towering mountains and jagged rocks, evoking an indescribable sense of the uncanny, as if these mountains were slumbering demons merged with the earth. As Gu Changge led the way, she reminisced, the elder who informed me of this opportunity mentioned that if we continue in this direction, we shall encounter a lifeless willow tree. Beside it lies a rootless river. By fashioning a wooden boat from the willow's trunk, we can cross the river to the other side, where dilapidated structures await, and the opportunity lies there. However, the journey is fraught with peril, as many chaotic void beasts will be encountered. She shared all her past experiences from her previous visit. How detailed, Gu Changge remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes flickering, turned her face away shyly. Indeed, that elder must have visited here as well. Hence their detailed knowledge. Then let us hasten. Gu Changge urged that we may soon encounter chaotic void beasts, so let us proceed with caution. Brother Changge agreed. The two drew near, their arms almost brushing against one another. Yet there was no time to spare. Indeed, after merely a few breaths, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the nearby mountains, and the next moment, a colossal creature, measuring several dozen feet, leaped from the void, landing before Gu Changge and Gu Changge. It was a sinister beast entirely black, adorned with bizarre white patterns. Its limbs, thin as withered branches and devoid of eyes, let out a fearsome roar at Gu Changge and Gu Changge. The terrifying roar reverberated, sending tremors through the very ground beneath. The chaotic void beast. Gu Changge marveled at the creature before him. Through his spiritual perception, he could distinctly sense that this beast contained no energy. Yet its bizarre form exuded immense strength, as the patterns on its body seemed to resonate with the pitch-black void around it, drawing forth extraordinary power. This chaotic void beast possessed a physique strength of at least the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel. Indeed, it is a chaotic void beast. Gu Changge recalled her previous encounter with this creature, her fists tightening that it likely possesses the strength of the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel. Allow me to handle this. Let us swiftly seize the opportunity you desire. With that, Gu Changge stepped forward. The 5th layer chaotic void beast, sensing Gu Changge's advance, unleashed its claw-like appendages, transforming into a streak of silver light as it lunged to attack. The claws were enormous, spanning several feet, and descended like a massive blade. However, Gu Changge remained unfazed, merely pointing downwards. Mysterious runes manifested in the void. Following this, a colossal finger imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the towering, chaotic void beast. The beast, sensing the imminent threat, altered the trajectory of its assault as Gu Changge's finger descended. Yet upon collision, a resounding crack echoed through the and the next instant, a thunderous boom erupted as the giant finger crashed down, accompanied by a deafening roar, stirring up billowing clouds of dust. The 5th layer chaotic void beast was swiftly reduced to a mere puff of snow and mud. Let us move on, Gu Changge said to Gu Changge, who gazed at the subdued beast with a quiver of her heart. Though she managed to suppress her astonishment, the chaotic void beast within this rift could rival some pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the outside world. Yet they were no match for Gu Changge, who could dispatch them with but a single finger. The impression Gu Changge left upon Gu Changge was vastly superior to the one she had before her rebirth. In terms of demeanor, character, and combat prowess, it was almost unbelievable. Occasionally, Gu Changge found herself wanting to ask Gu Changge, "Are you truly the Gu Changge I once knew?" As they advanced, Gu Changge had anticipated a grueling battle. Yet whether facing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th layer chaotic void beasts, they could withstand at most a second strike from Gu Changge before being overwhelmed. Demonstrating his mastery, Gu Changge had not even needed to employ any techniques from the Void Sutra, such as the Great Void Technique or the Void Palm, and yet they had reached the banks of the rootless river, standing before the lifeless willow tree that Gu Changge had described. It seems this isn't too difficult, Gu Changge mused as he regarded the dark willow tree, reflecting on the chaotic void beast they had encountered. Not that it isn't difficult, but rather that Brother Changge is simply too strong. Gu Changge timidly replied. Hearing her meek tone, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle. Was this really the same aloof and noble sister he had first encountered? Her appearance, paired with such a gentle demeanor, was quite delightful. This was precisely the effect he desired. Well then, what shall we do next? Gu Changge inquired, seeking Gu Changge's counsel. Cut down the willow tree, and we can use it to cross the river. Very well. Just as Gu Changge and Gu Changge prepared to cut down the willow tree to cross the rootless river, the enormous dark rift in the outside world drew the attention of numerous powerful beings. Despite Tianlan's sect's attempts to intervene, how could this spatial rift appear above Tianlan's sect? Surely, they cannot allow a void rift to manifest so dangerously close to their stronghold. If one were to be inadvertently drawn into the void, the disciples within would surely face certain doom. Look, it seems someone is meditating near the rift. Oh, are they guarding it? A voice emerged from the gathered cultivators, whether solitary practitioners or those of minor sects. Gazing at the figure seated before the rift, an elder from the Zhongzhou Gu family, that moment, a powerful aura, emanating from the 9th layer of the Ascension realm, suddenly descended from the heavens. A massive warship emerged from the clouds, its prow leading the way, dominated by the presence of an individual radiating the energy of the 9th layer of the Ascension realm. The warship was colossal, casting a shadow over the land. As the remaining solitary practitioners and minor sect cultivators witnessed this spectacle, they hastily distanced themselves from the ship. High above the battlefield, a flag billowed in the wind. Inscribed with the words Jiutian in a bold and vigorous script, exuding an air of grandeur, the Jiutian sect has arrived. Indeed, it was unsurprising that the Jiutian sect, being one of the premier forces in the north, would hasten to respond to the spatial rift appearing above Tianlan's sect. Upon learning of the spatial rift, they swiftly gathered their forces and set sail, for it could very well be an unparalleled opportunity. Haha, a rift has appeared above Tianlan sect, rumored to contain opportunities. Might I inquire if the friends of Tianlan sect would be willing to explore its depths? The Zhou sect's leader called out to the Tianlan sect, his voice booming with authority. Zhou sect. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the leader of Tianlan sect furrowed his brow. He then turned his attention to the figure seated before the rift, his expression shifting from concern to a wry smile, tinged with a hint of malice. The leader of Tianlan sect did not respond immediately to the Zhou sect's leader, but approached the elder from the Gu family that Gu Changge had brought with him. Esteemed elder, the Zhou sect has long been at odds with us. Their presence here is likely driven by their covetousness for the potential opportunities within the spatial rift that I fear that my attempts at persuasion may be counterproductive. It may be best for you to intervene and own need for concern. Elder Gu Hui waved his hand, rising from his meditative posture to gaze down at the massive warship, addressing the Zhou sect's leader with a calm demeanor. I am Gu Hui, elder of the Changshang Gu family. Zhou sect begone. As he uttered the final word, Gu Hui infused his voice with spiritual power, sending forth waves of terrifying sound that rippled out for thousands of miles. In the wake of his declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the area. All present were left to absorb the implications of Elder Gu Hui's words. The Changsheng Gu family? Is that the illustrious Changsheng Gu family of Central Continent? Have they truly come to Tianlan sect? Is this sect now in the good graces of such a powerful lineage? Could it be that the spatial rift holds monumental opportunities? To everyone's astonishment, even the esteemed Changsheng family has arrived. A tempest of thoughts surged through the minds of many, each speculating various possibilities. Yet no one dared to question the words of the venerable Gu Hui. After all, the reputation of the Changsheng family is not one to be trifled with. In the past, among the 3,000 Dao realms, there were numerous individuals and factions that sought to leverage the name of the Changsheng family and the imperishable sacred land to procure benefits. However, the ultimate outcome was invariably death or the disintegration of their powers overnight. These are lessons learned in blood. The top-tier forces like the Changsheng family and the imperishable sacred land must not be dishonored. Otherwise, they shall face retribution, and from that moment forth, none would dare to recklessly invoke the names of Changsheng or the imperishable forces. Upon hearing this, the master of the Zhou sect, aboard the warship, felt his previously cheerful demeanor freeze, soon giving way to a pallor of concern. The presence of someone from the Changsheng family here is alarming. Curse it, just as the Zhou sect master thought this. A realization struck him, and he cast a glance inside the ship, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The Tianlan sect has a distinguished guest from the Changsheng family. Could it be that the Zhou sect lacks a similar presence? Although it was an unexpected visit, this individual is also from the Changsheng family. Gu family of Changsheng? Why has the Gu family, which should be residing comfortably in Zhongzhou, come to my northern region? Before the Zhou sect master could voice his thoughts, a youthful voice rang out from the Zhou sect's warship. This voice instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly. In the next moment, a striking figure emerged from the Zhou sect's warship, ascending step by step into the sky. This tall figure exuded an extraordinary aura, boasting a handsome visage, with flowing crimson hair dancing in the wind. Presenting an air of carefree defiance, a fiery divine pattern manifested upon his brow, appearing remarkably impressive. "Who are you?" inquired the venerable Gu Hui, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the individual before him. In the northern region, I am Lai Tianyang of the Changsheng Lai family. Lai Tianyang replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of trepidation in the face of Gu Hui, a fifth-layer powerhouse of the royal realm. Chapter 63. Lai Tianyang seeks a duel. The river of the buried true dragon in Zhongzhou, the Changsheng family, and the imperishable sacred land stand tall. However, this does not imply that all families and sacred lands are congregated within Zhongzhou. There are indeed some Changsheng families and imperishable sacred lands that, for various reasons, reside in the four regions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The Lai family of the northern region is one of the two prominent Changsheng families in that area. The northern region is rich in source stones, and the ancestral figure of the Lai family has historical ties to this region, thus establishing their presence here. Upon hearing this, Gu Hui's expression softened slightly, though he still stroked his beard and replied coolly, "My Gu family has a prodigy who has been waiting here for an opportunity and has already entered to explore. I kindly ask the young master of the Lai family not to disturb him." The onlookers were utterly astonished. They never expected that after the appearance of the Changsheng Gu family, another young master from a Changsheng family would arrive. Moreover, the venerable Gu Hui, being a family elder, must have summoned him to protect a prodigy, indicating that this individual holds a significant position within the Changsheng Gu family. How intriguing! Could it be that before they even witnessed the emergence of the Jiaolong and True Dragon rankings, they might see these prodigies clash? Your Gu family's prodigy? Who might that be? Lai Tianyang inquired, his interest piqued as he countered Gu Hui. Confidentiality prevents me from disclosing this, but I can assure you, young Master Tianyang, that this individual possesses a status that is not for you to inquire about, Gu Hui stated, a smile gracing his features, as if implying that Lai Tianyang was unqualified to know. Oh, Lai Tianyang chuckled. Had you not mentioned it, I might have turned a blind eye to your family's visit to the northern region. But since you have, I'm even more curious about the prodigy of the Gu family who has entered the rift. According to the rules of the Zhongtian Dao realm, it is customary for peers to engage in duels. I kindly request that you do not obstruct this, venerable Gu Hui. Upon hearing this, Gu Hui cast a sidelong glance at Lai Tianyang, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Then I hope you do not come to regret this." Regret? Huh. Lai Tianyang laughed once more. Within the Zhongtian Dao realm, currently, prodigies have yet to emerge to vie for supremacy. And he, Lai Tianyang, is indeed one of the renowned prodigies of the northern region that in previous times, those who gained notoriety before entering the world were at least among the top 80 of the True Dragon rankings. And he, Lai Tianyang, is destined to be among the unparalleled prodigies of the True Dragon rankings in the future. A.S. Lai Tianyang sifted through memories of those who became renowned before entering the world. He recalled the weakest prodigies who had no followers upon their entry. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Gu Changge remained oblivious to the developments. Utilizing spiritual energy to fell trees, he reached out to grasp a freshly cut willow branch and tossed it into the rootless river. Splash! Water splashed up. The willow branch floated upon the surface of the rootless river, appearing remarkably stable. The branch, with a diameter of merely half a zhong, should typically protrude 1/3 above the water when submerged. However, this particular segment of willow would floated effortlessly upon the water's surface, showing no signs of sinking, which was quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, in a fantastical world where beings could soar to the heavens and pluck the sun and moon from the sky, it was not overly surprising for a piece of wood to float on the water without the aid of any spiritual energy. "Let us depart," Gu Changge declared, leaping onto the willow branch and calling out to Gu Changge on the opposite bank. All right, Gu Changge nodded and similarly leapt onto the willow branch. However, seemingly unprepared for the slight instability of the floating wood, she swayed gently. Observing this, Gu Changge extended his hand to steady her delicate arm. "Thank you, Brother Changge." The sudden touch caused Gu Changge's cheeks to flush slightly as she spoke in a soft voice of gratitude. "It is nothing. Let us make our way to the opposite side." Once Gu Changge regained her balance, Gu Changge released her. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the willow branch surged directly towards the shore. Standing at the front, Gu Changge surveyed the rootless river before him, which spanned approximately 30 zhong in width. Truly a meager river by the standards of a fantastical world. However, what intrigued Gu Changge was that, endowed with the innate divine nature of his dual pupils, he gazed into the depths of the rootless river and saw only an abyss of darkness, the water itself appearing ominously black. This river likely harbors great secrets, Gu Changge murmured to himself. Indeed, it does hold great mysteries, Gu Changge confirmed, observing the rootless river. The elder who granted me this opportunity spoke of how the rootless river is devoid of roots and weeds, encompassing all realms. Thus, seeing anything within this river should not be surprising. In truth, Gu Changge had long wished to explore the rootless river after breaking through to the Emperor realm in her previous life. Unfortunately, ever since she acquired that extraordinary enhancement technique, the rift in space had never manifested again. In her past life, while fleeing from pursuers, she had no choice but to enter this spatial rift. at which time her cultivation was insufficient to discern anything clearly. Even with her current emperor-level perception, she could only ascertain that the rootless river was extraordinary. Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Changge shot her a glance. Finding amusement in his heart, "You, this elder, are likely referring to yourself, that of course." Gu Changge would never voice this out loud. Nevertheless, Gu Changge's words piqued his curiosity, prompting him to investigate further, activating his dual pupils. Gu Changge's eyes transformed as chaos and the dual forces of yin and yang emerged, revealing the profound truths of the universe and the mysteries of creation as if laid bare before him. With his dual pupils activated, Gu Changge appeared into the depths of the rootless river. In an instant, a multitude of brilliant lights erupted, and the roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. The overwhelming force startled Gu Changge, causing him to shut his eyes immediately and look up towards the pitch-black sky. Gu Changge, witnessing Gu Changge activate his dual pupils to pry into the depths, hurriedly attempted to intervene, but alas, she was a moment too late. Fortunately, Gu Changge emerged unscathed. "Brother Changge, are you all right?" Gu Changge inquired with concern. Gu Changge shook his head. Concealing his dual pupils, he gazed at the tranquil surface of the rootless river, not turning to look back as he queried Gu Changge, "Do you know what I beheld? What did you see?" Gu Changge asked, her curiosity piqued at a dragon. "Though I glimpsed merely a fragment, it was undoubtedly a legendary, true dragon." Gu Changge stated with conviction, his heart racing with astonishment. It is said that before the 3,000 Dao realms were divided, it was an era where celestial beings soared, true dragons roamed the clouds, and phoenixes soared high. Yet since that time, only the descendants of true dragons remain, with no true dragons gracing the world. Gu Changge had not anticipated that he would witness a true dragon in the depths of the rootless river. A true dragon! Gu Changge gasped in surprise. The notion that a true dragon lay buried within this river was shocking. Initially, Gu Changge assumed Gu Changge was aware of this, but upon seeing her reaction, he felt a jolt in his heart. So this female sovereign was equally unaware. "That is terrifying. We must quickly gather our belongings and leave," Gu Changge urged, hastening the willow branch's speed. "All right," Gu Changge nodded. The terrifying secrets associated with true dragons are not something they, as mere fledgling cultivators, should meddle with. It is best to collect their items and make a swift exit. Indeed, if one does not pry into the truth, there shall be no danger. Thankfully, the rootless river did not present any further anomalies, and Gu Changge and Gu Changge safely reached the opposite bank. Since the willow branch was still required, Gu Changge collected it once they disembarked and gestured for Gu Changge to lead the way. Compared to the path they had traversed earlier, the rootless river now resembled a protective moat. Chapter 64. Enhancement Techniques Secured. Returning to the Destiny Transformation Technique now, they beheld remnants of crumbled walls and decay. The air thick with the scent of time's decay and ruined. This our final destination. Gu Changge surveyed his surroundings, his gaze tinged with caution, a consequence of their earlier encounter with the rootless river. "Yes, we should head this way, Brother Changge," Gu Changge instructed. Gu Changge nodded, as though familiar with the surroundings, casting a glance around before selecting a direction to proceed forward. Gu Changge feigned indifference, trailing alongside Gu Changge. Perhaps due to the protective influence of the rootless river, upon reaching the opposite bank, they encountered no immediate danger. As they advanced, a solitary, towering mountain soon came into Gu Changge's view, appearing both majestic and formidable. Along the way, remnants of shattered structures lay scattered, yet this solitary peak stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence, particularly in the surrounding darkness, with the sky dim and devoid of light. The mountain seemed to emanate a faint, ethereal glow, hinting at the possibility of hidden treasures within the foot of the mountain. A towering 3-zhong stone stele suddenly captured Gu Changge's attention. Approaching the stele, he observed it was riddled with cracks, with the tip of a broken sword embedded within. The fissures were evidently caused by this sword's point. It appeared to bear the name of the mountain, originally infused with a terrifying aura of the Dao, inscribed with the essence of the Dao. Yet now, that essence had been obliterated by the sword's tip, rendering the inscription illegible. With Gu Changge's discerning eye, she immediately recognized the steel's significance. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. From what he heard, the steel seemed devoid of extraordinary qualities, as the obliteration of the Tao's essence rendered it seemingly useless. Yet, contemplating the sword tip, Gu Changge recalled tales from novels where protagonists often stumbled upon remarkable treasures in places others deemed devoid of value. The very fact that this sword tip could erase the inscription of the Tao rendered it exceedingly formidable. With this thought in mind, Gu Changge extended his finger to touch the edge of the sword tip embedded in the steel. In that fleeting moment of contact, a subtle sting elicited a feeling of joy rather than surprise. Truly, there lay a treasure. At present, his physical body had been tempered by the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, endowing him with a staggering force of 400 billion, rendering his bodily defenses unmatched within his tier. Although he was merely at the fate wheel stage, it did not imply that the sword tip was inconsequential. It could potentially pierce through his defenses in an instant. Such sharpness, even at the fate wheel realm, could be deemed a weapon of slaughter. Gu Changge retrieved the sword tip, only to discover it retained its silvery brilliance. This land had presumably floated for an eternity, yet it still maintained such luster, a testament to its terrifying nature. Clearly, this sword tip was indeed a treasure. Gu Changge pinched the sword tip, examining it with keen interest. Gu Changge stood by, momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, she had encountered this sword tip as well, but had paid it no heed, ascending directly to the mountain's summit. Now, it appeared this broken sword tip was far from ordinary. With Gu Changge's current perspective, she could not discern its material, truly an unexpected revelation. Indeed, fortune favored those destined for it. Despite witnessing Gu Changge obtain the treasure, Gu Changge did not dwell on it excessively and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Changge, for being the first to acquire a treasure. A trifle. Let us proceed to seek out the true opportunity." Very well. Along their journey, Gu Changge and Gu Changge encountered no further anomalies. It was only upon reaching the summit of the mountain, gazing at the ancient temple still shielded by an array, that Gu Changge felt his excitement rekindle. The fate wheel enhancement technique mentioned by Brother Tongzi derived from here. Upon entering this land, he sensed the breath of antiquity, unmistakably ancient. Yet, despite the passage of countless years, this ancient temple remained protected, truly defying the heavens. How intriguing! One could only wonder what formidable force once resided here, capable of possessing such a heavenly technique for altering fate. This is merely a dust-repelling barrier, not a protective formation. We can enter directly, Gu Changge informed Gu Changge. All right, Gu Changge nodded, and the two entered the ancient temple. The temple was silent and pristine, untouched by the passage of time. Appearing remarkably new, one could behold everything at a glance. Most striking was a sacrificial altar at the center, upon which rested a scroll, ancient and infused with the scent of incense. Besides the scroll, the altar held several sacrificial vessels, though the items atop them had long since vanished, likely lost to time. Yet, any discerning eye would recognize this as a treasure. Gu Changge gazed at the scroll on the altar, a fleeting look of daze crossing her features. This artifact remained here. Yet this time she was not alone, nor had she come to escape peril. Rather, it was a mundane encounter, devoid of danger. Even the harrowing experience of battling the chaotic beasts was absent. Observing Gu Changge lost in thought, Gu Changge approached the altar, lifted the scroll, and tossed it to her, saying, "Did we not come here for this treasure?" Take a tea to Gu Changge instinctively caught it, but as she grasped the fate wheel enhancement technique, she quickly regained her senses and shook her head, saying, "This time, Brother Changge, it was you who acted first. This opportunity suits you better. Are you not curious about what is recorded on this scroll?" Not particularly. Gu Changge stepped back before her, gently smoothing her hair with a playful smile. "As long as you find it useful." Gu Changge paused, her heart inexplicably racing, feelings washing over her that left the once indomitable female sovereign feeling utterly flustered. After presenting the fate wheel enhancement technique to Gu Changge once more, he finally received the long-awaited return prompt. Ding. Host has gifted the binding target Gu Changge. Fate wheel enhancement technique. You have triggered a 1,000-fold return critical hit. You have obtained Heavenly Fate Transformation Wheel Technique. Heavenly Fate Transformation Wheel Technique. One life, one destiny. The wheel of fate, where destiny lies. Even without becoming an emperor, one is still an emperor, gazing at the return information before him. Gu Changge felt a jolt of astonishment. The Heavenly Fate Wheel. Could this be the true name of the legendary Dao of Fate Wheel? The items returned by the system were typically treasures so extraordinary that even the foremost powers like the Eternal Life Clan could scarcely possess them. This journey to retrieve the Fate Wheel Enhancement Technique alongside Gu Changge had truly been fortuitous. The Heavenly Fate Wheel, the 9-pattern Fate Wheel, was already deemed unmatched. So how formidable must the Heavenly Fate Wheel be? Would you like to claim your reward? The system's prompt snapped Gu Changge back to reality. He pondered. Not yet. Sensing an oddity in the surroundings, he decided to wait until they exited before claiming the Heavenly Fate Transformation Wheel Technique. From the description, it was evident that this Heavenly Fate Wheel was exceptionally extraordinary, and the path to refining it would likely pose significant challenges. However, that was acceptable. Establishing a truly invincible foundation was inherently fraught with difficulties. Chapter 65. The Clash of Prodigies? No, you are not a prodigy. Ultimately, Gu Changge relinquished the Fate Wheel Enhancement Technique for Gu Changge to examine, and he feigned interest before returning the technique to her. As for the reason, it was simple. It would be of no use to him. Setting aside the fact that the Fate Wheel Enhancement Technique could only enhance wheels below the 9-pattern level, with each enhancement requiring top-tier materials and rare treasures. Even the Eternal Life Clan might struggle to gather the resources for a single enhancement. In essence, this technique seemed tailor-made for the children of fortune. As those not favored by destiny would find it impossible to collect the requisite materials, the Gu Changge speculation proved accurate. In her previous life, Gu Changge had suffered due to the extraction of her sovereign bone, leading to a lack of foundation. Thus, her Fate Wheel had only reached the 8-pattern level. The Fate Wheel Enhancement Technique would aid her in forming a 9-pattern Fate Wheel. However, in this life, Gu Changge found it unnecessary, as her Fate Wheel had already reached 9 patterns. The purpose of retrieving this technique was merely for Gu Changge's evaluation, and it was evident it held no utility for him. Furthermore, Gu Changge felt it would be a pity if this extraordinary technique fell into the hands of others. Before the exit of the chaotic rift, since neither of us can utilize this, we should hand it over to the family, Gu Changge remarked to Gu Changge beside him with a smile. This would also elevate your standing within the clan. Gu Changge opened her mouth to refuse, suggesting Gu Changge turn it in as a way to repay some kindness. However, before she could utter a second word, Gu Changge had already made up his mind, declaring it settled. With that, he stepped out of the chaotic rift. Seeing this, Gu Changge bit her lip in frustration, stamping her foot in annoyance before hastening to follow in Gu Changge's stride. Unbeknownst to even herself, she was unwittingly revealing a childlike demeanor before Gu Changge in the outside world, following Lai Tianyang's bold declaration to spar with the prodigies of the Eternal Life Clan. The news spread rapidly, attracting various forces and wandering cultivators alike. After all, this was a time when prodigies had yet to emerge, and everyone was waiting in anticipation for the arrival of the True Dragon List and the Flood Dragon List. The prospect of a prodigy from the Eternal Life Clan engaging in a duel piqued their curiosity immensely. One must understand, the Eternal Life Clan was a name held in high esteem, shrouded in mystery. The prodigies nurtured within were beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Thus, how could they resist the allure of this prodigious duel? It was a front-row seat to a spectacle. Buzz, a gentle ripple in space instantaneously captured the attention of the entire assembly. A slender figure clad in a black robe with golden trimmings stepped forth from the rift. His hair, dark as night, cascaded down his back, each strand glistening like a jewel. His skin was flawless, radiating an ethereal glow, exuding an air of nobility and otherworldly grace. Upon his arrival, it seemed as though the heavens and earth revolved around him, captivated by his presence. Soon after, a woman stepped forth. Her exquisite features, still youthful, hinted at a beauty that could captivate nations. She carried an aura of purity, akin to a bud poised to bloom, reminiscent of a lotus rising unsullied from the mud. strikingly radiant. Together, they resembled celestial beings, each a marvel in their own right. Yet together, they elicited even greater admiration. The pride of the Zhongzhou Gu family had emerged. Ah, truly, the prodigies of the Zhongzhou lineage possess looks and poise that seem almost divine. As Gu Changge and Gu Changge made their appearance, the onlookers gasped in a Gu Changge had just stepped through a rift in space and immediately sensed the unusual fervor in the gazes fixated upon him. What could be the cause of such attention? Below, Lai Tianyang's eyes burned with intensity upon seeing Gu Changge, a slight smile gracing his lips, brimming with the spirit of battle. Like that moment, Lai Tianyang realized he had likely placed the right bet. The first to emerge from the Zhongzhou Gu family, with such demeanor and beauty, was undoubtedly a peerless talent, a testament to his own capabilities, rather than a mere, trifling opponent to be subdued effortlessly. This would surely create a stir. When Lai Tianyang caught sight of Gu Changge, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, but he quickly dismissed any further thoughts, and no matter how beautiful the woman. She was merely a fleeting vision. Once one achieves mastery, a plethora of women would be at one's disposal. Not to mention, Lai Tianyang's heart for the Dao remained steadfast. He only pondered whether he could withstand any potential blows. Hoping Gu Changge wouldn't shatter his resolve. Son of Zhongzhou, Elder Gu Hui greeted Gu Changge. Elder Gu Hui, what has transpired? Gu Changge inquired curiously, with Gu Changge casting a puzzled glance nearby. Elder Gu Hui gestured towards the distant worship of the Jutian sect and pointed at Lai Tianyang, saying, "Son, the Chongqing Lai family from the North region, Lai Tianyang, has issued a challenge to you." The Chongqing Lai family from the North region? Gu Changge followed Elder Gu Hui's indication. Upon noticing Gu Changge's gaze, Lai Tianyang stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, and with one hand behind his back, he smiled. "Are you the prodigy from the Zhongzhou Gu family who has come to the North region?" Gu Changge appraised Lai Tianyang before inquiring with keen interest, "And who might Lai Xianhua be to you?" "Oh, you know my brother? How intriguing. It seems you hold a significant position within the Zhongzhou Gu family." Lai Tianyang expressed surprise at Gu Changge's mention of Lai Xianhua. Before replying, "Lai Xianhua is my brother, the Divine Son of the Lai family. So, he is the younger brother." Gu Changge nodded. The reason he was aware of Lai Xianhua was due to the rumors of his extraordinary prowess. Said to be the divine body of the great sun, whose breakthrough into the life will had caused a celestial phenomenon that enveloped a 1,000-mile radius, resembling a second sun in the sky. However, Gu Changge was not familiar with Lai Xianhua's capabilities in the realm of competition. "Who are you?" Lai Xianhua asked Gu Changge. "Defeat me, and I shall tell you," Gu Changge replied with a smile. "Haha, excellent. Your demeanor suggests you are indeed one of the mightiest prodigies of the Zhongzhou Gu family. Our duel shall serve to enhance my reputation and solidify my heart for the Dao." Upon hearing this, Lai Tianyang laughed heartily, but the next moment, an overwhelming heat radiated from him, and without the appearance of flames, the fierce temperature caused the void to hiss the duel of prodigies. Gu Changge scrutinized Lai Tianyang before shaking his head. Upon witnessing this, Lai Tianyang's smile faltered. "What do you mean by shaking your head?" However, Gu Changge then uttered words that rendered his face grim to know. "You are not a prodigy, arrogant," Lai Tianyang bellowed, his face flushing red as he unleashed a thunderous strike. Although Lai Tianyang could not compare to his brother Lai Xianhua, he was still a prominent talent nurtured within the Zhongzhou Lai family, well known throughout the North region. Now, Gu Changge's assertion that he was not a prodigy was an affront he had never experienced. Chapter 66. Suppression with a flip of the hand. The Zhongzhou Gu family holds a true dragon. The surrounding cultivators observed this scene, their expressions tightening in astonishment. It began. What could the Gu family prodigy have said to provoke such fury from Lai Tianyang? The Great Sun Technique, the signature divine ability of the North region's Lai family. This individual must indeed be Lai Tianyang. It was rumored that Lai Tianyang's brother, Lai Xianhua, was the divine son of the Lai family. Possessing the great sun divine body that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, creating a celestial phenomenon during his breakthrough that spread across 1,000 miles, truly fearsome. And now, this Lai Tianyang, based on his emitted aura, could likely cause even ordinary life-wheel cultivators to tremble before him. in an instant. As Lai Tianyong unleashed his attack, a terrifying crimson radiance enveloped him and a fiery pattern manifested above his head. And soon a colossal hand of flame, stretching over 10 zhong, emerged from the pattern, reaching down towards Gu Changge. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the great sun techniques might transform the tranquil void into a boiling cauldron. Akin to a red-hot iron dropped into icy water, Lai Tianyong had reached the 9th level of the life wheel realm, on the brink of breaking through to the divine connection realm. Had it not been for the need to cultivate the optimal divine phenomenon, he would likely already be at the divine connection level. In terms of true combat power, Lai Tianyong might even surpass Lin Xingjian of the Tianlong sect. Ordinary cultivators in the divine connection realm would be no match for him. Yet he was now facing Gu Changge. Not bad. Gu Changge glanced up at the descending great sun hand, stepping forward. In the next moment, boom! The great sun hand struck where Gu Changge had just stood, erupting into a terrifying inferno that illuminated the sky like a second sun. However, Lai Tianyong did not rejoice, for gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Traveling through the void, could it be the Zhongzhou Gu family's Great Void Technique? The Great Void Technique of the Zhongzhou Gu family was indeed formidable. Even in the Dao understanding realm, I could not discern how he moved. Gu Changge had already positioned himself to the side of Lai Tianyong, divine light erupting from his hand. You've made your move. Now it's time to witness my attack. This Lai Tianyong still possessed considerable strength, one step away from breaking through to the divine connection realm. He was effectively half a step into that realm that Gu Changge extended a hand, and a massive purple hand, radiating terrifying spatial fluctuations, emerged in the air as if a mountain was descending upon Lai Tianyong. The Void Great Hand Seal. Upon seeing Gu Changge's technique, Lai Tianyong's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he condensed the Void Great Hand Seal without even needing to form seals. This could only be the work of someone proficient in the technique. Gu Changge appeared so youthful, yet he had mastered the Void Great Hand Seal to such a level, exuding the aura of at least the 5th level of the life wheel realm. All these factors combined, Lai Tianyong quickly grasped that Gu Changge undoubtedly held a prestigious position within the Zhongzhou Gu family. However, before he could fully comprehend Gu Changge's significance, his expression changed drastically. For the Void Great Hand Seal sent forth a purple spatial wormhole, and in an instant, the purple handprint loomed before him. Not good. Lai Tianyong's face paled, realizing he could not block it in time. The Zhongzhou Gu family maintained its status among the top immortal powers in the middle state due to the terror of the Void Classics. The combination of the Void Great Hand Seal and the Great Void Technique enabled them to dispatch enemies several ranks above them as easily as if they were merely eating and drinking. Combined with divine bodies and treasures, effortlessly placing their kin among the ranks of prodigies. Bang! Lai Tianyong was brutally crushed into the ground by the Void Great Hand Seal. The onlookers beheld a purple streak of light crashing into the earth, producing a deafening roar. Below, the purple Void Great Hand Seal gradually dissipated, leaving behind a massive handprint crater. The spectators gasped collectively at this scene. The Zhongzhou Lai family's divine son, Lai Xinyue's brother, Lai Tianyong, once renowned in the North region, had been suppressed by a single Void Great Hand Seal from the Zhongzhou Gu family prodigy. Many turned their gazes away from the ground, now focusing on the calm expression of Gu Changge in midair. Who is this person? He appears to be merely 18 years old, yet he can single-handedly suppress Lai Tianyong, who is at the 9th level of the life wheel realm, just one step away from the divine connection realm. Even ordinary cultivators in the divine connection realm would fall before him. The Zhongzhou Gu family possesses a true dragon. This individual, even if not a divine son in the future, is likely to rank among the elite of the Zhongzhou lineage. The surrounding cultivators voiced their astonishment incessantly. Elder Gu Hui, observing the scene, nodded with satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at the now downtrodden Lai Tianyong. I told you not to regret that moment. One could only wonder if Lai Tianyong felt any regret. A divine son is not someone a mere lackey like you can provoke. Above the Tianlong sect, the sect master watched Gu Changge effortlessly suppress Lai Tianyong, a fellow young prodigy of the Zhongzhou lineage. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, truly a prodigy, It seems that the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family has only just reached adulthood, yet possesses such terrifying combat prowess. Atop the peak of Piaomiao Mountain, Mu Qinghua stood upon a flash of lightning, her snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, her flawless visage revealing a hint of admiration and reverence. Is this the grace of the divine son of the Changsheng family? It is truly captivating. While the Tianlan sect may have fared well in the North region, in the grand scheme of the central Dao Domain, they likely wouldn't even rank among the top. Mu Qinghua serves as the holy maiden of the Tianlan sect that in the future, when the True Dragon List and the Flood Dragon List are unveiled, she will undoubtedly enter the world to compete. A woman of her beauty, often deemed a harbinger of disaster, would do well to find a steadfast follower to accompany her. Choosing the right companion not only paves a smoother path for her, but also provides protection. After all, the competition will not be limited to the prodigies of the human race. Fierce beasts and other myriad races will also join the fray. Yet at present, I fear I lack even the qualifications to follow the son of Long Song. I must grow stronger before entering the world. I must break through to the divine communication realm and awaken my divine body. Only then will I seek out the son of Long Song. Hoping to follow in his footsteps, Mu Qinghua's expression is resolute. After spending these past few days together, she has come to realize that Gu Changge is undoubtedly her greatest opportunity in this life. Such an extraordinary prodigy, to miss the chance would surely bring immense regret. Once this matter concludes, let us rest for a day at the Tianlan sect before returning home. Gu Changge gazed at the disheveled Lai Tianyang, who lay suppressed in the dirt below, before turning his attention back to Gu Hui and Gu Qingxiu. Over a month has already passed. The Jiruyu has likely awakened her yin-yang divine body by now. I wonder if she heeded my earlier advice to have the clan's powerful ones conceal any unusual phenomena. Moreover, after awakening her yin-yang divine body, Jiruyu will also participate in the family's cave trial, where Yi Chun remains a lurking threat. The reason for resting at the Tianlan sect is naturally because Gu Changge wishes to claim the reward for the heavenly mandate transformation wheel. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. Within the Tianlan sect, a prodigy from the eternal Gu family of the central region had taken residence, and a prodigy of the northern region's Lai family, Lai Tianyang, challenged this celestial figure only to be effortlessly suppressed. This news sent ripples of astonishment through countless individuals. Lai Tianyang had already made a name for himself in the northern region before the prodigies even entered the world. He certainly possessed formidable skills, a scion of an esteemed eternal family. Even the most ordinary of them could rival some first-rate seed talents. Yet he was so easily subdued. The eternal Gu family may indeed harbor a true dragon this generation. Chapter 67. The Supreme Treasure Transformation Wheel. Gu Changge successfully imparted the Mandate Wheel Enhancement Technique to Gu Qingxiu and returned the Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel method, which was even more extraordinary than the enhancement technique. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having suffered setbacks since his defeat in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land, encountered a series of unfortunate events thereafter. Whatever he attempted seemed to be met with mysterious obstacles, as if he were perpetually beset by ill fortune. Either events unfolded prematurely, or opportunities he was aware of were snatched away by others, particularly after offending Gu Changge in Yunlong City. The news was leaked by the proprietor of the stone gambling house, causing no one in Yunlong City to dare associate with Yi Chun again. He found himself without a place to stay and, in his helplessness, was forced to seek refuge in another city. That Yi Chun felt a mix of anger and frustration over this outcome. One day, the eternal families would bow and tremble beneath him, and he would not forget Gu Changge, Tiannan City. After leaving Yunlong City, Yi Chun arrived at this new city, which was in close proximity to the eternal Ji family. His primary reason for coming here was to access a sect and obtain a chance at the Ji family's cave trial. Furthermore, Yi Chun distinctly remembered that Jiruyu would also participate in this cave opportunity, and she would face attacks from rival forces within the Ji family, leading to a period of disconnection from the eternal Ji family. Yi Chun sought to seize this opportunity to deepen his bond with Jiruyu. This time he must succeed. At Shui West sect, after joining, he aimed to elevate himself to the inner sect within half a month to vie for a spot in the cave opportunity, subsequently allowing him to accompany the Ji family. Gu Changge should not appear this time, right? As long as Gu Changge is absent, success is assured. Why Yichun exhaled deeply. His experiences in Yunlong City had fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Changge. His gaze sharpened as he set forth towards Shue's sect. Just as Yichun embarked on his journey, the once clear heavens suddenly dimmed, and in the next moment, the phenomena of the Taiyin and the sun appeared side by side in the sky, illuminating the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals widened their eyes in astonishment and gasped. Yet this phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before being overshadowed by an overwhelming aura. What is this phenomenon? My heavens, the Taiyin and the sun are coexisting in the void. Could it be that an extraordinary treasure has emerged? No one knows. The phenomenon appeared for just a few seconds and vanished without a trace. It must be a celestial treasure of unimaginable power, many speculated, while Yichun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned before his expression transformed into wild elation. Could it be that Jiruyu's yin-yang divine body has awakened? The yin-yang divine body. Yichun licked his lips. This is a dual cultivation divine body. Each instance of dual cultivation could significantly enhance both parties' cultivation levels, solidifying their foundations without any sense of superficiality. If I could dual cultivate with Jiruyu, Yichun's breath quickened. Harnessing Jiruyu's yin-yang divine body, coupled with the resources of the eternal Ji family for cultivation, he could hardly conceive how rapidly his strength would soar. Initially, Yichun only sought to obtain the Ji family's cave opportunity, but now that Jiryu has awakened her yin-yang divine body, he knows she will undoubtedly participate. This opportunity has become even more coveted than before. However, Jiryu has called upon her family's powerful protectors. Otherwise, this phenomenon might not merely have been confined to the surrounding tens of thousands of miles, but would have resonated throughout the celestial realm. Akin to Gu Changge awakening his immortal bones at that point, some factions would have conducted a slight investigation and uncovered the truth that it goes without saying that, like Jiryu's recent fortunes, trouble would follow. Fortunately, the situation has been averted. Although it caused a significant stir, the eternal Ji family can easily conceal this news, allowing it to fade into obscurity. Within the eternal Ji family, Ji Zhao gazed intently at the courtyard where Ji Ruyu resided. Was that piece of yin-yang spirit jade, given by Changge? Indeed, Ji Honyuan nodded. Ji Zhao stroked his beard, chuckling. Changge was willing to part with the yin-yang spirit jade for Ruyu. It seems he holds her in high regard, now that Ruyu has awakened her yin-yang divine body. Along with Changge's exceptional talents, I believe our eternal Ji family can pursue another union with the eternal Gu family. Ji Honyuan wholeheartedly agreed. I thought the same, that we should not let this opportunity slip away. The eternal Gu family now possesses Changge's, and with the addition of Supreme Bone Prodigy, they are destined to ascend to the celestial realm, perhaps even to the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. It is vital that we cultivate this relationship promptly. Ruyu is quite suitable. Previously, without her divine body awakened, it was difficult to negotiate conditions. Now, with her yin-yang divine body awakened, this alone is enough to attract countless suitors. Ji Zhao nodded slightly. In that case, you should reach out to Shui Dan from the eternal Gu family. Changge's mother is still the pearl of our eternal Ji family. Haha! Ji Honyuan erupted into hearty laughter. Ji Zhao joined in, their mirth resonating. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, who remained immersed in his own thoughts, he was deeply engrossed in the mandate transformation wheel method within his consciousness. The moment he touched upon the mandate transformation wheel method, a terrifying resonance filled his ears, as if countless profound truths of heaven and earth were being inscribed into his soul, were it not for the divine abilities returned by the system, which allowed him to grasp the techniques instantaneously. With Gu Changge's current cultivation level, comprehending such an extraordinary method would require painstaking effort, taking a considerable amount of time. However, that was not the case now. As Gu Changge engaged with the essence of the mandate transformation wheel method, countless golden tadpole characters surged and floated within his consciousness, swiftly converging towards the manifestation of his soul, merging into his being. Uncertain how much time had passed, when Gu Changge finally opened his eyes again, they sparkled with countless floating golden characters, and his dual pupils radiated a soft glow. I have finally comprehended it. To think that the mandate transformation wheel method is so formidable. To transform the mandate wheel into the heavenly mandate, one requires the 5 element treasures, supplemented by the dual energies of yin and yang. To evolve the mandate wheel into a new avenue akin to a grinding wheel of celestial fate. 5 element treasures. This implies that when I previously bestowed the yin-yang spirit jade upon Jiruyu, the system had already returned me the 5 element Dao fruits. Thankfully, I did not utilize them. Otherwise, gathering the 5 element treasures would have consumed quite some time that I asked for the dual energies of yin and yang. Given the current trajectory of events, my dear sister Ryu should have awakened her yin-yang divine body by now. Surely, no treasure of yin and yang energies can compare to the energies birthed from the awakening of her divine body. How reassuring. Gu Changge smiled. Everything proceeded even more smoothly than he had imagined. Everything unfolded so naturally. Chapter 68. The Holy Maiden's heart is set on the sun. You are all my wings, having obtained the mandate transformation wheel method. While others would find it exceedingly difficult to locate even a single 5 element treasure, he had already acquired the 5 element Dao fruits in advance and fortuitously had not used them. The dual energies of yin and yang were right beside him, embodied in the yin-yang divine body of Jiruyu. Now he could seek out Jiruyu. He could immediately begin to condense the heavenly mandate wheel. However, he is still in the northern region and must first return to the Gu family to discuss the events that transpired in the northern region with Gu Changge. This is primarily to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising in the future. After all, he has publicly humiliated the Zhongzhou family this time by effortlessly suppressing a prodigious seed from their ranks. Although Lai Tianyang may not be regarded as a genius in Gu Changge's eyes, he is undeniably acknowledged as one by the people of the northern region. Rising to his feet, Gu Changge exited the secluded chamber prepared by the Tianlan sect. Upon stepping out, he immediately spotted Gu Changge, the elder Gu Hui and the sect master of Tianlan, as well as the saintess Mu Qinghua, who were all waiting for him. Congratulations, Divine Son Changge, on your remarkable advancement in power. The sect master of Tianlan beamed upon seeing Gu Changge emerge. Extending his heartfelt congratulations. It is customary that a period of seclusion would yield insights into divine abilities or result in significant gains in strength. Having just battled Lai Tianyang, Gu Changge returned to the Tianlan sect and immediately entered seclusion, undoubtedly having seized an opportunity during that confrontation. While the sect master felt that the encounter between Gu Changge and Lai Tianyang hardly constituted a true battle, prodigies are not measured by conventional standards. Regardless, congratulations were in order, and Mu Qinghua gazed at Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes flickering as she lowered her gaze slightly. Congratulations, Divine Son Changge. There's no need for such formalities, Gu Changge replied with a smile. He then addressed the sect master of Tianlan. I apologize for the trouble I may have caused during my stay at the Tianlan sect. Now that matters are concluded, we are prepared to return to the Gu family. You are always welcome to visit us in the future. Absolutely. The sect master of Tianlan responded with evident delight. He understood that he had caught Gu Changge's attention and had effectively secured a connection with the Gu family. Moreover, during Gu Changge's brief stay at the Tianlan sect, both he and the sect had reaped considerable benefits. Gu Changge's arrival had been a boon for them, aside from the unfortunate incident involving Lin Xingjian, who had foolishly sought death and been soundly beaten. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Nearby, Mu Qinghua's brilliant eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing that he was leaving the Tianlan sect for the Gu family. But she could not express her feelings, nor did she know how to approach the situation. After bidding farewell to the sect master of Tianlan, Gu Changge and Gu Changge boarded the palanquin, which was driven by Elder Gu Hui towards the inter-domain teleportation array. To the entrance of the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua stood gracefully, embodying an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial lotus, her long, snow-white hair billowing gently in the wind, her flowing white gown creating an enchanting image that seemed otherworldly. This sight captivated many male disciples of the Tianlan sect, reviving their spirits. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their dream goddess had already accompanied a departing man in spirit. The sect master of Tianlan watched the palanquin vanish from sight, and upon turning his gaze back, he observed Mu Qinghua's expression and sighed. Qinghua, it is a rare fortune for us to have the opportunity to interact with a prodigy like Divine Son Changge. Now, to receive an invitation to visit the Changshan Gu family is an even greater blessing. We should not entertain unrealistic expectations, I understand. Mu Qinghua replied softly, "It seems you do understand, yet remain oblivious to the reality." The sect master of Tianlan remarked, shaking his head. Mu Qinghua turned away and calmly addressed the sect master. "I shall return to my training now, sect master. Once I break through to the divine realm, I intend to awaken my divine body at the sect's forbidden grounds. Once I awaken my divine body." She did not finish her sentence, but the sect master likely understood her intentions. Foolish child. The sect master sighed, surprised that Gu Changge's brief visit had so swiftly captured the heart of the Tianlan sect saintess. He had initially hoped for Mu Qinghua to engage with Gu Changge to further their own ends. Upon returning to the Changshan Gu family, Gu Changge sought out Gu Qing to discuss matters concerning the Tianlan sect. Upon learning that Gu Changge had effortlessly subdued Lai Tianyang, Gu Qing smiled and nodded. "No worries. Our Changshan family will not be overly concerned about such trivial matters, and you have not acted unfairly. That young one from the Changshan Lai family brought this upon himself. By the way, what have you been up to during your time away? It seems that the Changshan family has contacted your mother, urging her to take you to the Changshan family more often." Gu Qing continued. "Also, that child Rio has awakened her yin-yang divine body, which is related to you, correct? Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from my father." Gu Changge smiled slightly. "I provided cousin Rio with a yin-yang spirit jade, which coincidentally suited her constitution. The yin-yang spirit jade, that is a supreme treasure," Gu Qing exclaimed, appraising Gu Changge from head to toe. Noticing his father's scrutiny, Gu Changge inquired, "What is it, father?" "Nothing much, it's just that I hardly realized how much you've grown, Changge. Your demeanor is poised, your presence extraordinary, and with your remarkable talent, I fear your romantic prospects could blossom into a veritable forest of peach blossoms." Gu Changge's lips twitched at this, before he shook his head decisively. "My aspirations lie with Changzing. As for matters of the heart, I believe they should unfold naturally." "Very well. Naturally it shall be," Gu Qing chuckled. "What do you think of Rio? She has now awakened her yin-yang divine body. If you are unaware of its benefits, I can enlighten you. The Changshan Ji family has initiated contact with your mother and encouraged her to bring you around more frequently. It seems they are quite interested in you." Next, Gu Changge endured his father's lengthy discourse on the myriad advantages of the yin-yang divine body, which seemed to extol her virtues endlessly. Gu Changge began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that both Gu Qing and Ji Shuiyan were intent on fostering a connection between him and Ji Ruyo. Indeed, Ji Ruyo's yin-yang divine body was quite appealing. However, he held no such intentions, as his focus is directed towards the path of eternal life. Yet, would pursuing romance truly hinder that path? As he pondered this, Gu Changge could not help but chuckle inwardly, then shook his head. Naturally, it shall be as it is. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate. Moreover, since their binding began, he had likely already regarded them as his destined partners. Chapter 69. The Ancient Yin-Yang Sect, the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. On the following day, before a grand palanquin of exquisite craftsmanship, Gu Changge and Ji Shuiyan bid farewell to Gu Qing and Gu Qingxiu. Ji Shuiyan winked playfully at Gu Qing, smiling brightly. "Do not worry. This visit will likely just be a casual chat, nothing more. Early to leave, early to return," Gu Qing said, though their glances exchanged implied unspoken communication. That Ji Changge, aware of the underlying dialogue, focused instead on Gu Qingxiu, saying, "Upon my return, should you come across any opportunities, let us act together. Each treasure-hunting venture alongside Sister Qingxiu has yielded substantial rewards." "All right," Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, her encounters with Gu Changge had brought unexpected gains. However, Gu Qingxiu found herself perplexed by her own feelings towards Gu Changge, experiencing an inexplicable closeness while simultaneously wishing to maintain a degree of distance that it was likely she had yet to fully move on from events in her previous life. "Well then, I shall take my leave," that Gu Changge waved and stepped into the palanquin. Observing this, Ji Shuiyan turned to Gu Changge, stating, "Whether this comes to fruition depends on Changge himself, as parents. We must respect his wishes. After all, a forced relationship is seldom sweet." "Indeed, we shall do our utmost," Gu Changge agreed, watching Gu Changge's figure. Should he and Ruyo truly unite, it would elevate the relationship between the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family to new heights. With Ji Haoyue, a wielder of the Divine King body, among them, such a union would undoubtedly bolster Gu Changge's standing in this life. Considering his current qualifications, Gu Changge surpassed even the most formidable prodigies of the 3,000 Dao Domains, such as Ji Haoyue. Therefore, the expectations of the Changsheng Gu family for Gu Changge had undoubtedly risen. He was destined for greatness, with his minimum achievement likely to be that of a quasi-emperor, an unrivaled quasi-emperor at that. He was undoubtedly the most promising candidate for aspiring to the title of emperor in this era. Off I go. Should any issues arise, I will contact you. All right, at the Changsheng Ji family, Ji Ruyo stood alongside Ji Haoyue in a picturesque courtyard, gazing up at the sky, each lost in their own thoughts. "Ruyo, now that you have awakened your yin-yang divine body, our family's divine king technique may not suit you any longer. Is there not an ancient yin-yang sect cave heaven within our clan? I have heard that its legacy has yet to be claimed. This should be well suited for you." Ji Haoyue smiled as he spoke. The ancient yin-yang sect, in antiquity, was a renowned and formidable force associated with eternal life. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sect crumbled overnight, scattering its teachings far and wide. Some say it was due to their coveting the secrets of ascension, resulting in a forbidden reckoning, while others claim they angered celestial beings, leading to their annihilation. In any case, the ancient yin-yang sect is a formidable power, so potent that it can touch upon the secrets of immortality and divine beings, and its heritage is undoubtedly remarkable. The Changsheng Ji family controls a celestial realm belonging to the ancient yin-yang sect. If Gu Changge were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this place immediately. It is, without a doubt, the family's secret realm that Ji Ruyu spoke of recently. "The ancient yin-yang sect," Ji Ruyu murmured, understanding from the name that it is a lineage that traverses both the paths of yin and yang, and with Ji Haoyue's recommendation, its prestige is evident, for she has heard of this name before. Hence, Ji Ruyu did not decline. "When will the yin-yang realm open?" Ji Ruyu inquired curiously. That "It should be in a few days." However, the yin-yang realm was initially discovered and reported by several affiliated powers of our Changsheng Ji family. So those factions will also have quotas. We can all go together at that time. The realm restricts practitioners above the divine connection stage, so the fateful stage is just right, Ji Haoyue replied. Then shifted the conversation, asking Ji Ruyu, "By the way, Ryu, what are your thoughts on cousin Changge?" Ji Ruyu blinked innocently, puzzled by Ji Haoyue's sudden question. It is worth mentioning that since a recent retreat, both Ji Hanyuan and ancestor Ji Zhao, along with some close clan elders, have frequently praised Gu Changge's excellence. They even remarked that if someone from the Changsheng Ji family were to become a partner with Gu Changge, it would be a tremendous boon, both for the individual and for the Changsheng Ji family. Well, if it were anyone else, they would likely decipher the implications of such remarks in an instant. Yet, Ji Ruyu, the youthful yet mature lady with a doll-like appearance, was utterly oblivious. "What do you think of Brother Changge?" Ji Ruyu pondered, her cherry lips gently pursed, as the ethereal figure of Gu Changge surfaced in her bright eyes. She recalled the feeling he gave her when they first met, the moment he bestowed upon her the yin-yang spirit jade, and his constant concern for her awakening of the divine body. Suddenly, it seemed as if a light bulb went off in Ji Ruyu's mind. Her fair face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly exclaimed, "Brother Changge is wonderful. I doubt there is anyone as good as him in the entire 3,000 realms." Ji Haoyue was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Very well, very well. Ji Haoyue felt optimistic that as long as there were no issues on Gu Changge's end, the plans he and his father had in mind were likely to come to fruition. In Ji Haoyue's eyes, Gu Changge was undoubtedly the perfect match for Ji Ruyu. During their previous encounter, Ji Haoyue had gained a profound understanding of Gu Changge's terrifying potential. Just then, Gu Changge's voice echoed in their ears. "Haoyue, Ryu." Both siblings turned in surprise towards Gu Changge. Upon seeing him, Ji Haoyu exclaimed with delight, "We were just discussing you, Changge. I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly." Discussing me? Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyu and Ji Ruyu, curiosity dancing in his tone. Indeed, Ji Haoyu nodded. "We were curious about what Ruyu thinks of you. She feels you are quite remarkable. Speaking of which, how do you feel about Ruyu?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her large eyes subtly glanced at Gu Changge, while her small hands nervously fidgeted with her dress. "What do I think of Ruyu? She's also quite wonderful. Also quite wonderful. Well, haha." Jiahua was overjoyed, stepping forward to pat Gu Changge on the shoulder. However, upon making contact with Gu Changge's shoulder, the surging vitality akin to that of a pure-blood beast beneath his clothing caused Jiahua's elated expression to tighten slightly. He withdrew his hand, taking a couple of steps back to scrutinize Gu Changge. "Good heavens, Changge! You've only been away for a little over a month, yet you seem like a completely different person. This vitality is truly astounding." Upon closer inspection, Jiahua realized that Gu Changge's cultivation aura had deepened significantly. He had probably made tremendous strides in the Fate Wheel stage. Most notably, his physical vitality had increased to an unimaginable extent compared to before. Chapter 70. The second encounter with Jiahua. This is simply a monster. Recognizing the drastic transformation in Gu Changge within such a short span ignited Jiahua's fighting spirit. During their last encounter, he had sealed his cultivation, initially believing it to be a battle of equals. He was taken by surprise when Gu Changge displayed such formidable physical prowess, leading to his unexpected defeat. Yet, defeat is defeat. Jiahua would not dwell on it. However, he felt an undeniable urge to prove himself. Now seeing Gu Changge again, whose strength had surged to unimaginable heights, the flames of his previous dissatisfaction were rekindled. With fighting spirit ablaze, Jiahua gazed intently at Gu Changge and declared, "Changge, it's been a month and a half since we last sparred. Our previous encounter was too rushed. It was far from satisfying. Shall we have another match? Cousin, are you sure?" Gu Changge regarded him with interest. Last time, Jiahua's unsealed strength had presented an overwhelming sense of threat. But now, standing before him, Gu Changge felt only a subtle sense of challenge. "Of course, let us proceed to the training grounds," Jiahua replied, casually placing his hands behind his back as he walked toward the arena. "Brother!" Ji Ruyu exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Changge chuckled. "It's fine, since cousin Haoyue wishes to spar. I shall accompany him for some exercise." With that, Gu Changge gestured for Ji Ruyu to follow suit. Jiahua, perhaps intentionally, quickened his pace, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Gu Changge couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. It was all too obvious. Nevertheless, he decided to go with the flow. "Ruyu, you have awakened your yin-yang divine body, haven't you?" Gu Changge inquired, shifting his gaze back to Ji Ruyu. Compared to their initial encounter, Ji Ruyu now radiated an ethereal beauty, her features more exquisite than ever, exuding a vibrant charm that made her appear almost like a fairy. Her skin was flawless and fair, her youthful visage exuding an aura of purity, especially with her unexpected voluptuous figure. Truly, she was a walking embodiment of temptation. Yes, Jiryu nodded, her gratitude evident as she spoke to Gu Changge. "I owe it to Brother Changge for providing me with the yin-yang spirit jade and for anticipating that my awakening would trigger an anomaly, allowing my family to arrange for an ancestor to shield me. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament. I am relieved to hear that everything has gone smoothly. Your successful awakening of the yin-yang divine body will indeed serve a purpose for me." Jiryu looked at Gu Changge in surprise, suddenly recalling the implications of the yin-yang divine body. Her previously astonished expression turned crimson as she shyly waved her hands, saying, Brother Changge, I'm really happy that I can be of use to you. But ISNT this a bit too soon. I mean, it's not that it's too soon, but it just feels like matters like this should be cultivated a bit more. It feels too direct." Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He was no child, fully aware that Jiryu had misunderstood him, that you're overthinking it. "When I said you would be of use to me, I meant the yin-yang divine power born within you would be beneficial. I have acquired a formidable technique that requires the operation of the dual energies of yin and yang da. So that is how it is," Ji Ryu stammered, nearly burying her face in embarrassment when she finally realized. Oh dear, what was I thinking? After they finished discussing, Gu Changge led Jiruyu to the training grounds. They arrived at the same arena where they had previously sparred. However, it had since been repaired and restored to its original state, seemingly reinforced with formations to shield the surrounding buildings. Upon seeing Gu Changge and the slightly flushed Jiruyu approach, Ji Haoyue's smile widened even more. Gu Changge stepped onto the training grounds. Ji Haoyue inquired, "Changge, if I may ask, what is your current cultivation level?" "I have suppressed it to match yours," Ji Haoyue responded. "Sixth layer of the Fate Wheel." Gu Changge nodded, casually revealing his current cultivation level to Ji Haoyue. "What? Sixth layer of the Fate Wheel? I recall you were at the third layer last time." "Indeed, I made some progress in this past month and a half." "Goodness, you just turned 16, and you're at the sixth layer?" "What a prodigious talent!" Ji Haoyue exclaimed, utterly taken aback, forgetting the initial awe he felt when he first met Gu Changge. In Gu Changge's presence, he felt utterly unable to maintain any pretense, whether in appearance or talent. Ji Haoyue had never imagined he would experience such a feeling of being completely outclassed by another. After all, he was renowned as one of the most exceptional talents in the Ji family in millennia. From birth, he possessed the awakening divine king physique, and from a young age, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, leaving even the elders of his family in awe of his comprehension of techniques and divine powers. Now, 2 years have passed, and he has already broken through to the divine connection realm in his youth, awakening the divine king phenomenon. Such innate talent is indeed among the pinnacle within the 3,000 domains. However, in the presence of Gu Changge, he felt utterly diminished. Gu Changge had already reached the 6th layer of the Fate Wheel realm, and at this rate of advancement, he might attain the divine connection realm within a year. 17 years old and already at the divine connection realm? How remarkable! Not to mention, his physical strength was akin to that of a pure-blooded fierce beast cub. No, even more formidable than that. Yet the most significant aspect of Gu Changge's might lay not merely in his physical prowess. One must recognize that his true foundation comes from the ancient sacred dual pupils, and he has now awakened a second innate celestial bone. The amalgamation of these factors left Ji Haoyue at a loss for words, unable to describe the entity before him. What manner of monster was this? Upon noticing Ji Haoyue in a daze, Gu Changge kindly reminded him, "Cousin Haoyue, I believe you need not suppress your cultivation. Let us engage in this spar freely, for it is merely for practice. If we don't give it our all, then what is the point?" Upon hearing this, Ji Haoyue regained his composure and immediately shook his head. "That won't do. A spar must be fair and just. Since you, Changge, are at the 6th layer of Fate Wheel, I shall also suppress my cultivation to the 6th layer." With that, Ji Haoyue's aura constricted to match the 6th layer of Fate Wheel. Seeing Ji Haoyue's determination, Gu Changge acquiesced, though he pondered how much effort he should exert. Last time, he had inadvertently defeated Ji Haoyue in just a few moves. He needed to be mindful of his opponent's dignity. After all, the Chang family and the Ji family shared a close alliance. Chapter 71. The bright moon rising over the sea. Ji Haoyue suppressed his cultivation to the 6th layer of Fate Wheel and then looked intently at Gu Changge, saying earnestly, "Changge, in this same realm, let us spar without holding back, otherwise it will not be fulfilling." "All right," Gu Changge affirmed. Not holding back, he worried that one punch might send Ji Haoyue flying. Since his elder cousin had insisted, he decided to take it a bit more seriously in the same realm. He dared say that no one could claim to be better than Gu Changge. "Come." Upon hearing Gu Changge's response, Ji Haoyue immediately focused all his energy, signaling that Gu Changge could make his move. Without hesitation, Gu Changge stepped forward. Great Void Technique. In an instant, as if teleporting, Gu Changge appeared before Ji Haoyue. His right fist clenched, and within him, nearly half of the massive particles transformed into colossal elephants roared in unison, the overwhelming power coalescing into that single punch. As if intending to shatter the void itself, Ji Haoyue was utterly unprepared for the fact that Gu Changge's Great Void Technique had reached a level of mastery at such a young age, without the need for hand seals or incantations. He traversed the void to stand before him in an instant. Ji Haoyue's heart sank in shock, and he barely had time to release his spiritual energy crossing his arms defensively. Then, with a deafening boom, a wave of terrifying energy erupted in the training arena. In the next moment, a figure akin to a cannonball was sent flying from the arena, crashing into a nearby building with tremendous force. Bang! The formation appeared. Jiahue slid off the formation, kneeling on one knee, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Looking at his shaking hands, he incredulously glanced up at Gu Changge, who stood in the arena with an awkward expression, exclaiming, "Changge, your great void technique. This level must be at least minor success." "Indeed, my void technique has recently reached minor success," Gu Changge replied, contemplating as he gazed at Jiahue. Jiahue was left speechless. "And your physical strength has increased several-fold since just half a month ago, and even more. Changge, how exactly have you cultivated?" Jiahue stood up from the ground. Without a doubt, the outcome of their spar had already been determined. As the esteemed son of the Ji family, endowed with the divine king body, he found himself unable to mount any resistance against Gu Changge in this same realm. Although Gu Changge's use of the great void technique had caught him off guard, the strength felt in that punch made Jiahue realize that even if he activated his divine king body and fought seriously, he would still be no match for Gu Changge. Moreover, this was merely based on the void technique and physical prowess. Gu Changge still had his dual pupils and celestial bone yet to be unleashed in a true battle under the same realm. He feared that he, as a top-tier prodigy, would not last even 10 moves against Gu Changge. Jiahue's scalp tingled at the thought. Just cultivate normally, Gu Changge mused, realizing that his cultivation was indeed normal, albeit with an abundance of fortuitous opportunities, each more extraordinary than the last. In sparring with Jiahue, Gu Changge understood that his strength was now sufficient to contend directly with these peerless prodigies who had a year or two of advancement over him. If he cultivated to their level, he would be invincible in the world. Even if there were some extraordinary prodigies who might surpass Jiahue, they would at most be only 0.5 or 2 Jiahues stronger. But under the same realm, he was equivalent to 10 or even 20 Jiahues. After all, by that time, his fate wheel would undoubtedly transform into the heavenly Dao fate wheel, and the phenomena and divine abilities condensed in the divine connection realm would be nothing short of exceptional. "I feel that your so-called normal cultivation is anything but normal," Jiahue retorted. Yet as he gazed at Gu Changge, he felt immense joy and satisfaction, finding him increasingly agreeable that Gu Changge truly could be a fitting brother-in-law. "Let us do this again. I should have listened to you earlier and sparred with all my strength." Jiahue leaped back on the training platform. The suppressed spiritual energy within him surged once more, and the formidable aura of the divine connection realm enveloped the entire arena. Jiahue released the seal on his cultivation. He radiated an aura akin to a divine being, exuding an overwhelming presence. With his black hair flowing, he appeared as a true world-shattering divine king before everyone at the same time. Gu Changge felt a sense of threat emanating from Jiahue. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded earnestly. "I will also give it my all. Cousin Jiahue need not worry. We each have our life-preserving trump cards, and we can stop when necessary. Then I shall not hold back." After repeatedly being defeated by Gu Changge, Jiahue found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, especially now that he was fully committed to using the divine connection realm against Gu Changge's 6th layer of fate wheel. Given the disparity, victory was imperative. Boom! A formidable phenomenon enveloped the entire training arena. In an instant, a vast oceanic phenomenon engulfed the area. The surface of the sea shimmered, surrounded by towering mountains and forests. Most terrifying was the sound of monstrous tidal waves as a massive moon, hundreds of feet in size, slowly ascended from the ocean surface, rising behind Jiahue. Divine connection realm divine king body phenomenon. The bright moon rising over the sea, standing before the moon, Jiahue resembled an immortal, exuding immense pressure. Below in the arena, Jiruyu watched in trepidation and exclaimed, "Brother Jiahue, you are being utterly shameless. It's one thing to use the divine connection realm against Brother Changge's fate wheel, but to employ a phenomenon as well." Cough. The once godlike Jiahue awkwardly cleared his throat, breaking his own majestic demeanor. Jiahue sighed. "Ryu, I do not wish to. but Changge is simply too strong. If I do not go all out, he won't find it enjoyable either. Humph, no matter. You're just being unreasonable. Go for it, Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu, who had been conflicted about whom to cheer for, was now resolute. All right, Gu Changge smiled at Ji Ruyu, then turned his serious gaze towards Ji Haiyue, whose divine connection phenomenon, the bright moon rising over the sea, now loomed large at this moment. Gu Changge felt an immense pressure enveloping him. Every movement accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ji Haiyue hovered in midair, looking down at Gu Changge, declaring, "Cousin Changge, be careful." With that, the moon behind him trembled slightly, emanating silver waves of light that surged forth, forming an invisible force of strangulation aimed at Gu Changge. Seeing this, Gu Changge swiftly activated the Great Void Technique to evade the moon's strangling force, reappearing directly opposite Ji Haiyue. Divine King Body. Divine Connection Realm Phenomenon. The bright moon rising over the sea, renowned across the 3,000 domains. I've been curious for a long time. Cousin Haiyue, I will not hold back either, that Ji Changge proclaimed, his eyes widening slightly as intricate and profound patterns emerged within his pupils, as if the utmost mysteries were unfolding. Chapter 72. This son-in-law I have decided upon. A breath later, boom! A beam of divine light shot forth from his dual pupils, piercing through the void, coalescing into two divine weapons imbued with terrifying murderous intent, aimed straight at Ji Haiyue. The moon turned 9 times, and the heavens and earth descended into chaos. Ji Haiyue gazed intently at the intricate patterns that surfaced within Gu Changge's eyes, his expression growing serious as he spoke in a resonant voice that echoed through the void. The colossal moon behind him began to rotate, trembling with immense power. Suddenly, 2 beams of moonlight erupted from the luminous orb, colliding with the radiant light of Gu Changge's eyes. A thunderous roar erupted in the air above the training ground, akin to an explosion resonating from the depths of the cosmos. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, creating ripples that spread outward, accompanied by fragments of divine weapons forged from moonlight and divine radiance cascading down. Truly, the divine king physique shattered my radiant gaze with a mere turn. Gu Changge seemed to completely forget that Ji Haiyue was a being of the transcendental realm, significantly surpassing him by an entire realm. Gu Changge's foresight through his radiant eyes had already glimpsed the preceding scene. He stood as if invulnerable, effortlessly directing his attack towards a vulnerable point in Ji Haiyue's defense. Yet, even the most extraordinary phenomena possess weaknesses. My radiant eyes' greatest strength lies in their ability to see through illusions, revealing vulnerabilities and visualizing the future. The Void Hand Seal. Terrifying patterns manifested beside Ji Haiyue, a colossal purple hand emerging from the sigils, descending toward him with great force. Observing the enormous purple hand as it loomed ominously, Ji chuckled lightly, and the moonlight behind him surged, swiftly coalescing into a silvery barrier before him. With a thunderous crash, the purple hand struck the silvery shield, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the air. Yet the barrier remained unscathed, firmly blocking the attack. And no matter how gifted one may be, without formidable cultivation to support it, it is but an illusion. The moon's second transformation, as Gu Changge and Ji Haiyue engaged in combat. It seemed akin to a philosophical discourse. Amidst their banter, awe-inspiring divine powers manifested, launching assaults against one another. The entire training ground had been reduced to ruins under the full exertion of both combatants. Although the surrounding structures were protected by formations, many had suffered significant damage. At this moment, Ji Haiyue had executed the 6th transformation of the moon, while Gu Changge had utilized all his strength except for his celestial bone. His physical prowess, the power of his radiant eyes, and the techniques of the void scripture were all in play. Thus far, neither side had emerged victorious, leaving Ji Haiyue utterly astonished. The solidified silver light emanated from the moon behind him, casting an ethereal glow upon him, resembling a celestial being, with the moon appearing as a true full moon in the sky. Changge, how many more hidden cards do you have? Ji Haiyue asked, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his tone. He had already reached the 6th transformation of the moon, Surpassing this level would render the subsequent power beyond his easy control. Such power would only be unleashed in a life-and-death struggle. That should be quite sufficient. Quite sufficient. Jiayue nearly spat blood in frustration. He had exhausted all his hidden cards, relying solely on his remaining strength for the finale. However, from Gu Changge's tone, it seemed he had more tricks up his sleeve. Upon reflection, Jiayue suddenly realized that Gu Changge had not utilized his celestial bone in battle at all. He had solely relied on the void scripture, his formidable physique, and his radiant eyes. Considering this, Jiayue couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Never mind. It's nearly enough I won T continue. I fear I wouldn't be able to accept the outcome if this were to go on. The celestial manifestation behind Jiayue gradually dissipated, and he abandoned any idea of further testing Gu Changge. There was no alternative. The sunk cost was too high. Should he injure his Dao heart before truly entering the world, it would likely lead to his own downfall. Absolutely not. If this continues, it is certain that cousin Hao Yue will emerge victorious. Gu Changge shook his head, his aura also gradually diminishing. The two descended from the air. Ji Ruyu, witnessing this, approached Gu Changge and teasingly remarked, "Brother Changge, there's no need to spare my brother's feelings. After all, a being of the transcendental realm, fighting someone in the Destiny Wheel realm is already an unfair advantage. Now that you are evenly matched, one could argue that Brother Changge has already won. There is no other explanation." Ji Haoyue rolled his eyes. Hearing her words, Gu Changge playfully flicked Ji Ruyu's smooth forehead. "He is your brother. Why are you siding with me? Who told him to be so shameless?" Ji Ruyu retorted, covering her forehead and sticking out her tongue playfully at Ji Haoyue. "You still dare to speak?" Seeing Ji Ruyu disregard his dignity, Ji Haoyue shot her an annoyed glance before waving his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. This spar with Changge has yielded me significant insights that I shall take some time to consolidate my strength. Perhaps I can break through to the second layer of the transcendental realm. Ryu, please attend to Changge." "Leave it to me." Ji Ryu patted her chest, causing ripples to dance across it, both startling and captivating. Observing this, Gu Changge averted his gaze, thinking to himself, "A gentleman observes the game in silence." The following events saw Ji Ruyu entertaining Gu Changge, while in the void, Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and Ji Shuiyan stood. Overlooking the scene below, they continued to watch with fascination until Gu Changge and Ji Haoyue concluded their duel. Ji Zhao sighed. The sixth layer of the Destiny Wheel realm is comparable to Haoyue's transcendental realm. The Changxinggu family is likely to give birth to an unparalleled genius. Sister Shuiyan, you have truly given birth to a prodigy for the Changxinggu family, Ji Honyuan remarked with a hint of envy. Ji Shuiyan's gentle visage radiated joy, and upon hearing Ji Hongyuan's teasing, she smiled at her brother, saying, "Isn't Changge also a member of the Ji family?" Upon hearing this, Ji Hongyuan's expression softened. Indeed, bringing Gu Changge to the Changxing Ji family was intended to foster connections. Ji Hongyuan's expression grew serious as he replied, "All right, with Sister Shuiyan's words, I have fully recognized Changge." At this moment, Ji Ryu had led Gu Changge back to the small courtyard from before. "Brother Changge, I just awakened my divine body, and the primordial forces of yin and yang within me are quite difficult to mobilize. If you wish to draw upon the yin and yang powers, it may pose some challenges." As she spoke, Ji Ryu seemed somewhat flustered. "What kind of challenges?" Gu Changge frowned upon hearing this, then added, "If it would harm you, there is no rush. We can wait until you fully master your divine body. There won't be any harm, but the extraction of the yin and yang powers is indeed troublesome. As the highest forces of yin and yang, they will transform into chaos and void upon emergence. There are two methods for extraction. One is through dual cultivation, and the other is through, well, by mouth." Ji Ryu said, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing Ji Ryu's words, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Ji Ryu possessed a divine body of yin and yang and had activated it using the yin-yang spirit jade he had given her. Logically speaking, extracting the yin and yang energies should have been a straightforward process. However, he never anticipated that the final step would involve such an approach. Cough. Gu Changge cleared his throat, realizing the situation. Just as he was about to continue, he found himself at a loss for words. As for dual cultivation, that was certainly out of the question. Using The mouth? How does one even approach that? Just as Gu Changge was caught in a dilemma, a faint fragrance wafted into his senses. He looked ahead to find Ji Ryu, standing before him, having approached without him noticing. The maiden's fair and flawless face was a sight to behold, her alluring curves becoming all the more evident as she drew closer. "Brother Changge, this is my voluntary choice. That I am truly delighted to assist you," Ji Ryu said, her cheeks flushed. After speaking, she reached out and embraced Gu Changge's neck, bringing her cherry lips closer. Ji Ryu shyly darted away. Leaving Gu Changge alone in the courtyard, he sensed the black and white energies floating in his dantian. He recalled the earlier scene, and a blush crept across his face. I have never had a woman take the initiative before. How embarrassing. Next time such an opportunity arises, I must be the one to take the lead. Before long, Gu Changge's fleeting thoughts dissipated, replaced by the need to address the matters at hand. Now that he had acquired the yin and yang energies, along with the 5 elements' supreme treasure, with a flick of his hand, a fruit of white jade radiating with 5-colored brilliance appeared, exuding a rich aura of the 5 elements. Just a single whiff of its fragrant essence could elevate one's spirit. Clearly a treasure of remarkable value. This was the 5 elements Dao fruit that the system had returned to him when he had previously gifted Ji Ryu the yin-yang spirit jade. Initially, Gu Changge had intended to use it to nourish his celestial bone, but due to the lengthy refinement time, he had delayed its use, leading to its timely arrival now. Thus, everything is interconnected by fate. With all the necessary treasures for the condensing heaven Dao wheel gathered, there was no reason to delay any further. Gu Changge stowed the 5 elements Dao fruit and turned toward a side room in the small courtyard, simultaneously retrieving a communication spirit jade to inform Ji Shuiyin and Ji Hongyuan that he would be entering seclusion for a period. Upon entering the room, he set up barriers that Gu Changge sat cross-legged on the bed, regulating his breathing. Once his spiritual energy stabilized and his mental state reached perfection, the method for transforming the Dao wheel of heaven began to materialize in his mind. All things in heaven and earth. The creation of the Dao wheel. Every living being possesses a Dao wheel. Some are fated to have it from birth, while others cultivate it through their endeavors. The Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique is a creation inspired by my reflections on the primordial chaos that emerged during the creation of the universe. As Gu Changge perused the comprehensive text on the Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique, he found himself taken aback upon encountering certain revelations. It left him pondering the origins of such profound techniques within the system. To think it even encompassed the observation of the primordial chaos. Contemplating this, Gu Changge continued his study, affirming his comprehension of the Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique. He then turned his inward gaze towards his dantian. The essence of condensing the Heavenly Mandate Wheel is deceptively simple, yet profoundly complex, primarily revolving around the collection of treasures of enlightenment and the dual energies of yin and yang. Subsequently, these treasures are to be absorbed into the dantian, with the Mandate Wheel as the core, supplemented by the 5 elemental treasures. The interplay of yin and yang evolves the primordial chaos, thereby yielding a trace of mysterious energy known as the primordial purple qi to nourish his ascension. The mere mention of the primordial purple qi sent Gu Changge's heart racing with excitement. Have summoned such a phenomenon. The Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder that only one prodigy capable of manifesting the Heavenly Mandate Wheel would arise in an era. Surely, the primordial purple qi was not merely a means to nourish the Mandate Wheel for ascension. However, now was not the time for musings. Gu Changge abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flashing within his dual pupils. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elemental fruits floated before him. He opened his mouth and inhaled. In an instant, the 5 elemental fruits vanished into his mouth, seamlessly entering his dantian. Once inside, the fruits resonated with the yin and yang energies swirling around the 9-pattern Mandate Wheel, causing ripples to undulate across the entire sea of his dantian. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves reverberated throughout the room where Gu Changge was in seclusion. Simultaneously, as he began to employ the Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique, The entire chamber seemed to plunge into a sea of Dao sounds, the deafening murmurs echoing incessantly, only to be subsequently isolated by the formation. Heavenly Mandate Transformation Wheel Technique. Spin. Gu Changge silently commanded within. Recognizing that the moment to condense the Heavenly Mandate Wheel had arrived, as he channeled his soul's energy, the nine-pattern mandate wheel, suspended above the sea of his spirit, began to rotate slowly. In that fleeting moment, waves of dizziness and sharp pain assailed him. Yet, Gu Changge's soul remained steadfast within the sea of spirits, unflinching. The mandate wheel was not easily condensed. One could say it was a venture fraught with peril. Moreover, the mandate wheel constituted the very foundation of a person. Thus, the sensations arising from its rotation were no surprise to him. Unfazed, he continued to spin the mandate wheel. Once the wheel transformed into the Tai Chi diagram, the yin and yang energies could enter the mandate wheel, thereby unlocking the door to chaos and allowing the chaotic energy to permeate the entire sea of spirits. Take the tea that moment. The 5 elemental treasures would come into play, evolving the myriad entities of the 4 extremes: wind, fire, water, earth, and so forth. Buzzing. The 9-pattern mandate wheel accelerated in its rotation, and Gu Changge's soul began to twist in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After nearly a quarter of an hour of relentless spinning, the mandate wheel hovering above the sea of his spirit finally transformed into the Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang. Yin and yang energies go. On the bed within the room, Gu Changge retrieved a drop of the essence water and ingested it. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged back into the sea of spirits to further evolve the mandate wheel. Within the sea of spirits, the black and white yin and yang energies, propelled by Gu Changge's soul power, crashed violently into the corresponding yin and yang eyes of the rotating Tai Chi diagram. Boom! A resounding roar echoed throughout Gu Changge's body. The once rapidly spinning Tai Chi diagram of the mandate wheel, upon infusion of the yin and yang energies, bizarrely came to a halt, contrasting with its previous blurred state. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly emanated from the Tai Chi diagram of the mandate wheel. Gu Changge's expression shifted, initially fearing an unforeseen mishap. Yet he soon relaxed, for the yin and yang eyes on the Tai Chi diagram were continuously flickering, radiating white and black light. In the next moment, the S-shaped line at the center of the Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfurled, a dense wave of chaotic energy akin to a gushing spiritual spring, instantaneously surged forth, standing atop the sea of spirits. Gu Changge's soul was enveloped in the chaotic energy, akin to basking in an exceedingly refreshing breeze, while his soul power surged at an alarming rate. Chapter 74. Thunder Calamity Shocks the G Family. In addition, Gu Changge's sea of spirits was undergoing unimaginable transformations under the influence of the chaotic energy. Boom! Outside, in the courtyard where Gu Changge resided, the heavens suddenly erupted with thunder. Following that, a dense mass of dark clouds began to coalesce, gradually expanding to 10, 100, and then several hundred feet. The sudden commotion drew the attention of many elders and descendants of the G family, their faces registering astonishment as they gazed at the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Is this a thunder calamity? An elder of the G family exclaimed in shock. Thunder calamities do not simply manifest. They are either birthed when a supreme treasure gains sentience, or when an ancestor breaks through the saint realm to challenge the emperor realm. Yet, I have not heard of any ancestor nearing their end, preparing for a desperate final stand. Another elder added. This direction seems to be the courtyard frequently visited by the Divine Son and Miss Ruyu. Could it be that the moonlit Divine Son has achieved a monumental breakthrough, thus triggering the thunder calamity? While the elders of the family speculated, some, feeling they had grasped a hint of the truth, excitedly proclaimed that their Ji family had promising successors. Above the courtyard where Gu Changge resided, Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shui Dan, Ji Hao Yue, and Ji Ruyu had all arrived. Thunder calamity. Ji Zhao's eyes flickered as he gazed at the gathering dark clouds, his tone tinged with astonishment. Changge just finished battling with Hao Yue. Could he have gained something significant to provoke the thunder calamity? Ji Hongyuan inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Ji Hao Yue, shook his head, staring at the dense thunderclouds above with confusion. I don't know. We merely had a normal spar. And besides, Father, don't tell me you weren't watching. Although Ji Haoyue could not sense Ji Honyuan and the others at that moment, he was aware they had certainly been observing. Upon hearing this, Ji Honyuan and the others exchanged glances. Ji Shui Dan, looking worried, turned her gaze towards the courtyard below. What is Changge doing? He has even attracted a thunder calamity. He said he was in seclusion. Yet it has turned into a shocking affair. Beside her, Ji Ruyu recalled the events that transpired before Gu Changge entered seclusion, her cheeks flushing, and she felt an inexplicable sense of shyness whenever she glanced at Ji Shui Dan. However, seeing Ji Shui Dan so concerned for Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu spoke up to reassure her, saying that Brother Changge actually sought a strand of yin and yang energy from me during his seclusion. If he is utilizing the yin and yang energy, it must be a tremendous opportunity. I sense we need not worry. As Ji Ruyu spoke, she immediately captured the attention of Ji Zhao. Ji Honyuan, Ji Shui Dan, and Ji Haoyue. Changge sought yin and yang energy from you. Ji Zhao, the elder, confirmed with an inquisitive tone. Yes, Ji Ruyu nodded. Ji Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stroked his white beard. The utilization of yin and yang energy typically implies one is either refining a supreme treasure or practicing a transcendent technique. The yin and yang energies possess profound resonance, easily giving rise to sentience within treasures. It is highly likely that the supreme treasure has gained sentience, resulting in the thunder calamity, or perhaps Changge is undergoing a miraculous transformation through a transcendent technique, thus provoking the thunder calamity as a test. Ji Zhao, being well-versed in such matters, deduced much from the presence of the yin and yang energies. Ji Honyuan, standing nearby, found this reasoning quite plausible. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui Dan felt somewhat reassured, with Elder Ji Zhao's insight. There was a 70 to 80% chance of truth in his words. This thunder calamity represents a significant boon for Gu Changge. Practicing a transcendent technique, refining a supreme treasure. Each prospect is immensely enticing. He is already so formidable. If he succeeds in cultivating a transcendent technique or refining a treasure requiring yin and yang energies, I cannot fathom the extent of his prowess when the True Dragon and Flood Dragon rankings are unveiled. Ji Haoyue exhaled, a profound sense of urgency enveloping him. He had initially resolved not to compete with Gu Changge, yet witnessing his swift progress compelled him to strive for advancement. Just as Ji Haoyue contemplated returning to consolidate the gains from their recent spar to prevent Gu Changge from catching up too quickly, a flurry of streaks of light suddenly approached. As the radiance dissipated, several elders of the Ji family appeared before Ji Zhao and the others. We greet Elder Ji Zhao. We greet the Patriarch. The elders bowed to Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan, then turned to Ji Shui Dan and Ji Ruyu, saying, We greet Miss Shui Dan. We greet Miss Ruyu. What brings you here? Ji Honyuan inquired, puzzled by the presence of these elders. The foremost elder, a formidable figure of the Ji family at the third tier of the ruler realm, stepped forward and said, Patriarch, upon witnessing the thunder calamity, we wish to ascertain its nature, so we came to investigate. Surely, it pertains to Divine Son of Just as this elder was about to speculate whether Ji Haoyue's breakthrough had triggered the thunder calamity, he suddenly noticed Ji Haoyue standing slightly behind Ji Honyuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why is Divine Son Haoyue here? Ji Haoyue, perplexed, looked at the elder. Elder Ji Dao. Where else would I be if not here? The elder, Ji Dao, was one of the pinnacle experts among the Ji family elders, possessing extraordinary mastery of sword techniques, and had once been a prodigy in the heavenly Dao Domain. The other elders who accompanied him were equally bewildered. The thunder calamity was not induced by Divine Son Haoyue. Then who could it possibly be? Indeed, it is surprising that it is not Haoyue Shensi, within the Changsheng Ji family, who possesses such capability. The clan elders began to discuss once again, their gazes collectively turning towards Ji Honyuan. Ji Honyuan, seeing this, helplessly remarked, I had hoped that Haoyue could trigger the tribulation to break through. However, regrettably, it is not Haoyue who has invoked the tribulation, but rather Gu Changge, the divine son from the Changsheng Gu family, who is visiting us. What? It is actually the divine son Changge, the clan elders exclaimed in astonishment. Enough, the tribulation is about to commence. Everyone, quiet down and observe closely. Ji Zhao, the ancestral elder, spoke at the opportune moment, highlighting the significance of spectating the tribulation. The tribulation not only tests extraordinary prodigies, but also presents a considerable opportunity for those who observe it. Upon hearing this, Ji Dao and the other clan elders immediately adopted serious expressions, directing their attention towards the courtyard below. Boom! The sound of thunder rumbled above Gu Changge's head. Within the small courtyard, Gu Changge's spiritual sea had transformed into a miniature chaotic space, with his entire dantian filled with dense chaotic energy. The first step and the second step were successfully completed. Next came the opening of chaos and the welcoming of the primordial purple energy. The five elements Dao fruit. Gu Changge's voice echoed within his dantian like the utterances of a divine being. Accompanied by his gentle exclamation, the five elements Dao fruit was instantaneously crushed by the overwhelming chaotic energy, transforming into 5 streams of multicolored essence. Open the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge's eyes sharpened, and he immediately activated the heavenly mandate transformation technique's method of opening the heavens, cleaving the chaos within his dantian. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted within Gu Changge's dantian. In an instant, the chaos was reformed. The heavens cleared, and the earth darkened. Pure energy ascended while turbid energy descended. With the clarity of chaos came a vast and immense fate wheel, adorned with mysterious patterns, presenting itself before Gu Changge, making him feel as if he were a mere mortal facing a colossal planet. Gu Changge gazed in awe at the fate wheel before him. Is this the fate wheel of heavenly Dao? Chapter 75. Yi Chun, inner disciple of Shui West sect, as the fate wheel of heavenly Dao emerged before Gu Changge. A breath of destruction suddenly locked onto him. He had no time to scrutinize the fate wheel, retracting his consciousness from his dantian. The next moment he opened his eyes, gazing skyward, and with a stroke of enlightenment, Gu Changge immediately comprehended the situation. The heavenly tribulation. Gu Changge was taken aback to realize that his manifestation of the fate wheel of heavenly Dao had elicited the heavenly tribulation. It is said that the heavenly tribulation signifies the emergence of prodigies and treasured relics. Have I also ascended to the level of prodigy? Gu Changge chuckled inwardly. Whether he was deemed a prodigy or not was inconsequential to him. With the backing of his brother along with his current foundation, he was already equipped with invincible potential. With a single step, Gu Changge soared into the void. Upon his emergence, Ji Shuidan, Ji Hanyuan, Ji Zhao, Ji Haiyue, and others all fixed their gazes upon him. Has he succeeded in cultivating the defiant technique? Ji Zhao scrutinized Gu Changge, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It should be so. Did you not see the treasured relic? Ji Hanyuan nodded. Boom! As Gu Changge emerged, the thunderclouds above seemed to have found their target, unleashing a series of thunderous roars, with terrifying bolts of lightning flashing intermittently within the dark clouds. The fate wheel of heavenly Dao within Gu Changge radiated an immortal and sacred aura. It was no longer the same size as before, hovering above the spiritual sea. Instead, the fate wheel now nearly enveloped the entire spiritual sea, and the spiritual energy, once clear and pure white, had transformed into a pale golden hue. Appearing even more extraordinary, the fate wheel spun, with intricate and profound Dao patterns densely covering its surface, resembling the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclouds trembled. In the next moment, the thunderclouds morphed into a spiral shape, and a thick silver lightning bolt, as robust as a barrel, instantly tore through the dark clouds and descended towards Gu Changge. Seeing this, Gu Changge raised his hand and struck out with a punch, unleashing a roar of colossal particles within him, an overwhelming force surging forth. Boom! The fist collided with the lightning, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power radiated outward. Observing this, Ji Zhao and Ji Hanyuan found nothing unusual in Gu Changge's display of physical prowess, as they had previously witnessed his battle with Ji Haiyue. However, the clan elders were unaware of this. Watching Gu Changge resist the lightning with sheer physical strength, Ji Dao and the other clan elders collectively gasped. That was merely the aura of the fate wheel realm. That punch's power, I fear, could severely injure even an average deity. To withstand the heavenly tribulation with mere flesh, the innate talent of the Divine Son Changge is indeed extraordinary. To invoke the heavenly tribulation, he must be a prodigy surpassing all others. One can only wonder how many will be awed by Changge's emergence into the world. Indeed, to display such prowess before even entering the world. It is hard to fathom what magnificence he will exhibit when the true dragon rankings are revealed. The entire assembly of Ji clan elders observed Gu Changge, then turned their attention to Ji Haoyue. In their hearts, they secretly speculated about the outcome should Gu Changge confront their own divine Son in the same realm. It would surely be a perilous encounter. Yet, they remained oblivious to the circumstances of the earlier duel. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have arisen. Boom. The heavenly tribulation grew increasingly ferocious. Strikes of silver lightning, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, relentlessly assaulted Gu Changge, as if tearing apart the void. Initially, Gu Changge could still endure the onslaught with his body. But as the power of the thunder grew stronger, he began to employ the techniques of the Void Sutra. At this moment, Ji Dao and the other clan elders gained a renewed understanding of Gu Changge's prowess. At such a tender age, barely having reached adulthood, Gu Changge had likely mastered the Great Void Technique and the Void Grand Handprint to an almost consummate level, capable of executing techniques as if they were extensions of his will. Truly remarkable. Finally, after Gu Changge shattered a bolt of purple lightning with a single palm strike, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, upon shattering the last bolt of lightning, the fate wheel of heavenly Tao within Gu Changge seemed to undergo a transformation, with the patterns upon it becoming even more ancient, as if he were witnessing the laws of heaven and earth firsthand. Moreover, the effects of the fate wheel manifested clearly within Gu Changge's mind. The fate wheel of heavenly Tao, now fully formed, was akin to his heavy pupils and celestial bones, becoming the foundation of his innate abilities. It was no less impressive than his heavy pupils or supreme bones. Devouring spirit, golden spiritual energy, enhanced comprehension. This fate wheel of heavenly Tao has bestowed upon me the equivalent of nearly 3 innate talents. Coupled with my heavy pupils and celestial bones, my current foundation is enough to instill fear within me. Truly deserving of being the fate wheel of heavenly Tao, achievable only once in a lifetime. Filled with delight, Gu Changge noted that while Ji Zhao and the others wished to inquire about his current state after witnessing him overcome the heavenly tribulation, they refrained from approaching as he was still in the midst of recuperation. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge's foundation and strength advanced further, Yi Chun, as anticipated, showcased a fraction of his abilities and successfully became an inner disciple of Shui's sect. The next step was to secure a place in the Yin-Yang Cave through competition, marking a significant milestone in his plan. Have you heard? It seems the Chongqing Ji family also has prodigies accompanying us to the Yin-Yang Cave. I heard. The elders specifically instructed us to collaborate with that prodigy from the Ji family to obtain the cave's inheritance. I wonder if the Chongqing Ji family member accompanying us will be male or female. If it's a female, that would be splendid. Perhaps I could win her over with my looks. Junior brother, how about you take a moment to glance at your own reflection first? If she is indeed a woman. The women of the Chongqing Ji family would undoubtedly be of extraordinary beauty. Yi Chun listened to the discussions of the surrounding disciples in the martial arts arena. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. It was laughable that these utterly mediocre cultivators, lacking any remarkable talents, would dare to covet Ji Ruyu. I shall emerge as the greatest victor of Shui's sect. Once I obtain my spot and journey to the Yin-Yang Cave alongside Ji Ruyu, I can effortlessly charm her over a leisurely 10 to 15 days. Even if Gu Changge has left an impression on her, with my past experiences and adventures, I shall undoubtedly win her heart. The resources of the Chongqing family, I can hardly wait to acquire them to enhance my cultivation. Next, Yi Chun versus Ma Xiao, a disciple from Shui's sect, at the Fateful Realm, leaped onto the combat stage and called out to the disciples below. Which of you is Yi Chun? Come up quickly. Let us settle this swiftly. Yi Chun is in trouble. He has drawn Ma Xiao as his opponent. Ma Xiao is the 10th-ranked genius of our Shueihua sect. The disciples below the stage buzzed with chatter. Yet upon hearing this, a wicked smile spread across Yi Chen's face. Genius? He will be my stepping stone. Chapter 76. I'm the protagonist. Gu Changge remained unaware that at this moment, Yi Chen was experiencing the classic narrative of a hidden prodigy, soon to reveal his astonishing talents. He was currently condensing the heavenly Dao Fate Wheel, enduring the tribulation, and feeling a profound joy upon comprehending its significance. With the aid of the heavenly Dao Fate Wheel, it was likely that his cultivation speed would soar to unprecedented heights. Moreover, due to the unique properties of the Fate Wheel, it could absorb spiritual energy and transform it into golden spiritual energy, which was several times superior in quality compared to the spiritual energy Gu Changge had previously harnessed. In simpler terms, this meant a direct enhancement of combat power. Had it not been for the Fate Wheel, Gu Changge would have needed to rely on his immortal bones to contend with the fully fledged Ji Hao Yue, but now, without utilizing the immortal bones, he could resolve matters solely with his dual pupil divine abilities and the Void Sutra. The enhancement was indeed formidable. It should be noted that Gu Changge was merely at the 6th layer of the Fate Wheel realm, while Ji Hao Yue had already manifested divine phenomena in the divine connection realm. Being an exceptional talent, Changge, are you all right? Ji Shuidan inquired with concern as she rushed towards Gu Changge upon seeing him reopen his eyes. He was her most cherished son, a piece of her heart. I'm fine. Thank you, mother, for your protection. Gu Changge replied with a smile. Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan approached as well, their gazes filled with admiration and a hint of regret as they scrutinized Gu Changge. Their admiration stemmed from Gu Changge's extraordinary talent, which was beyond imagination, even more terrifying than Ji Hao Yue. However, the regret lay in the fact that Gu Changge was not a true descendant of the Ji family. What kind of miraculous technique have you cultivated to invoke a tribulation? Ji Hao Yue curiously asked Gu Changge. A lineage that fundamentally enhances one's foundation. Gu Changge replied with a smile. It can strengthen the Fate Wheel's essence, making it more formidable. He spoke vaguely. Although they were close, such trump cards were not to be disclosed lightly, for one could never know if a terrifying existence might emerge in the future to reverse time. Enhancing the Fate Wheel's foundation. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan were taken aback. The Fate Wheel represented innate talent, with many being predetermined, and only the longevity clans had the potential to elevate the quality of the Fate Wheel, albeit at a great cost. For individuals like Ji Hao Yue and Ji Ruyu, their Fate Wheels were virtually at the peak, akin to the 9 patterns, reaching their limits. Ji Changge, without a doubt, possessed a similar Fate Wheel. Yet, the fact that even a 9-pattern Fate Wheel could continue to strengthen was indeed astonishing. Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and even Ji Hao Yue gazed at Gu Changge with palpable interest, wondering if he could share his secrets. Gu Changge was well aware of their thoughts and chuckled. This technique can only be cultivated by one person in a lifetime. Even if I were to disclose it, it would be of no use, and you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Such techniques should not be lightly passed on. All of this is mere pretense. None of it is true. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and the others displayed expressions of regret. Indeed, such extraordinary techniques had various restrictions, and it was clear they had encountered a particularly vexing one. However, it was precisely this that accentuated the terrifying nature of such a lineage. After a brief conversation with Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan, they took their leave with Ji Shuidan. Before departing, Ji Shuidan winked at Su Zhe, indicating, "We are aware of your plans to obtain the yin-yang energies from your sister Ruyu. You must express your gratitude to her. By the way, your sister Ryu will be heading to the yin-yang cave heaven to seek the penetrating inheritance. You should accompany her as a form of repayment." With that, Ji Shuidan left no room for Gu Changge to object. Ji Ryu turned her hopeful gaze towards Gu Changge. Seeing this, Gu Changge chuckled. He would have accompanied Ji Ryu regardless of Ji Shuidan's words. After all, whether it was for Yi Chen or to rescue Ji Ryu, he would be there. Furthermore, the yin-yang cave heaven was associated with the ancient yin-yang sect, a force of ancient supremacy. Ji Changge felt that obtaining this inheritance and later returning it to Ji Ryu might lead to the complete development of her yin-yang divine body, which would ultimately benefit him as well. However, he realized it was unlikely he could exploit the loophole provided by the system. After all, it had been explicitly stated that one could not continue to farm rewards using the returned items from the system. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ryu. It is a perfect opportunity to relax after my recent breakthrough, Gu Changge said as he gently caressed Ji Ryu's silky hair. Great. The Inyang Cave Heaven will open in about 3 days. Let us go together, Ji Ryu exclaimed, then shifted her gaze to Ji Haoyue. Originally, Ji Haoyue had intended to join them, but upon witnessing Gu Changge's recent sparring session, where he had evidently advanced even further, she suddenly lost all desire to venture out. With Changge accompanying you, I feel reassured I shall not intrude on your time together. I need to enter seclusion to cultivate, Ji Haoyue declared seriously, waving her hand as she departed without a trace. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Gu Changge experimented with the enhancements brought by the golden spiritual energy, and unsurprisingly, its potency exceeded his previous spiritual energy by at least 3-fold. He also tested the devouring function of the heavenly Dao Fate Wheel, which resulted in the formation of a spiritual energy funnel thousands of meters high. This commotion immediately stirred the entire Changsheng Ji family. Even Ji Hongyuan initially believed a great sage was about to break through, only to be left both amused and bewildered upon realizing it was Gu Changge, whom he regarded as a monster. Moreover, the tranquility of the Shueihua sect had been disrupted. The primary cause was a remarkably terrifying genius that had recently emerged in the inner sect. Ever since he had secured a spot in the Inyang Cave Heaven through competitions, this individual seemed to have activated some hidden potential, surging from the 10th position on the inner sect, ranking to the foremost. He even attracted the attention of the Shueihua sect's master, who personally accepted Yi Chun as a closed-door disciple. In the eyes of the Shueihua sect's disciples, Yi Chun had become a legendary figure, having swiftly transcended levels to reach the pinnacle of their aspirations. That why Yi Chun found himself in a predicament. Although he had exposed too much of his capabilities, he had no choice but to align himself with the Shueihua sect's higher-ups to draw closer to Ji Ryu. Otherwise, it would be impossible to approach her, let alone travel together. If he were to merely secure a position like others, he would only catch a glimpse at the beginning, and afterward, it would be a matter of him being left behind. Yi Chun, I never anticipated your comprehension would be so astonishing. Even mastering the king-level source techniques, the Shueihua sect master praised, his smile growing broader. Your source techniques alone are sufficient to elevate our Shueihua sect further. You have also entered the Shueihua Heart Sutra. Now, it is merely a matter of steady cultivation. In the future, you could very well ascend the Jiaolong ranking, leaving the world in awe if you perform well. The position of the Shueihua sect's heir might very well be yours. Chapter 77. Yi Chun, do not come any closer. Yi Chun chuckled upon hearing this. The Shueihua sect master believed that his words had elicited a positive response from Yi Chun, and his smile deepened. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun merely scoffed at the notion. The position of a mere heir in the Shueihua sect could hardly compare to being the son-in-law of a longevity clan. Not to mention, merely appearing on the Jiaolong ranking was far beneath his aspirations. Yi Chun's true objective was the true dragon ranking, and he aimed for the very top, as long as he followed his plan and obtained the prophetic opportunity. No matter how extraordinary Gu Changge was, he would certainly not be his rival today. As for anyone else, they were hardly worth mentioning. The Shueihua sect master was truly deluded. How could he ever lower himself to the Shueihua sect? Thus began a period of quiet anticipation as they awaited the passing of another day. On the 4th day, the day of the opening of the Shueihua Cave Heaven had arrived. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu made their way to the Shueihua Cave Heaven, while the Shueihua sect and other forces prepared their disciple for the gathering at the designated meeting point, the assembly point. The disciples led by the Shueihua sect were abuzz with discussion, occasionally casting curious glances towards the sky. The Inyang Cave Heaven was finally set to open, and there was much speculation about whether the descendants of the Changsheng Ji family would be male or female. I hear they are from the direct lineage of the Changsheng family, and their status is beyond compare. If we can catch their eye, we may soar to great heights within the sect. What a fanciful dream. Do you really think the direct descendants of the Changsheng family would take notice of us? Some were lost in fantasy, while others remained grounded in reality. Regardless, Everyone present was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Changge family members. After a quarter of an hour had passed without any sign of the leading elders or disciples from any sect, a sense of expectation filled the air. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky appeared to be torn apart by an immense force. Amidst the clouds, a colossal ancient ship, adorned with formidable sails, descended slowly before the astonished gazes of the Shui sect and other forces, the battle vessel of the Changge family. What level of direct descendant could possibly warrant the deployment of a warship? One must understand that such vessels were only commandeered by the Changge family in times of war. The onlookers gasped in shock, their faces displaying astonishment. Meanwhile, those privy to the details among the sect's higher-ups wore expressions of excitement. Eagerly gazing towards the ship's position at last, were they about to witness the legendary goddess of the Changge family. Yichun was equally exhilarated. Gazing at the descending figure of Yichun, his thoughts drifted to Jiruyu, whose youthful beauty and voluptuous form resembled the purity of a blue lotus, igniting a fervent blaze within him, especially after learning that her yin-yang divine body had awakened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to claim Jiruyu for himself. With a whoosh, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the warship finally steadied in mid-air. Following this, a formidable aura emanating from the realm of kings ascended from a ship, akin to a true dragon awakening, weighing heavily upon the chests of the disciples present. "Have you all gathered?" A commanding voice resonated through the void, as a towering, ethereal figure materialized, coalescing from spiritual energy before the various factions. Leading the assembly was none other than the elder of the Ji Dao clan. "It is indeed Senior Ji Dao. We are all present." The master of Shui respectfully inclined his head towards the apparition, adopting a notably humble demeanor. "Very well. If that is the case, you may board the ship." Ji Dao's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Understood." The members of Shui and other sects responded in unison, swiftly turning to call their disciples. "Hurry, board the Ji family's warship at once. Indeed, we are about to embark on our journey to the Yin-Yang cave." Hearing their elders' calls, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Could it be that they would also ride upon the warship? They had assumed they would merely trail behind it. Subsequently, beams of rainbow light surged into the Ji family's warship. Once they landed, their attention was immediately captivated by two celestial figures that seemed to radiate an otherworldly charm. At the forefront stood a youthful yet imposing figure, exuding an extraordinary nobility, with a strikingly handsome visage. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden edges, his long hair was tied back with a golden ribbon, and his eyes seemed to manifest a divine presence, embodying an exquisite and flawless demeanor. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful maiden with a youthful visage and ample bosom stood gracefully, her countenance enchanting and her spirit lively, resembling a fairy. Upon seeing these two, the gathered disciples were rendered speechless. "So beautiful," a disciple from Shui murmured, entranced by Jiruyu. "And that man is so remarkably handsome." Several female disciples gazed at Gu Changge with starry-eyed admiration. Yichun followed the master of Shui onto the warship, and upon catching his first glimpse of Jiruyu, his smile was on the verge of blooming. However, the moment he noticed Gu Changge standing beside her, his expression darkened, turning ashen. "Gu Changge." Yichun's lips slowly formed the 3 syllables, his voice barely above a whisper, like a chilling breeze seeping through a crack. Yichun looked at Gu Changge beside Jiruyu with disbelief. This was unexpected. Why was Gu Changge here? Was he not supposed to be at the Changshungu family? As Yichun stared incredulously at Gu Changge, the latter, of course, noticed him as well. Gu Changge made no move, merely casting a meaningful glance at Yichun, causing the stunned Yichun's heart to race as he lowered his gaze to conceal his agitation. Yichun's heart raced. Ever since encountering Gu Changge, he felt as though he faced setbacks at every turn. Everything he attempted met with failure. Now, on this journey to the Yin-Yang cave, Gu Changge was also present. "Damn it! If I fail again this time, no matter the cost, I shall eliminate this child. What if he has dual pupils? He is merely an undeveloped prodigy, as long as I obtain that item." Self-detonation would spell doom for anyone below the realm of kings. Gu Changge was blissfully unaware that he had become the target of Yi Qin's lethal intentions. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely scoff in disdain. Just a mere rogue cultivator. How could he possibly compare to my esteemed self with my dual pupils and celestial bones? The master of Shui Wei, seeing some of his disciples stirring restlessly, quickly cautioned, "Do not disturb or offend those two. They are esteemed members of the Chongqing clan. The lady is Ji Hongyuan's daughter from the Chongsheng family, named Ji Ruyu, and the man beside her is likely to be Ji Haoyue, the divine son of the Ji family. Not seek your own demise." A similar situation unfolded among other sections. The gazes fixated on Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu grew even more fervent. Though it was apparent from the outset that they were of extraordinary status, confirmation from the sect leaders made their allure even more irresistible. Chapter 78. Assassin Strike. Why is Gu Changge here? While the multitude was occupied with their calculations, Ji Ruyu furrowed her brow at the fervent stare surrounding her, particularly when a familiar gaze caught her attention, revealing Yi Qin's presence. "Oh, Brother Changge, look, that seems to be the person we saw previously at the Lingquan Blessed Land." Ji Ruyu gestured for Gu Changge to observe Yi Qin. Gu Changge, having noticed him long ago, nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is he. How did he end up here? It appears that camp belongs to the disciples of Shui Wei." Ji Ruyu recalled the incident in Yunlong City, realizing that Yi Qin was clearly not a good person. Having provoked Gu Changge, and the way he looked at her felt off, she sensed that Yi Qin had ulterior motives toward her. Moreover, what was this unsettling feeling that lingered? Who knows? Best to ignore it. Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qin before withdrawing his gaze. Fully aware of Yi Qin's intentions, he simply wished to express one sentiment: dream on. In the ensuing time, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu journeyed alongside the disciples of other sections. However, many peculiar occurrences transpired along the way. The disciples of various sects would often engage in sparring, eager to showcase their prowess, while some female disciples deliberately positioned themselves close, striving to display their allure in hopes of capturing Gu Changge's attention. Unfortunately, whether it was Ji Ruyu or Gu Changge, both remained oblivious to these advances, sharing laughter and conversation, causing female disciples to envy Ji Ruyu and male disciples to envy Gu Changge. As for Yi Qin, he was gritting his teeth in frustration, especially as he sparred against several top talents from various sects, defeating them with ease, all to capture Ji Ruyu's attention. While he gained notoriety, and many took notice of him, Ji Ruyu didn't even spare him a glance. All his efforts were in vain. Why Yi Qin's heart darkened. So, she only has eyes for Gu Changge. Does she? What do I lack compared to Gu Changge? Is it merely a matter of a fortunate background? Yi Qin felt a wave of resentment. Yet he soon found solace, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Fine. After all, the enemies of the Chongqing family should be making their move soon. Just as this thought crossed Yi Qin's mind, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless terrifying beams of array light surged from around the Ji family's warship, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a terrifying force of nature manifested, rendering the space exceedingly stable, causing many commonly used treasures for breaking through the void to vanish entirely. Not good. Ji Dao, seated at the top of the warship, suddenly opened his eyes as the array light shot skyward. A glimmer of sword intent flashed in his gaze as he bellowed. In an instant, Ji Dao leaped from the highest deck of the warship into the sky, the overwhelming sword intent mingling with the majesty of the realm of kings. Sweeping across the heavens and earth, the sound of swords ringing filled the air, as if he were about to cleave the sky and rend the earth with a single stroke. That Ji Dao glanced at the array, his heart sinking. This formation was extraordinarily profound. Even he, a being of the realm of kings, could not discern its mysteries. Moreover, it possessed the effect of binding the void, indicating that their adversaries had come prepared. "Who dares?" Ji Dao barked, surveying his surroundings. "I am Ji Dao of the Chongsheng family. Do you dare to attack my Chongqing family? Are you not afraid of our retribution?" As Ji Dao spoke loudly, he discreetly transmitted a message to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. "Son of Changge, Miss Ruyu, I will create a fissure in this formation shortly. When that happens, you must escape immediately. The rest will be left to fate." Ji Ryu's expression shifted with concern as she gazed at Ji Dao. Elder Ji Dao. Gu Changge nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to the array. With his mastery of the Source Heavenly Book, he could easily identify the weaknesses of this formidable array, even though he did not know its name. Utilizing the Source Heavenly Sense and his dual pupils to breach the array was not difficult. However, Gu Changge did not wish to reveal himself so soon, as he intended to discern who was behind the assassination of the Changsheng family, perfectly poised to bait a trap. The leaders, elders, and disciples of other sects were also thrown into disarray. They never imagined that someone would dare to launch an attack against the Changsheng family. How could this be possible? Yi Chun, on the other hand, was internally elated. He quietly edged closer to Ji Ryu and Gu Changge, intending to seize the opportunity to leave with Ji Ryu through a breach in the formation. From there, he would smoothly transition into the ensuing chase. Unfortunately, an unexpected variable had entered the equation. Damn it! Just as Ji Dao's words fell, 3 terrifying auras of the realm of kings emerged from the surroundings, their bodies cloaked in divine light, obscuring their features. Yet the aura emanating from them was on par with Ji Dao. Clearly, they were top-tier powerhouses within the realm of kings, comparable to the heads of the Changsheng family or the masters of the immortal sanctum. Haha, we are here to eliminate your Changsheng family. One of them laughed menacingly. Indeed, once we deal with you, old man, your Ji family's divine maiden with the yin-yang divine body will become our young master's offering. Kill! The terrifying aura shattered the surrounding void as if it were crumbling, and the spiritual energy emitted mournful wails. The elder of the Ji Dao clan's face darkened at these words, and a dreadful killing intent surged from him. You seek death, daring to covet the divine maiden of the Ji family. Boom! A thunderous blade intent surged forth, momentarily disrupting the operation of the grand formation. In an instant, a dazzling and resplendent blade light cleaved through the void, landing at a corner of the grand formation not far from Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. The earth trembled, and the heavens cracked. This grand formation was forcibly sliced open at a corner by Ji Dao's terrifying blade prowess. At this moment, Ji Dao shouted to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, "Hurry, flee!" The 3 king-level assassins surrounding the Changsheng family coldly sneered at this scene. Want to escape? No way! Just as they intended to strike, Ji Dao had already unleashed 3 streaks of blade light in an instant. The terrifying blade light sweeping through the void, resonating with a buzzing sound. Ji Dao, renowned as a prodigy of Gaia's generation. With a single strike, even the 3 king-level cultivators, who appear to be of similar cultivation to Ji Dao, felt their hairs stand on end and had to abandon their intent to attack Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. Flee! Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge urged Ji Ryu beside him. Ji Ryu nodded in agreement. The two immediately flew towards the corner of the grand formation that Ji Dao had severed. Yi Chun quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the master of Shuiwei and others were closely observing the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Ji Dao slice open a corner of the grand formation, they erupted with immense joy, shouting, "Hurry, everyone, let us escape this formation." Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, along with Yi Chun, successfully broke free from the formation. However, those who were a moment too late, including the master of Shuiwei, were not so fortunate, for in that brief instant, the 3 king-level cultivators who had engaged Ji Dao could now turn their attention to them. Chapter 79. The Pure Blood Son of Yazi. Boom! The terrifying spiritual energy surged, and in an instant a gigantic hand, 100 feet tall, reached towards a group of disciples and elders from various sects attempting to follow Gu Changge and Ji Ryu out of the grand formation. The next moment, bang! It was as if something in the void had exploded. A cacophony of sounds, akin to dumplings being boiled, echoed, accompanied by screams of anguish. Sensing the commotion behind him, Yi Chun, following closely behind Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, quickened his pace. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu had already exited the formation. The king-level expert who had struck out, seeing this, spoke with displeasure. Ji Ryu and the person beside her have escaped, along with a small sect disciple, and no matter. Another king-level expert who had been knocked back after a clash with Ji Dao interjected, "The young master is outside. Those few cannot escape." Ji Dao, having suppressed the last king-level expert he faced, was filled with rage upon hearing their conversation. "What force are you, that you dare to ambush the divine maiden of the Changshengji family? How audacious!" Humph. The two king-level experts who had been conversing snorted coldly, and then smirked. "You must first get past us before you speak of anything else. That it has long been said that Ji Dao of the Changshengji family was a peerless blade cultivator who suppressed all 1,000 years ago. Let us see if you truly possess such strength. You shall pay for your insolence." Within the grand formation, a cataclysmic battle erupted. The terrifying fluctuations threatened to overwhelm the grand formation, and the various forces within it were left in utter devastation. Masters, elders, disciples. Those who survived were wailing in despair. In the midst of a battle between absolute powers, they were like ants, their lives entirely beyond their control. Life wheel, divine communication, enlightenment, ascension. These levels of cultivation might signify strength in the outside world. However, in the eyes of king-level experts, especially those from the Changsheng family or the immortal sanctum, they were akin to mere insects. Easily extinguished, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu escaped the grand formation. In truth, there was no need to flee. Whenever Gu Changge faced mortal danger, the protector behind him could annihilate all adversaries with a mere wave of his hand. However, the protector was not a trump card, merely a precaution. If every danger required the protector's intervention, then even the most monstrous prodigy would fail to grow. Even if one ultimately achieved profound cultivation, they would remain nothing more than a decorative vase. "Brother Changge, the individual we spoke of earlier has been following us," Ji Ryu indicated behind her as she walked alongside Gu Changge. "Yes, I have noticed." Gu Changge nodded, then halted his steps, prompting Ji Ryu to do the same. Yi Chun, having already been aware of their presence, could not possibly remain undetected by them as they exited the grand formation. Thus, upon seeing Gu Changge and Ji Ryu come to a stop, he approached with a smile, greeting them. "Young Master Changge, Fairy Ryu, we meet again. Your keen eyes are impressive. You managed to walk out of the grand formation alongside us." Gu Changge regarded Yi Chun with a peculiar expression. He had an inkling that Yi Chun seemed to possess prior knowledge about their movements. This feeling was reminiscent of his experience with Gu Changge. Therefore, Gu Changge was beginning to glean some insight into the identity of this child of fortune. However, he still needed confirmation that, if true, he must make good use of this reincarnated individual. Unlike Gu Changge, who was bound to him and a member of his why Yi Chun was a child of fortune. A person who currently appeared at odds with him. For someone with such potential, Gu Changge naturally intended to exploit him fully before ultimately eliminating him. Simply eliminate him would be a waste. Moreover, if he truly were a reincarnated being, he would undoubtedly possess astonishing treasures, which would serve as his ultimate trump card, replete with unpredictable powers. Should the moment arise to strike decisively, Gu Changge would need to be thoroughly prepared, ensuring that Yi Chun had no means of escape and would be left to meet his demise. Feeling scrutinized by Gu Changge's gaze, Yi Chun felt an unsettling chill, as if all his secrets were being laid bare. He realized it was not an illusion. Gu Changge likely employed a secret eye technique to observe him. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he forced a smile. "I had already discerned that young Master Changge and Fairy Ryu are extraordinary. In a perilous situation, naturally, following you is my only chance of survival. Now that you have emerged, should we not part ways?" Gu Changge showed no courtesy towards Yi Chun, directly issuing an order for him to leave. Yi Chun's smile froze upon hearing this. Ji Ryu remained unperturbed, fully supporting all of Gu Changge's decisions, especially the choice to drive away someone as evidently ill-intentioned as Yi Chun. Why Yi Chun's mind raced. How could he present himself without Ji Ryu by his side? Curse be it all. Why did Gu Changge have to appear? Finally, Yi Chun formulated a retort, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. "Young Master Changge, we are all fugitives now. Clearly, those who attacked us were targeting Fairy Ryu. They may also have their sights set on you. Keeping me around provides additional strength. Perhaps I could assist you in facing the threat. Apologies, but that won't be necessary." Gu Changge shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yi Chun. "Moreover, those who could potentially assist you are likely not my equal." Yi Chun felt a pang of humiliation at Gu Changge's words. Was he really so insignificant? What of the Changsheng family? Were they not inherently superior? He was a reincarnated being, possessing a reincarnation stone of great value. Just give him time. Yi Qin's breath quickened, his eyes nearly bloodshot. He yearned for a confrontation with Gu Changge, believing that even revealing some of his trump cards would be worthwhile. He needed to vent his frustrations. However, just as Yi Qin prepared to take action, a light, mocking voice emerged from the side. Accompanied by an overbearing aura do, the elder mentioned that the Ji family's divine maiden had escaped. I thought you had already fled, yet here you are, engaged in idle chatter with that light, mocking voice. A tall figure stepped forth, adorned with black horns and crimson eyes, exuding a formidable and wicked aura, resembling a red-eyed dragon man. Yazi's son, Yazi Xian. Yazi Xian strode forward, speaking as his gaze fixated greedily on Jiruyu. Chapter 80. Yazi Xian, overwhelming and unbelievable. Under Yazi Xian's gaze, Jiruyu felt profoundly uncomfortable, ultimately retreating behind Gu Changge. Her eyes filled with disdain as she glared at him, but Yi Qin, upon witnessing Yazi Xian's appearance, felt a mix of excitement and anger. His excitement stemmed from the fact that Yazi Xian had appeared. In his previous life, Jiruyu should have been fleeing at this moment. His anger was directed towards the fact that this time around, Gu Changge had intervened, and given Gu Changge's prior display of power, he was not necessarily inferior to Yazi Xian. Moreover, Yi Qin found Yazi Xian's covetous gaze upon Jiruyu exceedingly displeasing, for in his heart, Jiruyu was already his chosen one. So, you're the young master they spoke of during the ambush. Gu Changge scrutinized Yazi Xian, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Indeed, and who might you be? Why do you linger by Jiruyu's side? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze from Jiruyu and directed it towards Gu Changge, his brows slightly raising. Judging from Gu Changge's demeanor, it was evident that he was an extraordinary individual, perhaps even a prodigy from the Ji family. Contemplating this, Yi Xian curiously inquired, "Are you perhaps Ji Haoyue?" "No." Gu Changge shook his head, responding with a smile. "I am Gu Changge." "Gu Changge." Yi Xian repeated the name, feeling an odd familiarity. The next moment, his eyes lit up, a terrifying battle intent emanating from him as he declared, "You are the born divine twin-eyed one, the son of the Changsheng Gu family." "Gu Changge?" Gu Changge nodded. Upon confirming Gu Changge's identity, the wicked smile on Yi Xian's face grew even more pronounced. "Excellent, excellent. I have long heard of the formidable power of the ancient twin-eyed beings. Yet I have never had the chance to witness think that not only can I capture the divine maiden of the Ji family's yin-yang divine body, but I can also defeat a twin-eyed prodigy. Ha ha ha! Once this news spreads, my renown will surely echo throughout the myriad clans." Gu Changge regarded the overly confident Yi Xian, his lips twitching imperceptibly. This individual truly exuded self-assurance. However, Gu Changge was also somewhat curious about Yi Xian. In Jiruyu's recent fortunes, it seemed she had mentioned that the clan was a pure-blooded beast faction, though he was unsure of their exact power. "Who are you?" Gu Changge countered, directing the question back at Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not immediately reveal his name. Despite his boastful words, he remained cautious of Gu Changge, for the latter was the son of the Changsheng family, possibly possessing some extraordinary treasures for self-preservation. If Gu Changge were to relay this information back, it would not bode well for his clan's standing. With a cold smirk, Yi Xian retorted, "I'll tell you when you're on the brink of death." Boom! As he spoke, the terrifying aura of the godly realm enveloped the surroundings that Yi Xian unleashed his full strength without any restraint. Such actions were not only meant to take revenge on the Changsheng Ji family, but primarily to capture Jiruyu, who had just awakened her yin-yang divine body. With the assistance of the yin-yang divine body and dual cultivation, his cultivation would surely progress by leaps and bounds. But this would also irreparably offend the Changsheng Ji family. Thus he sought to eliminate all threats. Aside from Jiruyu, everyone else had to die. Even if Gu Changge was the son of the Changsheng Gu family, he would cease to be a son once dead. The tumultuous sea of blood loomed, resembling a tsunami that engulfed everything around Gu Changge, Jiruyu, and Yi Qin appeared as mere boats adrift in this crimson tide, at risk of being overwhelmed at any moment. The sounds of crashing waves roared thunderously. In the next instant, Yuxian stood atop a sea of blood dozens of feet high, surrounded by mountains of corpses. The palpable killing intent seemed to solidify the very fabric of the void. Kill! Yuxian manifested an ominous sight, conjuring a massive bloody hand from the sea of corpses, sweeping towards Gu Changge. Seeing this, Ji Ryu prepared to join Gu Changge in battle, but he pressed her back. Stepping forward, with his back to her, he smiled and said, "No need for you to intervene. This fellow is even slightly inferior to why, damn it. Did that woman not claim to be naive and inexperienced? Why would she not choose something that is so evidently beneficial to her? She even dismissed my spiritual transmission outright." Infuriating, as Yi Chun transmitted to Ji Ryu. Gu Changge, who had already reached an astounding mastery over the celestial energies, barely lifted the corners of his mouth, glancing at Yi Chun before averting his gaze. Opposite Gu Changge, Yuxian, recalling his momentary lapse when faced with Gu Changge's overwhelming presence, felt a searing anger ignite within his chest. Well, it is no surprise that someone with natural dual pupils and the Changshigu family's void scripture possesses such prowess. He saw through my flaws in an instant, standing before me in an unexpected humiliation. This grudge, I shall avenge it now. Yuxian understood that the recent incident had cast a shadow in his heart, one that could very well evolve into a personal demon. Thus, he sought immediate retribution to dispel this gloom that a year or two older than me, possessing some talent, and he believes that after breaking through to the Divine Wheel realm, he is invincible among the younger generation of the 3,000 Dao Domains. Revenge. It also depends on whether you have the capability to do so. Ji Changge's dual pupils manifested. In the next moment, a profound wave of void energy enveloped him. With a mere gesture, a colossal purple handprint emerged from a void. Reaching toward Yuxian, as Yuxian beheld the descending handprint, he roared, and a sea of blood manifested as a protective barrier above him. The handprint struck the blood sea barrier, unleashing a cacophony of monstrous waves, accompanied by terrifying torrents of crimson energy radiating outward. Some talent. Indeed. How dare you say that? I see your cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the Divine Wheel realm. What do you have to contend with me in the Divine realm? Blood Sea Avatar, boom! Yuxian thrust his hand, repelling the descending void handprint, while forming intricate seals with his fingers. In an instant, a towering crimson giant, 100 feet tall, stood behind him, woven from the very essence of the Blood Sea. Die for me! Yuxian unleashed his innate divine ability, manifesting a blood avatar, each of his movements brimming with earth-shattering power. Boom! The 100-foot-tall, crimson giant stomped down, instantly collapsing the ground beneath it with a clenched fist. It struck down. The immense giant bent forward, creating a suffocating pressure. Yet, facing such a dreadful assault, Gu Changge merely raised his eyes slightly and appeared before Yuxian in a single step. Get lost. Yuxian, witnessing Gu Changge's swift approach through the Great Void Technique, was not surprised. He unleashed a blood fist, channeling the power of the Blood Sea, attempting to propel Gu Changge away, drawing him into the range of the giant's assault. Ah! Gu Changge scoffed, raising his fist as the colossal particles roared forth. Boom! The terrifying blood energy instantaneously enveloped both Gu Changge and Yuxian. At that moment, the blood-colored giant conjured by Yuxian transformed into a torrent of crimson, surging toward Gu Changge and Yuxian, encasing them in a space akin to being wrapped in blood. Brother Changge, Ji Ryu gasped at this sight. Yi Chun beamed with delight upon witnessing the scene. Yes, just like that. Take down Gu Changge in there. Yuxian, you were once the 29th on the True Dragon ranking. Although Gu Changge is 5th, he has yet to fully blossom into his potential. You can undoubtedly eliminate this fellow. However, before Ji Ryu's call faded, and just as Yi Chun had this thought, boom, the Blood Sea suddenly erupted. The next moment, a figure plummeted from the Blood Sea, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ji Ryu's heart tightened at this sight, but when she discerned who had fallen, she was taken aback, for it was none other than Yuxian. Chapter 82. The guardian of the Yaji clan one side. Yi Chun, upon witnessing Yuxian descend from the heavens, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly popping them out. No, the outcome was determined so swiftly, and he was struck down by another. Is Yuxian truly this incompetent? What transpired up there? Lying on the ground, Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood, his crimson eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Gu Changge, incredulous as he stammered, "How is this possible? What did you do just now?" Upon hearing Yixian's words, Yichen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Even the principal party is unaware of how Gu Changge bested him. Is this a joke? Ji Ryu, however, did not ponder further. Seeing Yixian's shocked expression as he looked skyward, she gazed up and found Gu Changge still as serene as jade, resembling an otherworldly immortal. She let out a sigh of relief. In Ji Ryu's heart, as long as Gu Changge was unharmed, that was sufficient. Just moments ago, witnessing Gu Changge being engulfed within Yixian's snowball-like attack had nearly compelled her to intervene. Reflecting on her earlier panic, Ji Ryu felt the urge to knock her own head, pondering why she always became so impulsive at the sight of Gu Changge in peril. Gu Changge remained poised in the void, gazing down at the astonished Yixian, and took a step forward. Whoosh! The great void technique's ability to vanish without a trace was executed flawlessly by Gu Changge. In an instant, he stood before Yixian, observing the disheveled and waning aura of his opponent. With a faint smile, Gu Changge remarked, "If you wish to know, you may inquire below with those I have dispatched." With that, Gu Changge pointed, unleashing a terrifying purple radiance from his fingertip. Seeing this, Yixian's pupils constricted sharply, enveloped by the aura of death. Fear washed over him as he sensed Gu Changge's murderous intent. Gu Changge, let us speak civilly," Yixian hastily implored. Yet Gu Changge's finger did not falter. As it drew closer, Yixian's fear morphed into bluster. "You cannot. I'm a pure-blood Yuji, the son of a pure-blood beast. Do you understand the prestige of such a lineage among the alien races? Should you slay me, it would be akin to offending my Yuji clan, just as you would the Changsheng Ji family. You wish to create enemies for your Changsheng Gu family?" At this point, as Gu Changge's finger hovered just a couple of centimeters from his brow, it finally halted. Sensing the murderous intent mere inches from his forehead, Yixian swallowed hard, his face lighting up with relief. "Right. Rest assured, after this battle, I shall no longer be your adversary. According to my usual conduct, I would certainly kill you. However, since your protector has emerged, I shall reluctantly spare you. Can you grant me this courtesy?" Senior, Gu Changge's words left Yixian momentarily stunned. Ji Ryu and Yichen were equally taken aback. Yet, as Yichen quickly regained his composure, he cast a glance at Gu Changge's side. Indeed, there stood an elderly man with a head of white hair. Yet his visage remained youthful, having appeared beside Gu Changge at some point. Yichen, possessing a keen sensitivity to the aura of saints, recognized him at a glance. The figure beside Gu Changge was a quasi-saint, not a full saint. Yet at this moment, a quasi-saint was a being to be revered, especially since they were still in their developmental phase. Saints are the ancestors of the Changsheng family, and quasi-saints were too. This Yixian actually has a quasi-saint as a protector. It is no wonder he ranked 29th among the True Dragon list in a previous life. However, following this battle, his Dao heart will likely suffer damage, potentially limiting his future potential. With this in mind, Yichen's gaze shifted back to Gu Changge, pondering what level of protector he had. Was it a quasi-saint, a saint, or even a quasi-emperor? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he could not help but feel envious. Despite his disdain for the great powers, the Changsheng family, and the prodigies of the undying sacred land, one could not deny that a good background was truly enviable. They were born without the need to strive for resources, living lives where food and clothing were effortlessly provided, solely focused on cultivation. Moreover, they had top-tier guardians overseeing them, free from the mortal peril of life and death. How could one not be envious? Ji Ryu also noticed the quasi-saint of the Ji clan standing beside Gu Changge. Ji Ryu gazed at Gu Changge, her eyes filled with profound admiration and envy. The human race frequently gives rise to extraordinary prodigies and astonishing geniuses. Now, the son of Changge is among them. In ordinary circumstances, the prodigies would not be a match for you in a single strike. Although the human race is inherently weak, its potential for growth strikes fear even into the hearts of my ferocious beast clans. Senior, you flatter me. After this battle, Yixian has lost. Quasi-Saint Ji Yu regarded the slumped Yixian beside Gu Changge. shaking his head in disappointment. His brilliance had diminished before even entering the world. His future achievements would likely be limited. However, even so, Ye Xian's talent remains worthy of cultivation, albeit not at the pinnacle level. Senior, I fear I cannot simply let him depart, despite standing before Quasi-Saint. Gu Changge maintained his assertiveness. Ji Yu frowned. Does the son of Changge have more to say? Ji Yu's expression darkened. As a quasi-saint, he had already bestowed significant praise upon Gu Changge, and his personal appearance to protect Ye Xian should have sufficed. You of the Yi clan devised a scheme to abduct the divine maiden Ji Ruyu and prepared to take my life. Now he has been defeated by me. If a senior commands to take him away, will others not think that my Chongqing Gu family and the Chongqing Ji family fear your Yi clan? Ji Yu's expression darkened at these words, yet Gu Changge had indeed spoken truthfully. Then what conditions do you propose? Speak freely. Ye Yu had no choice but to concede, for he did not believe that Gu Changge had no one to safeguard him behind the scenes. With his quasi-saint perception, he had already faintly sensed a threatening aura surrounding him. Thus, he vowed before the heavens that he would bow and yield in the future, refraining from making any moves against the divine maiden of the Ji family. The Yazi clan must no longer act against the Chongqing Ji family. Gu Changge spoke in a calm manner, yet the content of his words was explosively shocking. Beside him, Yi Chen's expression was remarkable. To make a pure-blooded Yazi prodigy bow and yield? How audacious! This was utterly outrageous. The Yazi clan was born to kill, vengeful and arrogant beyond measure. It seemed that Gu Changge would soon face reckoning from his quasi-saint protector. Ji Ruyu was also taken aback, yet she felt a swell of gratitude within her heart. This was not merely a defense for herself, but also a safeguard for the Chongqing Ji family. Ye Yu sneered, Godson Changge, do you think your conditions are feasible? Who in the 3,000 realms does not know that my Yazi clan never submits to others? If we cannot see eye to eye, we shall simply fight it out that we do not submit, because we have yet to encounter an existence that instills fear in you. Do you yield or not? Gu Changge turned his gaze towards Yashuan. Upon meeting Gu Changge's disdainful gaze, Yashuan felt a rush of blood to his head. Yet the next words from Gu Changge froze the boiling blood in his mind. If you do not yield, I shall slay you on the spot. Not even your quasi-saint protector can save you here. Chapter 83. Who said I would let Yashuan go? Yashuan dared not speak. The expression of the quasi-saint Yu darkened immediately. This Gu Changge had the audacity to threaten his protective target right in front of him. Was this not too brazen? Just as Ye Yu was about to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him, causing him to feel as if he were under the weight of divine wrath. It was akin to an ancient mountain pressing down upon him. Even with quasi-saint cultivation, Ye Yu felt as though he were gazing up at the heavens, beholding an unfathomably powerful figure. There were only two possibilities in this situation: a sage above the quasi-saint level, or a quasi-emperor. Regardless of which, it was an existence he could not contend with. Originally, this operation was already unjustifiable, lacking any moral high ground. Even if he were to be slain, he would likely have to endure in impotent rage. A cold sweat beaded on Ye Yu's forehead, and his heart twisted in torment. Damn it! How could I encounter a Gu Changge? What do I do? Gu Changge regarded Ye Yu with indifference. Yashuan, witnessing this, was filled with unbridled fury, yet he was at a loss for how to express it, aware that there was still a lurking presence he dreaded. Meanwhile, Ye Yu could only hope that Yashuan would not lose face and would soften his stance a little. If he could just erupt in anger and flee, that would suffice. However, before this thought could settle in his mind, Gu Changge's next action left him wide-eyed in disbelief. It appears you are quite unwilling to yield. If so, do not blame me. It is only right that I kill you. Gu Changge waved his hand, and an ethereal giant hand grasped Yashuan's head. No. Yashuan barely had time to utter a word before his head exploded. This sudden turn of events left Ye Yu dumbfounded, while Yi Chan and Ji Ruyu were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that Gu Changge would strike so abruptly. In truth, Gu Changge had never entertained the notion of sparing him. What a joke. Having already attempted to kill him, would he allow the opponent to swear an oath and simply depart? His earlier actions were merely to lower the guard of this quasi-saint protector. After all, With Gu Changge's cultivation level, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay someone under the watchful eyes of a quasi-saint. Even the most gifted among them was merely at the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm. Well done, well done. Ha ha ha. The Changshenggu family will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Yazi clan because of Gu Changge. Yi Chun was overjoyed at this sight, particularly hoping that Yu, in his fury, would execute Gu Changge on the spot, leaving him with no place to rest in death. Yu was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, a towering rage filled his chest. You seek death. Boom! The terrifying quasi-saint aura surged forth like a resurrected true dragon, causing the void to tremble and the heavens to darken. Even Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu, and Yi Chun felt as though they were being crushed under an ancient divine mountain. Struggling to breathe, in a fit of rage, Yu was about to strike, but the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened, his countenance turning ashen, and the quasi-saint aura around him vanished without a trace. When did the insignificant Yazi clan dare to act against the son of the Changshenggu family? A calm voice resonated through the heavens. Cold sweat broke upon Yayu's forehead as he looked up in terror. Is it wrong for me to be angry after Gu Changge killed my pure-blood Yazi prodigy first? Of course it is wrong. The 3,000 realms have privately agreed that the younger generation shall compete without interference from the elders. Not to mention, it was your Yazi clan that initiated this ambush. What is wrong with killing a pure-blood Yazi cub? Not only shall I kill him, but I shall also sever an arm from your true self. An icy voice echoed through the heavens. Yayu was filled with terror and rage. How dare you? Do you intend to incite a war between the Yazi clan and the Changshenggu family? Ha! If you have the capability, then let your Yazi clan come. The voice from the sky sneered, and before Yu could react, half of his body suddenly exploded. Boom! Ah! Yashuan let out a wretched scream, his face turning pale. Yi Chun, witnessing this, felt his mouth twitch. Indeed, the Changshenggu family was no benevolent force. Was this what you called severing an arm? You nearly obliterated half of his body. Good. Should you dare utter another word, you shall remain here. The indifferent voice seemed to understand Yazi's temperament, and before Yashuan could speak, the murderous tone silenced Yu. Without uttering a word, Yu stepped into the void and vanished. In an instant, a quasi-saint had been reduced to half a body. Yi Chun comprehended the level of Gu Changge's protector, undoubtedly a sage of 5th level or above. Even at his peak in a past life, he had never reached such a level that Gu Changge actually possessed a high-tier sage as a protector. It was truly enviable to the point of wishing to take their place. These top-tier powers were indeed a source of both admiration and resentment. After Yu departed, Gu Changge looked towards the heavens and slightly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I did not expect Elder Gu Yang to protect me. I'm deeply grateful for your support. Ha ha. Changge, if I do not protect my own Changshenggu family, should I protect outsiders? Elder Gu Yang laughed heartily, stepping forth from the void. Unlike the previous supreme presence of Yashuan, Elder Gu Yang had returned to simplicity, resembling an ordinary mortal. Sages are also mortals. Once, a supreme being of the imperial realm had said so. Yet in truth, only those who had truly experienced the realm of sages understood the depth of this statement. For now, Gu Changge remained unaware. I pay my respects to Elder Gu Yang. Ji Ruyu, seeing the battle had concluded, approached Gu Changge and respectfully bowed to Elder Gu Yang. Well, this is our first meeting. Allow me to present you with a small gift that I hope you do not find it lacking. Elder Gu Yang looked at Ji Ruyu as if he were gazing at the future daughter-in-law of the Changshenggu family, directly producing a jade pendant depicting yin-yang spirit fish swimming. This yin-yang spirit fish pendant is a small treasure I discovered during my travels. It suits you perfectly that IT can autonomously convert spiritual power into yin-yang spiritual power, accelerating your refining speed. It also has the ability to store yin-yang spiritual power, allowing you to battle longer. Additionally, it offers effects of calming the mind and protecting the body. It is yours. Elder Gu Yang handed the yin-yang spirit fish pendant to Ji Ruyu. Upon seeing this, Ji Ruyu looked towards Gu Changge, who nodded with a smile, saying, Since the elder has given it to you, accept it. All right, Ji Ruyu nodded, deeply bowing to Elder Gu Yang to express her gratitude. Thank you. Elder, Upon receiving the Yin-Yang Spirit Fish Pendant, Jiryu felt an immediate sense of compatibility and satisfaction. After bestowing the gift to Jiryu, Elder Gu Yang finally turned his gaze back to Gu Changge, narrowing his eyes with a smile. I thought you would spare Yashuan. I did not expect you to strike so suddenly. If I had spared Yashuan, would the elder not have been disappointed? Gu Changge replied with a faint smile. Chapter 84. The Shameless Yi Chun, a template for humiliation of the protagonist. Elder Gu Yang nodded. Naturally, the Chongqing Gu family has never shied away from challenges and will not fear any power. If you had spared that pure-blood Yazi-san, I would have indeed begun to doubt my judgment of you. However, your decisive action was entirely unexpected. Perhaps you made that seemingly lenient move to ensure absolute certainty? Elder Gu Yang's words were filled with conviction. Indeed, Elder Gu Yang was not mistaken that it was true. After all, the quasi-saint realm was something Changge could not yet touch. I knew I would certainly have a protector behind me. If the other party acted, the elder would naturally not stand idly by. And by striking unexpectedly, the opponent's protector would be unable to react in time, just as Elder Gu Yang had been caught off guard. Gu Changge's words made Elder Gu Yang laugh heartily. Truly gifted, unflappable in handling matters. Not only that, but the members of the same clan are also genteel and remarkably harmonious. This truly makes for the best candidate to steer the Longsheng Gu family. And indeed, my judgment has not faltered. It is not solely due to extraordinary talent that one is designated as the scion of the Longsheng Gu family. There has been continuous assessment throughout. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your youthful endeavors any longer. You should hasten to the Yin-Yang cave. Gu Yang chuckled softly, and in the next moment, turned his gaze toward the grand formation behind him. Within the formation, the overwhelming aura of the quasi-saint from outside was earth-shattering. Ji Dao and the others had long since ceased their skirmishes, focusing instead on the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing the emergence of the quasi-saint protector, Ji Dao's expression shifted dramatically, and he prepared to summon an ancestor in avatar form using a jade talisman. However, when Gu Yang revealed his aura, locking onto the quasi-saint Ji Dao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Gu Yang's gaze seemed to penetrate the grand formation, landing squarely on the three formidable kings of the Yazi clan surrounding Ji Dao. Bad news. The three Yazi clan kings felt an icy chill envelop them. As if they were under the watchful eye of death itself. In terror, they gasped and transformed into streaks of light, attempting to flee. Alas, as Gu Yang regarded them, a profound pattern flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, their bodies exploded without even a chance to emit a sound of protest. Observing Gu Yang effortlessly dispatch the three kings, Gu Changge's eyes flickered with astonishment. Truly, the might of a saint is terrifying. I sincerely wish to reach that realm swiftly. After eliminating the three kings, Gu Yang's figure melded into the void, disappearing from sight. It was only then that Ji Dao approached. I must extend my gratitude to the Scion Changge. Ji Dao expressed his appreciation to Gu Changge, and no need for that. It is the work of our ancestors, Gu Changge replied. Shaking his head, Ji Dao marveled. I had no idea that the Scion Changge possessed a saintly protector. It is indeed formidable. As Ji Dao spoke, he hesitated, for figures like Ji Hao Yue and Yu, though exceptional, were merely quasi-saint protectors. After all, among the various Longsheng clans, there are quite a few quasi-saints in the immortal sanctuaries. Yet the number of true saints is scarcely a third of that. Each saint is a testament to the family's profound heritage. To deploy a saint for 24 hours of protection is a rarity throughout the ages of the 3,000 realms. Those who warrant such personal guardianship are invariably young emperors or unparalleled prodigies. Gu Changge is evidently among this elite. The Longsheng Gu family has made a significant investment in Gu Changge. This is a decision made by the family. I too did not foresee it. Gu Changge chuckled lightly. With that, their conversation reached its conclusion. This battle, it can be said, inflicted severe losses upon the various sects accompanying the Longsheng Ji family. Master Shui was nearly caught in the fray, almost departing this world that Ji Dao gathered the disciples from the various sects, stating, "This incident is an unforeseen calamity for you." once our expedition to the Yin Cave concludes. The Longxingji family will do our utmost to compensate you, offering pills, divine weapons, and the inheritance of techniques. You need not accompany us any further. You are free to depart." The disciples of Master Shuiyuan nodded in agreement. It would be best to receive compensation without further obligations. Although many lives were lost, compared to the compensation from the Longxing family, losing a few individuals is entirely acceptable. Those affected by the battle can only be deemed unfortunate. However, while the sect leaders, elders, and disciples were pleased, Yichen was far from happy. How could this journey culminate here? What if the imagined scenario of traveling alongside the goddess, igniting sparks of connection, or, at the very least, the opportunity to showcase his masculinity and broaden his horizons? Everything had vanished. It was all about Gu Changge. Yichen was increasingly agitated, his gaze shifting from initial anger and humiliation to resentment. He clearly understood that Gu Changge was akin to a nightmare. Wherever Gu Changge appeared, misfortune would surely follow him. Yet, even so, Yichen could only endure. Otherwise, he risked incurring Gu Changge's wrath, which could lead to his utter demise. "Scion Changge, esteemed you, I possess the extraordinary ability to uncover treasures, which can assist you both in swiftly locating the inheritance within the Yin Cave." Yichen boldly introduced himself. He had transitioned from persuading Ji Ruyu to flee with him to now shamelessly promoting himself. This drew Gu Changge's attention anew. "Goodness, you truly have no sense of shame." Meanwhile, Master Shuiyue was pleasantly surprised to hear Yichen introducing himself before Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, boasting such a rare treasure-seeking ability. "This apprentice I picked up midway is indeed exceptional." "No need," Gu Changge replied, casting a dismissive glance at Yichen, at why Yichen was taken aback by Gu Changge's prompt refusal. "Is this a joke? If he were not resolute in rejecting my company, he would be foolish to allow me to accompany him with my designs on his woman. Lady Ruyu." Yichen turned to Ji Ruyu, his eyes filled with hope, yearning for her agreement. "I shall heed my brother Changge's words." Ji Ruyu replied coolly, glancing at Yichen. Why Yichen was immediately alarmed. Was there truly no chance left? "I genuinely possess an unparalleled treasure-seeking technique." At this point, Master Shuiyue, having observed Yichen's continued persistence, felt his expression darken. The esteemed figures had already made their rejection clear, yet Yichen shamelessly pressed on, seemingly unaware of the potential consequences. The presence of these two great figures meant that should one become irate, it would be a trivial matter for a quasi-saint to obliterate their Shuiyue sect. Before Yichen could sense the growing displeasure from Master Shuiyue and the Shuiyue disciples, the other sect elders and disciples could no longer contain their derision. Where did this bumpkin come from, daring to offend two esteemed individuals? Has he lost his mind? Quickly, someone drag him away. We cannot afford to have this embarrassment in front of the remaining four sects. Chapter 85. I shall slay you. Gu Changge. Master Shuiyue's countenance darkened further upon hearing the remarks around him. However, considering Yichen's talent, which rivaled that of some major sect disciples, and his mastery of source techniques, he decided to intervene. "Rebellious disciple, since this young master and Miss Ji do not wish to take you along, should you not retreat gracefully? Come back." Master Shuiyue approached Yichen, reprimanding him sternly, before turning to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, his expression instantaneously transforming into a smile. "My apologies, esteemed ones. My rebellious disciple may have been overly eager to showcase himself, thereby losing his senses." Gu Changge glanced at Yichen and smiled. "It is of no consequence." "I do not mind him." "That of course not. How could a person of your stature concern himself with an ordinary individual?" Master Shuiyue nodded vigorously. This display nearly sent Yichen into a fit of rage. How dare this old fool make decisions on my behalf? Yet, recognizing that his cultivation was still inferior to Master Shuiyue's, and with the eyes of the entire assembly upon him, eyes that were decidedly hostile, he ultimately swallowed his anger and fell silent. "If there is nothing else, please take him back," Gu Changge said indifferently. "Very well, we shall not disturb you any further." Master Shuiyue nodded, promptly seizing Yichen by the shoulder. "Come, let's return." Why Yichen lowered his head. Nodding in acquiescence, Ji Dao refrained from intervening. He had encountered many individuals eager to cling to the powerful and influential, that if they became displeased, it would be a simple matter to eliminate them. Now, with Master Shueihua leading Yi Chen away, he decided to grant the other party some face, as the Shueihua sect remained loyal to the Longshengji family. The various sects, accompanied by their disciples, returned to their respective abodes. Although there were casualties this time, the compensation from the Longshengji family was certainly welcome. After all, merely entering the Yinyang cave was already a reward. Any opportunities gained would rely solely on oneself, and they would still need to assist Jiruyu in acquiring the inheritance within the Yinyang cave. In comparison, the choice was evidently cleared. Gu Changge's gaze drifted toward the direction from which the Shueihua sect had departed. His eyes flickering with intent, he had begun to contemplate taking action against Yi Chen. By applying sufficient pressure on Yi Chen, he could compel him to exhaust all known opportunities, allowing Gu Changge to swoop in and reap the rewards. A truly exhilarating prospect. Even if he could not eliminate him, Yi Chen should not be allowed to frolic so freely before him. Brother Changge, I feel we should maintain our distance from that Yi Chen fellow. I sense he harbors ulterior motives, Jiruyu remarked, her gaze fixed on the departing Shueihua sect alongside Gu Changge. Earlier in the battle, I overheard his communication directed at you. It seems he has set his sights on you. Gu Changge withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiruyu, gently ruffling her hair. After all, Ryu, you are exceedingly beautiful, and as a Yinyang divine body and a scion of the Longsheng family, it is hardly surprising that Yi Chen would take an interest in you. I would never be drawn to someone like him, Jiruyu replied, her cheeks flushing as she shyly regarded Gu Changge. If I were to seek someone, it would be someone like my brother Changge. Gu Changge was quite amusing. Beside him, Ji Dao turned his face away, choosing to look elsewhere, deliberately ignoring the scene. However, Gu Changge took the initiative to approach Ji Dao. Senior Ji Dao, I may need your assistance in concealing my and Ryu's presence for a while. What is the matter? Ji Dao inquired, puzzled, to conceal our presence and follow that Yi Chen. Did he not claim to possess an extraordinary treasure-hunting technique? How could Shueihua sect possibly have such a legacy? This person likely harbors significant secrets, Gu Changge replied calmly. Most importantly, I sensed his murderous intent directed at me. Just now, with the Ji family's affiliated forces present, it was unwise to act now, if we resolve this matter. No one will suspect the Ji family. Ji Dao, filled with rage, laughed ironically. Such audacity. A mere disciple of Shueihua sect dares to set his sights on the Divine Son Changge. Not only that, but he also covets the young lady. His crimes are inexcusable. Very well. I shall escort Divine Son Changge and Miss Ryu for a while, after which we can head to the Yinyang cave. The token to open the Yinyang cave is in my possession, so a slight delay is of no consequence. With a hum, a radiant beam soared into the sky. Meanwhile, after Yi Chen departed alongside the sect master of Shueihua and other disciples, an intense fury simmered within him, nearly consuming him entirely. Ironically, the Shueihua sect master continued to lecture him. You must maintain your composure if you wish to make an impression. Those esteemed individuals and Miss Ryu are not so easily swayed. Understand that beings of their caliber will inevitably soar to greatness once they draw attention. There will be future opportunities. Let this one pass. I understand. Master. Yi Chen feigned calmness in his response, but inwardly, he held the utmost contempt. A mere ant, not even a king, dare to lecture him. In my 3 lifetimes, I have encountered more than you have experienced with your precious treasures, and yet you presume to instruct me? Just know this. Prepare yourself well. It is not long until the great families of longevity and the prodigies of the immortal sacred lands enter the fray. I understand. Master, I wish to find a place to vent my frustrations temporarily. Do not worry. I will return once I am done. Vent as you wish. Go ahead. The Shueihua sect master nodded, permitting Yi Chen to depart. As some witnesses saw Yi Chen leave, they mistakenly assumed he had angered the sect master and was thus expelled from his mentorship in the Shueihua sect, prompting them to mock him openly. Haha, does he not recognize his own worth? How dare he seek favor from those 2 noble figures? Indeed, thinking himself remarkable due to a modicum of talent, he pales in comparison to them. Akin to a firefly against the moon. Good riddance. May he never return. Yi Chun, overhearing the derisive remarks, silently noted each individual, vowing to remember them for the day he returned with a divine daughter from the longevity family or a saintess from the immortal sacred land, eager to witness their expressions. Yet, these jeers only fueled the flames of his rage. In a secluded area, Yi Chun unleashed a flurry of powerful attacks, causing the ground to quake and forests to ignite, displaying prowess rivaling that of the typical divine realm. Yet at this moment, Yi Chun was merely at the life will stage, the child of destiny before Ji Dao could react. The white jade stone had already enveloped Yi Chun, instantly breaking into the void and vanishing. Moreover, as the white jade stone tore through the fabric of space, a slight crack appeared on the originally intact stone, enveloped in the radiant light of the jade. Yi Chun's face contorted with a painful grimace upon hearing the sound of the stone cracking. He glared fiercely at Gu Changge and resolutely plunged into the void. The light of reincarnation surged upwards, instantly spreading for tens of thousands of miles. The terrifying commotion drew the attention of powerful beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, with a kingly aura erupting continuously, even attracting the presence of quasi-saint energies. Gu Changge gazed at the spot where Yi Chun had disappeared, his double pupils flickering with intrigue. Could that be Yi Chun's ultimate trump card? This overwhelming essence of reincarnation must be the reliance of a reborn individual like Yi Chun. Gu Changge had already confirmed that Yi Chun was indeed a reborn entity, much like Gu Changge. How fascinating, truly fascinating. It is no wonder that this is a fantastical world that an awakened transmigrator. Encountering two reborn natives is quite the surprise. Yet neither Gu Changge nor Yi Chun poses any threat to him. In fact, Gu Changge had already been completely subdued by him. As for Yi Chun, with his own talents, the support of a long-lived family, and knowledge of the opponent's trump cards, if he still cannot prevail, he might as well hang himself on the spot. Chapter 87. Only by applying pressure can one become a competent treasure-seeking mouse. How could he escape? Ji Ruyu, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, her cheeks puffed up. The Ji Dao clan's elders had exerted their full strength, and indeed, Yi Chun posed a significant problem. The treasure that appeared on that person's brow earlier was likely a heavenly artifact, and that essence of reincarnation was something even the ancient saints could not reach. However, activating such a treasure with the life-will realm would undoubtedly come at unimaginable costs. Moreover, that individual was gravely injured. Ultimately, it was still due to my insufficient strength. Ji Dao apologized to Gu Changge, saying, "Young Master Changge, I sincerely apologize for failing to slay this child, allowing such a formidable enemy to remain at large." "Not at all," Gu Changge replied, shaking his head. He had never expected Ji Dao to eliminate Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun was the child of destiny in this world. If he were indeed a reborn individual, his fortune would be extraordinary, making him difficult to kill. It sufficed to make the opponent pay a considerable price. After all, each time one compels the opponent to bear a cost, it weakens them. As mentioned earlier, only by applying sufficient pressure can Yi Chun become a competent treasure-seeking mouse for me. Let us proceed. Elder Gu Changge suppressed his thoughts and smiled as he said, "We should head to the Yin-Yang cave heaven." Thousands of miles away, with a crack, a bloodied Yi Chun fell from the shattered rift in space, his breath weak, his right hand severed, his clothes and face smeared with blood, and especially after using the rebirth stone. His saintly soul had suffered irreparable damage. That it was uncertain how long it would take to nourish his soul back to health. This directly impacted his cultivation speed and his ability to seize opportunities, and it might even affect his subsequent plans, such as his original intention to break through to the divine communication realm and then enter the bronze immortal hall with Gu Changge to confront the invincible female supreme from his previous life. Yet now, it seemed that not only was breaking through to the divine communication realm out of the question, but he might even struggle to heal his soul wounds before Gu Changge entered the bronze immortal hall. Coughing heavily while lying on the ground, Yi Chun felt the severed remnants of his right hand and the severe injuries to his soul. His eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth. Gu Changge, if this grudge is not avenged, I swear I shall not be human. Saying this, Yi Chan struggled to rise to his feet. Although his right hand was severed, as long as he possessed enough extraordinary treasures, it could still be restored. However, using his soul power to forcibly activate the rebirth stone to escape through the void and withstand Ji Dao's kingly attack had left his soul in a dire state. The pressing matter now was to find a soul treasure to heal his soul injuries. Otherwise, he would find it nearly impossible to advance in his cultivation, and over time, it would lead to irreparable damage. With that, Yi Chan dragged his battered body, enduring the pain as he leaned against a nearby tree, then took out medicinal pills to begin healing his injuries. The Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. This place lay within the territory of the Changshengji family, a realm where extreme Yin and extreme Yang intertwined. Originally, this was under the jurisdiction of the Shui West sect, but upon discovering its anomalies, they summoned the Changshengji family for investigation, after which the Changshengji family took complete control and allowed nearby sects to have quotas for exploration. The Yin-Yang pool, the water was frigid to the core, deep and unfathomable. Astonishingly, due to the terrifying convergence of Yin and Yang energies surrounding the Yin-Yang pool, dense fog formed, preventing sunlight from penetrating, yet at the center of the pool, it seemed as though a great sun was concealed within. This was the entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, since only those below the divine communication realm could enter the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The next steps depended on young Master Changge and you, young lady. However, rest assured, aside from the areas of inheritance that they cannot explore, the other regions have been largely cleared of danger. Just be cautious when entering the inheritance site. Young Master Changge and young Lady Ji Dao urged them, his tone quite serious. All right, Ji Changge nodded. Do not worry. With Brother Changge here, we will face no issues. Ji Ruyu clenched her fist and replied earnestly to Ji Dao. Gu Changge chuckled at the remark. You're the real protagonist. I am merely passing through. It is indeed Brother Changge, who is the main force. He laughed lightly. Ji Dao, stroking his beard, chuckled softly. Upon entering the pool, they could see the entrance at the bottom. Ji Dao spoke. A token flew into the air above the Yin-Yang pool. In an instant, the sun and moon converged, and the Yin and Yang fused. A beam of spiritual light surged from the Yin-Yang pool, soaring into the sky. Let us go. Seeing this, Gu Changge beckoned to Ji Ruyu. Leaping into the Yin-Yang pool, the Ji Ruyu followed closely behind. Upon entering the Yin-Yang pool, the anticipated chill did not manifest. Instead, it felt somewhat warm. Even more astonishingly, while the pool appeared unfathomably deep from the outside, once inside, they could see the bottom awash with rich spiritual light, clear and visible. The Yin-Yang pool was not very deep. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu only descended for a few breaths before reaching the bottom, gazing at the continuously surging spiritual light emanating from the entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu exchanged glances before flying in. A sensation of transmission enveloped them. Gu Changge's vision slightly twisted for a moment before clearing again. What greeted his eyes was a lush expanse of verdant trees, rich in spiritual energy. More astonishingly, the sky above was illuminated by a bright full moon and a great sun, a celestial dome where the sun and moon coexisted. Ji Ruyu also noticed the peculiarity of this place. Is this the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? I feel. It seems a bit comfortable. Ji Ruyu blinked, sensing the vibrant Yin-Yang divine energy within her. You have any other special feelings? Gu Changge inquired, considering that the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven had existed for so long without the inheritance site being explored. Perhaps it was waiting for a fated individual. Ji Ruyu, as a being of the Yin-Yang divine body, was undoubtedly the most suitable. Special feelings? I think there's really something familiar is calling out to me. Ji Ruyu carefully sensed and looked at Gu Changge in surprise. Brother Changge, how did you know? Do you also feel a special call? Gu Changge shook his head. Not exactly. I just feel that the inheritance of the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven has not opened. Perhaps due to the lack of suitable individuals. And you, Ryu, being of the Yin-Yang divine body, fits perfectly. No, those words were not entirely unfounded. They were not wholly true either. He chuckled, having read so many novels. If I didn't know these tropes, I would have truly wasted my time. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Gu Changge, she felt that he was far from an ordinary young man from the Changsheng family who had just come of age and never ventured out for training. His insights and experiences were those of a seasoned veteran. Chapter 88. The Forces of Water and Fire. The Water and Fire Spirit Python. Brother Changge is so impressive. Ji Ryu finally expressed her admiration. Which direction do you sense it coming from? Let us head straight there, Gu Changge inquired as for Ji Ryu's praise. Naturally, it brought him some joy, but nothing more than that. This direction. After closing her eyes to sense for a few seconds, Ji Ryu pointed behind her. Let us go. Gu Changge waved his hand, enveloping Ji Ryu in ethereal energy as she soared into the air, transforming into a radiant arc that shot towards the direction she had just indicated. An enigmatic realm, the Yin Cave, had been explored by countless seekers. Yet, aside from its inheritance, nothing else captured Gu Changge's attention, and Ji Ryu likely shared a similar disinterest. The two of them headed directly towards the place of inheritance. Intent on claiming it, as they flew onward. After covering a distance of merely 100 miles, their eyes fell upon a desolate expanse of crimson, seemingly lifeless and barren. Gu Changge paused, realizing that the terrain exuded a force of water and fire. The two elements, inherently incompatible, could, when arranged with skillful formations, give rise to a profound terror. Such a terrain was classified among the mid-tier formations in the Source Heavenly Book, frequently employed by top-tier powers. Just ahead, Brother Changge, Ji Ryu urged, sensing a powerful calling that compelled her to hasten. Patience. This place harbors a cosmic force, and after so many years, it has likely birthed something extraordinary. I believe I understand why disciples from various sects struggle to obtain the inheritance within the Yin Cave. Gu Changge replied with a subtle smile. The cosmic force? Ji Ryu was taken aback, then recalled that Gu Changge not only possessed terrifying talent and extraordinary combat prowess, but was also well-versed in source techniques, which were equally formidable. This realization made Ji Ryu perceive Gu Changge in an even more radiant light, akin to a luminary before her. Indeed, observe this land. The duality of yin and yang is unmistakable. Gu Changge pointed toward a nearby barren stretch, resembling scorched earth, and stated that region represents the yang aspect, while beneath the surface lies deeper mysteries. As he spoke, he pressed a finger down. Boom! The crimson earth collapsed nearby. Contrary to Ji Ryu's expectations of a simple depression, it resembled a cascade of delicate pastries, revealing a network of flowing crimson lava channels. These channels were numerous and aligned in a unified direction, becoming increasingly dense as they approached their position. Such an abundance of lava rivers beneath the surface, Ji Ryu exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. Indeed, this is a convergence of extreme yang energy and over here. Gu Changge, upon hearing her words, replicated the action. True to his prediction, streams of energy surged beneath their feet, flowing toward the area where they met the scorched earth, appearing almost identical in formation. Exactly the same. Ji Ryu marveled. Ultimately, it leads to the confluence of the two domains, if I am not mistaken. That is where the inheritance lies. Gu Changge confidently declared. He gestured again, directing his focus toward the intersection of the lava and ordinary rivers. Boom! The ground crumbled in an instant. As the earth fractured, a terrifying divine light surged forth, expanding in waves of overwhelming brilliance. The reason disciples of Shui's sect were unable to find the inheritance lay precisely here. Moreover, discovering it was not enough. They had to... Gu Changge's gaze was fixed intently on the source of the divine light. Ji Ryu's beautiful eyes were likewise drawn to it. When this divine light manifested, Ji Ryu felt a palpable summons, her yin-yang divine body responding with a jubilant thrill, akin to encountering a cherished individual. Additionally, a chilling aura emanated from the divine light, as though something formidable was awakening within. This must be what Brother Changge referred to as the extraordinary entity born from this place. Roar, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of an ancient terror, erupted from the divine light. Instantly, waves of translucent sound rippled outward, extinguishing the ascending spiritual light. In the next moment, a colossal form slowly emerged from the source of the divine light. With a dragon's body and a serpent's head, crowned by a terrifying horn infused with the powers of water and fire. It epitomized dread. A serpent, revered as a celestial spirit of the earth. Gu Changge, inheriting knowledge from the source heavenly book, immediately recognized the creature's identity. The water-fire spirit serpent, a celestial entity nurtured by the forces of water and fire. Endowed with an innate protective consciousness, an ideal guardian, the water-fire spirit serpent exuded an aura of immense might, having reached the realm of divine transcendence. Coupled with its celestial origin, its true combat prowess likely surpassed that of ordinary beings at the same level. It seemed this yin-yang cave tested not only aptitude, but also the combat abilities of its would-be inheritors. Should one falter in either aspect, even reaching this place might result in a hasty retreat. As a divine maiden of the Changshan clan, Jiruyu, possessing the yin-yang divine body, surely held treasures capable of countering such a celestial entity. However, given the current circumstances, there was no need for her intervention. Moreover, they must first secure the inheritance before considering her involvement. I wonder what treasures await us this time. Gu Changge pondered with anticipation. Brother Changge, may I step in? Jiruyu asked eagerly, a gem radiating a spine-chilling aura already in her hand, undoubtedly containing the power of a formidable strike, or perhaps several. In no need. It would be a waste to use such a treasure against this creature. Gu Changge took a step forward, addressing the water-fire spirit serpent. Allow me. Before the serpent, Gu Changge's long hair flowed like silk, his demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being, surrounded by an ethereal glow as he uttered profound words that dazzled the onlookers. Jiruyu, equally entranced, felt warmth spread through her as she watched Gu Changge prepare to assist her. The water-fire spirit serpent, roused from its slumber, noticed the two intruders and let out an enraged roar towards Gu Changge. Roar! The water-fire spirit serpent lunged, its massive body twisting as it emerged fully from the divine light. A colossal serpent, over 10 yards long, towered before Gu Changge, casting a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Any ordinary divine transcendence being would likely feel their scalp prickle and flee at the sight. Yet Gu Changge remained calm, gazing at the water-fire spirit serpent with a smile. Come at me. Chapter 89. Slaying the water-fire spirit serpent. Celestial beings nurtured by the cosmos possess keen intelligence, unlike newly awakened minor demons. Thus, the water-fire spirit serpent clearly sensed Gu Changge's provocation. Roar! The water-fire spirit serpent howled, its massive form darting towards Gu Changge like a flying dragon. Unfazed, Gu Changge retaliated, charging towards the serpent. The two combatants closed in on one another. As the water-fire spirit serpent approached, it lashed out with its tail, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom as it struck at Gu Changge. In response, Gu Changge's energy surged as billions of colossal particles manifested in his body, their forms resembling majestic elephants, all trumpeting in unison. With a surge of tangible energy flowing from within, Gu Changge grasped with one hand, summoning a massive ethereal handprint that seized the serpent's tail mid-attack. Boom! The violet handprint collided violently with the water-fire spirit serpent's tail, unleashing a dreadful wave of sound that obliterated the surrounding landscape for miles. Although Gu Changge felt a slight tremor in his control of the ethereal handprint, he withstood the impact. The water-fire spirit serpent's strength was formidable, comparable to Gu Changge's divine elephant's imprisonment technique. Yet this was merely a comparison. Without employing divine abilities, Gu Changge was virtually invincible at the Wheel of Destiny stage. Roar! Seeing its tail attack thwarted, the water-fire spirit serpent roared in fury, its mouth gathering a terrifying fireball that radiated an alarming heat as it intensified. This was the serpent's divine attack, known as Solar Flame. The Source Heavenly Book contained records of various celestial entities' abilities, nicknames, appearances, and divine techniques, essentially an encyclopedia of such knowledge. To unleash a divine technique in my presence is quite disrespectful, Gu Changge thought, narrowing his eyes. The next moment he forcefully swung the ethereal handprint. Descend. With a mighty heave, the ethereal handprint yanked the water-fire spirit serpent downward. Roar! The water-fire spirit serpent attempted to unleash its solar flame, but the sudden downward force caused a fireball to explode in its mouth. inflicting considerable harm. Moments later, under Ji Ryu's astonished gaze, the ground trembled violently as a terrifying shockwave radiated from the water-fire spirit serpent's descent. How awe-inspiring. Brother Changge, go for it. Ji Ryu cheered for Gu Changge from behind. Upon hearing her words, Gu Changge smiled lightly and directly employed the Great Void Technique, stating, "For such spiritual entities, I need no assistance." The Great Void Technique traversed the space above the water and fire spirit python. Gu Changge waved his hand once more. The Void Giant Hand Seal, in conjunction with the Great Void Technique, seized the python's vitals the moment it fell. With a thought, Gu Changge lifted the water and fire spirit python into the air with the Void Giant Hand Seal. A massive purple hand loomed in the clear sky, and within its grasp, a 10-zhong-long python, adorned in red and blue hues and bearing a menacing horn, thrashed and roared in futile struggle as its body writhed. The overwhelming force produced resonating explosions in the void. Yet amidst such terrifying power, the python felt no possibility of escape within the confines of the purple hand. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Crack! Although the Void Giant Hand Seal could not be immediately broken free from by the water and fire spirit python. Its immense strength was unsustainable for long. Observing the python suspended in midair by the Void Giant Hand Seal, Gu Changge's gaze flickered, and in the next moment, a long bow, reminiscent of a fallen star and exuding a terrifying aura, materialized in his hand. Having acquired the starfall bow and practiced archery, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it. Now, a most suitable target had presented itself. Gu Changge drew the bow, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of physical strength erupted, his entire being infused with primal power, while golden spiritual energy surged into the starfall bow. Buzz! A golden longsword materialized upon the starfall bow. Shoot the sun! Gu Changge activated the shooting sun technique, and a fearsome aura erupted from him, relentless and overwhelming, as if piercing the heavens. The water and fire spirit python sensed the looming threat of death. Once targeted by Gu Changge's starfall bow, it descended into madness. However, it was all in vain. Thud! The long arrow shot forth, devoid of sonic booms or blinding divine light, merely sending ripples through the air. The shooting sun technique, when paired with the Great Void Technique, could be said to guarantee a hit every time that a purple temporal wormhole materialized at the python's vital point, and before the creature could react, it was pierced through with a soft pop. Roar! The water and fire spirit python felt its life force ebbing away, ultimately letting out a reluctant roar as its body disintegrated into countless red and blue particles, dissipating into the air. Watching the water and fire spirit python he had slain with a single arrow, Gu Changge nodded slightly, his expression calm, devoid of any overwhelming joy. Killing such a celestial spirit was far from the sense of accomplishment he felt when defeating the likes of Yi Chun and other children of fate, or the long-lived clans, immortal sanctuaries, or pure-blood offspring of alien races. While Gu Changge remained indifferent, Ji Ryu held a different view, witnessing Gu Changge's decisive victory over the water and fire spirit python. Ji Ryu's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Brother Changge, you are so handsome." Fortunately, Gu Changge retracted the starfall bow into his storage ring and glanced towards the direction from which the water and fire spirit python had emerged, saying, "Let us proceed. There should be no further danger." Ji Ryu replied eagerly. Gu Changge led Ji Ryu as they soared towards the spot where the water and fire spirit python had burst forth. Before them lay a world ablaze with intertwining red and blue hues. One side was fiery red, the other a deep blue. At the intersection of these colors stood an immensely large black and white lotus flower, strikingly prominent, upon which sat a sizable palace. How beautiful! As she gazed at the pure red and blue surroundings, along with the wondrous lotus below, Ji Ryu couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it is exquisite. That must be the place of inheritance. Let us descend. With the water and fire spirit python no longer obstructing their path, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu landed smoothly before the palace formed by the mingling colors of red and blue. Inyang Palace. Upon their arrival, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu found themselves before a plaque atop the palace. Exchanging glances, they nodded to one another and stepped inside. Chapter 90. the yin-yang secret art. A thousandfold return of the yin-yang great transformation immortal technique. Thud. It felt as though they had passed through a transparent membrane. Outside, even Gu Changge and Ji could sense alternating sensations of warmth and chill. But upon entering the yin-yang palace, such sensations vanished entirely. The interior of the palace appeared pristine and well-kept, regardless of how long it had existed. There were not many structures surrounding it. The most striking features were the numerous white jade pillars, seemingly worth a fortune. However, for Gu Changge and Ji hailing from long-lived clans, these jade pillars held little. This must be the final destination. Gu Changge observed as he surveyed his surroundings. Ji nodded. Yes, upon entering here, it seems the calling has ceased. Does that mean a powerful being should appear next to assess our qualifications and bestow rewards? Gu Changge jested with a smile. Ji was momentarily taken aback. Is that how it works? You might be surprised, Gu Changge replied. And indeed, he had spoken the truth. In the shadows, an observer who had been watching Gu Changge and Ji was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to reveal himself after they expressed their astonishment at the palace's interior and conducted a thorough search for the yin-yang inheritance jade. Yet, they had already anticipated the process? Had everyone in this era become so quick-witted? As he silently criticized this, he glanced at Ji and noted her somewhat naive demeanor. Shaking his head, Gu Changge is indeed exceptional. This little girl, however, appears quite innocent. It is a pity. The yin-yang divine body belongs to her, not to this young man. The observer sighed inwardly. He had witnessed the battle between Gu Changge and the water and fire spirit python, and was convinced that Gu Changge was the most suitable candidate for the inheritance. Alas, countless years had passed, and the yin-yang jade could only bestow its legacy upon one. Naturally, it had to be Ji the yin-yang divine body. His surprise, even his faint thoughts had been sensed by the young man. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. While Ji was lost in thought, a figure materialized before Gu Changge and Ji like a gentle breeze, clad in a taiji robe and adorned with a cosmic crown. The figure exuded a kind and serene demeanor, resembling a being of celestial grace. To be precise, it was a female Taoist. Indeed, it is real. Ji gasped in astonishment. Gu Changge regarded the figure before him with surprise. Though his expression remained composed, I have encountered a senior.